See 1799, The Book of Heavenly Demons. You have a way to leave. Duan Qingshan was startled, and then calmly said, You are too confident. I have met many people, everyone who came said that he had a way to leave, and in the end he was trapped and died here, not even Xian except, you have never experienced the cruelty here. Cruel? In an instant, Chuyuan looked at him with deep eyes, and a majestic will to dominate the heavens, crushed him rumblingly. Duan Qingshan was in a daze, his strength was stronger than Xiao-An's, but he was suddenly shocked by Chuyuan's power, he suddenly felt his own insignificance, and the other party seemed to be an omnipotent existence. The same origin, but origin and origin are different. Your strength is comparable to the real powerhouse. No, even the powerhouse doesn't have this momentum. Duan Qingshan said in amazement, You have already sublimated to this point, but it is not me who hit the emperor, but no matter how strong you are, it is difficult to leave, unless you are the strongest and realize your own immortality. Maybe you can use your own strength to create a way to leave. What Xian can't do, I can do. Chuyuan said indifferently, and stepped directly into the vast void. Seeing Chuyuan leave, Duan Qingshan's face changed continuously, he gritted his teeth for the last time, chased after him, and shouted, Emperor, wait. You changed your mind. Chuyuan stopped and looked at him. The old man has been trapped here for a long time. If there is a chance to leave, the old man is not willing to give up. If the emperor can really take me away, I am willing to obey the emperor's order and do things for the emperor. Duan Qingshan is very smart. He knew that Chuyuan was mysterious and his methods were unpredictable. If he could really take him away, the methods would be terrible, and it would not be a bad thing to take refuge in him. And even if he couldn't, he wouldn't lose anything. He played well. Compared to this small cage, I would rather go to the big cage outside. Duan Qingshan rode. I can leave whenever I want. There is infinite confidence in Chuyuan's words. It is easy to leave, but it is difficult to come in again. This is why he is not in a hurry to leave. He said, How much do you know about this place? What the emperor wants to ask is the strong man in the cage. To be honest, I don't know how many there are. The emperor also knows how this place is formed. It is almost infinitely large. It seems to be the opposite of the Eternal Road. I don't know what it is. How many people are trapped? He was telling the truth. There is no limit here, and it is possible to come in anywhere. It seems that the Eternal Road is the inside and outside of the mirror. Chuyuan nodded slightly. He could see that this was a strange space-time rule. Eternal spacetime transcended dimensions and integrated the past, present and future into one. However, in the area I know, there are two most powerful ones. Duan Qingshan continued, one is called the Poison Demon King, who controls the power of poison. He is the origin of the 8 realms. He opened up a Demon King star for the tyrant here, and used his own strength to forcibly enslave a large number of strong people. He is a slave, and there are 7 realms in it. There is another one called the Heavenly Demon Divine Book. Although he is only in the 7th realm, his body is very powerful. The Heavenly Demon Divine Book. Chuyuan didn't have much interest in the highly poisonous demon god, and said, In ancient times, there was a strong man called Shuzu. Under his command, there were books of knowledge. That book. Yes, it's that book that records the civilization of the demon way, which is very scary. Duan Qingshan said, It hasn't been long since this Heavenly Demon Divine Book came to the cage, but it created a huge storm and swept away the relics left by many powerful people, and the poisonous demon emperor has always been very fond of the Heavenly Demon Divine Book. Coveted, and launched several offensive campaigns against it, but without success. The main body of the Heavenly Demon Divine Book has the true meaning of the demon way. It has been passed down for countless epochs. The poisonous demon emperor wants to get him, hoping to sublimate himself to the 9th realm, so that he can live a few more epochs no matter how bad it is. Xuanhuan said slowly, lead the way, follow me to the Heavenly Demon Divine Book. The Emperor wants to subdue the Heavenly Demon Divine Book. Duan Qingshan was startled, he could feel it, and said, however, the Demon God Book was not easy to mess with that day, and the poisonous Demon Emperor would have nothing to do with him. You don't need to ask, I have my own way. Xuanhuan said lightly. He is not interested in ordinary powerhouses at all, but the Heavenly Demon Divine Book is different, it represents knowledge of the way of demons, and there are many strong demons in his empire. Think about it, if he had this Heavenly Demon Book, the endless knowledge of demon ways would benefit him. The empire needs the inheritance of knowledge. Fortunately, Xuanhuan was not in a hurry to leave. Duan Qingshan didn't ask any further questions, and took Xuanhuan to look for the Heavenly Demon Divine Book. After a while, he pointed forward, Emperor, that's where the Heavenly Demon Divine Book is. How do we get in? Under his guidance. Xuanhuan saw an incomparably huge book. Although it looked like a book, where it was a book, it was clearly a huge book universe. A strong demonic aura swept out, transforming into the appearance of many monsters, and even some monsters, which even Xuanhuan had never seen before, did not know which era they were created from. Here, there is still the breath of war. Xuanhuan waved his hand, time and space were reversed, and he saw the scene of the big battle. Time and space reverse flow. Duan Qingshan was even more shocked and awed, and said, it should be left behind from the battle with the poisonous demon emperor. It hasn't been too long, not to mention the value of the Heavenly Demon Book itself, even in it, there are infinite eternal God crystals. The emperor, what should we do? How to get in and find the book owner? Follow me. Xuanhuan walked directly towards the Heavenly Demon Divine Book. It's that simple. Duan Qingshan was surprised to find that many powerful defenses had been set up by the outside world, but when he and Xuanhuan walked in, it was as if they were in an uninhabited land, and no one even noticed their entry. After entering the Heavenly Demon Divine Book, there was no reaction at all. Fear. Duan Qingshan vaguely deduced that this was a means of time and space. He knew that he was in an independent time and space, and he seemed to have entered the Heavenly Demon Divine Book, but he was actually not in the same plane. He secretly said Xuan Ling's stupidity, it's not good to provoke anyone, but he insisted on provoking the emperor. Xuanhuan created the eternal time and space, and became the eternal body. With the strength of the Lord of the Sky Demon, how could he be discovered? So many demons. Duan Qingshan saw huge demon cities in the Heavenly Demon Divine Book, and in each demon city, there are countless demons, small demons, and big demons, as many as stars, which cannot be counted. This is a kingdom of heavenly demons, creating a prosperous civilization. It's not a real demon, but a demon transformed by the book spirit, the special ability of the Heavenly Demon and the Divine Book. Xuanhuan sees through the essence. That's right, but this day the Demon God Book is so unrestrained, how many eternal crystals are needed to create a demon? No wonder the poisonous demon emperor will stare at him, he is too dazzling. Duan Qingshan watched and marveled at the prosperous and powerful demon civilization created by this Sky Demon God City. At this moment, Xuanhuan saw the most majestic giant city. TXT download address. Phone reading. #C1800 suppress the celestial demon. Inside the Heavenly Demon Divine Book is a huge universe, the kingdom of the Heavenly Demon. Kill kill kill. Countless sky demons are training. Xuanhuan watched their training. The endless monster races and all kinds of races actually formed a large battle formation, which was complicated but very orderly, not scattered at all, and perfectly coordinated together. He looked at it and nodded slightly. These demon spirits. Duan Qingshan said, it's not a real monster race, but a book spirit transformed from knowledge. You see, the Emperor, those monster spirits are not confused at all. Similar to the Queen Mother, these demon spirits are directly controlled by the heavenly demon divine book, allowing them to fight as they please, without fear of death. However, it is different from the Zerg race raised by the Queen Mother. The Zerg race does not have its own thoughts and souls, but these demon spirits do. Although they are all monsters, they are actually the transformation of knowledge and demon civilization. The most important thing is that they have the power of demons and knowledge. Not bad. Xuanhuan understands. If this heavenly demon divine book can be surrendered, it is equivalent to obtaining a war fortress and war master that can be moved at any time, and the benefits are too great. Come with me to see the demon god book that day. Xuanhuan said. In the heavenly demon god city, the aura transformed by the eternal god crystal has become a long river covering, solid and majestic, densely covered with endless formations. This book is also a terrifying artifact. In a heavenly demon temple, there is a terrifying and gigantic giant monster, and this giant monster looks extremely weird, like a dragon, like a phoenix, like a tiger, like a unicorn, as if it is a combination of countless monster races. And he's not really a monster. What is shown here is not a body of flesh and blood, but the divine mansion of the heavenly demon divine book, transformed and formed by absorbing the infinite spirit of the demon way. The heavenly demon divine book existed when there were demons in this world. Make yourself stronger and stronger. And the heavenly demon mansion in front of him is not the first mansion in the divine book. The holy land of truth. A fierce light shot out from the big eyes of Tiao. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't accidentally fall into this eternal cage, and it would be difficult to leave. The ancestor of Shu once vaguely recorded that this is a place of eternal loss and infinity. No, I have to find a way to get out, I can't be trapped here forever. There is also the poisonous demon emperor. You still want to enslave me and take my power, you can do it, even though I am only in the 7th realm, but the heavenly demon divine book was once born out of the 9-realm god mansion, resources I am not lacking, and I can consume you to death. Over the long years, many powerful gods have been born in the heavenly demon divine book, some are strong and some are weak. The strongest has ever reached the ultimate sublimation, the strongest of the 9 realms. Every god mansion will put all its treasures in the book, so when he is born, there are endless resources stored inside, and he can use it for a long time. But he also knows the terror in the cage. Now I'm going to fight that poisonous demon king. Didn't you take the initiative to find me? I'm going to let you know my horror. I'll entangle you and take all your possessions. Tiao thought. But suddenly, his eyes changed, and a huge force suddenly swept into his heavenly demon temple. Who? The heavenly demon divine book was vigilant. This force was too mighty, definitely not the sinister power of the poisonous demon emperor, and immediately shot around, exhaling boundless demonic energy. Sky demon divine book, don't look for it anymore, the emperor is here. Duan Qingshan appeared in front of him first. Under the leadership of Xuanhuan, the restrictions placed by the outside world in the Tianyao Shinshu have all failed and have no effect. Who is the emperor? The heavenly demon divine book itself is the residence of the god of books, with profound wisdom, and a fierce danger invades the heart. The figure of Xuanhuan Weian came down. The emperor's prestige was eternal, his appearance immediately suppressed the power of the heavenly demon divine book, and the power comparable to Xian made him feel suppressed for an instant. The heavenly demon divine book, the emperor is coming, you still have to come and meet him quickly. Duan Qingshan rode. Xuanhuan's various methods made him more and more admired. Emperor? Tianyao Shinshu stared at Xuanhuan without daring to be careless. The emperor came today to give you a chance to leave this place, the heavenly demon divine book, you have to seize it. Duan Qingshan delivered the message for Xuanhuan. Haha, what a big tone, take me away, is the price I have to pay, that is, to rely on you and work for you, this emperor. I know you are very strong, but you are too confident. How dare you break into my heavenly demon kingdom directly? The heavenly demon god is very strong, and he didn't even notice that he broke in with unknown means, but in his own country, he is the strongest. As for, he didn't really believe that the emperor had the means to leave. If it was that easy, he wouldn't have trapped so many powerful people here. You know, cages well. Xuanhuan said slowly, shaking his soul. What a powerful big soul technique, he is good at the power of the soul. The heavenly demon god could not show the slightest bit of timidity in his writing. Yes, Shuzu recorded that there is a lost place in eternity, which exists in every corner of the road. It cannot be found and can only be passively entered. Therefore, once you enter, don't even think about getting out. Gone. Xuanhuan looked at this weird giant monster. He would not talk nonsense with him, but suppressed him with the strongest strength. Facing the heavenly demon divine book, he just grasped it, and time and space froze, covering the heavenly demon divine book in one fell swoop. His terrifying power boiled, and his godlike ruling will fell down in the most tyrannical posture. You are too confident. Since the heavenly demon divine book was born by absorbing the civilization power of demons, it also has the ferocity of demons. He didn't doubt that this person's strength was extremely strong, but it was his stupidity to dare to enter his country, and what he feared most was that he would be slowly refined by a large formation outside. His power went berserk. A paw slapped, like a huge tiger's claw, shining with the power of Gengjin, extremely fierce. Even if it is the origin of the 8 realms, I dare not directly enter the world of the divine book, but since the emperor has arrived, I have full confidence to suppress him. Duan Qingshan knew that Xuanhuan was going to suppress him with the strongest force. Immediately, he also felt that the body of the divine book, after countless epochs of honing, is the strongest artifact of origin, and the demonic scriptures swept in frantically, weaving into violent lightning bolts. The way of monsters is civilized, and the weak eat the strong. If you want me to submit to you, you must come up with a means to make me submit. The strange appearance of the heavenly demon divine book erupted with extremely strong power. Emperor Xuanhuan glanced around, piercing the chill in his soul. With his strength, how could he put a divine weapon in his eyes? However, with the main body of the divine book, the heavenly demon divine book has indeed shown extraordinary strength, otherwise the ordinary 7 realms would have been suppressed in a flash in front of his power. He struck directly, and destruction swept his strength. Stealing fragrance. TXT download address. Phone reading. Hashtag C1801 Fear of the Book of Demons and Gods. He is too powerful, my strength is completely suppressed by him. After just a few moves, Tianyao Shinshu felt that Xuanhuan was irresistible, and his power was completely shattered, showing a huge gap. This is still within the body of the heavenly book. If it is outside, he would not be able to imagine it. Feeling his majesty, he is king of all worlds, he feels that he is insignificant, and this bit of knowledge of himself will be obliterated. Dragon. Faced with Xuanhuan's overwhelming pressure, Tianyao Shinshu rushed over. His shape changed, and he turned into a dragon, but his aura was completely different from the ancient ancestor dragon of the empire. Dragons did not appear only in this era, they also appeared a long time ago. A long time ago, the dragon fell in the eternal catastrophe, and the dragon clan created by his blood would naturally die, return to eternity again, and then evolve the power of the dragon again. Eternity is an infinite loop. Chi la la, the dragon claws tore. Xuanhuan stood on the spot, motionless, and with a slight wave of his hand, the dragon was disillusioned. Afterwards, the heavenly demon divine book turned into a phoenix, filled the sky with flames, and unexpectedly displayed the tyrannical supernatural power of the phoenix's nirvana. This is the Book of Demons and Gods. Duan Qingshan was also surprised when he saw him transforming into a dragon, a phoenix, a tiger, a roc and other monsters. Every time he changes, the Heavenly Demon Divine Book will have the ability to transform into a monster. Book. It's not just a change in appearance, but after the change, you really have that ability. Pity. He met the Emperor, and none of his powers worked. What's going on? My strength can't bombard him. Tianyao Shinshu was extremely surprised. He has encountered many strong people in his vast history, but this is the first time for him like Chu Yuan. The demons of the sky are ever-changing, and the demons are civilized. Boom. In this instant, in the civilization of the demon way, countless figures of giant monsters appeared, all monsters that had appeared in the era, forming a rolling torrent, showing a terrifying brilliance, rushing towards Chu Yuan boundlessly. I don't believe it, you can really be unwavering. In the Heavenly Demon Divine Book, I am the ruler. The Heavenly Demon Divine Book is also doing its best. The mighty torrent of countless monsters is not only as simple as power, but also an epic of civilization, a terrifying legend. Chu Yuan watched, he just stretched out a hand, the Emperor God, the invincible will, the torrent of the monster wave froze in front of him, and countless monsters were controlled by a stronger force. He is like God, more like eternity. He is the one who controls everything. Demon civilization? Chu Yuanxiong's domineering will also include him in his own empire. He spun his palm, bang. The torrent of the demonic way collapsed, and after shattering, it did not disappear completely, but formed fonts and runes one by one, organized into a book. The Civilization of Demons. A beam of divine light from Chu Yuan shone on Tianyao Shinshu's body, and a burst of force wiped it out, and his body shattered into countless characters, which were then condensed again. Even if I have the divine book, I am no match for him. Tianyao Shinshu was horrified, knowing the gap between him and Chu Yuan. Tianyao Shinshu, you still have to be stubborn, and fight the Emperor to the end? You also know that you are not the Emperor's opponent at all. The Emperor's strength can completely suppress you. The Emperor is merciful and did not directly kill you. Your soul is obliterated, and if you continue to fight, you are also meaningless. Duan Qingshan shouted. In the face of the huge gap, he stopped screaming. Heavenly Demon Divine Book, I will give you a chance to surrender to me with your heavenly book itself, and you will witness a more brilliant civilization in my empire and gain more power of knowledge. Chu Yuan Junlin said, or I will kill your soul and collect your body. Option 1, surrender to Chu Yuan and gain life. Option 2, soul obliteration, gain death. Tianyao Shinshu suddenly saw the two options emerging in the void, and he also remained silent. He knew that the other party had the ability to obliterate him, so he was not joking with him. Chu Yuan gave him these two choices, because he has great value, and the value of not obliterating is the greatest. I'm not afraid of death. He was silent for a while, and said in a calm tone, death is nothing to me. The Heavenly Demon Book, countless epics, many souls have been born. I am just one of them. When I die, I will die again in my body. A new divine mansion will be born to pass on my memory, and every death is a new life. I know you are not afraid of death. Chu Yuan said. This is their way of passing on. Books transformed from knowledge such as Tianyao Shinshu do not care about the obliteration of their own souls. They are born from countless knowledge, and the meaning of existence is to pass on from generation to generation. The soul cannot be eternal, but the body remains. This is also a kind of eternity. Remember this. Chu Yuan couldn't help thinking of Goddess Yanran. She hasn't returned to diversity since she went to the Eternal Road, but there is a sense of reincarnation between the two, and there is a way to know her location and whereabouts. This is your ability. Even if a new divine mansion is born with your soul memory, it is not you anymore, and you are in this cage-like place, unable to see the magnificence of the outside world. Do you think you can the demonic civilization still develop? Duan Qingshan rode. He was very sad before, but Chu Yuan's self-confidence gave him the hope of leaving, and he became uplifted again. This sentence can be said to have poked at his weakness, the greatest fear. He may not be afraid of death, but as Duan Qingshan said, here, his demon civilization cannot develop at all, and he has no chance to leave. The reborn god's mansion will also be trapped here forever. If you are ignorant, you have also seen the strength of the emperor. You can completely obliterate you and create a new divine mansion with the Great Soul technique. Duan Qingshan said again. Emperor, do you have a way to leave this place? The heavenly demon god wrote. He desperately wants to leave. Have. Chu Yuan didn't explain much, and only replied with one word. I choose to surrender. The will of the heavenly demon divine book was moved, and he could not tolerate the failure of civilization to develop. As long as the emperor can take me out of the cage, I will serve the emperor, and if I can't leave, my submission will be useless. In the long epic, there were also the divine mansions of the heavenly demon and the divine book. But it cannot be eternal, the most powerful will also die, and they will also fall into the next reincarnation. Such as the Holy Emperor, Primordial, Truth, and Immortal who live for an incomparably long time, it is rare to become an eternal existence on the eternal road. Following the great existence and witnessing the magnificent legend is also their cultivation, otherwise, they would just follow Shizu. Why bother to perish infinitely on the eternal road? His body changed suddenly, turning into a mighty middle-aged man, and he came before Chu Yuan. What kind of master you follow, you will become what you look like, otherwise it would be too inconvenient to look like a giant monster. I am the mansion of the soul god. I don't have my own fixed appearance. I can change into a demon, a god, or a demon. If the emperor doesn't like this appearance, I can also become a woman. Indeed, there is no distinction between male and female in the divine mansion of the heavenly demon divine book. TXT download address. Phone reading. Hashtag C1802 Pain, Torment. The heavenly demon divine book maintains the appearance of a middle-aged man, and has no other choice but to submit. Chu Yuan understood what he was thinking, but he didn't care. As long as he left the cage, he would be completely loyal to him. Heavenly demon divine book, how did you get in here? Duan Qingshan asked, curiously. Because of the holy land of truth, said the heavenly demon god. The holy land of truth. Duan Qingshan was startled and said, the ancient holy place of truth, looking for the real truth. Because of the existence of the truth, it has appeared for too long, it can be called an eternal power, and the strength of the truth is at the same level as your book ancestors. The strong will actually provoke them. It's not me who provoked me, but in the early days of this era, we were hunted down by the holy land of truth. When I was escaping, I accidentally fell into a desperate situation, but my friend, the magic book, was captured by them. I don't know how he is doing now. The heavenly demon god book has anger and hatred. The magic book records the true meaning of the devil's way. If it falls into the hands of the holy land of truth, it is almost impossible to escape. Duan Qingshan Road. Other matters will be discussed after leaving the cage. Heavenly demon god book, the poisonous demon emperor was dealing with you before. Before I leave this place, I will follow me to deal with the poisonous demon emperor. Chu Yuan said. Emperor, let's go. At this time, in a part of the cage, there was a huge star, shrouded in a highly poisonous mist, so eerie and evil that if the primitive god breathed in, his whole body would fester and his soul would perish. This is the Demon Emperor star, developed by the toxic Demon Emperor. At this time, in a hall, there was an old man wearing a green robe, with a ferocious face and triangular eyes, showing a green luster, which made people frightened at first glance, sitting on a Demon Emperor god's seat made of white bones. Beneath his head, there were still many people kneeling and crouching, their heads lowered in fear. Trash, it's all trash. You can't do anything you want to do. The Emperor is supporting you, so what's the use of keeping you? The poisonous demon emperor has a violent temper and cruelty. He struck with his palm, and immediately heard several screams. Pustules suddenly appeared on several people's bodies, and then collapsed, screaming in pain. Emperor, spare us. Hearing this scream, the liver and gallbladder were torn apart. Not immediately, but for a long time, they died in the most painful way, and their bodies turned into pus. In the front of this group of people, there are 3 strong men who have reached the origin. They are also kneeling, shaking all over, as if they are not the courtiers of the poisonous demon emperor at all, but servants. That's right, they are the servants of the poisonous demon emperor, killing and humiliating them at will, without dignity. Magic Emperor. A woman said fearfully, we have tried our best, but the demon god book was too powerful that day. He set up the heavenly demon formation, we couldn't get in with all our efforts, we are not his opponent. Useless things, dare to talk back. I didn't expect you to be able to deal with the heavenly demon divine book, but you have disappointed me so much. You can't even break into his heavenly demon kingdom. What use do I need you? The poisonous demon god is cruel and ruthless. Over a long period of time, with his powerful strength and vicious means, he subdued many strong men in the cage, planted a poison, and controlled their souls. He slapped the god's seat hard with his palm. Immediately, the woman's face aged rapidly, and the originally excellent face rotted, with big bumps growing one after another, and even her body was oozing out foul-smelling poisonous water. She covered her face with her hands, her body was full of pustules, she couldn't help stretching out her hands to grab it again and again, but a large area broke open as soon as she grabbed it. She screamed in pain, begging the poison demon emperor to spare her. Huang, just let her go, we are all loyal to the emperor. Another tall man kneeling on the ground couldn't bear to see the woman's miserable condition, and begged for her mercy. You are useless too. The poisonous demon emperor grabbed the tall man's neck with his withered palm, and strangled him tightly. I don't like useless things the most. Emperor. The tall man said with difficulty, we are still valuable to the emperor, we will continue to attack the heavenly demon divine book, and ask the emperor to spare our lives. This time, the emperor will let you go first. The highly poisonous demon emperor was moody, released the tall man, and at the same time put away the poison. He said grimly, you should know the methods of this emperor. This emperor can make you survive, but not die. Get out. Thank you, emperor, for your mercy. Suffering such humiliation, but also kneeling down to be grateful, the inner shame can be imagined. The woman wanted to repair the injury with the power of origin. Just like this, you are not allowed to restore the emperor. When you break through the heavenly demon divine book, you are doing restoration. The poisonous demon emperor said cruelly. After leaving the temple. Ying Shui. The tall man looked at Ying Shui's pus-covered face and knew what a proud and arrogant woman she was, but now she had to maintain this terrifying face and suffer humiliation like being trampled on, which was worse than death. At that time Ying Shui was like a snow plum. They are also all-powerful existences, but when they met the poisonous demon emperor of the 8th realm, they fell into this tragic end. The poisonous demon emperor is too insidious. When he was trapped here, he was suddenly attacked by him, injected with poison, and controlled his soul. I want to die. Every time Ying Shui took a step, rotten pus dripped from her body, which was terrifying, and her eyes were lifeless. But we can't die, our souls are all controlled by the emperor, poisoned by the soul. The emperor is proficient in the great soul art and the great poison art, we don't even have the right to die. The tall man was sad, powerless, and thought of death countless times, but the control of the soul couldn't do it. He knew that the reason why the poisonous demon king didn't kill them was that he was still valuable, and if he was saved, one day the poisonous demon king lacked the eternal matter, so he would kill him directly, added. He is the animal that the poisonous demon emperor can kill at will. And he didn't dare to swear, knowing that he would know that he was swearing at the poisonous demon emperor, and he would suffer torture that would be worse than death. Xuanhuan, Yingxue didn't complete her task, and she deserved to be punished by the emperor, but you can't save yourself, and you dare to beg for her mercy, you are really looking for death. At this time another man came over mockingly. Yao Ming. Xuanhuan clenched his palms tightly and said angrily, "You dog, if it wasn't for you, Yingxue and I wouldn't have fallen into this fate. Stupid thing, it is you who are so stupid that you are repeatedly punished by the emperor. I have followed the emperor for a long time and you will not live long if you are so stupid. Since you have become the emperor's dog, you must be honest, otherwise you suffer from it." Yao Ming didn't care, acting shamelessly. Xuanhuan's angry eyes were about to burst into flames. It was this person who, cooperating with the poisonous demon emperor in attacking him, wished he could eat Yao Ming alive. "What's the use of being angry again? What can you do to me? I am loyal to the emperor, and I will definitely live longer than you, haha, even the dog of the emperor can't do it well, be angry, I like to see your anger." Yao Ming irritated Xuanhuan, and he liked to see him helpless, and was happy to see others being more miserable than him. "I'm going to kill you." Xuanhuan roared. "What?" Xuanhuan was shocked. Suddenly, his body was covered with countless poisons, and his soul was throbbing, like countless ants gnawing on his body. It was the punishment from the emperor. "This is your punishment. Stealing fragrance." TXT download address. Phone reading. #C1803, Cunning Rabbit 3 Cave. Still in the Demon God Temple. The poisonous demon emperor started to punish Xuanhuan, watching him in pain. The feeling of controlling other people's life and death gave him great satisfaction, and the previous anger disappeared a lot. Useless things should be punished. It's impossible to expect these useless things to break through the Heavenly Demon Divine Book, but they can use their lives to consume the Heavenly Demon Divine Book, then control the soul, inflict the greatest damage on the Heavenly Demon Divine Book, and weaken his strength. The highly poisonous demon emperor said, "It seems that if I don't take action, I won't proceed. The Heavenly Demon Divine Book is too important to me. If I get it, I will have a great possibility to achieve the highest level and reach the 9 realms. As for leaving? I don't want to. I can't leave anyway. The outside world is much stronger than me. It's better to stay here and dominate, be my overlord, capture more slaves, and become a dog under my feet. Torment of my eternal life." As he thought about it, an extremely cruel expression appeared on his face. "Tian Yaoshan Shu, you just wait for me, the emperor will deal with you soon. He is preparing to deal with the Heavenly Demon Divine Book. Not long." Suddenly, outside the Demon Emperor Star, a huge divine book sailed across like a giant ship, with infinite demonic energy surging, and countless book spirits roaring, forming a battlefield sky demon formation, rolling over. The Heavenly Demon Divine Book. The highly poisonous demon emperor looked over suddenly, and said in surprise, "It has come, what is it going to do? Is it seeking revenge from me?" "Well, it's just in time, I'm afraid you won't come. Xing, this emperor has countless means to deal with you, and even exploded this demon emperor star, bursting out the poisonous gas that I sealed to corrode your divine residence." He thought that the Heavenly Demon Divine Book came to seek revenge on him, and even if there was an unexpected situation, he would be able to control it. "Stop." The Heavenly Demon Divine Book stopped, looked at the Demon King Star, and said, "The highly poisonous Demon King, today is your death date, and if you still want to attack this seat will kill you today." "Haha, you are so courageous, Heavenly Demon Divine Book, if you don't rely on your body, you are also qualified to fight with me? Well done, today I will let you come and go." The poisonous demon emperor appeared with a wild laugh. Xuanhuan, Yingxue, and Yao Ming also appeared at the same time. Xuanhuan and Ing Shui had boundless hatred for the poisonous demon emperor in their eyes, and they didn't want to do anything for him at all, but the control of their souls made them unable to resist. Xuanhuan, Ing Shui. Duan Qingshan appeared. He recognized Xuanhuan and Ing Shui, and they had worked together a long time ago, but he also sighed when he saw the miserable appearance of the two of them, especially the cold and arrogant woman who looked like Shui became what she is now. Duan Qingshan. The two also opened their mouths, surprised by his appearance. It's you, Duan Qingshan, are you also looking for death? Don't hide yourself, and dare to come? The poisonous demon emperor had also arrested Duan Qingshan, but this person was too good at running and hiding, which made him unsuccessful, and he finally understood the reason why the heavenly demon god book dared to come. He should cooperate with Duan Qingshan to counter his strength. Thinking of this and seeing Duan Qingshan, he felt a lot more relaxed. Go, catch Duan Qingshan for me, the emperor will reward you all. If you can't even do this, you should know what will happen. The poison demon emperor ordered. Yes, follow the emperor's order. Yao Mei responded. Xuanhuan and Ing Shui were reluctant, but they looked at each other, not daring to speak, thinking in their hearts, if possible, they would find a chance to die in the hands of the heavenly demon divine book, so as to be completely liberated. You are stupid. Duan Qingshan looked at him. Something doesn't seem right. The poison demon king suddenly noticed something strange. Poison demon emperor. A voice came suddenly. Sure enough, there's someone behind, whoever it is, get out for me. The poisonous demon emperor followed the direction of the sound, and shouted sharply, the poisonous mana immediately corroded. A figure dominates the world, the eternal divine light spreads, Chunyuan appears directly from the sky above the demon king star, the star trembles, unable to bear his aura, a huge black hole is about to swallow the star. This kind of power made the poisonous demon emperor tremble a little. Staring at the appearance of this person, he has never seen it before. There is a trap. The real horror is him, others directly hit his door. Great devouring technique, he wants to swallow all my demon god star. The poisonous demon emperor realized that the demon star could not resist his devouring, so he was extremely decisive. In just an instant, the demon star exploded directly, and the billowing poisonous true energy spread wildly. The poisonous mist made it hard to keep your eyes open. This can even poison origin. With Chuyuan's big hand covering him, all the poisonous gas was swept away by him. The aftermath of the explosion reached him and disappeared out of thin air. No movement could shake him in the slightest. It has no effect on him. The poisonous demon emperor was shocked, and he was about to leave immediately. He could see that Tianyao Shinshu, Duan Qingshan, his subordinates were useless, and he suffered a huge loss this time. Why did he leave so easily? Duan Qingshan was puzzled. Emperor, take me away, don't abandon me. Yao Meng also said in horror when he saw that the poisonous demon emperor was about to leave. How can the poisonous demon emperor control him? Seeing that the poisonous demon emperor was about to leave, Chuyuan overwhelmed the world, heaven, destruction, yin and yang, and all kinds of forces from the universe suddenly gathered into a dominant hand and struck at the poisonous demon emperor. The mighty, infinitely terrifying divine power changed the color of the poisonous demon emperor. You are vicious. The poisonous demon emperor roared angrily. The moment the master's hand slapped down, the poisonous demon emperor actually swelled up, bursting out with a power that was more terrifying than the demon star, but Chuyuan, who was the master of the universe, pinched him in one fell swoop. Boom! The explosion of the toxic demon king is generated inside the black hole. The poison demon emperor was killed so easily? Duan Qingshan was surprised, and immediately said, no, this demon is insidious, cunning, and cruel. As an eighth realm, how could it be so easily destroyed? That's right, the poisonous demon emperor is not dead yet, what he left on the demon god planet is only his original avatar, and his real body is not here. With a wave of Xuanhuan's palm, a little doll-like poisonous demon emperor suddenly condensed in the boundless poisonous mist, and he grabbed it in his hand. Sure enough, treacherous. The cunning rabbit has 3 caves. How could the poisonous demon emperor easily expose his real body? He only left his clone on the demon god star. They were all slaves under his control anyway, and he was not afraid of their rebellion. It is very dangerous to expose one's true body. Who knows when a strong man who cannot resist will suddenly appear. He was destroyed so easily today, not because he was not strong, but because Xuanhuan was too strong, making his arrangements useless. It is impossible to do it by yourself if you change the heavenly demon divine book. And therefore, he also knew that his avatar could not save the situation. How are they going to deal with it? Said the heavenly demon god. Controlled by the soul, the special soul is highly poisonous and penetrates deep into the bone marrow. Xuanhuan looked at the 3 of them indifferently. He saw through the shackles of these 3 people at a glance, the countless shackles, the terrifying poison controlled their souls all the time, it had penetrated deep into the soul, and even his own origin was full of poison, almost impossible to remove. TXT download address. Phone reading. Hashtag C1804 offerings. Winners and losers, we are not your opponents, Emperor, you kill us. Xuanhuan is not afraid of death, but he felt a sense of relief when he said these words. How desperate is it for an origin to survive like this? Emperor, it's not what they want to do. You see, Xuanhuan is also extremely miserable. Their souls are controlled by the poisonous demon emperor. They have very vicious demon skills. They can't live or die. They are forced to do so. After all, Duan Qingshan had known the 2 of them before, so he pleaded for them. Duan Qingshan, you don't need to talk about it. I know that I can't live anymore. I have been poisoned by the soul, and my life and death are under the control of the poisonous demon emperor. Emperor, please give us a relief. Xuanhuan no longer wants to live. It's easy to want to die. Xuanhuan's gaze was infinitely deep like an abyss, and he said slowly, if I give you a chance to survive and remove the poison planted by the poisonous demon emperor for you, but the price is that you will surrender to me and become the emperor of the empire. An important minister, serving the empire. Hurry up and agree, even me and the heavenly demon divine book are willing to serve the emperor. Duan Qingshan said. Emperor. Xuanhuan shook his head and said, it's not that we don't want to, it's that the right to choose is not in our hands. Although your strength is invincible, but the poison of the soul is almost impossible to get rid of. It's the easiest thing for us. Ingxue said, Emperor, give us a chance to die. Of course they knew that Xuanhuan wanted them to work for him, but they couldn't do it. The poison of the poisonous demon emperor is vulnerable to me. Xuanhuan spoke lightly. If the emperor can really remove the poisonous soul for us, Ingxue and I are willing to serve the empire. Xuanhuan has no choice. There is no poison that can't be removed. The big soul technique, the big poisonous technique, and the poison cast by double means are indeed very strange. Xuanhuan's palm suddenly pressed on Xuanhuan's head, and suddenly it went deep into his soul, and the densely entangled poisonous brand was like a mess, entangled together. Only when the highly poisonous demon emperor sublimated to the 8th realm can he plant this poison on Xuanhuan, who is in the 7th realm. This kind of soul poison is very poisonous. If there is a slight carelessness, the toxin will explode and shatter Xuanhuan's soul. It is a small matter, and it will also spread to the rescuer. And really want a little bit of solution, almost impossible to do. However, Xuanhuan's methods cannot be treated with common sense. He is an existence comparable to the extreme sublimation of the 9 realms. The power under his control can directly kill the brand mark of the highly poisonous demon emperor. He suddenly saw Xuanhuan shaking, and a black pimple popped out of his head. Smoke. You still dare to forcibly remove the poison planted by the Emperor, you are looking for death. A stern voice suddenly came out, and Igu's poisonous power erupted in Xuanhuan's soul. He wanted to completely destroy Xuanhuan, and create a violent explosive force to cause the greatest damage to Xuanhuan. Presumptuous. Xuanhuan is in control with invincible strength. The power of the Emperor swept across, and his mighty Emperor suppressed it. With a bang, Xuanhuan's soul shook violently, and all the poisonous power was directly destroyed by his greater power. My poison is gone. Although Xuanhuan was extremely weak at the moment, he could feel that there was no hidden danger in his soul, and he said pleasantly, "Ying Shui, we don't need to be controlled by the poisonous demon Emperor anymore. Please ask the Emperor to save Ying Shui." Of course I will save her. Xuanhuan followed the same pattern and arranged a huge time and space to isolate the power of the poisonous demon Emperor. Thank you, Emperor. At this moment, Ying Shui's poison was gone, and the broken injuries on her body had healed, and her beautiful face was restored again. This is the real Ying Shui. Duan Qingshan sighed deeply. Ying Shui and I are willing to serve the Emperor, and we will do whatever it takes to go through life or death. Xuanhuan and Ying Shui gave big gifts to their saviors. They knew that the Emperor could break the methods of the poisonous demon Emperor, and his strength was the top invincible giant on the entire Eternal Road. And they know better. Although they have to pay the price of loyalty to Xuanhuan, they are completely different from the poisonous demon Emperor. The poisonous demon Emperor didn't treat them as human beings at all, even worse than pigs and dogs, and he insulted them at will. However, taking refuge in Xuanhuan is different. The Emperor wants them to join the Emperor and become important ministers of the Empire, giving them rights, having their own thoughts, and having their own dignity. Therefore, they are willing to rely on Xuanhuan for the grace of saving their lives and the power of an invincible giant. Emperor, please save me too. I am also under the control of the poisonous demon Emperor. If I don't obey, he will torture me. I am also willing to serve the Emperor. Yao Meng knelt on the ground. He had been controlled by the poisonous demon Emperor for a long time, and he also lost his dignity as the god of origin. Whoever was stronger, he would recognize as his master. Emperor, this person is the most vicious dog under the command of the poisonous demon Emperor, and his methods are cruel and ruthless. Xuanhuan told Xuanhuan all the things Yao Meng had done. Xuanhuan, don't spout blood, you are taking revenge on me. Yao Meng growled. Humph, Xuanhuan is just telling the truth. Ying Shui snorted coldly. The Emperor can keep him, but this kind of person can't restore his freedom, get rid of the poison left by the poisonous demon Emperor, and imprint his soul. If there is a big war, he can be used as cannon fodder. The Heavenly Demon Divine Book said indifferently. Don't want. Yao Meng begged. But Xuanhuan wouldn't listen to his begging, and directly slapped him, exerting the most forceful control over his soul. Not everyone wants the Shenwu Empire. Xuanhuan and Ying Shui are forcibly controlled, and many things cannot be forcibly decided, but this Yao Meng is vicious in his bones, and if he enters the Empire, it will destroy the order of the Empire and ruin the luck of the Empire. It is the most cost-effective to turn him into a slave. Some people can take it, some people can't. He will be controlled by the two of you. Xuanhuan said indifferently. Emperor, the poisonous demon Emperor's cunning rabbit 3 caves. I don't know where he is hiding. It is almost difficult to find him. Over the long years, the poisonous demon Emperor controlled us and searched for him many inheritances and treasures. Xuanhuan said in awe. He also didn't know where the poison demon king was. No hurry, he can't run away. With a wave of Xuanhuan's hand, the long river of time and space brought about a change in dimensions, and suddenly the appearance of the poisonous demon king appeared. He grabbed it with his palm, and said indifferently, "I already know where the poisonous demon king is hiding." "What, the emperor found it?" Xuanhuan said in surprise. "This demon emperor cannot escape. Before I leave the cage, I will kill him." Xuanhuan was in a state of turmoil, and everyone followed him to leave the original place, spanning time and space, the means of eternal invincibility. The poisonous demon emperor must be beheaded. He wanted to kill the poisonous demon emperor not for Ingshue's revenge, nor for the treasures he collected, but for himself, the power that had been sublimated from the 8 realms. He beheaded many origins, but never let the pill furnace show a promotion prompt, which let him know that in order to be promoted to the original epic artifact, he must sacrifice an 8-level origin. The poison demon emperor is the best sacrifice. Once the pill furnace reaches the epic artifact, more epic pills can be refined, and a large number of powerful people can be cultivated for the empire. The benefits are great. TXT download address. Phone reading. #C1805 The Legend of the Poisonous Ancestor. In a highly toxic time and space, at this moment, there is a person. Damn it, who are you? Why are you so powerful? You can even remove the poison of my soul. You not only destroyed my lair, but also saved them. I hate you. This person is the poisonous demon emperor. His anger caused the boiling poisonous true energy to condense into terrifying poisonous shadows one after another, which burned up and exhaled a deadly breath. He was originally a narrow-minded, vicious person who would get revenge, but now that he was humiliated by Xuanhuan again and again, he was about to explode in anger, no matter how hard he could bear it. Originally, he reckoned that this person was likely to saving Xue and Xuanhuan, and he guessed correctly. As long as he dared to save them at that time, he would explode these servants and bombard his soul with soul poison. He knows best how poisonous he is to his own soul. But what he never expected was that this person's methods were too powerful. He ignored his backhands and took control directly, and his schemes and tricks would not be effective. He is going crazy. This time his loss was too great. The demon god star was destroyed, and there was not a single servant left in his long era. Fortunately, he was cunning and never revealed his true identity. Otherwise, although his real body has never really fought against Xuanhuan, how can he not know how powerful he is, and he will not be his opponent at all. Hateful, I can't appear where he is, or he will hunt and kill me. There are too many strong men around him. I am alone and can't fight him. When I see him in the future, I will go around. This I am no longer in charge of the vast area. In the past, the poisonous demon king was the overlord here, and he was rampant, and no one took it seriously. But now he knows that with this person around, he must keep a low profile. Fortunately, I have stored a large amount of eternal god crystal, which is enough to last for a long time. In the next few epochs, I will lie low-key and dormant, depending on the situation. I hope this evil star will not stay in this area all the time. If he doesn't go, I will go far away. The poisonous demon emperor thought. When encountering a terrifying strong man like Xuanhuan, he could only bear with it and avoid his edge. In front of the opponent's powerful strength, he didn't even dare to make any plots and schemes, casually. Haha, no matter how strong you are, what can you do? You are not trapped here forever waiting to die like me. The poisonous demon emperor laughed out loud, full of madness. His madness didn't last long. Just as he was quietly lurking in the highly toxic space, he suddenly felt a terrifying temperature, and looked over suddenly, a huge oven enveloped his plane. The blazing eternal divine flame caused his plane to collapse in an instant, and the invincible power directly suppressed and killed him. Sure enough, we found the location of the poisonous demon emperor. It was the voice of the heavenly demon divine book that came in. They actually found it. My plane is so secretively hidden. How did he find it? The poisonous demon emperor was a little puzzled, but his reaction speed was extremely fast, and he shot straight into the sky. He knew very well that he couldn't fight them head-on, otherwise he would be the one who suffered. Toxic divine power, space-time corrosion. As a powerhouse of the 8 realms, he had been sublimated once, and his escape speed was too fast. Toxic demon emperor, you have today too. Wherever you run, you must die here today. Just as the poisonous demon emperor was about to run out, he was oppressed by a monstrous time and space, forming a trap. Immediately, Su Tian and Ing Shui wanted to give back to him the humiliation they had suffered with monstrous hatred. You two damn things dare to do something to me. The poisonous demon emperor was furious. Several of his slaves were about to turn the sky upside down. They rode on his head, struck out with 2 palms, and fought against the two. The poisonous power was about to penetrate into their god bodies. This demon head is not very strong in frontal confrontation, but he is very difficult to cause trouble and has a strong poison. Poison demon emperor, you are very arrogant. The heavenly demon god's book attacked, and a book swept over, and a heavenly demon god's claw appeared, and with a fierce claw, it pinched his body. Huh. Relying on my own body, I will break it, for the emperor. The poisonous demon emperor was startled, and a black rotten chi charged into the heavenly demon divine book. The heavenly demon divine book used its body to resist, but the rotten chi was also very powerful, corroding his civilization. I see who of you dare to approach me. The poisonous demon emperor sternly drank. Now, his body is aroused with terrible poisonous gas, and this wave of poison spreads out. The world will be destroyed, and all things will go to the end of life, and they will be directly poisoned to death by him. He practiced the way of poison. Ever since he started cultivating, he has tempered his divine body with intangible fetishes, making himself the most poisonous existence. Any strong person who fights against him must be afraid of his billowing poison. However, the toxic demon emperor did not feel relaxed at all. Although he is so strong that even the heavenly demon and the divine book can't do anything against him, but they are not the most powerful ones. If he can't make a way out, he may fall here. This old devil is covered in poison. Duan Qingshan scolded. This is exactly where he is so powerful. This devil's supernatural power is not very strong, but he relies on his extreme poison. However, on the eternal road, the most powerful person who cultivates poisonous powers is not him, but a terrifying powerhouse called Poison Ancestor. There are too many records in the heavenly demon divine book. Poison Ancestor. Duan Qingshan was shocked instinctively, coming from the fear in his soul. It is rumored that when the Poison Ancestor swept the eternal road, he left countless horror legends. At that time, everyone lived in his shadow, and his poison can cause the origin to fall, and those who have been sublimated to the utmost in the 9 realms can't resist, and many of the most poisonous methods that are circulated today are left by the Poison Ancestor. That Poison Ancestor is the scariest legend. During his time, the road to eternity was covered with clouds. Restricted by the eternal rules, the poisonous ancestors have not appeared for a long time, but the poisonous ancestors should not have fallen yet. That level can be called the eternal level. Let yourself be sublimated again and again to counter the power from the eternal rules, but you have also paid for it. A great price cannot be revealed at will. The Book of the Heavenly Demon. Also, like their book ancestors, they are also in a secret special time and space. Their conversation lasted but for an instant. Get out, leave me alone. Otherwise, I will fight you all hard. And at this time, the highly poisonous demon emperor was insanely crazy. He burned himself directly, and the highly poisonous smoke rose into the sky. He was cruel to others, and he was also cruel to himself, rampant, so that even the gods and gods did not dare to approach him. The day froze violently, and his poison was confined within a piece of time and space. You want to seal time and space so that I can't escape? Well, let's see who is more ruthless. The poisonous demon emperor's expression changed, but he became more fierce. Well, since he dared to seal off the time and space, he would let the billowing poison fill this space and time, making it the most poisonous place. In an instant, the enclosed time and space became a highly poisonous place. The figure of Xuanhuan descended, everything was under his control, and he launched the emperor's trial against the poisonous demon emperor. TXT download address. Phone reading. #C1806, Dan Furness is promoted again. If you want my life, I will fight with you. The poisonous demon emperor suddenly looked at Xuanhuan, feeling terrified. At this moment, an unknown amount of poison enveloped him to resist Xuanhuan's oppression. This is the first time his real body has seen Xuanhuan, but the oppression brought to him is too strong. This person has planted an irresistible power in his heart, which makes his soul tremble at this moment, causing fear. He cannot be afraid. He knew very well that instead of showing the slightest bit of fear, he had to put on a truly desperate posture. The Heavenly Demon God book and the others were not important, the most terrifying thing was this person. He didn't believe that this person could really be completely immune to his attacks, and wanted to force him to lead by himself. If you want my life, I want your life, kill kill kill. The poisonous demon emperor was in the most danger at the moment, so he couldn't hide a little bit, and suddenly roared and charged over, with the poisonous divine power, charged across the sky. There are strong people who temper their divine body like a weapon, while the highly poisonous demon emperor raises his body as the most terrifying poisonous body, so that no one dares to approach him. I'm here to kill him. Xuanhuan said in a domineering voice. The vicious and highly poisonous force impacted his surroundings, and it seemed to fall into the boundless vacuum. Xuanhuan's attack was extremely ferocious, and he had the will to kill the poisonous demon emperor. His emperor's divine power dominated everything, and he slapped it with one hand. The Heavenly Demon God book and the others looked at the emperor. The heart feels that the emperor is the master of gods, demons, everything, and all living things. If the emperor can become the strongest in eternity, then my Heavenly Demon and Divine Book can also obtain the strongest good fortune. The Heavenly Demon Divine Book shocked the soul. It is a special creature condensed from book knowledge, and the most powerful person it wants to follow is the strongest. Xuanhuan's power swept across, and each of his blows contained incomparable immense power, eternal power, and the demonic energy of the highly poisonous demon emperor rushed over, but none of them could affect him in the slightest. His palm fell from the sky. Blocking time and space, the highly poisonous demon emperor collapsed again and again, spitting out a mouthful of poisonous blood. Who are you? Why are you not afraid of my poison? The poisonous demon emperor roared. The roulette of life and death appeared, the power of life and death, the profound meaning of the cycle of heaven and earth. Xuanhuan is indifferent and cruel, with killing magic. When he hits it with his hand, he becomes the strongest killing weapon. The power of destruction coexists with killing. He is locked on and falls down with one blow. The poisonous demon emperor is in pain. The power of killing tore wounds on his body, and his whole body was covered with poisonous blood. If he hadn't been sublimated from the 8th realm, he would have been completely torn apart by Xuanhuan. Kill. The poisonous demon emperor let out a drink. Although the whole body is covered with blood, his fighting power has not weakened at all, but his blood itself is a kind of strong damage, and if it is contaminated with his blood, it will corrode itself. He's crazy, fighting for his life. Town. Suppress the sky with one palm. The power of chaos, slapped away with one palm. Immediately, a huge chaotic mountain appeared, knocking out the poisonous demon emperor, and the poisonous blood was constantly spitting out. The poisonous demon emperor is about to go crazy. Now he can't fight, and can't run and run. Could it be that he is really going to die here? Do not. He is unwilling to accept such a fate. He wants to take his life to the sky. I won't die. The poisonous demon emperor roared again and danced wildly with his hands. He wanted to break Xuanhuan's blockade and ordered him to control his life. In this madness, his strength was several times more violent than before. Control your destiny, Xuanhuan said indifferently. For example, Tianzuan is good at calculation, he understands the mystery of fate, and calculates a trace of the mystery. But his approach is completely different. He wants to control his own destiny, not only his own, but also everyone's. He also wants to kill the fate of others with mysterious magic power. His palms stood up, beheading the magic knife of fate. All time and space in the past, present and future have become eternity. He is the strongest ruler in this time and space, controlling the life and death of everyone. A force that slays fate and all vitality, completely surpasses the poisonous demon emperor. As soon as the poisonous demon king sensed this force, his body trembled crazily. He felt that he was about to die, and it was impossible to escape from today's mortal situation. No, how could I have such a feeling in my heart? It's not true, I won't die. The poisonous demon emperor's body froze, and he didn't know how to dodge, or in this great supernatural power, he couldn't dodge. Emperor, the power of the emperor. He was also afraid of the heavenly demon divine book. In his vast memory, he had never seen this kind of supernatural means, and the emperor was the only one. After Xuanhuan's cultivation reached the origin, his various powers became stronger. Regardless of the 8th realm or the 9th realm, even the great emperor, truth, and immortality, they are all origins. The difference between Xuanhuan and them is that they have sublimated more times than him. King Xuanhuan came to the world and chopped it off with one palm. Immediately, the poisonous demon emperor's body was chopped off, and he launched a counterattack, but he couldn't resist this kind of fateful beheading. His body began to disintegrate, like a spider web, shattered into pieces of bloody pieces. I won't die. After the pieces of meat are broken apart, there is still a strong vitality, constantly twisting and wriggling, trying to reassemble. Seeing this, Xuanhuan grabbed it with one hand, and the power of the eternal seal wanted to completely control it. I'm going to die, I'm going to die. The poisonous demon king has clearly realized that he will definitely die today. This person's methods are too terrifying. He is even more terrifying than other powerful people, and even if he escapes, he will not be able to escape. I cannot be reconciled. He made such a sound. Every piece of his flesh and blood is exploding and disintegrating. If this piece of flesh and blood falls into the plane created by the ancestor Wan Hai, it can even completely reduce a plane to death, and nothing can stop it. Their expressions also changed for the heavenly demon god book, and they wanted to help Xuanhuan suppress it. Ding! Whether to sacrifice the poisonous demon emperor, promote the original epic artifact. The indifferent and mechanical sound of the system is like the sound of nature at this moment, extremely beautiful. Sacrifice. Xuanhuan made a choice. Immediately, the power of the system sacrificed the highly poisonous demon emperor. He is very poisonous, but no matter how poisonous the power is, it is insignificant in front of the system. Even Xuanhuan's current strength cannot pry into the origin of the system. The poisonous demon emperor was sacrificed. Pill Furnace also got his wish and got the epic artifact. Since then, Xuanhuan has been able to refine a large number of epic pills. To be promoted to an epic artifact, you need an 8-level origin. If you want to be promoted to an origin artifact, you will even have to sacrifice the life of a stronger person. However, compared to the role of the Pill Furnace, this price is completely worth it. Xuanhuan looked at the alchemy furnace that had become an epic artifact in the system space. The blazing flame seemed to swallow a stronger one in order to complete the transformation again. TXT download address, Phone reading. Hashtag C1807 Eternal Road, open. The poisonous demon emperor was beheaded and sacrificed. A domineering and powerful man died at the hands of the emperor. Xuanhuan's terrifying strength shocked everyone. Even if he couldn't lead everyone out of the cage, he would be the well-deserved overlord here. And after the poisonous demon emperor was beheaded, all his belongings belonged to the empire. Emperor. At this moment, Su Shan and Ying Shui became even more determined to Xuanhuan, because Xuanhuan beheaded their enemy, and surrendered to the empire did not imprint their souls on them, and treated them as their own. There is no way to repay the grace of recreation, but to repay with one's own life. Their lives will not belong to themselves in the future, but to the empire. Emperor, what shall we do next? The heavenly demon god wrote. It's over, it's time to leave here. Of course Xuanhuan knew that there would be many treasures in this strange area, and there would even be a peerless expert trapped in an unknown place. But this is too time-consuming. With this skill, it is better to explore on the eternal road. Leave. The heavenly demon divine book was startled. We can really leave. Xuanhuan's strength shocked them, but the confusion in this place still made Tian Yaoshanshu's heart beat. He could see that it was not only possible to leave here by relying on strength. The emperor said he could leave, so he must be able to leave. Su Shan and Ying Shui completely believed what Xuanhuan said. What do we need to do? Duan Qingshan Road. You don't need to do anything. You just need to follow behind me and go all the way. I will open up the way to leave. Xuanhuan said. It's that simple? Tian Yaoshanshu was taken aback for a moment. He thought Xuanhuan would let them burn their strength to open up. It's that simple. Xuanhuan looked up and said, small cage, big cage, here represents the eternal small cage, while the outside world is the eternal big cage. Although I don't know how this place was formed, there are the way to leave. They listened carefully, and there was great philosophy in the emperor's words. As if they were able to leave here today, they created a history that no one has ever broken, at least in their knowledge. No one can break the history. There is no way to eternity. Everything is opened up. The same is true here. The way out is impossible to find, because there is no way. How to find it? Breaking in and out, all in one area, breaking eternity is also same. Xuanhuan said. These strong men will follow him and fight for eternity. He doesn't mind his own people, so he patiently talks to them more. The heavenly demon divine book was also extremely intelligent, and he continued, the emperor means that since there is no way out, you have to find a way out yourself. In the long years, it's not that no one has thought of this and opened up a way to leave by themselves, but they have no idea, but they don't know how to do it. We don't know how to open up this way. Duan Qingshan Road. Follow me, this is a road of detachment. Xuanhuan's cold and stern eyes swept across, as if he could see through endless time and space, and analyzed the essence of this place. His mind is infinite and eternally brilliant. He stepped out at this moment, the world was still nothingness, but they all noticed something different. The emperor seemed to be gradually existing in a different time and space with them. Xuanhuan's soul moved, creating a different scene in their eyes. Eternal Avenue. They suddenly excitedly said. This is an avenue that is difficult for ordinary people to see. Because of the power of Xuanhuan, they can see it. In their eyes, there is an eternal avenue, which is magnificent and contains a detached artistic conception, leading to the other shore. The emperor has walked out of an eternal road that belongs to him, and opened up his own eternal road. A peerless emperor walked ahead. This unrivaled figure is the pioneer of eternity, the forerunner, the pioneer, and the road he walks becomes the eternal road. He walks in the past, present and future, in the world of mortals, in the eternal time and space. Any wind and rain, this unrivaled emperor has resisted. We have a chance to get out. They were delighted and followed Xuanhuan closely, fearing that they would lose themselves on this road. And gradually moving forward, they feel that they are getting out of that predicament, and walking on this road is a different time and space. What cannot be opened up by their power is to follow the emperor. And following Xuanhuan, staring at the figure in front of them, they felt a kind of greatness even more. He was seeking the forefront of eternity, opening up a path, gathering with supreme strength, and blocking countless storms and waves. We are following behind the emperor, and the way we are walking is no longer the infinite despair before. This is a way that can really be walked out. Duan Qingshan said. Only the greatest existence can walk out of such a path. I'm leaving, I really have to leave. Tianyao Shinshu tried his best to see how Xuanhuan got out of the road ahead. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see it. It's not that Xuanhuan doesn't want him to see it, but that he is still opening up this road. If the Heavenly Demon book is in front, it will definitely collapse. They didn't know how long they walked, the concept of time was blurred, and suddenly they saw Xuanhuan stop. The road ends in eternity, and if you take another step, you can return to the eternal road. Xuanhuan turned his back to them, his arrogance could not be concealed, and people could only see it in awe. In front of him, there was still a void of time and space, and there was no road in sight, but the place Xuanhuan walked became a road. When he stepped out of here, he walked from the small cage to the big cage. Xuanhuan didn't think much, and walked directly. In the eyes of Tianyao Shinshu, it seems that an eternal gate has been formed. The emperor formed a gate of eternity with his divine power, and this gate of eternity bears the power of eternal rules, madly trying to close him. But the power of the emperor opened the gates of eternity. In this short scene, they also understood that it is this world that does not allow people to achieve eternity, but to break it. Leave. They passed through the gate of eternity one after another at the fastest speed. On the eternal road. In an instant, they breathed a thick eternal energy, and their vision was vast. We really have to go back to eternal road. They were trapped in it and never thought that there would be a day for them to leave. Xuanhuan was extremely tall in their hearts. If someone knows that they can emerge from the Jedi, they will be extremely surprised. Unfortunately, it is almost impossible for people trapped in the Jedi to get out. The outside world's understanding of this is only inferred to be a lost place. Duan Qingshan Road. Emperor, I am completely convinced by your methods. The Heavenly Demon Divine Book said excitedly. The emperor used a method he could not understand to walk out a way of leaving, and he even thought of more. Could the emperor also walk out a truly eternal road as he is doing now? Anyway. Tianyao Shinshu has no second heart, he is the cohesion of civilization and knowledge, and he is willing to follow the strong and record more knowledge. Emperor, we have left the Jedi, where are we going next? No matter where the emperor is going, I, Sushan, will follow, to the death. Sushan said. The magic book is suppressed in the Holy Land of Truth. Let's go to the Holy Land of Truth to see if there is a chance to get the magic book. TXT download address. Phone reading. Hashtag C1808 in the Sanctuary of Truth. The Emperor is going to the Holy Land of Truth? For the magic book. The soul of Tianyao Shinshu was shaken, and he said, the Holy Land of Truth is extremely powerful. There is an ancient powerhouse called Truth. Although the truth is difficult to reveal, there are still many powerful men of the 9 realms sitting in the Holy Land, who are the real overlords. The Holy Land of Truth is very strong, and the most mysterious thing is the truth. Duan Qingshan also said. When I go to the Holy Land of Truth this time, whether I can get the magic book, the most critical point is whether you can find the exact whereabouts of the magic book, so that I can get it. Xuanhuan said. I? Tianyao Shinshu said, monsters, demons have similarities and differences in their power. I am good friends with Mo Dao Shinshu, and the new Shindi was born at about the same time. He is stronger than me in frontal battles. As long as I go, after entering the Holy Land of Truth, I can feel his position and summon him, but I am worried. You are worried that the divine mansion of the magic book has been obliterated by the Holy Land of Truth. Xuanhuan said. Exactly, this is what I'm most worried about. The Holy Land of Truth is too terrifying. What they say is the truth, and they have turned themselves into a regular existence. It has been so long, and it is very likely that the God's mansion has disappeared. Tiao Shinshu said worriedly. It's useless to think too much, go to the Holy Land of Truth first. Xuanhuan said lightly. With his current strength, he can't go anywhere on the Eternal Road, and he doesn't pay attention to many dangers. Now, under the guidance of the Heavenly Demon Divine Book, he headed for the Holy Land of Truth at the fastest speed. The Sanctuary of Truth has existed for far too long. There is a God of origin in that holy place. Although these gods of origin have been updated, they still maintain an extremely powerful strength, and they wantonly strengthen themselves in every era. Emperor, we have reached the Holy Land of Truth. At this time, Tian Shinshu saw the Holy Land of Truth, and his expression was extremely cold. If it was not because of their pursuit, it would not have unexpectedly fallen into a desperate situation. But if it doesn't go there, it won't see Xuanhuan and see the great feat. Xuanhuan focused his eyes. Immediately, I saw that this Holy Land of Truth is huge and boundless, and the light is so bright and dazzling in the eternity of nothingness that people can see it across hundreds of millions of time and space. The Holy Land of Truth does not have only one plane like the 10,000 Seas plane. Instead, there are stars shining outside a huge main plane, and each of these stars is a world. Especially in the main holy city, there are many temples of truth, and only those who have reached the origin can be qualified to open a temple. Xuanhuan's eyes fell on the most eye-catching temple. It was magnificent, majestic, and majestic. The holy light of truth was like an eternal color, filling the holy place with the brightest colors. That is the temple opened by truth. Some people say that the ancient truth has gone through countless times of eternal calamity, sublimating itself again and again, making itself immortal, and eternally existing in the path opened by itself. But in short, the light of truth is immortal, and truth is not dead. And when he looked again, the entire Holy Land of Truth was too prosperous. There were countless strong people, some weak and some strong, with the breath of origin. On the Eternal Road, there are many dangers and the law of the jungle, but in the Holy Land of Truth, it is peaceful and prosperous. It is a good place for cultivation, and there is no fighting or fighting. Blessed are the beings who live in the Sanctuary of Truth. Eternal power. Xuanhuan said slowly. He knows. Powerful people like truth are far, far stronger than 9 realms. Xuanhuan also knows the reason why they can live longer. At the level of truth, because of the Eternal Road, they also opened up a way to reach the Eternal Road, and in their own way, they can resist the eternal doom. Open up the Eternal Road, the Eternal Way, such a strong person is called the Eternal Level. Of course, they are not really completely eternal, but they can exist for a very long time. Emperor, how should we find the magic book? It must be in the Holy Land. The Heavenly Demon God wrote. All of you have entered my time and space. With a wave of Xuanhuan's hand, the Heavenly Demon Divine Book turned into a book, and the power of the seal was undetectable. He directly entered the Holy Land of Truth by himself. After all, the Holy Land of Truth is not an ordinary force. Although Xuanhuan is not afraid, he also understands that if too many people enter, the power of so many origin gods will definitely attract the attention of others. As for using the means of eternal time and space to hide oneself, he is not afraid of other people, but he is afraid of the truth of leaving power, so he might as well go in openly by himself. Although he is confident, he is not blindly confident. This kind of eternal power must have left behind extremely powerful means. Entering the Holy Land of Truth, Xuanhuan frowned. The whole world is too bright. Breathing a breath is a rolling force, and it is the truth array that transforms it into the eternal energy of truth. Similar to the mythical energy in the mythical nine heavens. Xuanhuan knew that if he absorbed this kind of energy all day long, his cultivation speed would be very fast, but this kind of energy contained too much truth. If you are a person from the Holy Land of Truth, there is no problem absorbing it. After all, you practice this way, but if you are someone from the outside world, if you absorb too much of this energy, you will become a creature of the Holy Land like the dragon transformation of the dragon ancestor. Therefore, when Xuanhuan came here, he saw that the whole world was so prosperous that it didn't look like it was on the eternal road. It was also because the Holy Land of Truth didn't care about other people coming here, but hoped that more people would join the Holy Land. In the same way, there must be immortal energy and vitality in the immortal Holy Land. Tiao, how do you feel about the magic book? Xuanhuan asked. It's hard to sense, but the more this happens, the more I know that the magic book must have been suppressed by the Holy Land of Truth. It is very likely that the god's mansion has been destroyed and a new god has been born. The heavenly demon divine book is inside Xuanhuan's sleeve robe. I will give you strength to let you sense. Xuanhuan blesses his strength. However, Emperor, if you give me strength, my aura may leak out. After all, I can sense the magic book, and it can also sense me, which may not be good for the Emperor. The heavenly demon god wrote. Option 1, give up the magic book, leave the Holy Land of Truth, get 2 million vertex points, and randomly originate the divine weapon X1. Option 2, continue to sense the magic book, get the magic book, get 2 million vertex points, and random special artifact X1. Tiao, you can do it boldly, with me here, everything will be fine, even if your identity is exposed, it doesn't matter, I'm here. Xuanhuan said. I understand. The heavenly demon divine book already understood the Emperor's purpose. The Emperor is not afraid of the Holy Land of Truth at all, what it needs to do is to actively draw out the magic book. At the moment, he doesn't think about anything else, he is also playing tricks and starting to pretend. At this time, Xuanhuan was walking in the Holy Land of Truth, but in this peaceful and prosperous world, he could not see any discordant scenes. He saw that in the Holy Land, a large army was escorting a large number of captives, back in victory. Put these captives in cages, control them, let them absorb the eternal breath day and night, and condense the eternal God crystal for us. It is too cheap to kill them, and the greatest value must be squeezed out. A group of people shouted. It has an immortal breath, and it is a prisoner captured in the war against the immortal Holy Land. TXT download address. Phone reading. Hashtag C1809, The Law of Truth. Xuanhuan saw a large number of captives being escorted to the holy city of truth. Kill us if you have the ability, we will fall into your hands this time. The faces of the prisoners who were being escorted were ashen. Their greatest wish was not to survive, but to hope that the Holy Land of Truth would kill them. They all knew that once they came, life would be worse than death. The Holy Land of Truth is full of flowers, and the crowd on the street is laughing and laughing, but it is hell for them. Haha, I still want to die, there is no such simple and cheap thing, humph, you have killed so many of our companions, just be our slaves honestly, and come to wash away your sins. A strong man picked up a whip and whipped them hard to punish them. Xuanhuan saw that there was no ups and downs in his heart. Of course he could guess that the purpose of the Holy Land of Truth, not to kill these captives, was to squeeze out their maximum value. For example, even the poisonous demon emperor can enslave the strong to do things for him, and with the ability of the Holy Land of Truth, he can naturally do better. They used these slaves to condense the eternal God crystal and maintain the eternal truth formation. When necessary, they will be killed directly. Don't look at the forces in the holy land of truth who are so peaceful and may dominate the eternal road. How can they be kind? Of course, they also have their own cruel side. Benevolent inwardly, cruel outwardly. He didn't have any inner fluctuations, and he didn't feel pity for those captives. The defeated must have the consciousness of the defeated. In fact, the same is true for his empire. Xuanhuan is very kind to those who submit and are willing to serve him, but if anyone dares to block his way, he will be shown the cold-blooded emperor. Truth. Xuanhuan seemed to be walking aimlessly in the holy land of truth, but he was actually feeling the power of that truth and sublimated himself from it. In this holy place of truth, there are several kinds of living beings. The most loyal and devout ones are of course the creatures of truth created by the origin God of the Holy Land. These creatures of truth are born close to the avenue of truth, and the rune brand of truth is engraved in their bones. There are also strong creatures from the outside world. Let outside creatures join in, including some special creatures born of eternity itself. The creatures created by oneself are always somewhat imperfect, and the eternal potential is the greatest. Let those outside creatures join. Xuanhuan can naturally understand the reason. A force needs the impact of fresh blood from the outside in order to remain strong at all times. In this holy place of truth, their profound meaning of truth is very overbearing. Xuanhuan suddenly felt emotional. What they say is the real truth. Other people's words are fallacies. They say that light is light and darkness is darkness. This is their law of truth, which is enough to reverse black and white, but this is their law, not mine. Law. Looking at the prosperous holy land of truth, Xuanhuan realized their overbearing law of truth. Such as Fengshen Dadi. His way of conferring gods is also a kind of domineering. All the gods in the world are canonized by him. He said that if you are a god, you are a god, and a word can turn you into a mortal. However, Xuanhuan had no effect. His Tiao is also domineering, the domineering who controls everything. Without this kind of overbearing, it cannot be eternal. The whole eternity is a big cage, and everything is imprisoned in the big cage. Even if a giant like truth has an eternal soul and an eternal body, the entire world and the eternal rules cannot make them eternal, which is why they the reason why you can live very far, but you have to pay a huge price. Xuanhuan thought for a while. Even though he has opened up his own path, he can't break the larger eternal path. The deeper the cultivation base, the deeper the feeling for everything in the world. Even if the mind is eternal and the body is eternal, but the strongest eternal rule does not allow you to be eternal, you cannot be eternal, and this is why, the truth, the reason why masters like immortality are stronger than many existences. However, such existence is also extremely rare. My words are the truth. Xuanhuan was indifferent. Emperor, I have accurately sensed the whereabouts of the magic book, and it is there. At this moment, the heavenly demon god wrote. In the holy land of truth, a temple of truth hangs high like the scorching sun. A middle-aged man as tall as a giant god is quietly contemplating with his eyes closed. The breath of the heavenly demon divine book. Suddenly his eyes snapped open. The book he placed in front of him shook, and a crowd of demons gathered. It turned out to be the magic book, which had a strong connection with the heavenly monster book, and seemed to leave at any moment. At this time, there was an induction. I have suppressed and wiped out the god's mansion in the magic book, and a new god was born. This middle-aged man has cultivated as high as the 8th realm. With a touch of his palm, a rune of truth appeared, and a divine mansion appeared in the magic book, whose cultivation base was only the peak of the 6 realms, a new god born. The devil of truth. The middle-aged man said. My lord, it is indeed the breath of the heavenly demon divine book. It is very close. It has come to the holy land of truth and is calling and sensing me. It is prepared to say that it is the previous god's residence. The magic of truth. He dared to come to the holy land of truth. What is he going to do? He wants to take you away? The middle-aged man was also surprised. Back then, he and the strong men from the Holy Land of Truth dealt with the two books of Tianyao and Mo Dao. As a result, the book of Mo Dao was captured, and the book of Tianyao went to nowhere, and they couldn't find it no matter how hard they looked. He is salivating over the Heavenly Demon Divine Book. The Heavenly Demon Divine Book is not stupid. It dares to come to my Holy Land of Truth, which means it has something to rely on. I don't know what confidence it has and what it wants to do, but I must get the Heavenly Demon Divine Book. He developed a strong desire for the Heavenly Demon Divine Book. I have been trapped in this realm for too long at the 8th realm. If I don't reach the 9th realm, I will die. With the Book of the Heavenly Demon and the Magic Way in hand, with the help of that vast knowledge, I can once again sublimate and become the strongest in the 9 realms. Middle-aged men urgently need to be sublimated again. Every sublimation is a baptism for oneself, and the most obvious effect is to live longer. Only by living long can there be eternal hope, but this step is too difficult. I don't care what schemes you have, but in my Holy Land of Truth, everything is decided by the Holy Land. If you can't make waves, you will be crushed by me. If I say you are mine, it is mine. My Holy Land of Truth, so many strong people. The middle-aged man stood up abruptly. Strands of truth runes spread, and words can't be followed. Demon of Truth, please confirm for me the whereabouts of the Heavenly Demon Divine Book, and I will immediately contact the other Holy Masters. He is also not blindly confident. The opponent must have a whole card if he dares to come, and he must do a perfect blockade. But suddenly, his body shook violently, and he looked out of the temple in shock. Time, space, soul, and all the laws were solidified, and they were suppressed by a supreme force, and the holy light of truth was shattered layer by layer, and they saw a supreme being, and shot out the controlling hand to catch him. TXT download address. Phone reading. #C1800 I am the truth. Someone actually attacked him in the Holy Land of Truth. The middle-aged man was also shocked when he saw this scene, very surprised. He guessed that the Heavenly Demon Divine Book might have invited a terrifying strong man to help him, and deliberately leaked his aura in order to lure him out. This is very possible. But he never thought of it. The opponent shot directly in the Holy Land of Truth, and bombarded his temple with extreme presumptuousness. How bold must it be to dare to do this in his holy place of truth? Who? Boom. It all happened so fast. But he also reacted instantly, looking at the supreme figure. He was oppressed by a kind of invincibility, but he was not afraid at all, and suddenly his tall body opened up the sky, and the thunder was enraged. He struck countless runes of truth with both hands. This person is very strong, but in my Holy Land of Truth, you can't help being arrogant. If you survive this blow, you will be besieged by the Holy Land. The middle-aged man defended himself with the temple, waiting for the help of other strong men. But the supreme powerhouse, a sword appeared in the palm. This sword is strong and powerful, can kill all. The power of earth-shattering, the aura of destroying everything, will shatter his temple violently. Truth. The middle-aged man said, I said, my temple of truth must not be broken. My words are the truth of the world. It seemed, as his words came out, that the temple was impenetrable. Break the truth. Chu Yuan's sword was so powerful that the indestructible temple was destroyed layer by layer, and the rune of truth was also destroyed. He broke the truth of the middle-aged man, and the temple collapsed, revealing the man. My temple is broken. The middle-aged man was shocked by this person's strength. He stands on the sky. The breadth is vast, and I actually had an irresistible thought. Emperor, his name is Jiang Xian, he was the one who captured the magic book, and the magic book was destroyed. Damn it, the god mansion was wiped out by him, and a new god was born, my friend. Tianyao Shinshu was also angry. The Heavenly Demon Divine Book. Jiang Xin shouted, "And you, who are you, dare to take action in the Holy Land? You are looking for death, all the holy masters of the Holy Land of Truth. Someone came to the Holy Land to suppress him. Seize the magic book first." Chu Yuan's eyes were fixed on the magic book. Waves of his breath hit the sky. Although he is not afraid of those holy masters, but everyone is attacking him. After all, in other people's holy land, it is very likely that his plan will fail, and it will be difficult to do it again. With one hand, Chu Yuan covered the sky and the sun, covering the entire Jiangxian. Time and space. Jiangxian suddenly felt that the time and space around him had a strong disorder. The time and space where he was located was extremely unstable, and the feeling was different from the outside world. The time here almost stopped. He wants to take my magic book first. Jiangxian absolutely cannot let Chu Yuan do it. I am the truth, and the truth is me. He doesn't need to win against this person, he just needs to wait for the actions of other hall masters. The truth cannot be manifested casually, but there are still other 9-level powerhouses in the Holy Land. I am the truth. Chu Yuan's power was overwhelming, and the invincible momentum crushed him. He trampled on the truth, and stepped out suddenly. With his broad palm, he struck out, and the huge storm hit Jiangxian first. Kill! Jiangxian shook it hard. But in an instant, with that palm of power, the storm of destruction spread viciously. If one looked from outside the holy place, a huge storm, like a black hole, was crazily destroying and devouring the temple. Jiangxian had never fought against Chu Yuan before, so at this moment, he suffered a big loss. His tall body was sent flying by the blow, and it was about to be torn apart, and he was repaired with waves of runes and profound meanings. The magic book, come back. The Heavenly Demon Divine Book is also violently summoning the Devilish Divine Book. If it was the previous God's mansion, he would definitely not resist the Heavenly Demon God's Book, but this new God is fighting fiercely. Although it is said that every new God is born, it will inherit the previous memory, but it has its own thoughts and pursuits, which is another true self, which cannot be generalized. If you don't come, I won't be able to keep the magic book. Jiangxian shouted. Chu Yuan's divine power was too powerful, he couldn't resist it. He even felt that if he and Chu Yuan fought outside, he would be beheaded by this person. Chu Yuan's expression changed. This time, he was not lurking, but the most positive attack. Immediately, the Emperor's domain expanded in an all-round way. He formed a black hole with his palm, and pulled Jiangxian's body closer. Great devouring technique, his power to devour me. Swallowing violently, Jiangxian only felt that the mana in his body was being sucked away wave after wave. The most frightening thing is not this, but in the engulfment, any power he exerts will be suppressed and dissipated out of thin air, so how can he fight against this person? He suppressed Jiangxian with one hand, and seized the magic book with the other. Who is wanton in my holy land of truth, you are courting death. The voice of shock and anger was transmitted, such a big fluctuation, it is impossible for them, the holy masters, to not know. The power of the entire holy land gathers, and the sky suppresses in an instant. In the boundless power, countless runes shine, condensing the sword of truth, and killing through the air, and this sword of truth also endows the truth of killing the opponent. The sword of truth, the Holy Land, has made a move. Well, counter-suppression, you can keep this person in the Holy Land forever. Jiangxian became excited. Chu Yuan was indifferent, he slashed with his mighty sword. The power of Xuanhuan truth was colliding crazily, and the truth of the other party could not suppress him, and destructive fluctuation swept across, and the entire Holy Land of truth fell into the shock of heaven and earth. What happened? Then, what's going on there? Oh my God, someone actually did something in the Holy Land of Truth. Is he audacious? Are you looking for death? Not even the sword of truth can suppress him. Who is he? Could it be someone from the immortal Holy Land? Recently, the Holy Land is at war with the immortal Holy Land. No, the sword of truth is broken. Xuanhuan cut off the opponent's sword of truth with the martial arts sword, and turned his eyes to the magic book in an instant. He personally controlled the heavenly demon divine book, and it turned into a book in his hands. A force of summoning and devouring swept across the sky, trying to make the demonic Tao divine book fly towards him. No, the truth suppresses it. Jiang Xian tried his best to suppress it. In the confrontation of strength, Jiang Xian was not Xuanhuan's opponent after all, and this magic book was out of his control in a moment of tugging. As soon as Xuanhuan grasped the magic book, it finally came into his hands. With a random glance, he saw the true meaning of many magic ways, which had an incomparably great effect on the development of the empire. My magic book. Jiang Xian said angrily, even if you get the magic book, you can't leave, you will definitely be suppressed here. Get the magic book, let's leave the Holy Land of Truth. Xuanhuan looked over, full of murderous intent, surrounded by strong men from the Holy Land of Truth, very angry with him, causing trouble in their Holy Land, and provoking their majesty. #C1801 Unstoppable. All the masters from the Holy Land of Truth arrived, all of them glaring at Xuanhuan with a murderous look. They would never have imagined that in their territory, someone would actually break in and directly take away the magic book controlled by Jiang Xian. They simply didn't pay attention to them. Everyone, he is the one who took away the magic book. His strength is very powerful, almost comparable to the strongest of the 9 realms. Jiang Xian shouted. Kill, he is too arrogant. My Holy Land of Truth has suffered the greatest shame. He must be suppressed. He will become a slave of the Holy Land of Truth forever, and he cannot be reborn until he dies. My Holy Land has existed until now, and I have never suffered such a shame. Yes, if it gets out, where will we put our face, and how many forces here will laugh at us? No matter who he is, he will be suppressed today. A strong man was burning with monstrous rage. But the calmness shown on this person's face made them extremely unhappy in their hearts. This is despising their strength, thinking that they can really escape today. Xuanhuan's eyes swept across, thunder rumbled, the thunder fell, and the domineering momentum swept across the Holy Land of Truth like a hurricane. Now that the magic book has been obtained, there is no need for him to stay and fight with them. He is not afraid of their power, but he has no possibility of destroying the Holy Land of Truth. Xuanhuan ignored their blockade. He stepped out in one step. If you still want to leave, let us stay. The strong man in the Holy Land shouted loudly, and suddenly they all read the voice of truth, and blocked Xuanhuan's retreat, trying to block him here. Runes turned into fonts one by one, suppressing Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan just stepped on it, and immediately, the void shattered, and all the runes exploded. He carried the destructive power of the sky. His heart was so firm that no truth could restrain him, and he absolutely believed in himself. Although there are many strong people in the Holy Land of Truth, they are not afraid of Xuanhuan's attack, but they can't block Xuanhuan. This book is organized and produced by the official account. Follow VX, Book Friends Base Camp, read books, and get cash red envelopes. Although I don't know you, I know that you are the master of Shijiyuan. You came to my Holy Land of Truth to make trouble this time. You are too presumptuous. Do you think my Holy Land of Truth is a place where you can come and go whenever you want? There was a woman's voice in that temple, with vast mana, suppressing Xuanhuan. 9 realms to the strongest. These powerhouses are the real overlords on the eternal road, powerful, and they are powerful rulers in the Holy Land of Truth. She would not stupidly ask Xuanhuan why he did this, it was all nonsense, the strong would not care what other people thought. He dared to do it, so he didn't pay attention to the Holy Land of Truth. Be the powerhouse of Century Yuan. They only cared about the anger Chu Yuan brought, but no one thought about his identity. They were also shocked when they heard this sentence. This is actually the ruler of Shijiyuan, who has such strength after practicing for less than one epoch. What happened to this Century Yuan? How could there be such a strong man? He awakened the holy word of true words, when the Century Yuan, If you don't stay in your own era, you dare to make trouble, this time you will have to make him pay the greatest price, and let him understand what will happen if you offend us. Chu Yuan's face still did not have the slightest fluctuation. Bomb him. The majestic divine power of origin was captured. And at this moment, a middle-aged woman, graceful and luxurious, her face is not perfect, but her temperament is high, and what she says is the truth. I come. The holy word of truth appeared. She stared at Chu Yuan, and did not relax, because she was in the holy land of truth. This man oppressed her a lot. Blockade. She uttered the truth, and at the same time grabbed it with one palm, covered by the hand of the rune. It is worthy of the 9 realms, the ultimate sublimation, and her strength is not comparable to that of Jiangxian. This kind of strong man, uttering a word is an irresistible Tianwei. It doesn't matter who comes. Chu Yuan was indifferent. Her words are the truth, but Chu Yuan's words are overbearing that breaks everything. He ruled the world, looked down at the holy land of truth, and immediately punched him, shaking the truth. The mana power of the holy word of truth and his fierce resistance were so powerful that they swept across the entire holy land. Sensei Jinyu sensed the strength of this person and destroyed her mana. I said, there is light in this world, and there is no darkness without darkness. I said that ice is hot, and ice is hot. I said, when time and space are frozen, you will be frozen. My words are the truth and the truth. The mantra of the holy man of truth turned into a rolling force. This method of manipulating power with words and mantras is extremely weird, but in her words, Chu Yuan can clearly feel that there is the power to distort and manipulate the rules, which has become her field of truth and mantras. For example, how could ice be hot? But it can be formed in the field of her mantra. This is to change the law and distort the essence of the existence of matter itself. Countless people in the holy land of truth were looking up at the battle, but someone dared to break the blockade in the holy land of truth. However, the face of Jinyu Xingzuan did not relax in the slightest. Although this person was a strong person in the century, his number of sublimation times was not as good as hers. But she knew better that to block this person, she had to use the power of the entire holy land of truth to do so. How powerful Chu Yuan is, the power of his Emperor Supreme immediately spread out, and when he touched the law of mantra, boom boom boom, the continuous sound of shattering brought shock to the soul. This mantra has been continuously broken. What a domineering power! The Holy One can understand it better. She increased her strength, but as Chu Yuan's majestic emperor stepped forward step by step, she couldn't stop him from moving forward. Block him, the holy word of truth may not even be able to stop him. Immediately, all the powerhouses in the holy land of truth joined forces to strike out a palm, turning the world upside down, and the strength gathered into a torrent, which violently hit Chu Yuan. My way is unstoppable. At this time an eternal road seemed to condense in front of Chu Yuan, reaching directly to the sky. At the moment when the torrent hit, a vacuum collapsed around him, and all the power disappeared. Our mana. Their strength is gone. It's his great devouring technique. Jiangxian said. No, he is going to break through the blockade of our holy land of truth. He suddenly saw that with this step, Chu Yuan was about to leave the holy land of truth. Leave. The sage of Jinyu grabbed it again with a palm, and the truth filled all places in time and space, and even some 9 realms could not leave. And there is a look at the strength, and the gathering with the Jinyu Xingzuan is also a 9 realm, and the two form a tighter and more complete blockade. What happened? But in the next moment, they saw a scene of surprise. Their power blasted out and seemed to hit Xuanhuan, but they could also feel that it didn't fall on Xuanhuan. This feeling, as if he is not in the same time and space, not on the same road, he is walking on his own road, forming his own laws. Almost under the eyes of all the powerful people in the Holy Land of Truth, he stomped on the sky and left majestically, but there was no way to keep him. #C 1802 Different attitude. When the ruler of Shiji left, many powerhouses in the Holy Land of Truth teamed up, and the two Ninth Realm statues both displayed astonishing magical powers from ancient times, and neither of them stopped him. He walks in his own way, different from the time and space of truth. Thinking that he has only practiced for less than one era, but he has such invincible mana, and in creating his own path, what the eternal level powerhouse must do, it is simply hopeless. It's all my fault that he left. If I hadn't obtained the magic book, he wouldn't have come to the Holy Land of Truth. Jiang Xian's face was ferocious, and he hated Xuanhuan to the extreme. This has nothing to do with you. The deity did not block him, and because of the deity, he has created the prototype of his own eternal road. The true word lord seemed very calm, thinking about something. My lord, let him run away like this. The news of today will definitely spread. My sanctuary of truth will be disgraced. It will become a joke on the road to eternity. This is a shame, I can't bear it. A god of origin made an angry voice. How to retaliate? The Lord of Mantras said coldly, leaving aside this person's tyrannical strength, we can't even enter the multiverse, even if the truth is allowed to take action, he still can't enter. This multiverse is his biggest barrier, and he has unscrupulous confidence. There is no way, no amount of powerhouses can beat the multiverse. This is the truth. A truth that cannot be changed by the truth. Is it just this big loss? Wait, when this era is over, they have to deal with them on the eternal road, but his strength at that time. They are extremely unwilling. Wait for the end of the era. But how strong should the emperor be? Truth, what do you think about this matter? Jinyu Xingzuan asked like another supreme power. Mantra and mantra are just their titles, just like Xuanhuan, almost no one knows his real name, and few people dare to call him by his real name directly, honoring him as the emperor. This emperor is very difficult to deal with, and his means are supernatural, beyond imagination. We can't suppress him. He has blazed his own path, which is like the path of truth. Such a person already has the possibility of becoming an eternal class. The mantra said. Yeah, the truth has walked out of the path of truth, and this is a path that we may not be able to comprehend until we die. The reason why truth can live for so long is because he has walked out of his own way and resisted eternal calamity on his own way. They can't. It seems that this loss, we have to eat it if we don't eat it. There is almost no way to take him now. The holy word of truth is also very helpless, the opponent is too strong, there is nothing he can do. Let's take this loss first. If we fight recklessly, we will definitely lose a lot and let others get a huge advantage. The Holy Land of Truth gradually calmed down. Ding, the host has completed choice 2, obtained 2 million vertex points, and a special artifact, the God-destroying nail X1. The Mieshan nail is a pitch-black nail. This nail is very powerful, but it can only be used once. Even the origin of the 7 realms may be nailed to death by this nail, and can be placed in the Empire's treasury. We really have to take back the magic book from the Holy Land of Truth and leave safely. Thinking about the Heavenly Demon Divine Book is also thrilling. This will definitely go down in the history books. My good friend, it has been beheaded. This new god is loyal to the Holy Land of Truth. At this moment, Tianyao Shinshu is looking at the magic book, and hates it very much. The two of them are best friends. Although this new god has its memory, it cannot be regarded as the same god. destroy the old gods. Xuanhuan killed the demon of truth with one palm. He cannot keep the demon of truth. Give birth to the Shindi, the demon of the gods and martial arts, who is completely loyal to the empire, spreads the power of magic in the empire, and imparts all the knowledge to the powerful of the empire. After Xuanhuan wiped out the demon of truth, there was a faint flash of magic light in the magic book. Martial arts is the empire. It is not a certain family or sect, nor is it like the Holy Land of Truth, it only cultivates the power of truth. The empire is a huge container, and anything can be put into it. The powerful of the empire can cultivate various powers. The most important thing is to be loyal to the empire. Unfortunately, my old friend is gone, otherwise it would be absolutely happy to serve the emperor. Tian Yaoshinshu shook his head. Otherwise, Xuanhuan would have another powerful man not inferior to the heavenly demon divine book. It's a pity, but new gods can also be born within the empire. The more powerful people who practice this way, the faster the new god's strength will recover. Xuanhuan said. Although there are many powers in my books, the strongest ones are only a few. There is also a book called the Book of Beasts, which records the power of beasts. I don't know where it is now. It being able to obtain the power of monsters will make those who practice the way of monsters stronger. The Heavenly Demon Divine Book mentions the Beastly Divine Book. It has now served Xuanhuan wholeheartedly. Monsters, 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 when it comes to monsters, beasts can never be forgotten. There are great similarities between monsters and beasts, but monsters are more intelligent, not only cultivating physical fitness, but also paying more attention to supernatural powers, and there are many calculations. And the beasts are much more savage and brutal, they are even more ferocious and violent. In fact, sometimes demons and beasts are mixed together, and they are not very separated. However, in the Beastway Divine Book, what is recorded is the purest Beastway. The Divine Book of the Beastway. Xuanhuan said lightly, it will naturally appear when it is time to be born. There is no need to be attached to a moment. Let's continue to set off now. He has bigger plans. He wants to carve out his own path, leading directly to the end of eternity. This time, he did not cross by himself, but in the Heavenly Demon Divine Book, he saw a huge book leading directly to the depths of the unknown. Immortal Holy Land. This is a place that is not weaker than the Holy Land of Truth. Their immortality has also embarked on their own path of immortality. They are enemies with the Holy Land of Truth, and wars are waged in every era. When Xuanhuan was the master, he went to the Holy Land of Truth, and the world was turned upside down. He took away the magic book, mantra, and mantra. They didn't stop him, they could only watch him leave. Haha, this is a good thing, the news refreshes my mind. The powerhouses of the immortal Holy Land all laughed when they heard the news. With the opening of the Holy Land of Truth, news cannot be blocked at all. I didn't expect Xuanhuan to be so powerful. He must have made the Holy Land of Truth hate him, but what the Holy Land of Truth hates is what we are happy for. We'd better find an opportunity to get in touch with that master and express our goodwill. Yes, we can even invite him to my immortal Holy Land as a guest. It is not good for us to make friends with such a strong man. I can think of the ugly faces of the people in the Holy Land of Truth. The powerhouses in the immortal Holy Land laughed loudly. The enemy's pain is their joy. It's a pity that we don't know where he went, but we can send the creatures of this era to the multiverse to send an invitation letter to invite him to come. We will unite with the opponents of the Holy Land of Truth and make friends with them. Someone suggested. Not long ago, there was a person who came to the Guanhai Plain. I guess it should be him. He seems to be collecting the Heavenly Punisher Sword. The Heaven Punishing Sword, I have some in my Holy Land, and it is useless to us. If I have it, I will take the heaven-punishing sword as a gift and give it to the master directly. That's right. It's not bad for us to use what we don't need, but we can make friends with the master. Hashtag C1803 God, Burial C. Xuanhuan Ziqiang, even the immortal Holy Land is willing to make friends with him and express his goodwill. To know the power of the immortal Holy Land, the immortal is the eternal level. It was also Xuanhuan's calm departure from the Holy Land of Truth that day that made people see his strength. He has no absolute enemies, and he is still willing to make friends before there are no conflicts of interest. At this time, Xuanhuan was sitting quietly. His power was boiling, his mana was evolving, and a drop of blood was forced out from his fingertips. Although it is just a drop of bright red blood, this drop of blood has the power to destroy the universe. When it falls into time and space, it will immediately rumble and become a huge sea of blood. The strength of the strong, cultivated to a certain point, even a drop of blood has infinite power. The power of this drop of blood can pierce through boundless time and space to kill. In the reincarnation of heaven and earth, countless figures appeared, and they walked on an illusory road. This is the eternal road created by Xuanhuan, which can lead to the real eternity. He is forging his own path. Leaving aside the real eternity, break the prison time and space. If you want to live longer, you have to go out of your own way. In one's own road, it is actually a time and space different from the eternal road, which can greatly resist the power of eternal calamity. Xuanhuan has also gradually walked out of his own way, and the sublimation time after time will make his way more perfect, and he knows better that when this way is truly accomplished. That is when he completed the main line of the system and reached the end of eternity. What is the end of eternity? He doesn't know now either. The Emperor is cultivating and creating his own eternal road. The road of each eternal existence is different. My heavenly demon and divine book are floating in each era. If I can follow the Emperor to follow his path, I will also be sublimated. Tian Yaoshinshu was excited. It is his honor to be able to follow an eternal level powerhouse. Emperor. We have arrived at the Sea of Burying Gods. After a long time, the heavenly demon divine book said to Xuanhuan. The Sea of Burying Gods has arrived, and the place I'm looking for is here. Xuanhuan looked forward. The Sea of Burying Gods is not a real sea. It was an extremely chaotic and huge area. The eternal breath turned into a terrifying storm, the torrent of power was as thick as the sea, strands of space law twisted, and many relics were moving. Seen from a distance, the twisted and chaotic Sea of Burying Gods looks like a huge and boundless ocean. This place is already on the eternal road, very deep. The treasure of the ancient Emperor of Dimension is in the Sea of Burying Gods. Emperor, the Sea of Burying Gods is a super-ancient era relic. This is a battlefield. As the name suggests, countless powerful gods were buried here. Absorb the boundless eternal breath. The heavenly demon god wrote. I know the Sea of Burying Gods, I have been here before. Duan Qingshan said, for the sake of eternity, countless methods have been used over many epochs. There are strong people who build the eternal Shenzhou, and they also sacrifice their lives like Emperor Zhu Tian and Emperor Panchen. Yes, this Sea of Burying Gods is an ancient and powerful man called God, the ancestor of God, who led the gods in the world on the battlefield, with the determination to die. The gods built their own tombs, and died if they didn't break it, but the final result is also the same. It still failed, but also because of their strength, a sea of burial gods was formed. The heavenly demon god wrote. God ancestor. Xuanhuan suddenly thought of someone. In this era, the eternal power appeared as the founder of the god realm. Although he opened up the 33-3 era, he was very indifferent to the things that followed. Does the founder of the god realm have anything to do with God? At his level, any induction will not come out of thin air. There may be some connection between these. The gods have fallen, but the power of the gods has not been completely cut off. The way of the gods spreads in eternity, and the cultivation of one era after another. In this place where the gods are buried, the most are burials, and the gods bury themselves. The heavenly demon god wrote, however, the tomb of the god has not been found for a long time. It is rumored that the tomb of the god contains the strongest source of the god, which is the source of his power. Sometimes if you are lucky, you will come across a tomb of an ancient god. Duan Qingshan said. They don't know the purpose of Xuanhuan's coming here. We are buried in the Sea of Gods. Xuanhuan took one step and arrived at the Sea of Burial Gods, where the distorted laws of the gods swept in. The environment here is extremely harsh, and at least 6 realms are required to survive, but it is just a struggle to survive. Follow me. Xuanhuan has mastered the imprint of the treasure of Diyuan ancient emperor, so he doesn't need to search blindly, he can always lock in one aspect. Our luck is not bad. Look, Emperor, there is a tomb there. I will bring it to the Emperor. Duan Qingshan's eyes lit up, and he saw a huge tomb made of divine crystal, which was indestructible in the twisted law, and immediately grabbed it with one palm, and passed through the vast storm. The tombs of the gods were brought here. Unfortunately, this is just a 6th-level tomb. After opening it, Duan Qingshan was very disappointed to find that it belonged to a strong man of the 6th realm. Although the gods led the gods to attack eternity back then, the gods of origin are also extremely rare. How could it be so easy for you to find them? The heavenly demon divine book didn't care. The burying god sea is a huge and boundless place. Although the environment here is extremely dangerous and there are many dangers, but the gods have fallen and many treasures are left here, so this place is a place of great wealth. Crash! In the time and space when they suddenly walked to a place, time suddenly split, and the distorted rules were like sharp knives, trying to strangle them. Rule crack. This is an extremely dangerous prohibition. The cracks they are encountering now are sweeping over, and they are so powerful that they can even be dangerous to the origin. Although they are not afraid, there is likely to be space to move to an unknown place. You know, God is the strongest ever. When he dominates, none of the strong who walk out of Eternal Road is his opponent, and the terror power he leaves behind can kill Yuan. But around Xuanhuan's body, a breath also spread out, calming time and space. Only eternity can fight eternity. The heavenly demon divine scholar gave birth to this kind of sentiment. Next, when Xuanhuan was walking forward, he also saw a surprising tomb. A huge tomb of the gods is like a star, surrounding the tomb of the gods has even spawned land, and there are still a large number of living beings living in the tomb of the gods. They call the tomb their home. Xuanhuan realized that there was a god of origin in the tomb of the gods, and he opened up a world with the tomb. It's a bit mysterious. Xuanhuan said. The Sea of Burying Gods is extremely dangerous. It is originally a place of death, but there are creatures who make it their home, and it brings vitality. And on the entire Eternal Road, there is almost no difference in which places are peaceful. In some god cemeteries, there are many defensive restrictions, which can be sheltered. Such a tomb of the gods has survived the strong, not a few. Life and death, burial and survival. Xuanhuan said slowly, and then he stopped. Stop, it's here. #C1804 Dimensional Ancient Emperor. Arrive? There was doubt in their eyes. What did the Emperor mean? Looking forward, there is a chaotic world. I try my best to look, but there seems to be no treasures. The time and space ahead are still chaotic, and there is no strangeness. But they dare not say, let alone ask. Dimensional Ancient Emperor. Xuanhuan said slowly. Suddenly, with a wave of his hand, a mark flew out of nowhere, and the radiance burst out suddenly. In an instant, a passage existing in the deep void plane appeared, connecting to a mysterious place. There is a treasure passage. They exclaimed in surprise. Follow me in. Xuanhuan opened the passage and walked in immediately. But after he entered, he was not as calm as he was in Yanhai Tianzun's place. In just a moment, he fell into a terrifying and fierce space storm, hitting him in groups. The wind howled, and the divine light was dazzling. A blade as thin as a cicada's wing suddenly flew over. Xuanhuan waved his hand to kill them, but it was as if they had been stabbed in a hornet's nest. In an instant, the countless blades swept and killed them indiscriminately with the dimensional light blade. Each of these blades has extremely terrifying power, cutting time and space, extremely ferocious. Dimensional power. Xuanhuan was in the storm, but he was unmoved. The power of the storm could not stop him. He has already seen clearly that the entire time and space are shrouded in dimensional storms, which are transformed by the evolution of the power of the ancient emperors of the dimensional world. They are extremely lethal. If you want to get the final treasure, you must first break through these storms. It seems that it is not peaceful here. At that time, Emperor Yuangu was not like Yanhai Tianzun, who could come if someone came, but was full of dangers. However, Xuanhuan is sure that there is a treasure in it. What a fierce storm! This is the power of different dimensions of time and space. Duan Qingshan felt that if he was alone in this storm, let alone get the treasure, it would be very difficult to survive. Follow me. Xuanhuan's power is mighty, majestic and vast. He suppressed the different dimensions of time and space, locked on a direction, and moved towards it, and then a more violent storm submerged him. Dimensions are time and space, and opening different dimensions is another use of the power of time and space. Right here. Xuanhuan's eyes turned into the scorching sun, and the storm burst when he raised his hand. When the storm of this different dimension is cut, it can exile people into a mysterious, different time and space, and into eternal nothingness. Could it be here? The heavenly demon divine book has already guessed. At this moment, Xuanhuan had already seen a dimensional throne, on which sat a resolute and mighty middle-aged man, with the power of another dimension flowing from his whole body. Middle-aged men are extremely murderous. Behind the seat of God, there is still a portal hanging high. This portal is open, facing them, a dimensional storm is blown out of time and space. This is the gate of the dimension, and that is the ancient emperor of the dimension. Tianyao Shinshu must have guessed in his heart and recognized the origin. That's right, it's the dimensional ancient emperor. Xuanhuan said. We actually found the place where the ancient emperor of dimensions fell. The heavenly demon divine book said in amazement, the ancient emperor Dun is not under the command of the gods. He is a great ancient emperor. I have seen the divine power of the ancient emperor Dun with my own eyes in the divine mansion of my life. He is very powerful. The ninth realm he has fought against the eternal class, and there is nothing he can do about it. The power of the dimension can penetrate the path of the eternal class, and he has to walk out of his own dimensional road. I didn't expect that he has already fallen. He had no idea how the emperor got here. He died. Xuanhuan said calmly. You want to take my way, take my emperor's eternal divine power, even if I try my best, I won't let you succeed. For your own immortality, if you want to take this emperor's knife, I will make you pay a huge price. When Xuanhuan and others came, he seemed to feel the breath and let out a roar of will. His eyes swung open, even though he was dead, they were extremely fierce, and the two rays of divine light turned into a dimensional storm, piercing through the soul. Xuanhuan didn't move. What did he say? After Duan Qingshan heard it, he was shocked and said, the death of Emperor Dun was hunted by others, and the one who hunted him was at least an eternal level powerhouse, you? And it's not one person, but many. I don't know who is hunting the ancient emperor of dimension. This hides a big secret, and it may even be the reason why those strong people can survive for a long time and be immortal for a long time. The heavenly demon divine book also said, since the ancient emperor of Jiyuan can keep his emperor's body here, it means that the strong man who hunted and killed him that day must have paid a huge price, as he said. Even though my body dies, my will lives forever. This ancient emperor of dimension actually stood up from his divine throne. He was desperate to die back then, but his will lasted forever, and the power of dimension rushed directly towards Chunyuan. The situation is very clear: if you want to get the treasure, you must first defeat the Diyuan ancient emperor. He no longer has his own thinking, and acts entirely on his own instinct, but this cannot underestimate his strength. As soon as he grabbed it with his big hand, the power of the void dimension was enveloped, and as soon as he grabbed it, a fierce dimensional light blade appeared. This cut is too sharp, no matter how strong the flesh is, it will be chopped to pieces. Your time is over. Chunyuan only said this. Now is not the era of the ancient emperor of dimension, the glory has come to an end, and he has reached the dusk. Facing the power of the ancient emperor of dimension, Chunyuan created his own eternal road. His peerless power, the punch of the emperor and overlord, blasted out eternal and invincible power. This time Emperor Yuangu was immediately suppressed in front of him. Dimensional Divine Fist. The dimensional ancient emperor blasted out the dimensional divine fist. Gods blocked and killed gods, and demons blocked and killed demons. The power of the dimensional divine fist was pushed to the extreme, and it could be seen that there were light waves of different dimensions all around. And each wave of light in another dimension is extremely colorful. But Chunyuan's expression has the confidence to control everything. No matter how strong he has already fallen, but he acted on instinct. He stands in place, the most supreme existence, he is the master of everything, other people's dimensional god fist, he is the emperor god fist, instead of fighting recklessly in the most direct way. The power of the dimension is impacting. And Chunyuan displayed the most peak power. His way, infinite time and space turned into the present, and Chunyuan overwhelmed him with a force. The impact of the torrent of divine power pulled the ancient emperor of dimension into his control. Chunyuan bombarded with a punch without fancy, bringing out the ultimate in strength. Jiyuan's body stopped suddenly, he stopped completely, the look in his eyes was disappearing, and even his whole body was rapidly becoming light. With a little light, the dimensional ancient emperor disappeared. His vitality has long been lingering, and he was defeated by Chunyuan. Naturally, the final will also disappeared, and he could not maintain his majestic body. Perhaps dissipation is his final destination. After he dissipated, he didn't disappear completely, but left behind a magical weapon that shone with light waves of different dimensions. #C1805 Extremely Cold Ice Silkworm. Dimensional divine soldiers are extremely powerful, imprinted with the Tao and law of the dimensional ancient emperor, able to open different dimensions and cause the most intense damage. Chunyuan grabbed it directly, and this magic weapon was not honest, and it vibrated in his palm, resisting his control. And that gate of dimension. This dimensional door is like the origin of the world. Once opened, the dimensional storm that sweeps out can be transformed into a dimensional world, forming a dimensional eternal road, and all the treasures of the ancient emperor of the dimension are kept inside. Chunyuan glanced at it casually, and there were a lot of treasures inside. Very good. With so many treasures, an unknown number of strong men can be created for the empire. I want to find an opportunity to send the treasure back to the empire. Chunyuan Dao, the empire is his foundation, and treasure resources are useless on him. Even the emperor obtained the treasure of the ancient emperor of dimension, what else in this world can't be done by the emperor? They sighed in their hearts. But the heavenly demon divine book frowned, and said, Emperor, there is something strange. The will of the ancient emperor of the dimension has said that his fall was hunted by an eternal existence, and there was more than one person who wanted to capture him. Obviously this kind of capture can make them live longer. It's nothing surprising. The main theme of the Eternal Road is the law of the jungle, the hunting between the hunter and the prey, and the identities of the two are constantly changing. Xuanhuan said lightly, the only thing we have to do is to make ourselves extremely strong. Only when we are strong can we be fearless and make ourselves a hunter forever. Tiao Shinshu nodded. The Emperor has the heart of invincibility without fear. After the treasure of the ancient Emperor of the dimension was taken away, the time and space of this dimension disappeared. Xuanhuan left here. Even though the Sea of Burying Gods is extremely dangerous, there are a lot of strong people here, and it is a place where strong people gather. Kill. 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 When crossing the Sea of Burial Gods, Xuanhuan saw a large army, led by many gods of origin, rampant and tyrannical, extremely ferocious, swept by like a gust of wind, and crazily killed. Many forces that existed in the tomb of the gods have been wiped out by them. A man of the extreme gods. Ingxue said, this extreme god is very crazy, and some weak creatures living in the cemetery of the gods will also be killed, so don't let them go. Xuanhuan was no stranger to the Jidao dynasty. After all, he encountered a Jidao attack in Tianquan realm that day. Not surprisingly. The Heavenly Demon Divine Book said coldly, the Emperor Jidao has lived for too long. Although his combat power is extremely powerful, he can even beat the eternal level, but no matter how strong his strength is, he will eventually wither one day. If the Emperor Jidao cannot get out his own eternal path, no matter how frantically he plunders eternal matter to supplement himself, otherwise, he will have a hard time living in this era. Even those who walk out of their own way live longer and have a way to continue their lives, but they are still struggling. Duan Qingshan said sadly. It's useless to think too much. As soon as Xuanhuan said, he knew that they had sorrow and despair in their hearts, which was extremely bad for cultivation. Continue to pass through the Sea of Burial Gods. Look, Emperor, there are quite a few people heading towards one place, as if they have encountered something. Su Shan said, I'll arrest someone for the Emperor to ask. Adults, don't kill me. The one who was captured was only a 6th level deity. Seeing Xuanhuan and the others, their faces turned pale with fright. This is a group of gods of origin. Answer me honestly, and I'll let you go. Su Shan said, where are you going? What kind of fluctuations happened in this god-burying sea? I said everything. They all went to chase the extremely cold ice silkworm. Not long ago, an extremely cold ice silkworm appeared in the burying god sea. Seriously injured, weak, even the 6th realm can take care of it. I'm going to join in the fun and see if there is a chance to get it. The man was extremely honest. It's actually an extremely cold ice silkworm. The Heavenly Demon Divine Book said, the extremely cold ice silkworm is an extremely rare and powerful demon. Let's put it this way, the Divine Book itself has existed for a long time, but the number of times I have seen the extremely cold ice silkworm is no more than 10 times. The silkworm is conceived by eternity itself. With a wave of his hand, he transformed into the appearance of an extremely cold ice silkworm. It is a kind of silkworm that is white all over and is a little longer than a finger. Don't underestimate this extremely cold ice silkworm. It is good at mysterious cold power. It breathes out in one breath, but it can freeze the endless world, and the existence of the same level will be frozen to death by it. It is also good at traveling through the void. The Heavenly Demon Divine Book said, but this is only a small part of its ability. Its most powerful thing is that it can spit out silk. This silk can be woven into an extremely cold armor. It is an artifact of origin. There is an ice silkworm that lasts for a long time. Here, as long as it is given enough energy conversion, it can weave the origin artifact for you. And if you are a strong person who cultivates the path of water, you can also get huge benefits if you can practice together with the extremely cold ice silkworm. When Yingshui heard it, this was simply the most suitable for her. She cultivated the power of ice and snow, not to mention practicing together. It would be very good to have a pair of origin armor that suits her. Origin God armor. Chuyuan's expression moved slightly. He actually didn't care too much about the combat power of the extremely cold ice silkworm, but he couldn't help but not think too much about being able to spin silk to weave the armor of origin. With this extremely cold ice silkworm, Chuyuan can let it weave many pieces of armor for the Empire, making the Empire stronger. Let's also look for the extremely cold ice silkworm. Now, he is also in the Sea of Burial. This is an opportunity. The Sea of Burying the Gods was boiling because of the extreme cold, and a large number of strong men were chasing after them. The extremely cold ice silkworm has been seriously injured. Its current strength is not even 1/10 of its peak period. It is time to capture it. Several strong men gathered together, their gazes fiercely scanning time and space. That's right. The Heavenly Sword sect must obtain this extremely cold ice silkworm. We need it to weave the extremely cold armor. We can also use it to create an extremely cold field and become a holy land of ice and snow. It cannot be lost. Another humane. However, that extremely cold ice silkworm is also extremely powerful. Although it is only at the 7th level, it exhales cold air and freezes many origins. Although its strength has dropped greatly, it is also hidden in the depths of time and space at this moment. It doesn't matter, you have to dig 3 feet to find it, and the space where it hides is only in this area. And there are many people who want to get the Jimming Iceworm. Humph. Whoever dares to take it from us, even if he can't get it, it will be ruined. This group of strong men searched the net while talking. There. They said immediately. The extremely cold ice silkworm was seriously injured. Although he tried his best to hide his aura, he was not at his peak state after all, so he couldn't hide it at all. This moment. There is a woman in white clothes, with the demeanor of a world-defying empress, who is constantly arresting the past in the void, and her cultivation base is also extremely powerful, reaching the 8th realm. It's the Ice and Snow Empress, and she's also here to capture this extremely cold iceworm. Humph, Empress of Ice and Snow, she cultivates the power of ice and snow. She wants to obtain extremely cold ice silkworms, not to train them, but to refine her attributes, so that she can hopefully sublimate herself to the fullest. Can't let her get it. #C 1806 Wise. Extremely cold ice silkworms are extremely valuable, and their number is even rarer than that of the mother queen of the Zerg race. The rarity of the Zerg Empress is reflected in the fact that her high realm is difficult to break through. For example, there are still some weak Zerg Empresses, but the extremely cold ice silkworms are really rare. Each one seems to be the elaborate masterpiece of the universe. Every extremely cold ice silkworm has great potential, and the origin of the achievement is not a problem. If you have one, you can mass-produce the origin armor, forming an extremely cold holy place. Now a large number of experts are looking for the extremely cold ice silkworm, and locked it in a certain area. It is already a turtle in an urn, and it is only a matter of time when they will find it. In the Sea of Burying Gods, an ice silkworm the color of ice and snow was moving quickly. It was out of breath and had injuries on its body. It encountered a big siege before, although it had frozen several people with its own ability, but if those people didn't want to own it alone, it would not even be able to escape. One after another divine thoughts swept across the void like mighty winds. Now it has the speed of the god of origin, but the weak ones can even catch it in some 6th realms. Although it is an ice silkworm, at its level, how can it be without wisdom, knowing that once it is caught by others, its end will be extremely miserable. For example, the sword gods just wanted to spin silk and weave the armor of origin. But the Ice and Snow Empress wants its life. It's anxious. If it wasn't for the complicated environment of Burying God Sea, it would have been caught long ago. Extremely cold ice silkworm. Suddenly, just as it was running for its life, a voice suddenly entered its soul, and suddenly realized that something was wrong, and found that the time and space around it were blocked. Time and space are blocked, I can't escape. Extremely cold ice silkworm roared. It saw that in this time and space, a great emperor descended, and the aura of supremacy in the sky and earth suppressed it and made it tremble. It knows. Not to mention it's extremely weak right now. Even in its heyday, it will definitely not be an opponent. Extremely cold ice silkworm, the emperor has come. There are some things that I don't need to say to you. Surrender to the emperor. The crisis you encountered today will be resolved at any time. You know, there are many people who want your life. The heavenly demon god wrote. It looks like a middle-aged man at the moment, holding a book, exuding demon knowledge, and smiling at the extremely cold ice silkworm. Although the extremely cold ice silkworm escaped in a very concealed manner, the emperor exists. He controls time and space, and with his great power, he can easily discover its whereabouts and arrive one step earlier. You are the heavenly demon divine book. The extremely cold ice silkworm made a clear voice. It was the voice of a woman. Emperor? You are already a subject of the emperor. That's right, you are a smart demon. Knowing that even my heavenly demon divine book is willing to serve the emperor, you can understand the greatness of the emperor. Here, I also record the cultivation methods of other ice silkworms, and the true meaning of many demon powers. You will get huge benefits. The heavenly demon god wrote. You are no different from other people, but you value my ability. Now the extremely cold ice silkworm is also caught in extreme entanglement. Haha, that's right. For the eternity of the empire, everyone has to make a contribution. In this world, there is no such thing as free reaping. The extremely cold ice silkworm, the emperor valued your ability, so he can save you today and be kind to you, but, if you don't know what's going on, you should end up with yourself. The heavenly demon divine book is not only persuading it, but also threatening it at the same time, saying, he who understands the current affairs is a hero. I am not a hero, but I am extremely cold and Iceworm is willing to follow the emperor, serve the emperor, and dedicate my role. The extremely cold ice silkworm is not stupid. It also knows that it has no choice today, and if it disagrees, its end will be extremely miserable. It can feel Chuyuan's magic power, which is even greater than some powerful people. If it has to choose someone to take refuge in, it is willing to take refuge in Chuyuan. And even without Chuyuan's arrival, it would be caught by other strong men, and its fate is unknown. In the face of a force it cannot resist, it can only obey. It already knew from the words of the heavenly demon god's book that it took refuge in the emperor, and it was still itself, but it had to dedicate itself to the empire. Extreme cold iceworm, you are very wise, you have suffered serious injuries, I will heal your injuries. Chuyuan showed a benevolent smile to it. He took out the healing potion, which was just enough to heal the injuries of the origin of the 7 realms, and sprinkled it evenly on its cold silkworm body, allowing the potion to seep into it. My injury actually healed instantly. The extremely cold ice silkworm was shocked. It was very aware of how badly it was hurt, and it needed a long time to cultivate, but the emperor took out a tube of potion, and it healed its injury in an instant. This time it surrendered to Chuyuan even more. It came to Chuyuan's side. The extremely cold ice silkworms were longer than fingers. Chuyuan put his hand on it. The bone-chilling coldness condensed streams of extremely cold and snowy runes on his fingertips. As expected of an extremely cold ice silkworm. Ingshu erode. The origin of ice is my innate ability, bestowed by eternity. The extremely cold ice silkworm only felt that beside Chuyuan, there was an eternal giant mountain, and Ingshu's power of ice and snow made it feel very kind. As long as the emperor provides me with enough energy, I can spit out a lot of silk. From the extremely cold ice silkworm's mouth spit out a crystal clear silk. This silk was braving the cold air. Chuyuan pulled it lightly, it was very tough, and it needed the power of the god of origin to break it. However, an origin armor cannot be woven with one piece, but requires countless pieces, and it takes a long time to weave one. Hello everyone, our official account will find gold and coin red envelopes every day. As long as you pay attention, you can receive them. The last benefit at the end of the year, please seize the opportunity. Public number, book friend base camp. A smile appeared on Xuanhuan's face. This trip to Burial God Sea not only got the treasure of the ancient Emperor of Dimension, but also got the extremely cold ice silkworm. It was worth the trip. Think about it, he has gained too much this time on the road to eternity. By the way, extreme cold iceworm, how did you get discovered by this group of people? Asked the heavenly demon divine book. I was discovered all of a sudden. The extremely cold ice silkworm said, I was originally cultivating in the tomb of an ancient god's mansion, and that mansion should be the most powerful person in the 9 realms, but just recently, when the tomb seemed to be about to appear, there was a strong shock. I am about to be born, and I can only escape from the tomb, and I have been hunted down by them until now. The tomb of the gods of the strongest? Xuanhuan asked anxiously, who is buried? Sorry, I don't know who it is. I haven't even entered the tomb. It's just outside the gate of the tomb. The tomb can automatically gather eternal breath. With my strength, I can't go in. I can only absorb energy from the outside. The extremely cold ice silkworm said, the heavenly demon divine book knows that although my clan has received eternal favor, it is too rare to become a powerful clan. Once it appears, it will be hunted and killed. If you are lucky, you can get the protection of the strongest. If it's not good, it will be refined. The value of the extremely cold iceworms is also the source of their disaster, but when you meet the Emperor will protect your safety and give you the best cultivation environment. #C1807 It's all a misunderstanding. The extremely cold ice silkworm was unexpectedly subdued by Xuanhuan this time, which was actually its luck. It is too dangerous to go alone. In the history of this clan, the only one that is strong is the 9 realm, and that 9 realm has been hunted and killed by many strong people, and it has a miserable end. Unless it is to achieve the eternal level and open up the path of extreme cold, then you will have the strength to protect yourself. The extremely cold ice silkworm will definitely be cultivated the most in Xuanhuan's empire. For its ice silk, Xuanhuan will do its best to sublimate it. Emperor, according to the extremely cold ice silkworm, there is a tomb of an ancient great god. We can't miss it. Even if it can't enter the tomb, it means that the owner of the tomb is extremely powerful. The strong are strong. Xuanhuan said. However, someone has already found us. Tiao Shinshu glanced at Xuanhuan, received the Emperor's signal, and suddenly shouted, the extremely cold ice silkworm has become our companion, and anyone who wants to snatch the ice silkworm should leave quickly. What, the extremely cold ice silkworm has been obtained? The first one to come out was a big man, his skin was as hard as a rock. He saw the extremely cold ice silkworms here, and saw a god of origin. He felt like he shouldn't be there. Misunderstanding, all misunderstandings. As soon as the big man saw such a strong lineup, he knew he had hit a hornet's nest, and immediately changed his smile. Now that you know, leave quickly. The heavenly demon god wrote. Extremely cold iceworm. But just when the big man was about to leave, several people showed up again, all of them with sword intent reaching the sky, looking down on the sky, and seeing the situation here, their faces were extremely ugly. Someone is already one step ahead of us, subduing the extremely cold iceworms. Of course they could see that the extremely cold ice silkworm had no companions before, someone must have found it first and brought it under their command. And this is what they want very much. This is a strong man from the Sword God sect. The sword intent reaches the sky, their suzerain is honored as the Sword God, a sword that reaches the sky can cut the eternal road, and the Sword God is also the strongest swordsman on the entire eternal road. The Heavenly Demon Divine Book introduced. This sword god is indeed terrifying. Swords are used by many strong people, even Xuanhuan has forged a sword of martial arts. Even if he doesn't practice the way of the sword, those who can be called the strongest in the way of the sword will know the strength of the sword god. A group of strange strong men, I have never seen it before, and I don't know where they came from. However, the extremely cold ice silkworm is also very important to us. The extremely cold armor it weaves is light and has extremely strong defenses. For us sword cultivators, its strength can be upgraded to a higher level. What should I do? Do you want to shoot directly? The strength of these sword god sects is extremely strong. United, they can definitely defeat an 8th realm and escape. One of them suddenly shouted, "Ice and Snow Empress, how long do you want to hide? Don't you want the extremely cold ice silkworms? Do you want to make a profit?" The Ice and Snow Empress had no choice but to appear because of this drink. As soon as she appeared, the temperature around her dropped extremely, the void was freezing, the chill was piercing to the bones, and even the soul thinking could not function. Where she appeared, it evolved into an ice and snow field, and it began to snow. The Empress of Ice and Snow cultivated the power of ice and snow, obtained the source of eternal ice and snow, and founded the Ice and Snow Empire. She once ruled an ordinary era. The Heavenly Demon Divine Book is like an encyclopedia, it understands many things. Extremely cold ice silkworm. The Ice Snow Woman's eyes were extremely cold. Instead of reading the Heavenly Demon Book, she looked at Xuanhuan, and their eyes met. There was a sudden jolt in her soul. You know, she is sublimated in the 8th realm, and her soul is like an iceberg, which will not melt for 10,000 years, but the moment she sees Xuanhuan, that invincible and vast power. It was as if, all of a sudden, there was an eternal fire burning to melt her iceberg. At this moment, she felt that she was not in a world of ice and snow, but in a terrible oven of heaven and earth. My friend, I'm not interested in extremely cold ice silkworms. If you have a chance, you can visit my Ice and Snow Empire. After the Ice and Snow Empress finished speaking, she actually left directly. Gone? She's gone? None of the strong men of the Sword God sect reacted to this sudden incident and were caught off guard. Did they know that although the Ice and Snow Empress is a woman, she is cruel and domineering, and her methods are very ruthless, and there are a few characters who can survive on the eternal road that will be soft-hearted? But she just looked at Xuanhuan and left. No, it's weird. They suddenly woke up and realized that the Ice and Snow Empress would definitely not be so polite, but met an opponent they couldn't deal with. There is no breath of eternal robbery, could it be that he is? Although the Sword God sect has a large number of people, but their cultivation is not as good as the Ice and Snow Empress after all. It was only at this time that they sensed that the Emperor who dominates the world does not have the aura of eternal calamity. There is no breath of eternal robbery, which means that he is from the current century Yuan. The Holy Land of Truth. Things in the Holy Land of Truth fluctuated too violently, and many powerful people, especially those in the big powers, were reminding their own people to be careful of being the master of Shijiyuan. He is strong. His average strength in the 9th realm is difficult to be his opponent, unless the existence of the immortal level makes a move. Don't provoke the ruler of the world casually, otherwise, if you are killed by him, you will have no place to cry. His foundation is in the multiverse, and no one can do anything to him. Let's go too. The members of Sword God sect also left cleanly in an instant. The Ice and Snow Empress and the people from the Sword God sect all left. There were still some wandering powerhouses, but they all left one after another. How could they care about the extremely cold ice silkworms? In front of the strong, you can only bow your head. This group of people can only curse bad luck secretly, no matter who they meet, they must meet the master of Shijiyuan. But they all know that the ruler is lawless, no one pays attention to it, and whoever offends him may lose his life. They just left? The extremely cold ice silkworm knew how crazy they were when they chased and killed him, but they were not so easy to talk about. Thinking about their ferocious appearance, they felt scared. The Emperor has stepped out of his own path of immortality, and it is my good fortune to follow him. Extremely cold ice silkworm rode. Ice silkworm, today is also your luck. The heavenly demon divine book sensed the surroundings. Emperor, you see, many powerful people are already heading towards the tomb of the gods. Do we have to take action? I don't know which god is buried in that tomb, but I can be sure that it is not the tomb of the god, but even if it is not the tomb of the god, it is the most powerful person under the command of the god. I am very interested in the god. Xuanhuan said. His memory seems to span the eons, seeing the past as he experienced. In the small universe, his final opponent was also a god, but in the multiverse, there appeared another god-world creator with unknown purpose. Now, in this sea of burial gods is also left by a god. Going to the tomb of the gods, the extremely cold ice silkworm, this is also a great achievement for you. #C 1808 God's Tomb. The tomb of the gods appeared, and this news boiled over the sea of burial gods. You know, this is an ancient eternal class, and it is also a relic left by the god who was the strongest. It can be seen that groups of strong people call for friends and pass the news to the forces behind them in various ways, but those who are in the sea of burying God will definitely get the moon first. A group of legions rode across the sea of burying gods, full of murderous aura and uniform. The weakest people in this group are all primitive gods. Forming an army with primitive gods can only be achieved by the ancient great powers accumulated over a long period of time. Even today's Xuanhuan is difficult to organize. They were wearing black armor, and their murderous aura shook the sky, and some of them who stood in front of them directly beheaded and pushed across. Many people were horrified when they saw them. Enter the tomb of the gods. A strong leader of the team, his eyes were sharp, and the light turned into a pole, and they passed quickly in the starry sky. My lord, the tomb of the gods has arrived. Not long after, the group arrived at the tomb of God. It's the people from the Jiao dynasty coming, get out of the way quickly, and don't provoke this group of lunatics. It's difficult for their great emperors to survive this era, and they may die, so they are also crazy, destroying everything they see, and even the eternal forces dare not provoke them casually. Those who are soft are afraid of those who are hard, those who are hard are afraid of being violent, and those who are too violent are afraid of dying. The people of the Jiao dynasty are those people who are crazy and desperate. Outside the time and space of the tomb of the gods, the strong men who gathered spread out one after another, for fear that the people from the extreme gods would suddenly attack them and treat them as lunatics. The great Emperor Jiao is their only one. Although the great Emperor Jiao has not yet embarked on his own path of immortality, he is extremely powerful, just like the ancient Emperor of Dimension, he already has eternal combat power. This is like Xuanhuan, who is still in the 7th realm, but has extraordinary strength. In order for the great emperor to live to the next era, and even walk out of his own eternal road, the tomb of the gods, we must win it for the great emperor. The leading strong man is called Aurora Tianjun. It is the strongest in the Jiao god dynasty, except the Jiao great emperor. His gaze was also like a sharp sword, sweeping across the crowd fiercely. He knew very well that even though he was in the 9th realm, the great emperor was too powerful. Once the great emperor fell, he would not be able to support the huge supreme Dao dynasty at all. Once the emperor dies, the Jiao dynasty will inevitably collapse. With their rampant behavior for so many years, there will definitely be a large number of enemies who will seek revenge. Not retaliating now is because he is afraid of the might of the great Emperor Jiao and what crazy actions he will make before his fall. For the sake of the Emperor's eternity, the tomb of the gods belongs to my supreme dynasty, whoever dares to stop, kill, kill, kill. Facing the catastrophe, the extreme gods were extremely united. They were crazy and domineering, full of murderous aura, their eyes swept across the surrounding strong men, and their weapons were drawn. They don't care anymore. They're all crazy. A strong man disdainfully said coldly in the distance, "Hey, Jidao Shenchao, you are just the afterglow of the setting sun. It has come to the end, and the Emperor of Jidao still wants to walk out of his own eternal road. That is impossible. How can there be such a good achievement in the eternal level? You go crazy. When the Emperor Jidao dies, your disaster will come. I don't know how many people want to destroy you." "What are you saying?" Aurora Tianjun naturally didn't hear what this person was saying, but he could sense the fluctuation of this person's soul. In an instant, he turned into an aurora, and a spear appeared in his hand. It was extremely sharp, and all his power was concentrated in one point, and he directly beheaded that person. "What are you going to do? You want to kill me?" This strong man was frightened and furious, and he just complained in his heart that this Aurora Tianjun was going to kill him madly. This is to establish prestige and kill chickens, to make an example, to monkeys. He is the 9th realm, I am not his opponent. The person immediately turned to run away. But there was a huge gap in strength between the two of them. Just as he was about to escape, Aurora Tianjuan's blow had already killed him and sent him flying, blasting a big hole in his back. Kill, kill, kill. The powerhouses of the Jidao God dynasty went crazy, and the powerhouses flew up and drowned this person directly. "You are bold. I am from the Chankuan dynasty." The man was terrified. It's useless for any dynasty, no one wants to offend this group of desperate lunatics. Some people sighed, but they didn't dare to stop anything for him. The Chankuan dynasty is also an eternal power on the eternal road, but this Chankuan dynasty has been somewhat weak since these epochs. "What?" At this moment, the man uttered the most horrific cry, and the powerhouse of the Jidao dynasty left fatal wounds on his body, and directly beat him to ashes. The madness of the Jidao dynasty can be seen. This person died in vain. Extreme Dao God dynasty, it is overbearing. When the killing power of the Jidao God dynasty is in full swing, there are still people who dare to challenge their majesty. "It's you." Aurora Tianjun looked there, and a black-clothed man appeared, rebellious, arrogant and domineering, and said coldly, "Great Demon King, Tu Tian." The strong man who came was also a 9th realm. Even the Great Demon King Tu Tian is here. The faces of the people present changed. This Great Demon King Tu Tian is also well known. He acts arrogantly, fears nothing, and has done many things that anger people. But he is so powerful that people hate him, but there is nothing he can do about it. "You Jidao Shenchao also want to use me for surgery." The Great Demon King Tu Tian's expression was stern, and the Demon King's majesty swept across, so he was not afraid of such a supernatural dynasty. "Humph. Give red envelopes, reading benefits are here. You have up to 888 cash red envelopes to be drawn. Follow the Weixin public account, Book Friends Base Camp, to draw red envelopes." Aurora Tianjun also knew that Tu Tian was difficult to deal with, so he didn't bother to pay attention to him, and looked at the Tomb of God. The most important thing right now is to open the Tomb of the Gods and get the treasures of the gods. There is a fight going on at that time. Boom! In an extremely chaotic area, one after another divine light spread wildly, forming a strangling force field, and there was a huge Tomb of the Gods. Centering on the Tomb of God, a great collapse of time and space occurred. The power shrouded in the Tomb of the Gods has not been completely dissipated, and it has not been completely born. If you force your way in now, you will be in great danger and will be killed by the law of chaos. The strong people present were very cautious. Although they knew that there were likely to be many funeral objects buried in the Tomb of the Gods, no one dared to act rashly at such a time. In the law of chaos, there is an extremely huge crisis. If you want to go in, you have to wait for the chaos to dissipate, but I don't know how long it will take, or more powerful people will join hands to bury the gate of the tomb. Aurora Tianjun Road. The internal situation is unknown. Under the law of chaos, it is difficult for them to see the specific situation, and they can only see the closed portal. This is a tomb that will become an eternal powerhouse. So many people, they also saw it. This strong man is about to become eternal rank. Although their eternal class is not the real eternal class, this kind of existence has opened up its own path, and in its own path, it has its own laws and can live for a long time. The Emperor Jidao is actually at the same level as the owner of the tomb. But this step is really too difficult to take. Otherwise, it would not be so rare to live that long at the eternal level. #C1809 Make way for the Emperor. In the Tomb of the Gods, the powerful gather together, and the situation is complicated. Many people don't seem to be very strong, but some of them are from eternal level forces, and they are also sending messages quickly. As time goes by, more strong people will inevitably come. Without him, this Tomb of God is left by a strong man who is about to create the eternal road. Although this kind of strong man has not achieved the real eternal level, his mana is extremely powerful. They already have their own way, and their strength is not comparable to some powerful people. This tomb is of great value. We must obtain the Tomb of the Gods for the Emperor, and understand the path of eternity. Aurora Tianjuan's eyes were fierce. He knew that their great Emperor of Extreme Tao needed this tomb the most, and comprehending the eternal path of the owner of the tomb could improve his own eternal path of extreme path. Although it may not be successful, it can make the Emperor Jidao stronger and may survive this era. The situation is complicated. It is best to delay for a while. As long as the Emperor arrives, with the strength of the Emperor, even the eternal level is willing to fight the Emperor. Aurora Tianjun is very clear. Although the eternal level is powerful, they usually stay in the path they have opened up to avoid the eternal calamity. They don't show up easily, and they won't fight to the death with a great emperor whose lifespan is about to reach the limit. The Emperor Jidao would die if he didn't seize the opportunity. That's the craziest thing. What would a dying person be afraid of? When will we wait like this? The great demon King Tu Tian made a move, but he didn't attack Aurora Tianjun, but he grabbed a 6th level one and threw it directly to the Tomb of the Gods. Woo woo woo. As soon as the 6th realm was thrown, his body was frozen, and a law of terror swept over his body, and his whole body was broken into countless pieces. Benefits for book friends: you can get cash or coins by reading books, and iPhone 12 and Switch are waiting for you to draw. Follow the VX public account, Book Friends Basecamp, to get it. I see. The moment the great demon King Tu Tian died in the 6th realm, he vaguely saw a vague road, forming the law of strangulation, and immediately grabbed hundreds of people and threw them over. Don't want. The great demon King Tu Tian is cruel. He caught these people just to throw stones to ask the way, to send them to death to find the way. Tu Tian, there is a vague road shrouded in the cemetery of the gods. What's the use of grabbing these useless things? When you see it, I'm afraid it won't belong to you long ago. With a bright radiance, a woman covered in brilliance actually appeared directly above the tomb. The moment she appeared, the rules of the cemetery of the gods beheaded her like a blade, but the woman remained steady, showing her extraordinary strength. I said who it was. It turned out to be Mingyu Tianzuan. Tu Tian smiled, looked at the woman, and said, Mingyu Tianzuan, what do you think? It's easy. Mingyu Tianzuan smiled, it's simple. Although this unknown person has walked out of his own way, he has not fully achieved it, so it is not perfect, and he has already fallen. No matter how strong he is, he can stop us. Time will drag. The longer it takes, the more we will suffer. What do you mean? Tu Tian already knew. You and I join forces first to break through the Tomb of God, otherwise, when those people come, we still have a chance. Mingyu Tianzuan said. She also knew that although she was in the 9th realm, the appearance of a god's tomb would inevitably cause many people to compete, much stronger than them. The great demon king is lonely and can cooperate. There are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. In the face of absolutely tempting interests, even life and death enemies can temporarily cooperate together. Besides, she has no enmity with Tiao. Your suggestion is very good, I can cooperate with you. Tiao understood better. Now he is the only one present in the ninth realm, Mingyue Tianzuan, Aurora Tianjun, and he and Mingyu Tianzuan can completely calm the situation together. Shoot! Boom! The great demon king Tiao took the lead in attacking, and the light of the demon god swept across the sky, wave after wave, constantly hitting the tomb of the god. At the same time, Mingyu Tianzuan also attacked, and sacrificed a powerful magic weapon to tear the void and break the restriction of the outside world. The great demon king Tiao, Mingyu Tianzuan, also made a move. There are also a large number of wandering powerhouses present. Their individual strength is naturally not as good as Tiao, but at this moment they are also trying to unite for their own benefit. Damn it, these two people should die. Aurora Tianjun frowned. Okay, I'll see if you can break the Tomb of God. He didn't make a move, just watched coldly from the side. Boom. Their strength is extremely strong, the outer time and space collapse continuously, a huge tomb is more completely revealed, and they are also counterattacking with waves of strength. Then Aurora Tianjun wants to watch the show without any effort. How easy is it for me to take advantage of Tiao? Tiao sneered. When he attacked the Tomb of the Gods, he deliberately spread the range and swept towards Aurora Tianzuan. If you want to plot against me, get out. Aurora Tianjun shouted angrily. For the entire 4 weeks, the situation was completely chaotic. Emperor, the Tomb of the Gods is here. Suddenly, other voices came in. There is still a storm coming. The situation is chaotic enough. At the same time, a terrifying aura swept over from a distance, and the god-burying sea rumbled and suppressed. The eternal majesty, like a round of sun god's scorching sun, caused this place to pause. At the forefront, there are many strong men who opened up, and everyone is the god of origin. Heavenly Demon Divine Book, Duan Qingshan, Su Shan, Yingxue, Extreme Cold Ice Silkworm, the 5 powerhouses are at the forefront. It's them. The first ones to recognize were Sword God Sect and Ice and Snow Lady. They were also here, and their expressions suddenly became strange. The Emperor is here. With his dominance, he must want to monopolize the Tomb of the Gods. What a powerful person, the Holy Land of Truth and Eternal Power, was broken into his house by him, but there is nothing he can do about it. The humanity of Sword God Sect. They looked at the scorching sun of the young god, the mighty majesty, and they only felt that their all-reaching sword intent was suppressed by him to watch the show. It'll be fun when he gets there. The Ice and Snow Empress also secretly said, with him here, I don't know how the situation will develop. I don't want to go to this muddy water first. It's unnecessary. Let's see how the great demon King Tiao will respond. Open the way for the Emperor. The Heavenly Demon Divine Book shouted. It's him? Be the ruler of Shiji Yuan. Shu Yuan appeared, but did not hide his identity. Not long ago, the Holy Land of Truth was intruded by a terrifying strong man, who took away the magic book in front of many strong men. Mantra, and many strong men in the Holy Land of Truth joined forces, but they didn't get any advantage. According to rumors, the ruler of Shiji Yuan has already enlightened and walked out of his own eternal path. What? How is this possible? How long has it been since Shiji Yuan? How could someone have walked out of the eternal road? Could it be that there will be another eternal existence in the near future? The existence of the eternal level is indestructible. It is rumored that before the birth of every ancient strongest person, it is also invincible in this way. This era is too powerful. Many people have felt the power of the ruler of the century Yuan, the power of ruling the world. Hashtag see 1821 pot end. Dominate the world. The presence was extremely silent, and there was no sound. The place where Chu Yuan was located became the center of heaven and earth. He walked step by step, although the speed was not fast, but the shocking power suppressed everyone's breath, and the road he walked seemed to form an eternal and invincible road. This is Chu Yuan's way, Chu Yuan's law. When he came, his will controlled the world and he became the ruler of this place. Eternal Road. The great demon king Tu Tian's expression was extremely solemn at the moment, and he could feel that Chu Yuan's eternal road was taking shape. Although comprehending one's own eternal road may not necessarily lead to the achievement of the eternal level, but this is the prerequisite for becoming the eternal level. The most important thing is that this person is still the master of the Shijiyuan. All he stopped. Mingyu Tianzuan secretly transmitted a voice, Tu Tian, you and I join forces, don't act rashly, let's see how this emperor will do it, this person is terrifying. As soon as she transmitted the voice, Chu Yuan's soul-piercing eyes looked at her, making her feel a soul-piercing chill. Even this lawless Tu Tian didn't move anymore. That's okay, I didn't make a move either, let's see how that man opened the tomb of God. Although Aurora Tianjun is crazy, he is not stupid. Now that the tomb of God has not been opened, what's the point of fighting with this emperor? He believes that if this emperor blasts open the gate of the tomb, Tu Tian and the others will definitely take action. A force from the ancient divine mansion is extremely powerful, and it has already comprehended the eternal road. Although the heavenly demon divine book is at the 7th level, but his combat power is comparable to the 8th level, he said, Emperor, how should we attack? I know these powerhouses, the great demon King Tutian, Mingyu Tianzuan. This Mingyu Tianzuan is said to be related to the ancient myth of the Juchangshan, and has been inherited, and that person is Aurora Tianjun. They are waiting now we open the tomb. Duan Qingshan Road. In the current situation, all the strong men dare not move at will, because of Chu Yuan's power. But everyone knows that when huge benefits appear, they will rush in. People's hearts are complicated, and the fluctuations of various souls have been seen in front of Chu Yuan, who controls the great soul art. No problem. Chu Yuan swept across the crowd. I will not open the tomb and play the trick of slowly entering and robbing it. This is meaningless to me. What I want to do is catch all the treasures and bring them back to the empire. He dominates the heavens, and his tone is unquestionable. The strength of the empire requires countless resources, and only when the resources are sufficient can the most masters be born within an era. He understands very well. For the powerful empire, it is easiest to cultivate and break through to a high level in this era, but it will be difficult to transition to the next era. The strength of an era is due to the environment of the world, and it depends on the peak powerhouse. If it is said that within an era, the strongest person in this era is just the god of origin, then there will definitely not be many strong people at the end of the era. That if the strength of the strongest is the eternal level, so how many gods of origin will there be under his command? Tianyao Shinshu and all the people looked at Chu Yuan. Heaven and earth cycle, eternal control. Boom. At this moment, Chu Yuan is the most infinitely bright existence, the brilliance exists in time and space, and in the eyes of everyone, his image is suddenly incomparable. He is like a giant god, you can only look up. Chu Yuan suppressed the eternity, arbitrarily eternity, and the strong wind howled, and he stepped directly towards the tomb of the gods. Suddenly, the divine power of destruction surged out of him like a monstrous tide. In the ocean of divine power, he remained unmoved. Does he want to open the tomb of God alone? The strong people present were also shocked. They felt the strength of the tomb of the gods. God, invincibility, destruction, control, reincarnation, universe, yin and yang. Countless forces spread out, and then formed a big hand to capture the universe. In front of this big hand, the monstrous ocean of divine power collapsed one after another. Xuanhuan swept all the obstacles around the tomb of the gods. He locked onto the huge tomb at once, grabbed it suddenly, and landed on the entire tomb. The tomb was grabbed by Xuanhuan's big hand, and it shook rumblingly, sweeping out the divine power to destroy everything. But as long as Xuanhuan is caught by big hands, this kind of invincible power can't help but be presumptuous. And he is not interested in slowly breaking open the tomb of the gods, but wants to take the whole tomb away in one pot. He wants to take the entire tomb with him. All the strong people present understood Xuanhuan's intentions. This was too crazy. He didn't want to break open the gate of the tomb, but he wanted to take them all away. He didn't even give anyone a drink of soup. They can see it too. Although the tomb was shaking crazily. But the power of this emperor is too domineering, and he can't break free from his palm at all, and he saw that in the center of the power, there is a swallowing black hole, which is swallowing the tomb. Once completely swallowed by the black hole, they get nothing. The emperor's strength is too strong. The heavenly demon god wrote. This group of people is dishonest and wants to make trouble. Xuanhuan said. In front of the emperor, whoever dares to make trouble will only die. Ingshu erode. And at this very moment, the great demon king Tu Tian and Mingyu Tianzuan watched the tomb being swallowed. Their faces were calm. They are not in a hurry, but some people are in a hurry. Tu Tian, Mingyu Tianzuan, don't you want to make a move? If things go on like this, the entire tomb will be taken away by this person. We have worked so hard and won't get anything. Are you willing to do it? Aurora Tianjun shouted. His extreme power has already surged, and he never thought that this person would be so domineering and direct. Hello everyone, our official account will find gold and coin red envelopes every day. As long as you pay attention, you can receive them. The last benefit at the end of the year, please seize the opportunity. Public number, book friend base camp. Xuanhuan devoured the tomb of God with one hand, but with the other hand, he also exerted the invincible magic power, standing in the air, like the strongest emperor, controlling the strongest power. This Aurora Tianjun is inciting others to attack him, which he cannot tolerate. This force killed Aurora Tianjun, the sky collapsed, the eternal universe was shattered, and the entire God burial sea was shaken violently. Although Aurora Tianjun is also in the 9th realm, his strength is not as good as that of Xinyan Xingzuan. Kill. Aurora Tianjun knew that Xuanhuan wanted to use him to frighten the heroes, and suddenly his ultimate brilliance emerged, and a wave of aurora also hit Xuanhuan fiercely. However, his aurora just fought against Xuanhuan's power, but it showed a complete defeat. The emperor's divine power slammed and exploded on him. Aurora Tianjun retreated violently, the original power in his body crazily shattered. In the confrontation with Xuanhuan, he suffered a big loss. Jiguang Tianjun is not his opponent. Look, the master of Shiji Yuan has already taken away the tomb of God. More shouts sounded. Xuanhuan knocked back Aurora Tianjun with one blow, and his power reached its limit. The huge tomb of God could no longer resist his swallowing, fell into the black hole, and disappeared. Xuanhuan took away the tomb of the gods, his majestic eyes swept across the strong, and he left directly under the gaze of many strong. #C 1821 Shenrenchen. The ruler of the current world directly took away the tomb of the gods, without giving others any soup to drink, and he left directly. Everyone just watched like that, and no one dared to stop him. This is strength. If Xuanhuan hadn't taken it away directly today, there would have been a bloody storm here, and many strong men fought in disorder, but now they have fallen into such a strange calm. It is said that you, the big devil, Tu Tian, are not afraid of anyone, and even the eternal level forces dare to provoke you. Now you are acting so calm. This is very unlike you in the rumors. Mingyu Tianzuan's eyes flickered. She wants others to come first. Haha, you Mingyu also didn't make a move. Tu Tian said indifferently. He is lawless, and many people don't pay attention to him, but he is not really mad, he is stupid, and he knows that the Emperor's strength is not something he can target. He is not afraid that Chu Yuan can really kill him, but this person is Shiji Yuan, and he is really likely to become eternal class in the future. Moreover, even if he makes a move, it is impossible to really get it. He, the devil, will not do things that are not beneficial. Someone was talking wildly just now, but now they don't get anything at all. Why are they withering now? What Tu Tian said was, to Aurora Tianjun. Tu Tianyu. Jiguang Tianjun was also angry. The people present were not of one mind at all, so he didn't dare to fight Chu Yuan directly. Haha, if the great Emperor Jidao can't survive the eternal calamity this time, your Jidao divine dynasty will perish. Eternal level, it's not so easy to walk. Create your own path to avoid the eternal catastrophe. Tu Tian laughed. He is a demon, doing whatever he wants, living a chic life, taking advantage of any advantage, and leaving if there is no advantage. He directly left the burying god sea. Go. The strong people present also left quickly. Jidao Shenqiao has gone crazy, and this is the time to be furious. If they don't leave, this group of people will really kill them, and they won't care about revenge. One place in time and space. Now let's open the Tomb of the Gods and see what's inside. Chu Yuan stopped at this moment. He waved his hand, and the huge Tomb of the Gods appeared, and the door of the tomb was still closed. However, Chu Yuan pushed away directly, and the divine light was overwhelming. It was as if he had seen a world of gods, and the gods' world where only gods can survive. After entering the tomb, in an instant, countless forbidden forces came over, but Chu Yuan could take away the entire tomb directly, and of course he didn't care about the restrictions in the tomb. He eased the ban on burials. A lot of eternal god crystals, counted in billions. The entire tomb is a huge world, divided into many small planes, and the most in it is the eternal god crystal, which is almost 1 billion. Hello everyone, our official account will find gold and coin red envelopes every day. As long as you pay attention, you can receive them. The last benefit at the end of the year, please seize the opportunity. Public number, book friend base camp. Duan Qingshan sighed. In the desperate prison, many creatures would fight for some eternal god crystals, but now he has seen too many. If so many eternal god crystals are melted, they will be the purest eternal vitality, which can form a vast ocean. If a monk soaks in this kind of vitality all day long, he will become a god of heaven and even a primitive god. Simple things. The heavenly demon god wrote. He was right. Cultivation requires resources. He also knows that the empire is the power of this era. They don't have the trouble of eternal calamity, so they can use all the resources to cultivate the strong. This is just the most common one in the Tomb of God. Chu Yuan walked calmly in the Tomb of the Gods. Each small plane is opened, which is equivalent to a warehouse, and all kinds of thrones are dazzling and dazzling. There are too many treasures. Before the god's mansion fell, he put the wealth in his tomb. Could it be that he hopes to be resurrected and reborn? But he still doesn't know his identity. Look, there is a river of divine light here, which is the purest divine power. They looked at these treasures as resources for cultivating the gods. It's easy to know his identity, I already know where he is. As soon as Chu Yuan took a step, he condensed the eternal road and entered the most important core place in an instant. This place is the cemetery of the gods, solemn and solemn. Not just a tomb of the gods. The heavenly demon god wrote. It was dark and gloomy, shrouded in death, and gods were buried here. The gods took the gods to break eternity, the gods were defeated, and countless gods fell. Xuanhuan could feel the tragedy. For eternity, too many strong people have died on this road. Gods have existed for a very long time, even those Eternals who have gone out of their own way are not really eternal, they just live much longer than others. Eternal class also has its own catastrophe, if it can't make it through, there is only one dead end. The so-called eternal level is just a false eternity, unable to control one's own life and death. In the long history, even the eternal level, many have disappeared in the long river of history and will never appear again. Xuanhuan said slowly, as long as you are on the eternal road, there is a limit to the eternal level. It is impossible to say exactly how many powerful people appeared on the eternal road. Some people you thought were still alive, but in fact they have already died. And some people you have already fallen, but they are still alive. Xuanhuan's road is a road of control. Whether it is the road of God, the road of demons, the road of magic, the road of truth, the road of the Holy Emperor, etc., what Xuanhuan has to do is to integrate all eternal possibilities into one with his own road. The starting point of the eternal road is the multiverse, which breeds creatures. And from the starting point road, there are countless branch roads, and finally converge to a destination. Xuanhuan enlightened and understood a lot. The roads created by others cannot be achieved by others, but he can control these roads and integrate all forces into one. Converge into the strongest force and break eternity in one fell swoop. Xuanhuan raised his head, his eyes were extremely bright, piercing the tomb of the gods, trying to see through the entire eternity, but no matter how far or how high he looked, there was always nothingness, unable to see through. What is this whole eternity? This is an eternal puzzle. No matter how strong a person is, there are many guesses about this puzzle. All the mysteries will be revealed one by one with the strength. At this time, Xuanhuan waved his palm, layers of mist were torn apart, and the owner of the tomb appeared. The body of the god's mansion. This god mansion was in a standing posture, even though it had fallen, he still did not fall down, looking up at the sky. He is tall and has the majesty of the ancient gods. Although his body has fallen for countless epochs, it still contains a powerful divinity, and a force is tightly locked. This mansion is a body of flesh and blood, not a mummy. Although he has no breath of life, he can still feel the power and majesty of his life. As long as there is no life, the eternal calamity will not come, and in the tomb, let him be preserved so perfectly. God Rentian. Xuanhuan looked at him and caught a trace of will. #C1822 The Empire asks for help, the land of Xianming. Reincarnation is the name of this divine mansion. Taking God as the surname, Ren means weapon. And the sky is this eternal sky. Although Reincarnation fell, he still stood upright, never bent, and faced death without the slightest fear, but very calmly. Emperor, this Reincarnation is an existence that is not weaker than the great Emperor. Although we have obtained a lot of treasures in the tomb of the gods, we have not seen his divine weapons. They all know that the artifact of origin refined by Reincarnation himself is the most precious. His artifact of origin has died with him. Xuanhuan could tell that this was just the body he left behind. His soul was gone and his weapon was broken, so it was impossible for him to stay. His eyes stretched back through the ages, and he seemed to be able to see the events of the ages ago, the scene where the gods led the gods to impact the eternity. It also seemed that the arrival of Xuanhuan and the others broke the balance of the tomb of the gods. Reincarnation's god's corpse was turning into light spots, and disappeared from head to toe. Reincarnation is going to disappear, they said. This process is difficult to stop, and Xuanhuan doesn't want to stop it either. In the end, Reincarnation disappeared. After he was transformed into light, he actually turned into a bright torrent, and this torrent of God formed a road, sweeping through the tomb of the god. This is his way. The heavenly demon god wrote. It will be of great benefit to you all to understand his path. Xuanhuan could see through it with a single glance. Although Shenrentian hadn't become a real eternal class, his path still has great reference value. He saw it right away. After Shenrentian turned into a divine weapon, it was incomparably huge, and he slashed towards the sky. This was his way, turning himself into a divine weapon. The torrent was dissipating, and Xuanhuan grabbed it with his palm, forming a black hole. Swallow it. If he doesn't swallow it, the power of Shenrentian will completely return to eternity. Receive the red envelope. The cash or coin red envelope has been issued to your account. Follow the public.account, book friends base camp, on WeChat to get it. Control the way of others and make your own way. Xuanhuan's way is the way of control, the way of invincibility, and he holds all the ways in his own hands. And his great devouring technique is no longer an ordinary devouring technique. As his strength increases, he can devour the way of others, which is very domineering. Just watching it for a moment, my soul has been sublimated. Duan Qingshan excitedly said, "Give me a period of time to retreat, and I may sublimate myself to the 8th realm." When he was in the cage, he was extremely close to this realm, but he lacked resources and could not sublimate himself. Now that he joined the Xuanhuan Empire, he did not have this hidden danger. "I will give you this time." Xuanhuan was kind to the powerful of the empire. "Emperor, where are we going next?" asked the heavenly demon divine book. "Next?" Xuanhuan looked at Eternal Road and said, "Next, you will follow me back to the empire. Once I return to the empire, I will set foot on Eternal Road again." This time, he got a lot of treasures on the Eternal Road and put them on him, but it didn't work for him. It was best to bring them back to the empire. Exploration is not something that can be done overnight. Emperor's Empire. After they heard this, they were excited at first, and then a little frustrated. The empire created by the emperor must be extremely great, but unfortunately, we do not belong to the current era and cannot enter the empire. Although I cannot enter the universe, my empire will not be limited to diversity, and will stand on the Eternal Road. Xuanhuan has already decided that after returning, he will build an imperial city on the Eternal Road, which is the bridgehead of the empire and the first stop leading to eternity. Finally formed his Eternal Road and reached the end of the end. Tian Yaoshinshu and others nodded. They also know the emperor's ambition. He wants to open up a hegemony, and the empire will transition to the Eternal Road in the future, and they will build it in advance with their own strength. Along the way, they have experienced the great strength of the emperor so many times. How can they not be admired? Let's go. Xuanhuan took a big step. This time, he used his mana to rush on the road, returning to the empire as soon as possible, and after arranging some things, he would return to the Eternal Road again to continue his search. And as soon as he took a step, a road appeared, running through the boundless area. Just a few months after he returned, Xuanhuan suddenly stopped, his expression turned cold, and he said, "We are not going back to the empire, let's go there with me." "Emperor, what happened suddenly?" The heavenly demon divine book saw the emperor's stern expression. Something happened to the empire, on the Eternal Road. Xuanhuan didn't hide them, and said, "I sent a group of teams to practice on the Eternal Road before. They encountered trouble. Many people were looking for them to besiege and kill them. With their strength, they were already trapped, so they could only ask for help from me. Tianzuan, Death, the god of chaos, and the primordial dragon are also on the Eternal Road. Tianzuan has become the origin on the Eternal Road." Xuanhuan knew all this. As the master of the empire, he could sense the growth of the strength of the powerful in the empire. Tianzuan achieved it during the time he was trapped in the cage. After Tianzuan achieved the origin, his calculation ability increased by at least 10 times, and he also found a lot of treasures for the empire on the Eternal Road. It is absolutely unforgivable for someone to deal with a strong man of the empire. "Emperor, please lead us to rescue the strong man of the empire. Xuanhuan and Yingxue are full of murderous intent, their lives already belong to the empire. The crisp voice of the extremely cold ice silkworm contained the killing intent to freeze the soul. They are looking for death. Despite being besieged, with Yi Tianzuan around, it is enough to save the day. In an instant, Xuanhuan sensed their position and passed quickly. With Yi Tianzuan around, with his calculation ability, Xuanhuan is very relieved and will hold on until he arrives. They also encountered a predicament that they could not get out of, otherwise they would not ask for help. On the Eternal Road, there are countless dangers everywhere. If you are not careful, you will die. There are also those who are lucky enough to get a certain ancient treasure and soar into the sky. In a strange area, there is bone-piercing ice cold, and storms blow all the time, like Xianming. The Land of Mystery. This is also a very famous place on the Eternal Road. The land of Xianming is the place where an ancient strong man sits and transforms. Yes, it is the place of sitting. The strong man named Xianming is also an eternal existence, and the land of Xianming is the relic of his eternal path after Xianming sat down. Eternal level existences will form their own paths and fight against eternal calamity on their own paths. Xuanming's records are very rare, only a few words, only saying that Xianming is extremely withdrawn, has no pioneering forces, and has no relatives and friends of his own. He is an ascetic, practicing alone. Almost no one even knows what Xianming looks like. And after this road was discovered, many people thought that there would be many treasures in the mysterious place. After all, the eternal class usually put their most precious treasures on the road opened by themselves. The road you blaze yourself is the safest place. In the road, they are the masters, the strongest supreme. However, many people were disappointed. The land of Xianming seemed to be a place of bitter cold, and it was full of dangers. The most terrifying one was the Xianming storm, which could directly freeze the soul. Because the land of Xianming has also become a place of suffering among many people, with little value and great danger. However, the land of Xianming was created by an eternal level after all, and it is the greatest treasure in itself. There is still a way for strong people to come and understand Xianming. #C1823 Eternal Fruit. In the land of Xianming, the famous place of bitter cold, there are only very few ascetics who practice hard here on weekdays to sharpen their minds. Sometimes, some big forces will exile some people who have committed serious crimes to the land of Xianming, from which we can know how bad the environment here is. Recently, however, the land of Xianming has become lively. Squads of armies, batches of strong men, marched from all over to the land of Xianming. Don't go this way, there are many origins leading the team there. It should be from the Qianquan dynasty. Go this way, there is no danger for the time being. Yi Tianzuan always has the wheel of secrets spinning in front of him, calculating the power of deduction to an extreme. He has become the god of origin. His temperament is very different from the past, like a cloud of energy. The air of destiny is ethereal, his eyes are deep, and he can see through the future. And where there is a strong man chasing him, he is very clear. The strong men of the empire are all here. What they are stepping on is not a completely empty time and space, but the hard earth, which is frozen with a thick layer of mysterious ice, presenting a permafrost-like situation, which is difficult for ordinary strong people to break through. This is the power of Xianming. This ice is thick, not ordinary ice, and has eternal power. Chaos God. This is inside the road. Yi Tianzuan looked around. Compared with the Eternal Road, the road opened by Xianming is an independent time and space. The eternal level can resist thousands of eternal calamities in its own road. The ice and soil you see, the reason why it is so tough is because it is mixed with the power of eternal tribulation. That's right. Chaos God didn't think much about it. The Lord of Death said, Yi Tianzuan, I found that since you broke through to the God of Origin on the Eternal Road, it is very different from before. I have a great sense of strangeness towards you. what's different? Yi Tianzuan smiled. The indescribable feeling is very strange anyway. You are very clear about things that I don't even know. It seems that this is not completely calculated, but you already know it. Similar to memory awakening. It is also Yi Tianzuan, who is also a powerful empire, otherwise he will be very jealous. Calculation is not omnipotent. Some things are hard for me to explain. You just need to remember that my loyalty to His Majesty is also for my own eternity. Yi Tianzuan and the others hurried on their way while talking. Sure enough, as they speculated, just as they left, a group of people arrived at their place. They continued to change routes, and the road covered with Xianming ice was icy to the bone, and the god of origin had to consume a huge amount of mana every moment to resist the chill that went straight to the marrow. Frozen to death in the land of Xianming. They saw a frozen corpse on the road. Although it was not the origin, it was only the sixth realm, but if they could freeze the sixth realm to death, they could experience this horror. There was a slight cold wind blowing, and then it became more and more violent, like a knife. This kind of bitter cold wind is too normal in the land of Xianming. The Xianming storm is coming, be careful. I calculate that this storm will be extremely violent, it will reach its strongest in half a quarter, and it will be strengthened out of thin air. The best way is to pass through it at the fastest speed. Yi Tianzuan ordered. Immediately, everyone passed by. Sure enough, just half a moment later, they had just passed through, and behind them, a huge storm sea appeared, time and space collapsed, moving quickly. Even the body of the origin god had to pay a huge price to resist. This time, because of Yi Tianzuan's calculation, they can always avoid many dangers in advance, otherwise they don't know how much trouble they will encounter. Lord of Death, they are deeply aware of the horror of Yi Tianzuan. In the same realm, Yi Tianzuan doesn't need to fight them directly, he can calculate them to death, and he doesn't know how to die. Terrifying mysterious storm. They looked back at the storm sweeping across the Xianming land behind them. It's really a bitter cold place, and there are no treasures to be seen. The Lord of Death. Who says there are no treasures? Treasures are right under our feet. They are everywhere in the deep ice of the deep permafrost. Yi Tianzuan showed a mysterious smile. Under the feet? The Chaos God stomped fiercely. Don't move at will. The land of Xianming seems to have no treasures. In fact, Xianming has sealed all the treasures here. Although he is eternal, he is not really eternal. It is impossible to live forever. After his death, his power will be completely reduced in the road, such a scene was formed. Yi Tianzuan alerted them. This time we fled to the land of Xianming, and we have been surrounded by many forces. We can only use the strange environment here to delay time. With our strength, it is impossible to escape. We can only ask His Majesty to come and rescue us. The Lord of Death. Your Majesty is somewhere on the Eternal Road, and there are too many powerful people besieging us this time. If your Majesty comes down, we will encounter great troubles. We are useless. The Chaos God system rewards are the most loyal to Xuanhuan. Without Yi Tianzuan, we would have been caught long ago, and we wouldn't be able to persist until now. The ancestors of the prehistoric dragon said. The previous will of the ancestor of the dragon was obliterated by Xuanhuan, leaving only the unique dragon spirit, instilling the belief of absolute loyalty to the empire, and Xuanhuan suppressed him with absolute power. Your Majesty will definitely come. I can't figure out anything about His Majesty, but I know that His Majesty must be on his way to Xianming land. As long as His Majesty arrives, all crises can be resolved. Yi Tianzuan took a positive tone. The Lord of Death's eyes glowed strangely, and Yi Tianzuan's previous calculations were very illusory, but when he mentioned their greatest Majesty Xuanhuan, he became confident and sure. I believe His Majesty will definitely come. The Lord of Death said, Yi Tianzuan, how strong do you think His Majesty is? I don't know, but it will definitely solve our dilemma. Yi Tianzuan said, although it is troublesome for your majesty to come to rescue this time, our harvest is not insignificant. The fruit of the eternal Tao is the perception of the eternal existence in a lifetime. The treasure produced by the power after the transformation has the existence of the eternal essence. Eternal Tao fruit, a special fetish that can only be formed after the fall of the eternal level powerhouse. This time, Yi Tianzuan found the eternal Tao fruit on the eternal road based on his own calculations, and he also knew that it was impossible to cover up the appearance of Chongbao. Benefits for book friends: you can get cash or coins by reading books, and iPhone 12 and Switch are waiting for you to draw. Follow the VX public account, Book Friends Base Camp, to get it. He had long considered the land of Xianming as a way out. As it turns out, he was right. We must hand over the eternal Tao fruit to His Majesty. Chaos God. The forces chasing us this time include the Qianquan dynasty and the Age of the Holy Emperor, these two eternal forces, and many weaker forces. The Lord of Death. Wrong, people from the Holy Land of Truth have also come, and in the end, there will be more strong people. Facing such a siege, Yi Tianzuan still had a calm expression, unmoved. However, we can't just run away and not fight back. Hong Huangzulong said. In all directions, many forces have formed a blockade against us. I am planning to counterattack. I will take advantage of the dangerous environment here to cause more trouble to them, delay time, and wait for His Majesty to arrive. #C 1824 Storm King. The entire Xianming land is full of murderous intentions. There are not only eternal forces, but also many large and small forces, and more scattered powerhouses, all gathered in the torrent of search, all chasing and killing Yi Tianzuan and the others, wanting to obtain the eternal Tao fruit. Eternal Tao fruit is too important. This is condensed after the death of the eternal level existence. If there is one, it may even make it possible for people to step into the eternal level. Learn from others' paths, learn from others' experience, supplement your own deficiencies, and finally form your own path. That group of people can really run away. It has been several months since they fled to the land of Xianming. I heard that the three eternal forces of Qianquan, Holy Emperor, and Truth have all attacked, and they can't find their whereabouts. Among them, there is a strong man who is very good at calculation, and it is he who has repeatedly avoided danger and delayed until now. I heard that they came from the era of the current era. The process of this era has only passed halfway? It's unbelievable that there are so many strong people. Yeah, in the era I was in, there were only 4 origin gods before the end. A group of people gathered together, they are not from the same force. You don't know yet? Then a terrifying strong man appeared in Shijiyuan. An old man said. Who is the terrifying powerhouse? A long time ago, there was an existence called the founder of the God realm. Someone asked curiously. Not the founder of the God realm, but more domineering and terrifying than the founder of the God realm. He is an emperor who created a unified era, beheaded the envoys of the Holy Emperor, entered the Holy Land of Truth, and directly captured the Tomb of God and the Sea of Burial Gods. He is a lawless and powerful man who doesn't care about anything. The old man told some things he knew. What, there is such a strong man? They were shocked when they heard it. I know, they must be waiting for their emperor to rescue them. Even if their emperor arrives, the 3 eternal powers, many big and small powers, can really go against the sky. If we get the eternal Tao fruit, we can sublimate to the fullest, we can all sublimate. When they were discussing, they suddenly saw a group of people passing through the Xianming land quickly. It's them. After they saw Yi Tianzuan and others saw them, they passed quickly. Is there any trap? Someone asked. There must be traps, but I guess they must have been chased away. You see, they seem to have encountered a fight, come out suddenly, chase them, don't let them escape. Don't let them get away. Immediately, although they thought that there might be a trap, they still chased after it. But after several hours of their pursuit, the sky suddenly became extremely dark, and one after another huge black vortexes formed a monstrous and terrifying mysterious storm. We were led into the Xianming storm by them. This storm is at the level of destroying the world. They've already run out. Hateful, we were calculated by them. This group of people made a sound of shock and anger. The world-destroying Xianming storm already has enough strength to destroy the origin of the seven realms. You're looking for death, and you still want to hunt us down. The god of chaos said coldly. Thanks to Tianzuan this time, he calculated the possible location of the Xianming storm in advance and led them to this place. This time in the storm, they will definitely be skinned hard. Although I can calculate some things, calculations are not omnipotent. Now the outside world has become a net, and we, like rats, have blocked our retreat. Tianzuan waved his hand. With them as the center, a huge net has been closed to control their range. What should I do? Said the Lord of Death. There is no way. Let's go there. There is a bigger world-killing storm there. We will directly enter the world-killing storm. I will calculate, follow the storm, find the safest place. Tianzuan led the team. Another half-month passed. Although the land of Xianming is large, it is not eternal after all, and it is also limited. The forces of all parties have trapped Tianzuan and the others in a small area. They're here. A strong force came together. It was many gods of origin, especially the one leading in front was a majestic man. A mysterious storm was created under his feet, and it was shattered in an instant. With his own strength, he actually shattered the Xianming storm. One can imagine how powerful this person is. Give red envelopes, reading benefits are here. You have up to 888 cash red envelopes to be drawn. Follow the Weixin public account, book Friends Base Camp, to draw red envelopes. He can run, but the one named Tianzuan is very powerful. Although his strength is nothing in front of him, his power of calculation is too strong, and he has been able to escape chasing and killing many times. The mighty man said. He looked forward, where there were storms that were constantly dying and forming, and the terrain was extremely complicated, which seemed to be irregular. Sacred Storm King, the group of people who were in the Yuan dynasty, is here. This should be the place where the eternal Xianming finally fell, so the environment is so harsh, and ordinary origins dare not step into this place. A god of origin. That's right, the Holy King of Storms. They also rely on Tianzuan, with his ability to calculate, to hide in various storms again and again, just like mice, which is extremely troublesome. Another god of origin. This group of powerhouses actually came from the Holy Emperor continent, an eternal power. Although the Holy Emperor hides in his eternal road and does not care about worldly affairs, in this era, he is still extremely prosperous, and his strength is stronger than that of the Holy Land of Truth. I appreciate Tianzuan. The Storm King said, this person's power can be calculated into destiny. If he becomes a holy king in the era of my Holy Emperor, with his calculated power, the benefits are too great. It is more powerful than a supreme power. Dao fruit is exactly what this person's power of calculation calculates to the position. That Tianzuan is indeed very extraordinary. Many powerful characters have been born in this era. Before, the sage King Tianyan went to recruit them, but he was killed by them directly. Their emperor is too domineering. We put it in our eyes, and Tianzuan also belongs to that empire, so he will not join us. A strong man of the 8 realms said. I know that not long ago, the emperor went to cause trouble in the Holy Land of Truth. He was indeed extremely domineering. I said long ago that it is impossible to recruit people in this era, but there are some people who don't believe it and insist on trying, such as the emperor, can only be beheaded, absolutely impossible to seek refuge. The King of Storms said, my goal this time is the eternal Dao fruit. With this Tao fruit, I have great confidence to condense the road of eternal storm, and even enter the eternal level. Who doesn't yearn for the eternal level? Although at this level, it is not really eternal, but it can live far longer than others. However, there are many people who are eyeing the eternal Tao fruit this time. A strong man said. I see, they have come. The Storm King's eyes froze, and two huge storms appeared out of thin air. #C1825 The land of Xianming has arrived. The Xianming land's pursuit and blockade for several months has trapped Yi Tianzuan in an area. To be honest, they were also very irritable in their hearts. This Yi Tianzuan was too good at running, and it was absolutely impossible for an ordinary strong man to run for so long. Era of the Holy Emperor, the Holy King of Storms. At this moment, a tall and mighty man in a mountain and sea robe walked towards the dragon and snake, forming boundless mountains and rivers under his feet, leading people towards here. The god of heaven and earth, Ji Wujiang. The Holy Storm King recognized this person immediately when he saw him. The Qianquan dynasty is also an eternal power, and their Qianquan emperor's strength has also shocked the ages, but in recent epochs, it has been somewhat weak, and the strength of the strong has begun to appear faulty. This is a very normal thing. Eternal class can live for a long time. In the years of their dominance, the power is the most prosperous, but their subordinates can't live that long, and they will die one by one. The gods of heaven and earth have been in power for too long, and the gods of origin and powerhouses are all falling. Especially in the past few epochs, when a powerhouse sits down, it makes their strength even more slippery and faulty. This Ji Wujiang also desperately wants to obtain the eternal god fruit, so as to raise his strength to another level and rebuild the glory of the god dynasty. And he himself can't last too many epochs. If he dies, he will be doomed. It is difficult for Xian to sit in charge, and the foundation of the Qianquan dynasty will be ruined. The Emperor Qianquan didn't help him much, and he spent most of his time hiding in his eternal road. You also want to take the eternal Tao fruit? The Storm King said. Haha, how many people don't want to take something as precious as the eternal Tao fruit? Ji Wujiang laughed loudly. Now that the Emperor Qianquan is closed, he controls the power of regent, which is equivalent to the emperor. Be careful, you died here, your Qianquan god dynasty has no one to sit in, and you are destroyed. To Daogua, it's not just us, the eternal forces. Storm Saint King Road. You don't need to worry about that. Ji Wujiang's face became colder and colder. He suddenly shouted, Sage of Mantra of the Holy Land of Truth, don't hide anymore, show up now that you're here, it's not enough to play tricks like Mantis catching cicadas and orioles behind. Following his voice, Mantra Shrine appeared, a man with a resolute face, like marble. The Holy Word of Truth sits in the Holy Land of Truth, and the Holy Word of Truth is outside to attack. I heard that your Holy Land of Truth has suffered a lot during this time. Ji Wujiang said. I don't want to talk about these things. It is a shame that the mantra does not want to mention it. Haha, we can help you take revenge. You see, in the land of Xianming, there are many strong men respecting them, and they are destroyed. But the price is that you will not be able to participate in the competition for the eternal Tao fruit. How about it? Storm Saint King Road. I want their lives, and I want the eternal Tao fruit. Although the voice of the mantra sage is not loud, he is expounding the truth, his domineering. Humph. The Holy King of Storms had a cold face, ignored him, and said, Yi Tianzuan, people from Shijiyuan, this king has already seen you, it is useless for you to hide, you have already been trapped here, stubbornness is there is a dead end. Of course he didn't see Yi Tianzuan, he just knew they were here. After a while, there was an ethereal voice, from nowhere, as if it was the voice of fate. What do you want to say? Yi Tianzuan said. With your power of calculation, you can also know that now you are surrounded by groups. This king is kind, And I can give you a chance to hand over the eternal Tao fruit and take refuge in my age of the Holy Emperor. Tianzuan, you are a talent, you can become Yixing, the king, whose status is comparable to that of the strongest, is not inferior to this king. When he heard Tianzuan's voice, he actually wanted to find out his location, but Tianzuan couldn't find him at all. You want to surrender? Tianzuan's tone was slow, but our emperor beheaded one of your holy kings. This is what your emperor did, and it has nothing to do with you. As long as you turn from darkness to light, I can give you shelter. Otherwise, you should know your end. Your emperor, he will naturally have someone to deal with. The Storm King also thought that Tianzuan could rely on him. The value of this person is very great. Although he has never seen his real body, he has experienced this kind of calculation. Abandon the dark and turn to the bright? I am the most brilliant when I am Shijiyuan. Tianzuan said lightly. If you can give me the eternal Tao fruit to the Qianquan dynasty, Tianzuan, I can promise you the position of the great master. Ji Wujiang said, you certainly didn't have a high status in my Qianquan dynasty in the era of the Holy Emperor. As for this era of truth, you can't believe it. Only my Qianquan dynasty can give you the best. The mantra looked cold and did not speak. Haha, the Qianquan God dynasty is not as powerful as my sage emperor's era. If you follow them, you are courting death. The Storm King understands that Tianzuan should know their strength. My Qianquan dynasty also has eternal level powerhouses. Ji Wujiang's expression turned ugly. There is only one eternal Tao fruit, which makes it very difficult for me. Tianzuan said lightly, it's better, you first decide the winner, whoever wins, the eternal Tao fruit will belong to him. Want to provoke? The Holy Storm King, how could Ji Wujiang be deceived? The Storm King said coldly, you are provoking my patience. If you hand over the Tao fruit, you will get shelter, otherwise you will only die. Don't play tricks with me here. Then it is impossible. I am the strongest when I am Shi Yuan, and my emperor is also the strongest. Tianzuan said lightly. How could he turn his back on the empire? I want to delay time and wait for your emperor to come to rescue. The truth is said by the Holy One. So what if their emperor comes? Are you still afraid of him? The Storm King was fearless, and even wanted to fight with Qu Yuan. It's useless. You can't find his whereabouts just by his voice. It's a force of fate that has no source. The truth is said by the Holy One. Why talk nonsense with Tianzuan? Don't you know that he can't take refuge, just to find out his preparation position, otherwise it will waste a long time to determine. Reading benefits, send you a cash red envelope. Follow the VX Public Book Friends Base Camp to receive it. You should be the holy word of the holy land of truth, this is the power of destiny. Tianzuan said slowly. The only way to find him is to sweep him with strength, so that he has nowhere to escape. In the face of absolute strength, any conspiracy and calculation will be useless. The holy word of Mantra's eyes were sharp, and he spit out a word. I said, this place will be calm when the storm dissipates. Sure enough, following the words of the mantra, the turbulent storm was dissipated by a strange and inexplicable force, and a kind of worldly truth emerged spontaneously. He doesn't directly bombard with power, but it's more troublesome than power bombardment. Tianzuan also knows that the mantra is the most difficult to deal with. If it is Ji Wujiang and the others, if they want to find him, they must first smash the storm, but the mantra doesn't need it. The land of Xianming has arrived. Hashtag C1826 Strength. The heavenly demon divine book had told him about the situation in the Xianming land on the way there. The land of Xianming, the road opened by an eternal class, finally sits here. When Qu Yuan came to the land of Xianming, with his powerful magic power, he immediately noticed a different feeling. This is in the eternal road, and he can clearly feel the difference from the eternal road. Here, the master of the road is the master here, and can effectively avoid the power of eternal calamity. The reason why the eternal class can live for so long is because they have opened up their own way. This way is the rule, with the way, it is to fight the rules with the rules, which is naturally not comparable to other people's hard resistance. It is also why they cannot be eternal, and also because the power of each eternal calamity will increase until it can no longer bear it. If their road is breached, it is necessary to find ways to strengthen the strength of the road in order to maintain it. But even so, the years they can live are beyond the imagination of others. It seems that no new eternal class has been born now, and some changes have occurred. Xuanhuan Dao. For example, the eternal Shenzhou is not an ordinary Shenzhou, it is also a road, the road opened by all the strong, it is a special inner time and space. Xuanhuan Dao. The reason why they can't be eternal is not because they can't cultivate to the eternal state, but because the entire eternal road, the whole heaven is trapped in the eternal level, and their Dao fruit is obliterated like a prison. His thoughts flashed in an instant. His eyes have crossed many times and spaces, and he directly saw the place with the most violent fluctuations. Go, call me directly. Xuanhuan didn't hide his strength. As soon as he came to the land of Xianming, there was a destructive wave, which spread to the whole world. Our Majesty has arrived. At this time, Tianzuan also knew that His Majesty had arrived and made a sound. Even if your emperor arrives, he will never save you, or even kill him here. The Storm King shouted. He took a sudden look, and in the extreme distance, there was an incomparably bright divine radiance, like an eternal scorching sun, devouring the sky and earth, melting everything, and a great divine mansion strode over from the scorching sun. That kind of power, that kind of domineering, makes people suffocate, and the heart is frightened. You are afraid of His Majesty. Tianzuan didn't panic at all. Nonsense, how can we be afraid of the strong of this era? The Holy Storm King shouted angrily. Yes, there are indeed many strong people who have feared Xuanhuan. Although he was not born for a long time, his strength is too terrifying, shaking the heavens. Think about it, with this kind of strength in just over half of an era, he is very likely to become the strongest in the eternal class, or even sweep all the eternal classes. And even if it is the eternal level, many people cannot accept it. Without him, although there is more than one eternal level on the eternal road, most of them have lived for too long and cannot appear at will, but this emperor has no worries. If he succeeds, he will live in his shadow and look up to his divine power for a long period of time in the future. This is to suppress the heavens and cut across the ages. It's you who are going to deal with the strong men of our empire. Booming, Xuanhuan's voice swept in like a cosmic storm. The moment his terrifying aura was transmitted, the entire Xianming road was severely destroyed. I don't know how many times and spaces were split apart, and the people who surrounded the powerful empire were terrified. That person is the ruler of Shijiyuan. Get out of the way, the master has come to rescue the strong man of his empire, we can't fight him. Let him fight with the people of the eternal power first. Xuanhuan entered the battlefield. At this moment, no one dared to block his arrival. He descended with the most invincible power. Give red envelopes, reading benefits are here. You have up to 888 cash red envelopes to be drawn. Follow the Weixin public account, Book Friends Base Camp, to draw red envelopes. He appeared in the center of the battlefield. There was originally an infinite storm in the land of the underworld, but with his arrival, even the storm stopped, and the brilliance of the sky gathered on others. The ruler of the world, the emperor of martial arts. Xuanhuan's stalwart is hard to look at directly. How could he come so quickly? It wasn't in the Sea of Burying Gods, he was so fast from the Sea of Burying Gods to the land of profound underworld. The Storm King didn't understand the reason why Xuanhuan was so fast. If it was him, it would be impossible to use it a few times more. Era of the Holy Emperor. Xuanhuan's eyes were extremely deep. He took a big step and directly attacked the Storm King. With a bang of his palm, the vast power was suppressed like the sky. Against the backdrop of his strength, his body was extremely tall. He directly attacked the Storm King. When many people saw it, they were also shocked. He had offended the Holy Land of Truth before, and now he is attacking the Holy Emperor era. What kind of big demon king Tu Tian is nothing in front of Xuanhuan God Emperor domineering? And it is true. Xuanhuan was indeed not afraid of offending any strong man on the eternal road. If he wanted to become the strongest, all those who opposed him would definitely be swept away and start a bloody campaign. He has the backing of the multiverse, no one can attack his forces across the air, and he can attack unscrupulously. He wants to plunder resources unlimitedly within a limited time and strengthen himself. This is a great opportunity. I will be afraid of you. But at this moment, although Xuanhuan's power brought too much oppression, the Storm Sage King still had no fear. Pushing his hands, there was a tearing storm. However, the storm of the Holy Storm King collapsed with one blow in front of Xuanhuan's mighty power that swept across the world. The King of Storms fought back, and the power in his body was overwhelmed. He shattered the mana of the Storm King with a single blow. I feel like he is the strongest, Invincible. You have never seen the real strongest. This era is amazing. Everyone was shocked. The Heavenly Demon Divine Book also showed his huge body of the Heavenly Book, and shouted, "Whoever dares to step forward today is the enemy of our empire, and he will definitely be conquered by the army of the empire. If you don't believe it, you can try it." Xuanhuan also shouted. At this time against the current century Yuan? Even the strong are not stupid. The power displayed by Emperor Xuanhuan is too great, and it is definitely not something that can be resisted by ordinary origins. It would be stupid to jump out at this time. What should I do if I am retaliated against by Yuan Shiji? They are not eternity-level forces, they have profound and incomparable backgrounds, and they have eternal-level existence. Strength, in the final analysis, is still strength. Only with strength can one be domineering and fearless. If Xuanhuan hadn't shown his power when he arrived, this group of people would have attacked him long ago. They now choose to watch a play. We will not fight against the Empire. We are only cultivating in the land of the underworld, and we are not here to deal with the Empire at all. Some strong men retreated towards the surroundings immediately, leaving the battlefield to them. The Storm King, Ji Wujiang, and the Mantra ignored these people's retreat at this time, and their eyes were fixed on Xuanhuan. This emperor is the biggest opponent. Let's all go together. Xuanhuan's powerful strength surged, standing here, like a pillar of heaven supporting the world-ending sky, unshakable. The heaven and the earth will all be under his feet, unable to turn over. #C 1827 Unparalleled. The strongest of the three eternal forces all stared at Xuanhuan with the most serious eyes. Although the other party said that one person wanted to single out them all, they didn't get angry in their hearts. After all, the other party really had this strength, not arrogance. Come on, this king accepts your challenge. Although he knew that the opponent was extremely strong, the Storm King still did not retreat. Eternal Dao fruit is too tempting. At his level, it is difficult to continue to grow in strength, so he has to open his own path. Even if he can't really achieve this situation, he can still use this to improve his own path. Storm Fist. Boom. The Holy Storm King punched it, and in the infinite time and space, storm vortices appeared one after another. In just an instant, a billowing hurricane was blown out, trying to blow away the eternal giant mountain in front of him. The presence of three eternal forces. In fact, the era of the Holy Emperor is the strongest. Although truth and universe are also at the eternal level, the Sacred Emperor was once the most powerful man, who suppressed an era, but the horror of the eternal rules gradually made him less visible. Because of this, the foundation of the Holy Emperor's era is extremely profound. His hurricane palm surrounded the opponent heavily. At the beginning of the war, the ordinary powerhouses dispersed one after another, and even some origin gods of the Seven Realms could not join the battlefield at will. Emperor Xuanhuan's tall and straight body, with his incomparable aura, gave him a sudden shock. Just relying on his aura, he actually shattered the incoming hurricane, and his invincible power burst into bloom. The focus of his eyes was burning with a raging divine fire. The mana of the Storm King can be collapsed only by momentum and will. Many people were horrified. Xuanhuan punched out, filling the endless darkness all around, and with a loud noise, everyone heard the storm collapse again and again. When the Storm King saw it, his eyes were not darkness, but endless light. The opponent's mana perfectly ravaged the forces of darkness and light together. The Storm King didn't dare to think too much, so he quickly picked up the Storm Palm and confronted Xuanhuan. Faced with a head-on attack, although the Storm King was extremely confident in his own strength, his body was still trembling violently in the face of the opponent's powerful attack. In other words, he and Xuanhuan suffered a big loss from this blow. What a powerful force! The Storm King also had to admit that Xuanhuan was extremely powerful, and he had the strength to suppress him in less than an era of cultivation, which was simply a miracle in the universe. Reading books to get red envelopes, follow the official account, book friends base camp, read books and draw up to 888 cash red envelopes. Whoever still wants to make a move, they all go together. With a big move by Xuanhuan, he dominates the world. I said that there is no darkness in this world, then there will be no darkness, the darkness will dissipate, the light will come, and the world will be my true self. The holy word of truth speaks the holy words of truth, and his words have great power. When a thought is born, the universe appears, and a huge light of truth comes through. Compared with the direct attack of the Storm King, the moves of the Mantra Lord are even more weird, restricting you from the rules. Xuanhuan shattered the holy light of truth with one blow. The holy word of mantra is attacking, and the infinite light points will be transformed into font runes to be blessed on Xuanhuan's body, imposing some kind of extremely huge imprisonment on him and weakening his strength. Xuanhuan defeated all the truths with absolute strength and invincible thoughts. My words are the truth. Xuanhuan was supreme, his thunderous voice resounded through the heavens and the earth, making people's eardrums ache. He knew too well that there were so many people gathered in the Xianming land, all of them were like hungry wolves, although it seemed that only the Storm King and the Mantra Lord attacked him. But other people are afraid of his strength, which doesn't mean they are not tempted by eternal Tao fruit. If he continues to be strong all the way, these people will not dare to make a move at all, and vice versa, the same is true. And he also knows that he can't procrastinate here. He is not afraid of this group of people, but as the news spreads, more and more powerful people will gather, more ninth-level forces, and more eternal-level forces will come. Even, there will be an eternal level appearing to kill him. Xuanhuan was going to fight with the strong men of the Empire. He didn't talk nonsense, he was powerful like an epic torrent, and he wanted to let these people know that if they fought against him, the end would be extremely miserable. The Storm King urges even more violent storms. But Xuanhuan chopped down directly. At this moment, he was in a trance, and his own king became humble and insignificant in front of the emperor. Fate beheaded. When Xuanhuan raised his palm, it meant that he had killed within his destiny. The strange supernatural power gathered the power of the past, present and future, three major time and space, and fell in an incomprehensible way. The Holy King of Storms defended heavily against the storm, but this knife directly killed him, because of the regular mana that he couldn't resist. His body shook violently, and he flew up like a kite, and when he opened his mouth, he spit out a stream of blood. Under this knife, the Storm King was actually injured. He clearly felt that this person's move was so powerful that he was hurt, and it was a force he could not resist. If it wasn't for his profound cultivation, it would not be as simple as spitting blood. The blow that killed my fate, he does not comprehend fate, but he wants to forcibly control my fate. The Storm King was shocked. Looking at the ruler of the current century who controls all kinds of power, this demeanor makes him seem to see the eternal strongest. Strictly speaking, although he came from the era of the Holy Emperor, he had never seen the glory of the Holy Emperor when he conquered the heavens, because he was not born at that time. Except for the eternal existence of the Holy Emperor. In the era of the Holy Emperor, many powerful people have actually changed their blood for several generations. The mantra sage also told the truth verbally, and countless runes of holy light gathered to form a bright holy sword, which was about to be headed in the sky. Your mantra is nothing but what you think is the truth. Facing the holy sword of light, Xuanhuan didn't even make a move. He just yelled and collapsed. With destructive power, an incomparably vast scene appeared around Xuanhuan's time and space, and an eternal divine brilliance seemed to reach the other side of the eternal end. This is an unstoppable force, brilliant, and see the brilliance. Everyone can understand Xuanhuan's power better after seeing this scene. This is the road he opened up. Although this road has not been truly accomplished, everyone can feel the horror in it. Lu's power swept over the body of Xing'an Shrine. Although his sublimated holy light confrontation was extremely brilliant, his truth collapsed directly. In this torrent, it was impossible for him to resist Xuanhuan's power. How could he be so powerful? This is his eternal path. When the century is only halfway through, there is already such a strong person. How is this possible? He has the demeanor of the strongest. Eternal road, it has been a long, long time since there has been a real eternal class. Seeing this great scene, no one was surprised. Everyone knew that being the master of Shiji Yuan would be so powerful. Xuanhuan doesn't need to hide his strength, he just needs to show his strength fully. Should we make a move? Seeing Xuanhuan crushing the mantra Sacred Lord and the Storm Sacred King, the strong man of the Xuanhuan dynasty said. Ji Wujiang raised his hand, his face was tangled and hesitant, and finally put it down again, saying, "Don't make a move, just wait and see what happens." #C 1828 The Great Emperor. God Emperor Shenwu, with a resolute face, has the power to control the general situation of the world with every gesture, like the only eternal true God existing in the world, and the truth is in his power, which caused a great shock to the soul. Although he has not yet condensed the complete eternal road, but this strength has already suppressed the strong. Ji Wujiang, as the powerhouse of the three eternal level forces, actually chose to wait and see what happened instead of making a move. In fact, although he said that he was just watching the changes, he could actually see that if there were no major changes, the three of them would not be the opponent of Emperor Shenwu together. Moreover, if you don't get the eternal Tao fruit, you will get into a lot of trouble. For the sake of the Xuanhuan dynasty, he had to do a lot of considerations, even they would find it difficult to offend such an opponent. This Ji Wujiang actually chose to retreat. The King of Storms was also angry when he saw that Ji Wujiang didn't make a move. He knew that although there were many strong people present, if they all fought together, the emperor would definitely not get well. But they come from multiple forces, it is impossible to be so united, everyone has their own little thoughts. Destroy. Xuanhuan's eyes turned cold, and he dominated the world. He strode forward, and with a bang, the endless world turned into chaos, and the power of destruction swept across terror, as if he had come to the end of eternal road. He locked time and space, and the most violent force completely dealt with the Storm King. He wants to deal the strongest blow to me first. How could the sacred Storm King dare to be careless? He had just used all his strength to resist, and Xuanhuan's attack had already stepped forward. Xuanhuan's power can be said to be the brightest in the world, he will not delay time with this group of people, and suddenly an invincible trend crushes them with the most violent posture. just for a moment. The destructive power completely enveloped the Storm King, and every moment caused the strongest blow to the Storm King. His power contained incredible power. Between the heaven and the earth, he was the strongest ruler, and his terrible killings made the Storm Sage King flustered and swaying constantly. The King of Storms retreated steadily, and he suffered huge trauma from being crushed by Chuyuan's power. Damn it, his power is too violent, I can't fully exert my power at all. The Holy Storm King roared again and again. This person's shots are completely suffocating fluctuations. If he is not given a chance to fight back, he has also mastered a powerful method, but it can't work at all. If it was the era of the Holy Emperor, there were many 9 realm supremes attacking, it would definitely not be like the current situation. Suddenly, a storm emerged from him, trying to shake Chuyuan back. However, with a wave of Chuyuan's palm, the fire took advantage of the wind, and the eternal divine fire he ignited grew bigger and bigger, and the original divine power gushing out from the Storm King seemed to be the biggest combustion aid. This burning power consumes the source of the Storm King. With a big blow, he slapped the Storm King's body violently, causing cracks and lines to appear on his perfect body, and bright blood flowed down. This berserk power shocked the powerful. Although the mantra uttered the power of various truths and transmitted them across the air, Chuyuan's firmness in his heart could not be influenced by just a few words of truth from his mouth. He doesn't care about the Holy Lord of Mantra now, he just deals with the Holy Storm King first. Boom! The majestic image of the Emperor. Chuyuan completely controlled the initiative of the battle in his own hands, and that infinite power was explaining to many powerful people in the world that he was the real strongest. He clasped his hands together, and suddenly a burst of divine power condensed into the palm of God. He is the master, and this blow fell from the sky, just like the eternal true God is exterminated and killed. No, this blow is too strong, I can't be directly killed by him, otherwise I will bear a huge price. The Storm King was startled. He knew that Chuyuan's blow was so powerful that he couldn't resist it despite his best efforts. When this shot landed, there was a devastating explosion, and the power of the Storm Sacred King turned into a ferocious explosion. After the monstrous fluctuation, he appeared in another direction. His breath is now weak. The hand of heaven did not kill him directly. He used a secret method of breaking his arm to survive. In an instant, he consumed his own origin and escaped Chuyuan's blow. But he also paid a small price. Chuyuan's gaze narrowed again, there were dimensional fluctuations in his eyes, and the mantra also keenly felt the power of the dimensional, and some dimensional magic soldiers came to kill him. Dimensional power. Although the mantra was calm on the surface, he was also taken aback inwardly. The Emperor had just launched a devastating blow on the mantra, and then launched a dimensional killing on him in an instant. With a flash of his body, he was about to avoid the dimension, but the most terrifying power of the different dimension is that it is unpredictable, and a dimensional light blade slammed on him fiercely. The power of the dimensional divine soldiers broke through the defense of the mantra, leaving a deep bloodstain. This bloodstain was not a fatal injury to him, but it also explained to everyone that he did not have much defense against Chuyuan's attack. How much power does he control? It is also difficult for the Lord of Mantra to understand. He travels across the eternal road, and has seen several eternal level existences, and few people are even as difficult to deal with as this Emperor. Suppress the Holy King of Storms, cut down the Holy Word of Truth. At this moment, Chuyuan's power reached a peak. Your decision is correct. The strong man of the Qianquan dynasty said. The power of the gods, the power of the dimension, I feel that Emperor Xuanhuan doesn't specialize in any kind of power, but he seems to be able to control any power, and his way is very domineering. Ji Wujiang took a deep breath. Too domineering. At this moment, Chuyuan's indifferent eyes swept across the crowd, and some people started to back away in fear after being swept by his eyes. But even the Storm King and the Mantra Lord did not dare to step forward for a while after realizing Chuyuan's power. The atmosphere was weird. The Emperor stood here alone, but few people dared to step forward, and those people dispersed one after another to make way for the Emperor. The Storm King also wanted to attack again, but he was no match. Yi Tianzuan, return to the Empire with me. Chuyuan's might frightened many strong men. With a wave of his hand, he condensed a road, which seemed to be his eternal road, leading the powerful empire. When the figure appeared, Yi Tianzuan and the others appeared, and under the guidance of Chuyuan, they began to leave. Some people saw Yi Tianzuan's figure and wanted to attack, but they also had fear in their hearts. That great existence seemed to open a door of eternity to protect everyone. Boom! At this moment, a wave of extreme waves brought a fatal killing intent. The moment Yi Tianzuan and the others just appeared, a terrifying and extinct power appeared. A strong man locked on Yi Tian. His power was so extreme that he stretched out a big hand to take Yi Tianzuan away. This strong man has been hidden here for a long time. His extreme power has suppressed so much that the Shenming land is shaking, waiting for this opportunity. The moment when this power is transmitted, it is much, much stronger than the Storm King. To exchange good books, pay attention to the VX public account. Book Friends Basecamp. Pay attention now, you can receive cash red envelopes. Hashtag C1829 Powerful Attack. The extreme power shook the land of Xianming to tremble. This force came suddenly, but it had been planned for a long time. It aimed directly at Yi Tianzuan. The purpose was obvious, for the eternal Tao fruit on him. With just one blow, the ultimate power in the world was exerted. On the eternal road, there is only one person who can manipulate power to such an extreme, and that is the Emperor Jidao. Although Jidao Great Emperor is not eternal level, he is also the strongest, but his strength is not comparable to that of Storm King. He is not at the same level, and has reached an extreme in one field. His strength is too strong, and his pure attack power is not weaker than some eternal grades. But now that Emperor Jidao has come to the end of his life, the eternal calamity of this era is hard to pass, and it is even more crazy. For a dying person, what else would he be afraid of? Crazy people don't care about face, and use all kinds of conspiracies and tricks. The great Emperor Jidao is here, and he also wants the eternal Tao fruit. This extremely terrifying power surprised the sacred Storm King. He was also at the 9th level, but the other party was at the 9th level that could forcibly shake the eternal level, and he had realized half of the path to the extreme. His thoughts flashed for a moment, and he didn't think it was a bad thing. At this moment, a strong man like Emperor Jidao, who can fight against Emperor Shenwu, is needed. Although Yi Tianzuan has infinite calculations, he has already exposed himself. In the face of absolute power, it will be useless to have any calculations that reach the sky, and he will be locked by the Emperor Jidao immediately. Seizing the opportunity, thunder strikes. Emperor Jidao also knew that Chuyuan was powerful, so he wanted to attack at this moment, not to fight with this person. There is no fear on Yi Tianzuan's face. He can't be regarded as the emperor. Can he be regarded as someone who will attack him? Great Emperor Jidao, with the ultimate power, you dare to attack the strong men of our empire. I already knew that you would do it. Standing here, Chuyuan was not surprised to face the attack of Emperor Jidao. It is impossible for him to be threatened by Emperor Jidao. Don't let Yi Tianzuan and the others show up. After all, the longer the time is, the more powerful people will come here, which will be more unfavorable to him. With that extreme brilliance, no one at the same level dared to deal with him. Chuyuan stepped forward to meet him, and a different dimension in the void appeared in front of Yi Tianzuan in an instant. Boom! An endless torrent rolled up on Chuyuan. With a slap of his chaotic power, he turned himself into an existence like an eternal giant mountain, and the giant hand of chaos enveloped Amano, and immediately collided fiercely with the Emperor Jidao. Emperor Jidao fought against Wu Shuang head-on, but Chu Yuan chose a head-on approach. The strength of the two peerless powerhouses collided at one point, as if the origins converged. The world was still for a moment, and then centered on the two of them, boom 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 boom. A terrifying explosion erupted, and time, space, and the world turned into nothingness and chaos. The two powerhouses are too powerful to fight against each other. A figure of the emperor with extreme power appeared. Facing Chu Yuan with even more extreme power, a long spear appeared in his hand, stern and decisive, pierced the sky, and stabbed forward in an instant. The power of the great Emperor Jidao is all for the ultimate, giving up defense. For him, the strongest defense is offense. Chu Yuan is fearless, the sword of prowess appears, the emperor is domineering, mighty, and the glory of the empire comes out with his sword. This is the most positive collision between the two emperors, and there is no falsehood at all. The tearing storm swept across, and the god of origin stepped into the center of the battle between the two emperors, and he would not be able to bear it, and would be directly destroyed. The battle between Emperor Jidao and Emperor Xuanhuan has actually reached this level. The strong people present trembled a little, they could feel the strength of the confrontation between the two emperors. Jidao Emperor's attack power is already comparable to that of the Eternal class, but his lifespan, defense, and mysterious Taoism are not as good, and in his crazy life era, the Eternal class will make him a little bit. But Emperor Xuanhuan can actually resist the fluctuation of this force. In the end, although the Emperor Jidao was extremely powerful and evolved half of his path to the extreme way, Chu Yuan also used his own eternal road to resist, and failed to completely tear it apart, threatening Tianzuan. The Emperor Jidao is here. Duan Qingshan trembled even more after seeing it. Don't worry, with His Majesty here, there will be no accidents today. Tianzuan said lightly. Duan Qingshan looked at Tianzuan. In front of him, this person was like a fuzzy cloud of destiny, unable to capture his essence. When the century Yuan, the emperor of the gods. In the torrent of power, the Emperor Jidao appeared. This is a middle-aged man with an extremely resolute face. His eyes are like swords, showing the most fierce brilliance. In his voice, it struck like countless sharp knives. This is the Emperor Jidao, and he can be said to be the most powerful at the peak in the ninth realm. The presence was calm, even the Storm King had handed over the battlefield to the two emperors. Emperor Jidao, this is your method, to attack the powerful of the empire? Chu Yuan was placed in the fierce storm, unwavering, and returned with the most direct and tyrannical momentum. This is the first time for him to meet the great emperor of the Great Tao, but he has a lot of intersections with the divine dynasty of the Great Tao. In the world of Tianquan, in the Sea of Burial Gods, and in this mysterious land. With the Great Soul technique, Chu Yuan also felt the madness of the soul of the Emperor Jidao. Strictly speaking, this great emperor is already insane. In order to prolong his life, he is hysterical and can use any means. Eternal life is the goal. He has great strength. If he does not find a way to become an eternal class in this era, he will die in the eternal calamity, and all the origins will return to the eternity, leaving nothing. Emperor Xuanhuan, I don't want to say too much. Everyone knows that I have reached the end of my life, so I can do anything, and I don't think about the aftermath. What I want is very simple, that is, that eternal Tao fruit, so I can pay any price. You should know my strength. The great emperor of the extreme way stands in the world. He couldn't take a single blow just now, and he also experienced the horror of Emperor Xuanhuan, so he started talking with him. Eternal Tao fruit belongs to my empire, what does your life and death have to do with me? Chu Yuan was indifferent. He is the person who dislikes threats the most. The more someone threatens him, the more unhappy he will be, and the less comfortable he will be for you. It has nothing to do with you. As long as you give me the eternal Dao fruit, I can give you whatever you want. My Jidao dynasty has existed in too many eras, and I don't know how much wealth I have accumulated. I can do all of this wealth, here you go, I just want the eternal Dao fruit, tell me, what you want, as long as this emperor can bear it. The great Emperor Jidao said again. What kind of wealth is only considered wealth if it has an effect on him? With this eternal Dao fruit, not to mention comprehending the complete path, he can still live for a few more epochs. In a few epochs, maybe he really found some chance and became an eternal class. But how rare the existence of the eternal level is, the eternal Dao fruit is even rarer. It was also Xuanhuan who had mastered the ability to calculate fate, and found this eternal Dao fruit. The Emperor Jidao wanted this eternal Dao fruit crazily. TXT download address. Phone reading. Hashtag C1830 no talk. The treatment of the strong and the weak is completely different. In the face of the weak, that is to grab it directly, no matter what you think, it is all mine. In the face of the strong, the great Emperor Jidao and the Emperor Xuanhuan talked about the price of conditions. Hearing his words, everyone knew it. Obviously, Emperor Jidao knew that Emperor Xuanhuan was not easy to deal with. It would be best if he could exchange for the eternal Dao fruit with a price. For the great Emperor Jidao, the eternal Dao fruit is the most important thing, and the others are like clouds of smoke. I don't know how the Emperor Xuanhuan will choose. They also know that although the great Emperor Jidao is powerful and crazy, this divine martial emperor is also a ruthless character, very difficult to mess with and will not give in. In front of the eternal Dao fruit, even if you are a god, all the wealth is not enough. Xuanhuan said indifferently. What price do you want? As long as you give the Dao fruit to the emperor can also make an oath, and the emperor will do 3 things for you as long as the emperor can do it. The Emperor Jidao's face turned cold, and he said again. It's not that Dao fruit can't be given to you. Xuanhuan said. Although the eternal Dao fruit is precious, in fact, it does not have much effect on him. His eternal road cannot be achieved by a Dao fruit, and he does not need this Dao fruit. What would you like? The way of the great emperor. It's okay to have a request. You can talk if you want. It's very simple. The eternal Dao fruit has a great effect on our empire. If you want this Dao fruit, I want your ultimate god dynasty, including you. As long as you become a strong man in my empire and serve me loyally, your own people, what is a mere Dao fruit? Xuanhuan uttered shocking words. He actually wants to let the Emperor Jidao take refuge in him, abandon his identity as an emperor, become his subject, dedicate his beliefs to the empire, and completely obey his orders. The existence of the Emperor Jidao, the current him, is so crazy that he doesn't even pay attention to the eternal level. You want the emperor to be loyal to you. After hearing this, Emperor Jidao was not angry, but laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, even if I am loyal to you, do you dare to give the Dao fruit to this emperor with confidence? The oath has no effect on our existence. Let go of your soul, I have a way to control it, this is your only chance to get Dao fruit. Xuanhuan said in an extremely indifferent tone. He wanted the Emperor Jidao to let go of his soul. You are very insincere, the emperor cannot agree to this request. The voice of the Emperor Jidao became colder and colder. For another request, this emperor can promise that in this era, the Jidao dynasty can form an alliance with you in martial arts, and the powerhouses of our empire are at your disposal, and this emperor, some of your opponents, I can also make a move for you, and then I can also give you all kinds of wealth. This is already the maximum limit of this emperor. Indeed, this is already the maximum limit of the Emperor Jidao. Empire alliance, given wealth, he can make a move for the empire. It is absolutely impossible to believe in surrendering his soul, he would rather die. Option 1, agree to the conditions of the great Emperor Jidao, give him the eternal Dao fruit, get 2 million vertex points, and randomly top origin artifact X1. Option 2. Reject the Great Emperor of the Extreme Tao, insist on your own request, and return to the multiverse with the Eternal Tao Fruit, get 2 million vertex points, and randomly originate the God's Mansion X1. The system chooses to reproduce. If you stick to your own requirements, you can get another God of Origin, a God of Chaos. There is only one request from me, and that is to seek refuge. There is no other possibility other than that. Xuanhuan's tone was also extremely strong, and he did not back down even a single step. He only wanted one alliance, wealth, or action for him. To achieve eternal Taoism, one must be loyal to him. He didn't intend to have a good talk with Emperor Jidao. It seems that we have nothing to talk about before, we must use a war. The great Emperor Jidao stared at Xuanhuan with sharper eyes. For example, Ji Wujiang was afraid of Xuanhuan's revenge because of the Chanquan dynasty. But he is a dying person, what else is he afraid of? No need to talk, I have no plan to talk to you. Xuanhuan said. Emperor Xuanhu and Emperor Jidao are going to fight. Emperor Jidao, at the end of his life, he is extremely crazy, and Emperor Xuanhu is in this era, and he still has a long era. With the demeanor of the strongest, this battle will definitely be earth-shattering. We all told him not to be involved in their fighting power, or he wouldn't know how to die. Give the battlefield to the two emperors. Everyone retreated far away, and getting involved in this situation is courting death. One is the madness at the end of life. One has a multiverse backing it up. Both emperors have one characteristic, that is, they are not afraid of revenge. And in this battle, if Xuanhuan can repel the great Emperor Jidao and return to the empire with the eternal Tao fruit, then his reputation will become even more sensational than in the Holy Land of Truth, and everyone will fear him. There is no other reason. Due to various considerations, the Holy Land of Truth will not fight Xuanhuan desperately. However, the Supreme Emperor will. Emperor Xuanhu, let this emperor learn how powerful you are. What qualifications do I have to make this emperor believe in you? Jidao Great Emperor's body is extremely straight, piercing the sky, never bending, the ultimate power. Before he really made a move, everyone felt his monstrous and terrifying power. And Emperor Xuanhu. He is mighty, majestic and vast, standing there, it is an eternal piece of sky, unshakable. Thousands of forces condense into one strand, forming a beam of extreme brilliance, and the Emperor of the Extreme Way killed him in an instant, with a monstrous lethal force. When he attacked, there was no fluctuation in the surrounding time and space. This doesn't mean that his power is not strong, but that his powerful power has completely condensed his power into one point. Kill. The Emperor Jidao had no choice. He has been looking for the eternal Tao fruit for a long time, but he has not found it. If he does not take it from Xuanhu, it will be difficult for him to survive this era. The Emperor Jidao killed him, with hysterical madness, the struggle at the end of his life, just one blow, and the mad power has already struck fiercely. The expansion of Emperor Xuanhuan's domain was a torrent, pulling him into a battlefield of iron and blood. He stared at the radiance of the extreme Tao, and when he moved, the power of another dimension raised his palm in an instant, and he fought against the Emperor of the extreme Tao in an instant. The power confrontation between the two caused distortions in the entire Xianming land. It is also the place where the eternal existence sits, and the power of Xianming is absorbed in the entire land of Xianming, otherwise the ordinary secret realm would have collapsed long ago. In the ultimate killing, the extremely long spear pierced out, and it was so sudden that it was about to kill him. A divine weapon also appeared in Xuanhuan's hand, and it came out without warning. It was not a divine martial arts sword, but a dimensional divine weapon, and it killed the power of another dimension in the void with one blow. The dimensional divine soldiers competed with the great emperor. The Emperor Jidao didn't take advantage of it either. Dimensional divine soldier. The great Emperor Jidao stared at the magic weapon in Xuanhuan's hands, and said in surprise, the magic weapon of the ancient Emperor Diyuan is actually in your hands. What? Emperor Xuanhuan also got the dimensional divine weapon, how did he find it? #C1831 The road to the extreme, the strongest means. Dimensional ancient magic weapon is a magic weapon that once shocked the eternal road. And the ancient dimensional emperor is a well-known, strong man. Although this kind of strong man has not achieved the eternal level, his strength is not much different from the real eternal level. For example, although Jidao Emperor also claims to have an attack power comparable to the eternal level, but his other aspects are far behind. Dimensional Ancient Emperor is only one step away from sublimation. Back then, the Ancient Emperor of the dimension fell, and many people found the place where he fell, but it is a pity that he exiled himself into the illusory time and space of another dimension, and no one could find him. Emperor Yuangu was too powerful that time, if he hadn't been killed by many Eternals. In terms of preparation, it was a hunt for him, otherwise he would have reached the eternal level. Therefore, all the strong men stared straight at the Chu Yuan Zhenqi Yuan ancient divine weapon, and at the same time they were extremely envious, and at the same time wondered how he got it. How did they know that Chu Yuan had a systematic existence, and it was easy to determine the location? Kill. Chu Yuan's attack was incomparably domineering. The door of the dimension appeared, and he took the lead in sweeping out the billowing power of the different dimension, turning into a frantic strangling light blade, holding the dimensional magic weapon, reaching the sky in one step, and slashing the Emperor Jidao. The Emperor Jidao will not back down, he exerts his ultimate fighting power. Boom! Immediately, a terrifying destructive force erupted from this blow, and the entire Shenming land trembled. Chu Yuan pointed to the sky and the ground, rolling in, the power of the dimensional divine soldiers continued to skyrocket, hitting the realm of terror, no matter how the great Emperor Ren Jidao exploded into terrifying combat power, he remained steady. Let the power of the dimension continue to Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan opened his big hand, and the thunder power that erupted dominated the world, with a rolling and majestic momentum, like the most violent eternal torrent sweeping past. He stretched his 5 fingers to the sky, showing shocking power. Although the great Emperor Jidao attacked violently with his extreme strength, Chu Yuan was like an eternal mountain that could not be moved in front of him. Although Emperor Jidao was extremely crazy because he was at the end of his life, Chu Yuan was more unfathomable than him, with all kinds of supernatural powers at his fingertips, making it difficult for people to know the limit of his strength. 2 completely different shooting styles. The Emperor Jidao is the ultimate power, every blow can explode the power to the strongest, coupled with his madness, makes his Jidao Shenwei even more terrifying, and he controls the battle in his own hands, so there is no need to defend. But Emperor Xuanhuan is very different. He is majestic, he is stalwart, his thoughts are great, he is the most invincible overlord, he controls many kinds of the world, and all the laws converge into his own invincible avenue. In an instant, Chu Yuan struck again, and the vision of the empire's eternity was shot out, and the strong breath rushed straight into the sky. He blasted a punch, just a punch, but it shattered the boundless space-time, the void was squeezed between his fists, and with a fierce explosion, he hit the Emperor Jidao in front of him. In an instant, Emperor Jidao felt the magnificence of his power. But he will not be afraid. Even the Emperor of the eternal level can fight, let alone you. The Emperor Jidao was crazy, completely crazy, like a volcanic eruption. With a movement of his palm, a long rainbow pierced the sun, and the silver-white light showed its sharpness, turning into a forward impact. At this moment, his whole body is burning, raising his strength to the strongest. For the sake of the eternal Tao fruit, the Emperor Jidao has gone crazy, and he will not hesitate to burn his original power. In just a short moment, the great Emperor Jidao fought so crazy that it shocked many people. The Storm King knew that if he fought with the Jidao in this state, he might die. Trying to break the rhythm of Chu Yuan's attack with a crazy attack, how could he not understand this? Then in the face of this, it is necessary to display a more terrifying attack than him. In the scorching sun like a sun god, Xuanhuan's power also burned up. He practiced the Great Origin technique, his power was surging, and his foundation was extremely stable. The burning power at this moment made people feel as warm as if they were under a clear sky. The land of Xianming is bitterly cold. However, because of Xuanhuan's strength, he became warmer. Emperor Xuanwu's will has affected the laws of the Xianming land. At this moment, everyone felt that Xuanhuan was domineering, and he also had his own way, controlling the land of Xianming. His path is not perfect, so is the land of Xianming perfect? Only Eternal Road is the most perfect. Now, he burns his own origin, not just burning, the great devouring technique, the vacuum-like black hole violently spreads out, devouring the outside world, so as to supplement his own consumption. Great devouring technique, is he going to confront the Emperor Jidao head-on? Everyone's heart trembled. Kill. The great Emperor Jidao didn't want to do this, he only knew that when he exploded with his strongest combat power, a silver-white rainbow slammed into him fiercely. Let you do whatever you want, and he will do it together, turning it into the most vicious attack. Xuanhuan's furious waves surged to the sky, his power was shaken, and there was a boundless sea of thunder under the pressure of landslide and tsunami, and in the sea of thunder, suddenly a thunder hand that was furious by the Lord of Heaven stretched out. This thunder hand has the power of judgment, and it thundered. Jidao Great Emperor's frenzied assault was still bounced back by this thunder hand, and he couldn't take advantage of it. He resisted all the attacks of the Emperor Jidao. With the madness of the Emperor Jidao at this moment, he can't even control the rhythm of the battle here. Isn't this Emperor Xuanwu too domineering to be the master of Shijiyuan? I can feel his terrifying will, and he can completely control everything in his own hands. Now, everyone looks at Xuanhuan. Every time he moves, there is a will to be worshipped by others, and even more so, there is an overwhelming majesty of the emperor. The great Emperor Jidao flashed for a moment, and his face was also ugly. Even the whole attack I launched just now couldn't shake him. Reading benefits, send you a cash red envelope. Follow the VX Public Book Friends Base Camp to receive it. The power to control, the power to dominate, said the Emperor Jidao. Boom. Xuanhuan's eyes were burning with blazing eternal divine fire, locked on the Emperor Jidao, and wanted to ignite his origin. Time and space evaporated, and his invincible blow created a turbulent sea. He would not let the Emperor Jidao hit him without fighting back. He took a big stride, causing a strong oppression to Emperor Jidao. The road to the extreme, the magic weapon of the extreme. The great Emperor Jidao also became excited at this moment. This is the madness of meeting a strong man, and he also knows that to deal with this person, he must use his strongest means. Swish! An ancient road appeared, which was his extreme road, full of power, like a sharp spear piercing the sky, and immediately sat in his extreme road. In his ultimate path, he is the ruler, a time that is truly eternal. Use your own path to unleash the strongest attack. The King of Storms, Ji Wujiang, and the Holy Word of Mantra are all watching. The biggest difference between them and the great Emperor Jidao is that they haven't even achieved a half-formed road. The road to extremes rushes and kills. Xuanhuan is also fearless, he waved his hands to create his own way. #C1832 Eternal Road. Both of the two powerhouses displayed their ultimate way, the way they created for eternity. Each road is different, and the attributes of power given are also different. And to open up a way out, the most basic requirement is to have the cultivation of the God of Origin. Only by comprehending the origin can one understand some truths of the world. The 7 realms, 8 realms, and 9 realms are all just the sublimation of the origin and the increase of power. Only when the road is opened up, there will be an essential gap in becoming an eternal class. The road to the ultimate path, and what is the road of the Emperor of the Gods? The Holy King of Storms, Ji Wujiang, and the Holy Word of Mantra are all watching intently at this time, bombarding with their own way. This kind of battle is too rare, and watching the battle is of great benefit to them. The road to the extreme, the brilliance of the extreme, the magic weapon of the extreme. In your own way, you can rule by yourself, and you can make all the rules by yourself. The path of the great Emperor of the Jidao is a silvery brilliance, and the inside is the ultimate power, which is completely for killing. Suddenly, this road has turned into a divine weapon of the extreme way, an eternal artifact, spanning the ancient times, and slashing down fiercely with indomitable power. The power of this blow is too strong, it can penetrate the path of others. Why some Eternals are not willing to fight the crazy Emperor of the extreme Tao? It is for this reason that they themselves hide in their own way to avoid the eternal calamity. If they are penetrated, they will be wiped out by the eternal rules. Emperor Xuanhuan, use all your strength. The great Emperor Jidao is so bright in the world at this moment that people are afraid of his majesty, because he has used his power attack to the extreme. The road to eternity, the road to invincibility, the road to mastery. At this moment, Chu Yuan's path also appeared. It was not perfect, but everyone inside saw a miraculous scene, as if it was an eternal pure land, an eternal world, and could directly reach the eternal shore. In it, many strange lights and shadows appeared. Everyone who saw this road could feel the greatness of Emperor Xuanhuan, and seemed to understand why he was so powerful. His way is domineering and has no specific attributes, but it seems that he can accommodate thousands of ways into him and gather them into a true eternal way. Is eternity in there? Some of the weaker ones felt fascinated when they saw Chu Yuan's path, thinking that there was real eternity there. Of course, this is not real, it is a vision produced by his power. If it is real, then it can really penetrate eternity. However, this also shows his mana that shocks the past and shines today. Extreme way. The Emperor Jidao came to kill him. He wanted to break through Chu Yuan's path and destroy his Taoism. This kind of duel is extremely dangerous. The road represents one's own way. If it is broken, it will be a huge damage to one's own origin. Kill. Road to road. Chu Yuan was indifferent. Like the creator of the world, his eternal road appeared and changed into the eternal gate, turned into the eternal gate, and became the artifact of the road. Facing the huge force of the Jidao Great Emperor, he directly bombarded the past. The power of the Emperor Jidao was so strong that he hit the gate of eternity. But in the next moment, his face froze. Although his own strength was extremely ferocious, the door of the other party seemed to gather the strongest defense in the world. Bang bang bang. An incomparably fierce force exploded, and a long torrent like a comet swept in, but it couldn't smash the eternal portal. Eternal invincibility. Chu Yuan's attack also came quickly. He turned his hands into clouds and his hands into rain. The eternal road was crushed like a big millstone in the world, and every move was made with extreme strength. He stepped forward. Shock. Chu Yuan's evolutionary path is also counterattacking. Passing rigidity is easy to break. When the path of extreme path cannot break the gate of Chu Yuan's eternity, it shows its fragile side. His domineering will, majestic and invincible determination, urged the door to crush forward, and suddenly, this silver-white brilliance was defeated steadily, as if it was about to be crushed directly. His strength is also burning. Although the Emperor Jidao also pushed his power to the strongest. But facing the opponent, it seems to be the master who controls everything, completely unable to prevent the defeat of power. The great Emperor Jidao can't kill him and enter his path. His own strength has already been defeated, and the opponent has already controlled the general situation. This earth-shattering scene made many people tremble in their hearts. Even the Emperor Jidao has difficulty gaining an advantage. He forced him to be strong, and Emperor Xuanhuan seemed indestructible. Boom! There was another loud bang, and the extreme magic weapon was completely shattered. Vast and mighty, Chuyuan's road evolved into a torrent, and in an instant it also penetrated to the road of the ultimate path. Click, click, the time and space that this road existed unexpectedly showed a rupture. It can be seen that the road to the pole will crack like ceramics at the beginning. His way is breaking my way. Seeing this scene, the great Emperor Jidao could no longer calm down. At his level, the depletion of one's own source, physical injury, and even broken soul are not the most important things. Only your own way is the most important. If his own way is broken, although the Taoism is still there, his strength will be greatly weakened, and he will even be seriously injured. If you want to kill an eternal existence, killing the soul and body is useless, you must completely destroy his path. Liu Nei can be reborn with all his imprints. No, if this continues, my path will be completely broken. Emperor Jidao tried his best to restore this decline, but to no avail. Now, of course, he can also burn the path of the extreme way, exert the most violent power, and can also cause the greatest blow to the opponent. But he knew better that he couldn't consume him. If the fight continued, the opponent could kill him at the cost of serious injuries. If his road is broken, it will take a long time to repair it, and it will take a long time for the other party. But the other party is too young, so young that he is envious and jealous, and there is not yet an era. It's as if the other party is a young man who is fierce and vigorous, and he is an old man who has suffered the same injury, and the other party will recover in a few months. But for him, it could even kill him. After all, it's not yet the end of an era. If his road is broken down, there is no possibility of him surviving. Emperor Xuanhuan, I count you as ruthless this time. You are very powerful, but this emperor will not give up just like that. The Emperor Jidao knew deeply that he could not fight any more. If the fight continues, it will be him who suffers. He understood the opponent's will. Even if he consumed him, he would consume him to death. Facing this young and excessive emperor, he finally chose to back down. He put away the path of the extreme way suddenly, like a sharp spear piercing the sky. With a swipe, he left directly. Emperor Jidao, he left and chose to retreat from the edge. This scene shocked many people, and it was hard to believe their eyes. The domineering and crazy Emperor Jidao sometimes flinched. #C 1833 Prestige Far Shock. The Emperor Jidao retreated. This is a result that many people have not thought of. These people have thought a lot about how to end this battle, and even thought that the great emperor of the Great Tao could do nothing to the Emperor Xuanhuan, who led his subordinates to withdraw from the Xianming land. However, this kind of direct retreat is too scary. This battle also pushed Chuyuan's prestige to a certain limit, forging his invincible supernatural power. At this moment, Chuyuan stood upright, with a huge power that seemed to control the past, present and future. Looking at him, he was an invincible master, the most terrifying. Retreat. The great Emperor Jidao retreated, and the Sacred Storm King also knew that he could not stay for a long time. If the Emperor Xuanhuan became crazy and pulled himself into his eternal road, then he would have only a dead end. Humph. You have the appearance of the strongest, but you haven't become the real strongest yet. It's not so easy to become the strongest. Those eternal levels will not let you easily become the strongest. The strongest is for them it's a disaster. The Storm King retreated. Indeed. If you want to be the strongest, you need to fight until all the strong are afraid of you. But it is not so easy to achieve even the eternal level. Some eternal level will even hunt and kill such people to supplement their strength. And in the whole land of Xianming, many masters retreated in an instant, for fear that Chuyuan would settle accounts with them. Chuyuan looked at them, but didn't make a move. He knew that although he had the strength to fear these strong men, he didn't want to delay the time, because he was afraid that more people would come here. If his cultivation reaches the 8th realm, none of these people will run away, and they will all be beheaded by him. Back off. Duan Qingshan and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. Let's get to know each other. They are the strong men of our empire, Death, Chaos, Primordial Ancestor Dragon, and Yi Tianzuan who calculates the secrets of heaven. Facing the strong men of the empire, Chu Yuan showed a benevolent smile, and they are the ones I met on the Eternal Road, and they will also be important officials of the empire, Tianyao Shinshu, Duan Qingshan, Su Shan, Yingxue, Jihambing Silkworm. Yi Tianzuan smiled and said, no matter which era we come from, as long as we are loyal to the empire, we are all one family. Yi Tianzuan. The Heavenly Demon and Divine Book read it. This Yi Tianzuan is like a cloud of destiny, unpredictable. Immediately he continued, in this era, there have been many powerful existences, such as His Majesty the Emperor. Yi Tianzuan, you should have mastered the ability to predict fate. The so-called fate calculation is just a rule. In fact, many of my calculations also exist in eternity. Compared with Your Majesty, I am far behind. Yi Tianzuan is humble. And indeed, His Majesty's way is the way to control everything, the invincible way of being the only one who respects me, without calculation, and directly controls the fate of others in his own hands. Tianyao Shinshu nodded, and he looked at the ancient ancestor dragon with an extremely strange look in his eyes. Dragon. The heavenly demon god said, in my records, before I don't know how many epochs, there was a dragon ancestor who was so powerful that he achieved the eternal level, created the era of dragons, and the brilliance of dragons, but the dragon ancestor who existed it took too long, and it gradually disappeared, but unexpectedly, I saw it again today. He saw through that the primordial ancestral dragon contained the vitality of the ancestral dragon. Dragon, the birth of eternal power, the cycle of life and death. The great ancestral dragon said, eternity breeds all things, and everything is conceived and appeared in eternity. There have been dragons before, but the previous dragon died, and he returned to eternity again. In this era, once again I gave birth to the origin of the ancestor dragon, but now I am the dragon of the empire. The heavenly demon divine book nodded, the power of the emperor is too domineering, and the dragon itself is also a domineering existence, but he has to submit to the empire. Your Majesty, the reason I got the eternal Tao fruit this time is that I was hunted down. I figured that it would be possible only if I escaped to the land of Xianming, and waited for Your Majesty's rescue. Yi Tianzuan said. Eternal Tao fruit, the essence of power formed after the fall of the eternal level powerhouse, sealed their Tao. Chu Yuan Tao, since you got it, you should make the first credit. The eternal Tao fruit is extremely cherished. I dare not be greedy for merit, let alone possess it without permission. If I don't have His Majesty's help, I can't take it with me. Yi Tianzuan said, I have a suggestion to make the eternal Tao fruit play the greatest role. The empire has an eternal altar, where the Tao fruit is sacrificed and the power is fully released, so that all the strong in the empire can see the eternal road, and the essence can also spread throughout the empire, and in the future, more origin gods will inevitably appear. The strength of the empire is the strength of Chu Yuan. Use the eternal Tao fruit to sacrifice to the eternal altar to maximize the effect. Chu Yuan Tao, that's right, your words are very reasonable. The eternal Tao fruit can be powerful for an era. In fact, there is also the power of Xianming in this place of Xianming. Yi Tianzuan stepped on the hard ground, and said, the entire Xianming land is wealth, but Xuanming's power is also sealed here, and taking it rashly will cause the Xianming land to counterattack. This counterattack is powerful. The land of Xianming allows it to exist here, and it will naturally be collected when it is time to collect it. If the land of Xianming was so easy to harvest, it would have been obtained by others long ago. Just like that, Chu Yuan did not move the space-time island that existed in the multiverse. But forcibly attacking can only cause damage. He already knew now that the space-time island must also be left by an eternal level, and there is no power to completely seize it right now, so it is better to just put it there. Now, return to the Empire with me first. Chu Yuan rolled up the crowd and left immediately. Returning this time, he didn't pass any relics, didn't stop for a moment, and returned to the Empire after a while. Looking at the multiverse from a distance, it is the starting point of a road, emitting endless light and mighty power. Holy One, I don't know when the Divine Martial Emperor will return to the multiverse. It's not a problem for us to wait here. And at this moment, outside the multiverse, there are also a group of strong people waiting. They came from the immortal Holy Land and wanted to make friends with Chu Yuan, but they couldn't enter because of special rules. Wait, Emperor Xuanhuan will come back. An old man whose cultivation was at the 9th level said, Emperor Xuanhuan appeared in the Sea of Burying God. He fought against Emperor Jidao. In the end, Emperor Jidao didn't take advantage of any advantage. Instead, he retreated directly. He got Eternal Daoguo will definitely return to the Empire, and we don't need to wait long. Emperor Xuanhuan actually repelled Emperor Jidao. How can they not know the strength of the great Emperor Jidao? Facing the end of the era, they are all crazy. This era is too weird and powerful. Now that we are here, we must meet Emperor Xuanhuan. When there is no conflict of interests with Xuanhuan, it is undoubtedly the best thing to choose to make friends with. The old man said. They were waiting patiently, when suddenly the old man looked far away and smiled. No need to wait, Emperor Xuanhuan is back, let's visit him. TXT download address. Phone reading. Hashtag C1834 Build a city, God of Light. Emperor Xuanhuan is not only the ruler of Shijiyuan, but also the mighty and eternal hero. In particular, repelling the great Emperor Jidao made them feel that the Emperor and the immortal Holy Land could be on good terms. It is rare for them to be so respectful and courteous to a person who has not cultivated for one era. Emperor, there are people waiting for us. Duan Qingshan saw them immediately. From immortal Holy Land. Yi Tianzuan said. Come with me to meet them. Chu Yuan walked away. Immortal Holy Land, Fangu has met Emperor Xuanhuan. Fangu walked over very politely, expressing their goodwill. Friends of the immortal Holy Land. Chu Yuan met them directly on the Eternal Road. It seems that you have been waiting here for a while. I was on the Eternal Road during this time. I didn't know about this, but I neglected you. If the other party gave him a smiling face, he would not slap someone else in the face. Soon, the Emperor will also have his own important matters. It doesn't matter if we wait. We are already lucky to be able to meet the Emperor. Fangu said. It was also the first time he saw Chu Yuan. He couldn't use his strength to spy casually, but he could also feel Chu Yuan's majestic majesty, which completely suppressed him. Originally, you all came from afar, and I should invite you to my empire, but according to the rules of the multiverse, I can only meet you on the Eternal Road. Chu Yuan said. It's no wonder the Emperor, we will surely die if we go in. Fangu said, come here today, to express the goodwill of my immortal Holy Land and send an invitation letter from my immortal Holy Land. We hope that the Emperor can visit my immortal Holy Land and discuss the way of eternity with the Emperor, but the Emperor can enter my immortal Holy Land. He sent the invitation letter, very respectful. This is due to strength. Otherwise, the immortal Holy Land would treat a strong man like the Lord of Guanhai like a leek harvester, and would be so polite in front of Chu Yuan. He accepted the invitation. Think about it, he has received 2 invitation letters from the Eternal Power. One is Hongming Continent, and the other is Immortal Holy Land. In addition, I also brought gifts to visit the Emperor. We know that the Emperor needs the Heaven Punishing Sword, so we brought 8 Heaven Punishing Swords this time. Fangu took out 8 Heaven Punishing Swords. The Heaven Punishing Sword doesn't have much effect on the Immortal Holy Land, but it can get the friendship of Shiji Yuan. I will accept the Heaven Punishing Sword. Chu Yuan did not refuse. With this acceptance, along with his collection during this period of time, he also got a total of 36 heavenly punishing swords. He had a strong feeling that he could know the whereabouts of more divine swords. There are also quite a few heaven-puting swords in the Holy Land of Truth. Fangu said with ulterior motives. Heartbreaking words. He is completely targeting the Holy Land of Truth. If Emperor Xuanhuan wanted to get all the heaven-punishing swords, then the Holy Land of Truth could not be bypassed at all, and they would be more happy to see Xuanhuan continue to deal with the Holy Land of Truth. I know the whereabouts of the heaven-punishing sword. Of course Xuanhuan understood what he meant. Emperor, we can't go outside the multiverse, we can only wait outside the universe. The heavenly demon god wrote. Indeed, none of them could get in. Your Majesty, the Empire is getting stronger and stronger in the future, and it will dominate forever in the future. At present, even if there are strong people who want to join us, they will not be able to enter the Empire, and we are not weak like other eras. We need to make changes in this. Tianzuan said. Although the multiverse is Xuanhuan's firm backing, they can't completely hide in it, so they can wait until the end of the era. This era is very strong, and it is completely different from other eras. Your opinions are very reasonable. Xuanhuan said slowly, from the multiverse as the starting point, extend an eternal road to the end of eternity. Outside the universe, first build a majestic giant city, which is the first city for the Empire, to face many powerful eternity. The first city? Tianzuan nodded, understanding the meaning. The grandeur of the first city will become an eternal holy place. With the first city, with the power of His Majesty and the strength of the Empire, it can attract countless powerful people to come here. Building a city does not mean simply opening up a city. Instead, you must have strong strength to defend, otherwise you will become the target of others. However, with the strength of the Empire, it does have the qualifications to build a first city. The Eternal Road is already being opened up, and all kinds of facilities must keep up. Xuanhuan had already predicted that after the opening of the first city, it would stand majestic and resplendent here, and there would be many strong people who would come here on their own without him specially recruiting them. He wants to materialize the Eternal Road. And there is also a reason. The Heavenly Demon God Book and the others have no way to enter the Empire, so what should they do? The existence of the first city is necessary, allowing them to be in the first city. The first city. When Fangu heard it, he was also shocked, feeling the majesty and arrogance of the Empire, and secretly said, with the first city, can there be a second city, a third city, and even countless cities connected by cities to reach eternity? At the end of the day, this Emperor of Martial Arts is going to become the strongest, but as for what a mortal thinks in his heart, what to do in the Holy Land, it depends on whether the martial arts continue to be strong, or, this is not something I can decide. Just as he thought. Xuanhuan did have the idea of building countless cities. Friends of the immortal Holy Land, I want to build the first city. Are you going back to the immortal Holy Land, or are you waiting outside? Xuanhuan smiled. I'm not in a hurry, I also want to see the majesty of the Emperor's first city, as a witness. Fangu decided to stay. Okay. Xuanhuan said, Tianyao Shinshu, you can't enter the universe, let's leave the construction for now, and Tianzuan, for the construction of the first city, you come up with a plan for me as quickly as possible, so that the Empire will be stronger, created by. After arranging things, Xuanhuan went back to the Empire first. Ding. The host completes choice 2, rejects the great Emperor of the Extreme Tao, insists on his request, and returns to the multiverse with the eternal Tao fruit, and obtains 2 million vertex points, the God of Light X1. The moment he returned to the multiverse, the system reward came. God of Light. A divine mansion appeared in front of Xuanhuan's eyes. This divine mansion is full of light. He seems to be composed entirely of light. His body is like a crystal of light. Every inch of it can reflect the brightest light. The power forms an ocean of light. This is the God of Light. His cultivation is not ordinary origin, but the eighth realm. The God of Light has seen your majesty. The God of Light is absolutely loyal to Xuanhuan. God of Light, good, very good. Xuanhuan said a few good words. The reward of the God of Light has added another strong man to the empire. This time, the Emperor Jidao's attack not only forged Xuanhuan's supernatural power, but also brought Xuanhuan a choice and was rewarded by the God of Light. Even Xuanhuan wanted to thank the great emperor. God of Light, you sit in the empire. Xuanhuan looked at his empire at the moment. He left for a period of time, and the time in the universe accelerated, and a long time had passed, and it became more prosperous, and more powerful people emerged. Sacrificing the eternal Tao fruit to the eternal altar will unleash its greatest effect. Xuanhuan put the eternal Tao fruit on the altar and sacrificed it directly. TXT download address. Phone reading. Hashtag C1835 Rescue Tai. The eternal Tao fruit was sacrificed. On a huge altar, after the transformation of its power, a sun godlike light suddenly shot up into the sky, and a round of sun that illuminated the entire diversity appeared in the sky of the universe. The sun's brilliance is very warm, not violent at all. It's not that the eternal Tao fruit is not violent. Ordinary people will explode directly after refining it. Ordinary origin gods can't directly comprehend it. Only the great Emperor Jidao can completely refine it. But now, after the transformation of the altar and the suppression of Xuanhuan, the power of Daogua can be transformed into a pure energy without hidden dangers. Even a newborn child can refine it. The light and shadow were hazy. Xuanhuan stared at the Tao fruit, and there appeared a road inside, the eternal road. An ancient strong man engraved his Tao mark, and was constantly deducing his way and method. With this Tao fruit, there will be more gods of origin in the future of the empire. Xuanhuan said. The eternal level is so rare, it is difficult for one person to appear in hundreds of epics, and how many gods of origin can appear in hundreds of epics? This is not in the same class at all. Naturally, the more gods of origin of the empire, the better. He does not refine it directly, but perceives its power. Under his feet, there is also a way to reach the sky, using the reincarnation of heaven and earth to create various illusory eternal scenes. His Xinxing is sublimating again and again, trying to reach a peak. This time, Xuanhuan not only brought the eternal Tao fruit, but also distributed many treasures on the eternal road. Driven by so many resources, a frenzy of cultivation immediately set off. Under the cover of the essence of Tao of eternal Tao fruit, and with sufficient resources, the powerhouses of the empire are attacking higher realms, and some people have already become primitive gods. Xuanhuan was very pleased to see the prosperity of the empire. The people of the empire are all his subjects. Your Majesty, I will not participate in the extraction of the eternal heart, let them extract it. Jiuyo's retreat during this period is getting closer and closer to the origin, and this time Xuanhuan has brought so many treasures, and at this moment, he is doing all he can to retreat to the realm of the origin. Jiuyo does not participate in the lottery. There is only one eternal heart. As for who will get it, I will use lottery to choose. Xuanhuan summoned them all. Luo Yueying, Yao Linger, Shang Wangxian, Shui Chengwei, Chu Chenxue, Chu Chenxi, Chu Chenyao. Let's see who's lucky. They drew lots immediately. It seems that my luck is better, and the eternal heart belongs to me. The final result was that the low-key Luo Yueying obtained the eternal heart. She smiled slightly, knowing that having a complete eternal heart was equivalent to embarking on the path of origin. Our luck is not as good as Yueying. Shang Guangxian felt a little helpless. Bad luck, no wonder others. It doesn't matter, the empire is strong, and it is not impossible for us to cultivate to a higher level. We have all become primitive and can live for multiple epochs, so we don't need to be obsessed with the present. Yao Linger said with understanding. His Majesty has given them enough. Although there is only one eternal heart, my heart of the eternal road has also brought other treasures. It is impossible to cultivate to the origin, but it is not difficult to cultivate to the sixth realm. Only with strong cultivation can you live longer. Xuanhuan wants to do his best to make his relatives stronger and live longer. With his strength, he can naturally live for a very, very long time, but his empire and his relatives can't. If they can't break the eternal dilemma, they will inevitably leave him one by one. At that time, even with his strength, the empire still existed, but the people in the empire had already changed a lot, which was equivalent to being alone. That's why. The reason why some eternal level powerhouses don't care so much about the forces they create. Sometimes, also watch its natural demise. After Xuanhuan arranged the affairs in the empire properly, he looked outside the universe again. There was a light of sublimation, and it was Duan Qingshan who was sublimating. He is very close to the eighth realm, but there are not enough resources for him to sublimate in the desperate cage. Now that he has returned to the empire, resources have been opened up to supply him, and he has obtained a safe place. The eighth realm, sublimation. Duan Qingshan is sublimating, and enough eternal god crystal has allowed him to complete the transformation. At this moment, he has reached the eighth realm, and he feels that he can beat several of himself before. Emperor. Seeing Xuanhuan coming, Tian Yaoshan and the others immediately came over. The first city was built very well. Xuanhuan looked at the first city at this time. To be able to build on the eternal road, at least the original gods are eligible. This first city is incomparably majestic and incomparably large, just like the combination of millions of stars. Inside, there are high-rise buildings, various magnificent buildings, various heavenly palaces, and various magnificent giant mountains, and the land of the ocean is all inside. There is even an environment of stars and the universe. This first city is too vast, and it is still expanding, and it has only just begun. The first city is the first city built by the Empire on the Eternal Road. It must be magnificent and show the strength of the Empire. And the first city is not just as simple as a city, but also a universe, which must be able to refine the eternal breath and transform it into a place where ordinary creatures can live. In the first city, creatures from outside the Empire have already settled in. That is the Wanhai Plain. When Patriarch Wanhai saw the first city built by the Empire, he immediately expressed his willingness to join himself, hoping to be protected by the Empire. Xuanhuan did not refuse and let him become a member of the Empire. The internal prosperity is beginning to appear, and as time goes by, it will become more prosperous. The first city is only the first city of the Empire. In the future, the Empire will build more cities. Each city must be of a huge scale, and open up its own eternal road, running through to the end of eternity. Xuanhuan said to Yi Tianzuan. Yi Tianzuan said, "Your Majesty has a grand vision. Everything on your own road is dominated by the Empire, and it can be connected in series. The Empire will sweep the entire road of eternity with the strongest posture. A long road, connected by cities, wantonly absorbs the eternal strong and joins the Empire. Originally, a road is nothingness, but with cities, civilization, and people, it becomes a real road. Your Majesty wants to use this road to achieve his eternal road. But some things don't need to be rushed. The construction of the first city is very important." Xuanhuan did not expand blindly. There are some things to be steady. If you expand casually, your city will be destroyed by others. To establish a road, Xuanhuan needs a large number of strong men to form a law enforcement team to kill all invading enemies and maintain order. The establishment of a road will inevitably go through a bloody slaughter in the early stage, so that people will be afraid. Let's see now, who will anger me without knowing the end. Xuanhuan looked at the first city with murderous intent. He waved his hand at this time, and a portal appeared, which was the portal to the 9 layers abyss realm. Tai Tianzuan has been imprisoned by them for so many years. As the ruler of Shijiyuan, it is time to rescue him. TXT download address. Phone reading. #C 1836 Pressure People. Tai Tianzuan was captured and imprisoned by the 9 layers realm a long time ago. Xuanhuan went to Eternal Road for the first time, and once communicated with him outside Yuanjia. Although he was only in the 6th realm, he got a great opportunity in a mysterious place, and Yuanjia had nothing to do with him. Of course Yuanjia could kill him easily. But if he was killed, he would lose the opportunity to control it, and he would only be trapped and exhausted. Xuanhuan wanted to rescue Tai Tianzuan a long time ago, not only because of the secret he controlled, but also because the alchemy furnace he had refined played a great role in the early days of the Empire. It can be said that the early days of the Empire achieved a large part of the credit. Although, under the transformation of the system, the current pill furnace has already changed beyond recognition, and it is different from before. But after all, there is the credit of Tai Tianzuan. Now, he is the master of Shiji Yuan, and Tai Tianzuan should also belong to him, and he is a great hero of the Empire. Although not directly involved in the building of the Empire, his achievements are too great. When he first achieved the origin, out of prudence, Xuanhuan didn't save him directly, because he was worried that the dog in the 9 layers abyss realm would jump over the wall and kill Tai Tianzuan directly. Even though Tai Tianzuan died, Xuanhuan could be resurrected, but the price of dying once would be too high. If he breaks through the God of Origin, the calamity he will encounter will be 10 times stronger. And now, Xuanhuan's reputation is eternal, and his strength is terrifying. He is also worried that the 9 layers abyss realm will do something that is not conducive to Tai Tianzuan in fear of his reputation. It's time to be rescued. The divine tree of absolute beginning. Now that I open the portal, I will lead the powerful empire directly into the 9-layer abyss realm and rescue Tai Tianzuan. Xuanhuan summoned the divine tree of absolute beginning and said to him, "Tianzuan Tai, he can finally reappear." The divine tree of absolute beginning was extremely excited. The portal is rewarded by the system. It has inexplicable power and can directly reach the 9-level abyss. 9 layers of abyss. Brilliantly huge. Yuan, the pioneer of the Yuan realm, is also a terrifying powerhouse. Although he is not at the eternal level, he has also comprehended half of the eternal road like the great emperor of the extreme Tao, and his strength is much stronger than ordinary Xian's. And he is not as crazy as the Emperor Jidao. His lifespan is still very long. When the century Yuan, the emperor of the gods. Yuan looks like a middle-aged man. His aura is deep, unfathomable, like a real abyss, but at this time his mind is not so calm, and the strength of Emperor Xuanhuan also makes him have some troubles. He even repelled the great Emperor Jidao. Such a person is likely to achieve the eternal level. The Tai Tianzuan also belongs to the Yuan of the current century, and this emperor once broke out with us in the multiverse. Had a big fight. Abyss Road. He couldn't imagine it. He knew more about Emperor Xuanhuan than anyone else, and he had to admire him for being so strong in such a short period of time. He has a divine garment on his body, which was refined by an eternal level powerhouse. With my strength, I can destroy it, but if I want to do it forcefully, then Tai would rather die than submit to me. Yuan is also in a dilemma. If Tai is beheaded, wouldn't he be resurrected in the multiverse, and he will also offend this era. This is what he doesn't want to see. He knew the coordinates controlled by Tai. If he got it, he would have a great chance of becoming an eternal class, which was something he couldn't give up. Along with the guard against Emperor Xuanhuan, the entire abyss realm was also sealed off. What power! But not long after, Yuan suddenly felt the shock of vitality, and then he looked at Yuan Jia, and saw a scene that made him unbelievable. In the time and space of the abyss, a huge portal appeared. That portal, the portal of transmission, is it the portal that directly transmits to my deep world? Yuan suddenly came to the portal, and he used his strength to close the portal, but to his surprise, he couldn't close it in his territory. This portal, he sensed, contained a great force of coercion. That's right, it's mandatory, and he can't close it by force. Who is coming? Could it be him? Yuan tried his best to look over. Yuan, don't guess, it's me. Through the portal of transmission, Chu Yuan's majestic emperor body has already entered. This is the second time he has come to Abyss Realm. The first time was watching from a distance outside, but this time it was personally on the scene. With a sweep of his eyes, he saw a huge abyss-like world, with strange lands and many creatures living there. It really is you, Yuan said. He is indifferent on the surface, but it is difficult to calm down in his heart. His thoughts are running in an instant, and he is extremely puzzled about how he came to the abyss. If Chu Yuan came in from the outside world, he would not be surprised, but would only marvel at his strength. But with a portal, he came to his abyss, which made it hard for him to imagine. What kind of power does this portal represent? Can it penetrate any time and space? And this added to Chu Yuan's sense of mystery in his heart. He responded very cautiously. The other party already has the ability to open his time and space at will. It's me. Chu Yuan walked towards Yuan. He came this time to show his strength. Every time he moved, he brought the melody of heaven and earth, and the world of Yuan was shaking. His magnificent will was passed on to the entire Abyss Realm. All the strong men were watching Chu Yuan, but without Yuan's order, they did not dare to attack at will. Emperor Xuanhuan, as the master of Shijiyuan, although the training time is extremely short, your strength has become irresistible on the eternal road. Perhaps only the real eternal level can deal with you. Even the Emperor Jidao is in front of you. Can't get any bargains. Abyss Road. He couldn't underestimate Emperor Xuanhuan. I know these achievements myself. Chu Yuan spoke forcefully. You also know the purpose of my coming here. There is only one, to release Tai Tianzuan. Tianzuan Tai, I have come to take you back. At the same time, a voice was transmitted mightily to the entire Abyss Realm. It's him. Tai Tianzuan was shocked. Although he was suppressed by boundless power, Chu Yuan let him see the scene here with his own power. A great emperor is confronting Yuan. This power comes from the current century Yuan. He is going to rescue me from the Abyss Realm, his strength. Tai Tianzuan was also extremely surprised. It seems that today I can see the sky again. Tai Tianzuan thought for a while, and then said, Yuan, I have already said that you can't suppress me. Hearing these words, Yuan calmed down and said, Emperor Xuanhuan, this is how you come to ask for someone? Go directly into the Yuan realm of this seat to threaten me? That's right, Tai Tianzuan belongs to our current Shiji Yuan. It is already a great crime for you to forcefully imprison him. As long as you didn't cause too much harm to Tai, I can forgive you. Chu Yuan Dao, I came here personally today, don't let me do it. With a wave of his hand, a mighty army appeared inside the portal. TXT download address. Phone reading. Hashtag C1837. How strong is the strength? How big is the truth? With the arrival of Xuanhuan, the entire 9 layers Abyss Realm has become tense. Many eyes are watching, not daring to act rashly. I saw a terrifying storm sweeping out of the portal, warships one after another, groups of troops wearing black armor and holding icy weapons. A mighty army. They are going to attack my Abyss Realm. In my Abyss Realm, this is going straight into the land of no one. What kind of power did Shiji Yuan control, and why is it so powerful? Seeing the appearance of the Xuanhuan army, the strong men in the Yuan realm couldn't calm down. The murderous aura was so fierce that they wanted to destroy the Yuan realm. The origin is divine. Tian Yaoshan Shu, Yi Tianzuan, Guangming God, Duan Qingshan, Chaos God, Lord of Death, Primordial Ancestral Dragon, Su Shan, Ying Shui, Extreme Cold Ice Silkworm and Yao Meng whose soul is controlled. There is also the new ancestor Wan Hai who joined him. These are a total of 13 gods of origin. Adding Emperor Xuanhuan is the 14 gods of origin. Before the empire knew it, it already had the combat power of 14 gods of origin. Even the 9 layers abyss realm doesn't have so many origin gods. So many gods of origin. The powerhouses in the 9 layers abyss realm were all horrified. This is too much, completely crushing their deep realm. And the opponent's army directly entered their abyss realm without hindrance, like entering the land of no one. It is a place that is even more frightening. Emperor Xuanhuan, are you putting on such a posture to attack my Yuan realm? Yuan said quietly. Yuan, this is what I want to tell you. I will give you a chance. If you hand over Tai now, my army will leave immediately, and you will not care about those things. You can also maintain a friendly relationship with my empire. The truth that Chu Yuan wants to say is very simple, it is the truth of fists. Truth is all within the range of the cannon. And Chu Yuan's reasoning is the same, as strong as he is, the reasoning is as great as it is. Today, he didn't play tricks with Yuan, and directly crushed him with the strongest strength. You have to obey if you refuse. The powerhouses of the empire were silent, but their killing intent was already rising, holding their weapons tightly, and the gods of origin would strike at any time to destroy this abyss. Yuan's eyes were deep. The threat was too great. If the opponent attacked from the outside, with the defense he had built over dozens of epochs, the opponent would inevitably pay a heavy price. And now, if the opponent comes in directly, all defenses will be useless. Now he has been pushed to the edge of a cliff. Lord Yuan. In the 9 layers of Abyss Realm, every Abyss Master is a god of origin. At this time, they all looked at Abyss anxiously, waiting for him to come up with an idea, whether to fight or agree to the other party's request. Chu Yuan looked at him indifferently. As soon as he waved his hand, 2 options suddenly appeared, exuding the brilliance of the scorching sun. Xuanhuan Emperor. Yuan was silent for a while, and finally said, this time Yuan, Yuan Jia, are indeed not your opponent, and I can't stop you from rescuing Tai. You take it away, and I will hand it over to you. Yuan finally gave in. There is nothing he can do if he doesn't give in. First of all, through the battle of Jidao Great Emperor, he also knew that he would never be an opponent in a fight with him, and once his army started a battle, his own abyss world would be destroyed. And he also knew that the other party didn't attack directly, because he was worried that he would kill Tai directly. But if he does this, he will completely tear himself apart from Shiji Yuan, and just wait for the opponent's army to attack. He understood even more clearly that he had imprisoned Tai for so many years, but he couldn't get the secret from him. Tai, come out, your luck is very good, when Shiji Yuan has a great emperor, otherwise you will not be able to get out of my abyss even if you die. Yuan released Tai. This is also something I didn't expect. Tai Tianzuan appeared from a passage, wearing a Taoist robe with eternal patterns, and it was this Taoist robe that prevented Yuan from forcibly exerting soul control on him. He was imprisoned in Yuan boundary, and he never thought about getting out. He looked at Chu Yuan, mighty and domineering, grasping the supreme truth. Be the master of Century Yuan. Tai Tianzuan secretly said. Master Tianzuan. The incarnation created by the energy of the absolute beginning divine tree is also here. After seeing it, he said excitedly, I finally see you again. The divine tree of absolute beginning. Tai Tianzuan sighed, yes, a long time. Emperor Xuanhuan, I have released him. I don't want to fight you. I understand that I can't fight you. Although I imprison Tai, he is here to protect his safety. And the death of Emperor Taichu, it has nothing to do with me. Yuan said again. I know. Chu Yuan said. Yuan, you made the most correct choice, otherwise, with my temper, your Yuan realm will surely flow into rivers of blood today and be erased from the eternal road. Chu Yuan spoke the bloodiest words in the calmest tone. Yuan didn't deny it, he admitted it. He was silent for a while, and then said, Emperor Xuanhuan, I want to know if this teleportation portal is a two-way teleportation, from your empire to my abyss. I can answer this point for you, no matter where I am, as long as I open the portal, I can instantly reach your abyss realm. Chu Yuan said. Okay, I get it. Yuan didn't ask much, this was enough, and the portal was also the other party's secret. Yuan, you didn't make me angry this time. I'll send you a word. Anyone who opposes me will end badly. My first city has been opened. You come from Yuanjia, and you are still a friend of our empire. Chu Yuan took away Tai Tianzuan, and the army returned to the teleportation gate. After everyone left, the teleportation gate also disappeared. The portal is gone, as if nothing ever happened. The oppressive atmosphere dissipated, and the talents in Yuanjia breathed a sigh of relief. The opponent's oppression was too great, and if they didn't agree with each other at all, they would directly kill them with troops. Deep. An ancient Yuan lord came to Yuan's side. He is the second Yuan lord. His cultivation has reached the peak of the 8th realm, and his face is also very ugly at the moment. Don't look at the fight, but the opponent completely overwhelms them and doesn't take them seriously. Although their Yuanjia is not an eternal power, they are also well known, and they have to bow their heads in front of Xuanhuan. It's the best option. Yuan calmly said, we have no way to fight Yuan dynasty in that century. In a real battle, Yuan realm will perish. I am not as crazy as Emperor Jidao, but I really angered Emperor Xuanhuan. As he said, it will not end well. Then we have to swallow this breath. The second Yuan Zhu said, although we can't get the coordinates of that place from Tai's mouth, I am very unwilling to hand it over like this. The opponent's posture is completely above us. It seems to have a choice, but in fact, we were not given a choice at all. I would never have thought that Shiji Yuan would be so powerful. Yuan shook his head. He is a very calm person, he will weigh the pros and cons, and he will not do things that are not conducive to Yuan Jia, because of his whim. This is his foundation. Yuan, what should we do next? When Shiji Yuan has a channel to enter my Yuan world, should we leave? The second Deep Master asked. TXT download address. Phone reading. Hashtag C1838, go to a mysterious place. The Xuanhuan Empire already has a portal to enter his abyss. His abyss is equivalent to being exposed in front of others, defenseless. Second Master Yuan was afraid that Xuanhuan would break in again next time, so he could fight them as he wanted. And when Shiji Yuan, they knew more than others, they had sent people to the Taichu heaven, their strength grew so fast, it was unimaginably terrifying. Leave here? I don't know what kind of power that portal was built with. Do you think it will be useful if we simply give up our foundation? Yuan shook his head at this time. Yuan, what do you mean? Second, the relationship between Master Yuan and Yuan is not just a subordinate relationship, they also came from the same era and fought side by side. After all, it is not an eternal power, and its existence is not long. Don't move, just stand here. Since the other party has taken away Tai Tianzuan, he will not come again. There is nothing to attract him in my deep world. Yuan said, it's a pity that I didn't get the secret of Tai, which made it difficult for me to achieve the eternal level, but I don't have to, and I can't get any information from Tai's mouth, maybe it will give Xuanhuan a way to teleport. The door is not a bad thing. Although Xuanhuan is domineering, he can also see that as long as he follows the other party's wishes, nothing bad will happen. The second Lord Yuan is also very wise, and said, Yuan, I understand what you mean. Indeed, the purpose of Emperor Xuanhu is to sweep the eternal road, and it is not very useful to go anywhere. Maybe staying here will not do us any good bad thing. And I'm still worried about one thing. Yuan Zai said. Yes? Second Yuan said. The achievement of the eternal level is not only due to the eternal road itself, but also because of the human disaster from the outside world. How long has it been since there has been an eternal level? I know the ancient emperor of Diyuan, and he has been hunted down. Maybe I can borrow it from Emperor Xuanhu, the power of. Yuan saw the future. Hunting, prey, hunter. Second Yuan said. That's right, take one step at a time and take one step at a time. Just watch, because of Emperor Xuanhu, the years to come will be very exciting. Deep wisdom and foresight. The first city? We can send people to the first city to bow their heads in front of Xuanhu. It's not shameful. Block this news and don't spread it. Portal. Just facing the first city. What a splendid and majestic giant city. When Tai Tianzuan returned, the first thing he saw was the first city. In the multiverse, there was no such a huge city at that time, and he knew that it was established by the master of Shijiyuan. In the Yuan dynasty, the strength of the Xuanhu Empire was too strong, far surpassing that period when the founder of the God Realm. Excellent. I have never imagined how strong this era is. It is not yet the most prosperous period. After the era of the beginning, there is the emperor, and after the emperor, there is Xuanhu, standing at the pinnacle. Although Tai Tianzuan has never been in contact with Xuanhu, he also has a kind feeling. After all, they all come from the same era. And through the divine tree of absolute beginning, he also knew that the relationship between absolute beginning Tian and Xuanhu was very good. My empire will always stand at the pinnacle and break the path of eternity. This is what I pursue. Qiyuan Dao, Tai, do you have any ideas? I don't have any ideas. This time I was able to see the light of day again because of His Majesty. The empire of absolute beginning no longer exists, and I have no other place to go. Naturally, it belongs to this era. Tai Tianzuan really has nowhere to go. You stay in the first city, Tai, come with me. Chu Yuan and Tai returned to Duo Yuan and talked with him in person in his study. Tai, although it is your first time to come to the empire, I saved you not only because you have the coordinates of the original place, but also because you have made great contributions to the empire. Chu Yuan smiled. I made a great contribution? Tai Tianzuan asked in confusion. Good. Chu Yuan waved his hand, and the pill furnace appeared, which had undergone earth-shaking changes from before, and then said, Eternal pill furnace, the predecessor is the Tai pill furnace refined by you. Tai pill furnace. Tai Tianzuan was stunned, then shook his head. This is no longer the alchemy furnace that I refined, it has already undergone tremendous changes. I never thought that I still have such a fate with your majesty. He was full of emotions. This achievement cannot be erased. Merit is merit, and mistakes are mistakes. I will reward and punish you clearly. I know that you have the ability to break through the origin, and since you have become a minister of the empire, I will do my best to help you break through. Chu Yuan said. Breakthrough origin. Tai Tianzuan was quiet for a while, and then said, Although I have been suppressed by Yuan Jia for a long time, and during this time, I have also devoted myself to comprehending the origin to pass the time. I know that your majesty has another purpose. I can give the coordinates of the original Taoist book to His Majesty. His greatest value is the original Tao book. The Taoist book of the original source can open up a mysterious land, and the Emperor of Heaven in the early days fell in that original land. Tai Tianzuan said. On the Eternal Road, there are many mysterious places. Xuanhuan also understood that the strength of the eternal heavenly venerable didn't know what the mysterious place of origin represented. He guessed whether it might be an eternal one left behind. With His Majesty's strength, you can see through the essence of many things with your own eyes. Tianzuan didn't know what power was formed there. But Xuanhuan's identity, he is willing to hand over. I haven't gone in there, but I know it's dangerous, extremely dangerous. The Emperor Taichu made a wrong choice. After I didn't go in, I just watched them go in from the outside. Tianzuan recalled what happened back then. After the Emperor Taichu opened it, what I saw was light, endless light, surging light and mist, and churning sea of clouds. It was a thick, pure power. With a breath, I felt that my cultivation base was growing rapidly. He continued, we don't know the name of the mysterious place, so we call it the place of mysterious origin. And the Emperor Taichu concluded that entering the mysterious place will definitely increase his cultivation base greatly, and it is the eternal place left by the ancient strong. His judgment is not wrong. After entering, the heavenly emperor was sublimated, and Taihong Tianjun also broke through to the origin. Everything is developing in a good place. The Emperor of Absolute Beginning explored all the way forward, but he didn't know what danger he encountered inside. He fell, and all the powerhouses of the Absolute God dynasty also fell. This let me know that it is too dangerous in there. What kind of danger prevented the Emperor Taichu from running out? It is very likely that the strongest of the 9 realms will die there. In the beginning, the Emperor of Heaven didn't let me go. He knew it was dangerous, so he asked me to stay outside. When he pierced through the original place, he was going in, and this farewell became a forever farewell. He also shook his head. The place where the 9 realms are extremely strong is also dangerous. The eternal road is nothingness. It must be left by the existence of the eternal level. There are still many secrets in it. Xuanhuan said slowly, Tai, come with me and see the mysterious place. TXT download address. Phone reading. Hashtag C1839 One way to fail. Mysterious place. Xuanhuan also wants to go and see. If he wants to become the eternal level, the strongest, it is impossible to stick to the empire. He must see countless eternal mysteries. Tianzuan described the mysterious place as terrifying, and Xuanhuan probably understood it from the scarce information. When the Emperor of Heaven went there, he was not killed instantly. Instead, he explored for a period of time and got a lot of opportunities before finally dying inside. He speculated that the interior should be similar to a secret realm, with terrifying power. I will lead the way for His Majesty. Tianzuan said. Although he was born many years earlier than Xuanhuan, in this world the strong are respected. You come to show the way, first go find your original Tao book, and then open the mysterious place. Xuanhuan rolled up Tianzuan and moved quickly on the eternal road, but this road is very long, and at his speed, it will take a long time to get there. There is something unknown in it, but it has an extremely surging origin, which can make people sublimate. Tianzuan said. It is better to have sublimated power. I am waiting for this moment. If my strength is sublimated, my eternal road will be more real, and my eternal door can be opened more. Tai, when you get there, perhaps it can also be an origin within. Xuanhuan said. He is walking in eternity, not an ordinary void shuttle, but a road is extended under his feet, crossing his own road, the speed is incredible. And this place was really remote. After a few years, Xuanhuan came to an extremely empty area, which was a wild and abandoned branch road on Eternal Road. The original book of Taoism is here, and I didn't dare to hide it in the multiverse at that time. Although people who do not belong to Shijiyuan cannot enter the multiverse, the situation in the multiverse was very complicated at that time, and it is very likely that others will find it. And he doesn't know who will be the master of the era in the future. He stood in the void of time and space, and played the secret method in his hand. Suddenly, in the void, a red-gold ancient book appeared, and the thick, original aura spread. Finally saw it again. Tai Tianzuan sighed that it was because of this book that the Emperor Taichu fell. The place where he hides the treasure is not very smart. He put it in a place on the Eternal Road, but the Eternal Road is too big, such an area. If there is no coordinates, it is almost impossible to find it, unless you are lucky. This is the source book. Chu Yuan took it over, spied it with strength, and said for a while, to be precise, this is not a book, but a book of rules, eternal rules, and this is also a portal to open the portal of the mysterious place. With it, you can accurately find whereabouts. The book is strong and requires eternity-level power to destroy. I know where it is, come with me. Holding this book in his hand, Chu Yuan hurried on his way again, heading towards the deepest part of eternity, but he had never seen any forces along the way, and it was very remote and desolate. In fact, if it is not on some specific roads, it is also very difficult to find the presence of forces. You can go in from here. Chu Yuan stopped suddenly and looked forward, still in the color of eternal emptiness, and there was nothing surprising when his divine sense swept over. At the beginning, the Emperor of Heaven used his strength to open the book, and then a passage appeared in heaven and earth. He took people in, and then handed the book to me, and asked me to wait outside. If they can't come out, they died inside, and they died inside. Don't go in. Tai Tianzuan said. Interesting, I want to see what the danger is. Chu Yuan is absolutely confident in himself. It's time to open it. As soon as he activated the original Taoist book, a terrifying light shot up into the sky, struck a certain part of the sky, and opened the connection with the mysterious time and space. Just for a moment. Click. A ray of light appeared along with a strong breath, and Chu Yuan saw a big crack appearing across millions of miles, as if the Eternal Road had split open. Open! Chu Yuan's strength opened up the crack, and dazzling light burst out. It appeared again. At this moment, Tai Tianzuan saw it more clearly. Last time, the Emperor Taichu could only open the crack, but could not show it clearly like Chu Yuan. But at this moment outside, Chu Yuan could breathe extremely strong power, and what he saw in his eyes was not just the simple rules, but countless rules intertwined. Eternal Road. Chu Yuan said, go in. He put away the original Tao book, stepped in with one step, and the crack was closed. Very independent time and space. Chu Yuan's eyes are piercing, and he can feel that the reason why it is difficult to find here is because it exists on the Eternal Road, but it is independent of the void time and space, endowed with eternal laws. The Eternal Road that the eternal level walks out of, in simple terms, is like a small eternity wrapped in a big eternity. A huge bubble wraps small bubbles one by one, and those planes that haven't reached the eternal level are not even bubbles, at most they are splashes. At this time, Chu Yuan performed a scene for Tai Tianzuan to see. Everything is trapped in eternity. Tai Tianzuan said, the Emperor Taichu fell here, I wonder if I can see his bones. Your Majesty, what do you think this place represents? In the mysterious land, this is a vast world composed of rich light and regular Tao marks. I went inside in person, took a breath, he was glowing, and the power was flowing in his body, and he couldn't even suppress it, and he wanted to break through directly to the God of Origin. If my guess is right, this is the way. Chu Yuan led Tai Tianzuan along the way, and said, I don't know how many epochs the multiverse has cycled. It can be called an infinite cycle. No strong person can exist forever, but eternity itself is endless. Don't look at it. Countless creatures are actually a cycle, rising and falling, and I don't know when it will end. He looked at it, and it was a gorgeous rain of light. There is energy in every rain of light. No wonder Tai Tianzuan called it the place of origin, indeed, this light is energy. I don't know when this place was achieved, but we can know that it was created by an eternal-level powerhouse. They want to fight to the end of eternity, or the end of their understanding. Xuanhuan has already seen it. This is the very ancient and powerful way to transcend eternity, and it is extremely mysterious. I don't know who it is, but the final outcome must be a failure, because throughout the ages, no one can achieve it, and as His Majesty said, this is an infinite cycle. Tai Tianzuan said, Your Majesty, what I wonder is where is the end of eternity? The end of each era should be different. After a moment of silence, Xuanhuan said, Everyone has his own way, we can't generalize it, and the vastness of the eternal road is constantly being explored, but in this road of failure, there will be an end. TXT download address. Phone reading. Hashtag C1840 Pioneer of the Road. In it, the light is like the sea, and it is a road of hope and light. Xuanhuan and Tai Tianzuan didn't walk fast. Looking at the scene on this road, it was a passage full of energy. After walking for a long time, they didn't encounter any danger, but they were extremely calm. There are no dangers and traps? Even I can walk alone. How did the Emperor Taichu and the others fall? Tai Tianzuan was confused. The real singularity is yet to come, it's still early. Xuanhuan said. They walked on, and the mist lingered, and there was no darkness here. There are still people here. Tai Tianzuan suddenly shouted. He suddenly saw a man in golden clothes flying by beside him. His aura was real, lifelike, and he had surging power, as if he was really facing him. This is a god of origin. It's real, and it's not real. This person has long since fallen. What we see is the imprint he left here. The cycle will not disappear. Many strong people must have walked this road. Xuanhuan said. He waved his hand, and the real figure of the man in gold turned into regular lines, and finally it was branded. Could it be that the Heavenly Emperor of Absolute Beginning? Tai Tianzuan felt something. Keep walking, there are more and more such images, and the deeper you go, the more powerful you see, and they are all opening up with their own strength. Emperor of Heaven. Suddenly, Tai Tianzuan saw a large number of figures in front of him. It was Taichu Tiandi, Taihong Tianjun, and the others. Looking at them, so real, Tai Tianzuan chased after them, and actually passed through them, and what he saw was only the soul imprint left by the past. Continue to enter the front, this place is likely to lead to an end. In the early days, the Emperor of Heaven led his troops forward, in which his power was sublimated many times. However, there seems to be a sudden vibration in this road. There was a monstrous light pouring down from the sky, and when the Emperor of Absolute Beginning walked deeper, they were submerged in the sea of light, and in the end they all turned into Tiao and became the brand of this road. Yuhua, the Emperor of Heaven in the early days, was transformed into Tao, and they didn't even leave any bones. Tai Tianzuan said, he saw that when the Emperor Taichu disappeared, he was brilliant and had no regrets. Absolute Beginning Qi, the eternal primordial power, the absolute beginning Heavenly Emperor is the primordial force that was born eternally in this era. Xuanhuan had never really seen the Emperor Taichu, but looking at the light and shadow, he also analyzed that the Emperor Taichu was also very extraordinary, representing the power of eternal Taichu. Continue to go. Xuanhuan didn't stop. Next, we will meet the pioneer of this road. His speed increased. Boom. The closer he got to the depth, the more Xuanhuan became aware of the danger here. The ocean-like sea of light emerged from the end of the road in waves. Although these seas of light contain extreme energy, the body can be transformed into eternal matter after breathing, but there is a power that takes you away. This kind of eternity is terrifying, you don't even know it at the beginning, but after refining, your strength will increase tremendously, and you can see yourself sublimating again and again. But when it really melts you away, and realizes it, it's too late. This is a truly painless death, but because of many sublimation before death, one will feel extremely happy. Interesting. Xuanhuan watched a figure flying in front of him, rushing towards the end of the road. Rumble. Dazzling, the sea of light is bursting. Kill. An unrivaled figure rushed over from behind Xuanhuan, holding Feng Tian's painted halberd. It was unparalleled in the world, and shot a chaotic thunder light as soon as it moved. If you charge directly, the origin of the seven realms will die. Eternal class. Xuanhuan said. No, those prepared to say, this is not the real eternal level, but the regular Dao seal left after the eternal level transformed into a Dao, which is the manifestation of their path. Xuanhuan's divine appearance is peerless, standing on the spot. He knew that this was the eternal class opening the way. Boom. He stands where he is, ruling the past and the future, and eternal time and space. The eternal figure rushed over directly. But then, several eternal figures frantically passed through. The power they bring is not just a simple shock, but also an eternal will to obliterate your own way. In fact, it is already very dangerous to come here, so the Emperor Taichu finally had a voice transmission that it would be very dangerous for the strongest to come here. And this road is not the real eternal road after all, it has an end. We're after them. Xuanhuan was walking forward, quickly. He was chasing these eternal lights and shadows, hoping to see their creation. What will they do? Tai Tianzuan is also very curious. I see. Xuanhuan said at this moment. There are 5 strands of eternal will, sweeping over like a gust of wind. There are men and women, but everyone's aura is monstrous, and they have exerted their strength to the extreme. Could this be the 5 eternal powerhouses? Tai Tianzuan watched intently. That's right, it's indeed the 5 eternals. They want to work together to break this time-space dilemma. Xuanhuan's eyes were concentrated. This is shock eternal. These 5 figures are proud of the ancient times, with different races and different strengths, but they all have a common goal. Their eyes are resolute, and they want to rush out with fearless determination. What is the eternal level? If they don't break the barrier of eternity, even if their lifespan is much longer than other powerhouses, they will still die. They are like animals trapped in a prison, trying desperately to break through. They did not want such a fate. It was hard to hear what they were saying. At this moment, the 5 powerhouses were all staring ahead, as if they were shouting a kill word. The 5 forces, destroying the dead, pushing across, this mysterious place did not exist in the first place, and it was opened up by these 5 powerful men, like in a different dimension. Their power bombarded into the depths of time and space, trying to break through the eternal road, and as they advanced, this mysterious place would become bigger and bigger. This is a picture left by the eternal era. They failed to attack eternity, and their power was immortalized by eternity, but because of the power of this place, the rules are imprinted here. Xuanhuan said. I saw light rising into the sky, and as they opened up, the energy gushed out became more and more powerful, and the cracks in the sky and the earth continued to spread. The surging divine brilliance and eternal and void power descended on the bodies of the 5 powerhouses. Therefore, every step forward for these 5 powerhouses is an attack, which requires huge consumption. But these 5 powerhouses are fearless and steadfast in their steps. They have had enough of this life of dodging eternal calamity and living like dogs, and they don't want to continue. For them, even if it is death, they must die gloriously, instead of sitting and dying in their own way. Xuanhuan looked at them. The more they attacked, the harder it would be. He also knew the ending. They would stop at one place, which was the end of the road, and they would all fall. TXT download address. Phone reading. Hashtag C1841 extension, sublimation breakthrough. Although the final outcome of the 5 powerhouses is already known, their courage to fight and open up without fear of life and death is also evocative, tragic and heroic. No matter what their thoughts are, they use their own strength to open up a way, and they are eternal pioneers. Chu Yuan watched quietly, with violent forces pouring out all around him. The deeper the cultivation base, the clearer the essence of things can be seen. Eternity itself is nothingness, but this kind of nothingness like white paper can give birth to any energy. This is one extreme turned into another extreme. As time goes by, the speed of the 5 powerhouses is getting slower and slower. They want to open up a road that does not exist in themselves, and fight against the eternal rules, as if there is an eternal catastrophe pressing on them. Kill. Even so, their gazes were still firm, and the imprints they left made Chu Yuan feel as if he was in the scene and saw the complete scene. They have already made up their minds, even if they die, they will die here, and they will never live the years of idling. Although this is just a photo left behind, the surging light rain and the eternal rules came from the surface, hitting Chu Yuan's body, enough to transform the 9th realm into a Tiao. In the early days, the Emperor of Heaven also saw their development, followed them, and allowed himself to transform himself. At this moment, Chu Yuan remained unmoved, following the footsteps of the 5 powerful men. The light around him turned into tiny particles, creating a particle storm. The places he walked were all opened up by the 5 powerhouses, and one can imagine the pressure they endured at that time. Even in the face of the infinity of the eternal road, so what if you are overwhelmed? What kind of eternal existence is just a bird in a cage? It just lives a little longer than others. There is no need to be afraid of death. I have lived long enough. I have reached the most glorious moment, and I have no regrets. An eternal will. An eternal level raised his head and made a shocking sound, roaring again and again. He was very weak at the moment, but he also went forward bravely and rushed forward. In the end, his whole body was frozen, submerged in the sea of light, and disappeared. The disappearance of the eternal level returns to the world. Continue. There are still 4 strong players left to open the way. Even if we don't succeed, we should leave a way for future generations and let our failures show them experience. A woman who can stand up and become an eternal class, who has experienced the hardships of all ages, is a person of peerless elegance, and death is nothing to them. Boom. The eternal rules came to an end, and the woman's life was also frozen. This is destined to be a road of blood and sorrow, and even despair. It makes people worry when they look at it, hoping that they can succeed, but the final result is already doomed. Ha 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 ha, I want to be sad. A big man, his body is majestic. When he stepped forward, he was hit by a counterattack, staggered, and he couldn't even stand firmly when he was flying across the world. His body exploded, reduced to a rain of blood-stained light, and was killed by the eternal power. Going all the way, there are only 2 of us left. There were 2 other people who looked at each other, smiled instead of fear, and continued to walk forward hand in hand. They opened up another path, and another person exploded, leaving only the last old man, who continued on alone. There is no turning back, fate is fate, latecomers, we have used our lives to test it for you. The old man was striding forward, his body was gradually radiant and feathered, and with the fall of all the 5 eternal levels, the opening of this road stopped and came to an end. When Tai Tianzuan saw this scene, his body and mind trembled, and he was greatly shocked. Steady yourself, Chu Yuan said. This is a huge temper for Tai Tianzuan. Tai Tianzuan took a long breath. Fortunately there was Chu Yuan standing in front of him, that emperor's shadow, otherwise he would have collapsed. He calmed himself down a bit, and said, Your Majesty, what should we do next? The road is broken, and this place is the end. He suddenly thought that if Yuan really got the coordinates of this place from himself and came here, Yuan might be melted here along with the 5 powerhouses. There is no road ahead, but any road does not appear out of thin air, but has to be opened up, so let me continue to move forward for a while. Chu Yuan said. Your Majesty has to drive a little further. Tai Tianzuan even produced horror. Behind me. Boom! Chu Yuan took another step forward along this road. His power shocked the past, the present and the future, and the severed road ahead produced a shocking shock. His power, his law, is opening up the world. The road has extended again. Tai Tianzuan stared wide-eyed, not daring to miss a single trace. As Chu Yuan moved forward, the road became longer. Coming. But at the same time, Chu Yuan was also under the pressure of the 5 eternal levels. It was the eternal rules that killed him, and turned into the power of the world to kill him. The divine light shines across the sky, the eternal storm. Numerous torrents of particles spewed out from the road ahead. Each of these particles has the strength to easily kill the eternal God, but at this time, countless attacks came over, almost blocking the entire road, making it difficult to get out. This kind of power is a kind of killing of eternal rules, a manifestation that no one is allowed to break it. It seems that heaven and earth are stopping them. However, Chu Yuan is as stable as Mount Tai. At this moment, he himself seems to have turned into a vacuum storm. He swallowed all the particles and transformed it into a kind of energy with the will of his own control. Rumble, the power is sky-shattering. He kept walking, the pressure mounting. In front of Tai Tianzuan is a huge mountain. This huge mountain blocked all the torrents for him, and also fed back a force to him. The Emperor is opening the way, and encountered the suppression of eternal rules, but the Emperor has transformed the suppressed power into a power that can be refined. He wants me to break through the origin. Tai Tianzuan understood Chu Yuan's mind. It is not ambiguous at the moment, it is directly refined and begins to impact the origin. Chu Yuan continued to move forward, his eyes changed greatly, a hand of eternal rules was boundless, and it pressed directly on him. This kind of power can easily kill a Yuan. Chu Yuan got a bang and was also slapped hard. He kept moving forward, and the hand of eternal rule was not one, but countless, continuously slapping on his body. The vast fluctuations, the killing of eternal rules. This is almost a power that only the eternal class can resist. The road is constantly extending and getting longer. Chu Yuan faced the wind and rain and made the rules concrete. It's not wrong for the 5 eternal levels to open up their own way, but their strength is not enough to penetrate. Chu Yuan said. Of course, his current strength is not enough. At this time, Chu Yuan was like a ship in the sea, riding the wind and waves in the storm, and there was a possibility of overturning at any time. However, he controlled and refined all the power of the storm. His strength is sublimating, and he wants to break through to the 8th realm. TXT download address. Phone reading. #C 1842 8 realms. If Chu Yuan breaks through the 8th realm, his path will be more real and perfect, and his own strength will be greatly improved. If the great Emperor Jidao dared to act arrogantly in front of him, he would not even be able to run. At that time only the real eternal level could fight against him. At that time he will really dominate the eternal road, and all kinds of plans can be displayed. If he wants to become the strongest, he will face countless opponents. However, it is very difficult to sublimate to the 8 realms. For Chu Yuan, the reason why he has never achieved success is also because he has realized a more domineering eternal road, and the difficulty of sublimation is much more difficult than others. But now, on this severed road, he continued to open up and endured the bombardment of eternal rules. He was like steel, and the rules were like a sledgehammer, bombarding him over and over again. Tried and tested. Of course, this approach is not something everyone can do. If you are not careful, you will end up tragically. Time is passing. An overwhelming force is always sharpening and baptizing him. Origin Divine Tribulation. Tai Tianzuan, who was following Chu Yuan, received great benefits. He himself was very close to this situation, and at this time, he unexpectedly ushered in his own divine calamity of origin. Eternal rules are everywhere. Even on this road, it cannot be stopped. The breakthrough of Tai Tianzuan is not a problem. After he became the god of origin, he looked at Chu Yuan and saw that the emperor's body was even more magnificent, and he could really withstand all storms for the empire. The stronger you are, the more you can see. He saw that the eternal rules seemed to have turned into a rolling torrent, washing over Chu Yuan's body over and over again. If he couldn't resist that kind of torrent, he would be reduced to fly ash in an instant. Your Majesty is using the power of eternal rules to sublimate himself. He thought to himself. Boundless power gathered. The eternal rule has the attribute of killing, but Chu Yuan resisted, and at the same time, the brilliant colors, his will also turned into a torrent to resist. This kind of criticism is unusual, such as the collapse of the rules, but it feels like the soul is collapsing when I hear it. He circulates boundless power, invincible will, and the light of sublimation. Chu Yuan is transforming, and every sublimation is an understanding of eternity. Okay, come more ferocious power, let me sublimate. Boom. 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 He took a few more steps in a row, each step made the road vibrate, the light of sublimation became stronger and stronger, and suddenly there was a shocking and invincible will. He stands firmly within the storm of rules. His 8th realm was finally completed. At this moment, Chu Yuan's figure is infinitely tall and stalwart, and he can make the road longer with a single force of his hand, just like the only eternal true God in the world. With the strength of the 8th realm, the eternal road that Chu Yuan embarked on became more real. With his current magic power, it is not inferior to the eternal class who opened up this path. The sublimation of the 8th realm. Chu Yuan felt the benefits of this kind of sublimation. From the inside to the outside, a sublimation in all aspects will naturally greatly improve his strength. Think about it, the poisonous demon emperor at the 8th level can enslave many 7th level gods, and you can know how big this improvement will be. And Chu Yuan's strength was already terrifying, but his sublimation made it even more incredible. This time, taking Tai Tianzuan out of the Yuan realm, and then coming here to let him break through in strength, Chu Yuan also got huge benefits. Otherwise, it will take a long time for him to become the 8th realm, and without sufficient strength, he will not be able to flex his muscles. Ding! The host completed the side mission, broke through the origin god, obtained 7 billion vertex points, the primordial god healing potion sublimation level X8, the supernatural fruit 155072, the primal artifact advanced card, the thunder wrath halberd X1, the origin god pill X8, 3000 the great finishing technique of the avenue, the gate of the end X1, the random lucky draw chance X1. Ding! The current side mission has been released, break through the 9th realm of the original god. The system rewards are released and new tasks are released. This sublimation level healing potion is even more terrifying, and it can heal even the 9th realm. Needless to say, the Thunder Wrath Halberd is the most top-notch artifact of origin. With a random wave, it will be endless thunder, and it can even inspire eternal thunder. Speaking of Ray, Chu Yuan also suddenly thought of a person, that is Thor. Thor is not in the multiverse, he disappeared very early, according to the people of the gods, he was summoned away by the founder of the gods. The founder of the god realm has a mysterious origin, and it is very likely that he has something to do with the god of burial god Sea. The great termination technique of the 3000 ways. Chu Yuan suddenly turned the 3000 roads, and felt the feeling of ending loneliness, like the twilight of the gods, the end of civilization, and everything ended. This is a power to end, a powerful supernatural power to end the era. Tai, you have made an extremely great contribution to the empire this time, Chu Yuan said. It's also His Majesty's supernatural power, otherwise what's the use of having coordinate points? Tai Tianzuan dare not claim credit. This is your credit. Xuanhuan looked at the road ahead, and did not continue to open up. That's it here, I don't plan to continue to open up, this is someone else's road, not my road, there are coordinates, it can be regarded as a secret place, and I don't intend to continue to open up. Have your own way. The path of the predecessors can only be used for enlightenment after all. Xuanhuan has his own path to build. He saw this road of failure, and at this moment, other thoughts came into his mind. He had the idea of going to the Eternal Shenzhou to observe and see another eternal road. The Eternal Shenzhou was built by gathering strong men from an entire era, and it was even more miraculous than this road. Come back with me. Swish. Xuanhuan immediately traveled across time and space. After a period of time, he saw the giant city universe towering between the sky and the earth, and the stars were incomparably small in front of it, standing like an eternal city of God. This city of gods is too majestic and majestic. It was used by Xuanhuan to communicate with the strong on the eternal road. He said it was a city, but Xuanhuan knew in his heart that this was what he used to break through the eternal road. Although the opening time is still very short, but there is a vision of way in, waiting for the news to spread, some people will gather here one after another without his personal invitation. Just a first city is not enough. Xuanhuan looked at Juqing and nodded with satisfaction. He also knew that no matter how majestic he opened up the first city, many strong people would think that it was used by Shizhiyuan to communicate with the outside world. But if he continues to open up the giant city, some people will see the clues that he is going to fight for hegemony and sweep away. But Xuanhuan doesn't care about these, some things must be done. Tai, you go back to the Empire to practice first. Xuanhuan said. He fell into deep thinking. After the first city was stabilized, he was thinking about where to build the next giant city so that he could show his boundless stalwart. This second giant city should be built in a key location, where the value and benefits are also very huge. In my opinion, only this place is the most suitable. Xuanhuan considered for a long time, and finally decided on a location, but now, first stabilize the first city. There is still a long time left in this era, he is not in a hurry, let the news ferment first. TXT download address. Phone reading. Hashtag C1843, 30,000 years, City 1. The importance of the first city to the empire is self-evident. One is the beginning of all things, it can be changed into countless, and it can be transformed into one. Xuanhuan has the ambition to swallow eternity, start with the first city, annex the whole eternity, and finally gather the strongest force to break the eternal road that no one can break. This is a very difficult path. But no matter how hard it is, you have to do it. Time flies, and the years turn around. The wheel of time never stops. This time, Xuanhuan returned to the empire from the road of failure to retreat for 30,000 years. 30,000 years, equivalent to a long time in an era, is just a small wave. And in the past 30,000 years, some things have indeed happened in the empire. With his almost unlimited supply of resources, Lan did not disappoint him and successfully became the god of origin. Lan became the god of origin, which made Xuanhuan very happy. For tens of thousands of years, Xuanhuan has not left the empire, and has been sublimating himself in the empire. The existence of the first city, and the fermentation of tens of thousands of years, let many people know the existence of this great city, and spontaneously gathered here from all over the universe. Because there is the first city that attracts powerful people from all eras, Xuanhuan also got a lot of information. The most important thing is that the Jidao Xinqiao disappeared. It turned out that the last time the Emperor Jidao fought with Xuanhuan was very exhausting. He fought like crazy and killed too many creatures. He even broke through a plane opened by the ninth realm, and no one survived. The madness of Emperor Jidao angered many strong people, so someone specially joined forces to stop him. However, the great Emperor Jidao directly gave up his own dynasty. To him, it didn't matter, since his lifespan was not long anyway. There will be even crazier things. This era, because of me, will rise again. Xuanhuan looked at his first city. After 30,000 years of construction, the first city has long been extremely prosperous, and powerful people from many eras have come in. In his first city, he was either cultivating, seeking asylum, or trading. What a majestic city! This is the first city built by Xuanhuan. Groups of strong men came here admiringly, looking at the first city, shocked by the scene before them. This is a holy city, a safe haven. You don't need to pay any fees to enter the holy city, and as long as you are in the holy city, you will be protected by the Shenwu Empire, and you can even join them directly and become a member. Look, that first city has the invincible momentum of swallowing eternity. It's so majestic, it's a holy place to protect us. A city is not only built to be large, but must have a profound and incomparable heritage. They all knew that in this era, Emperor Shenwu was a very respected existence. With him, few people in the first city dared to invade. Hey, these days are getting more and more difficult. On the Eternal Road, all major forces are hunting. If you are not careful, you will be extinct. Some of the craziest killings are about to face their limit. Yeah, our strength is either high or low, and we can't even barely survive. However, with this first city here, I also want to join the Shenwu dynasty. The huge gate of the city is full of traffic, and many people come here admiringly, wanting to enter the first city. How many people still want to meet the greatest Emperor Shenwu? Remember, there are rules and order in the first city. If you want to survive in the first city, you must abide by the laws of Shenwu, otherwise their law enforcement team will not be lenient. Someone reminded. Tianzuan, our first city, is getting more and more prosperous. In one part of the city, Tianyao Shinshu looked at the first city and was also very happy. After tens of thousands of years of development, the first city has become more and more prosperous. Looking at the city, it was bustling with people everywhere. Eternal Road is chaotic, with killings everywhere, but here it is a prosperous world. There are even many relatively weak forces that directly settle in the plain of the first city and multiply and survive. As long as they abide by their order, the empire will not drive them away. It's really prosperous. What does this martial artist want to do to build such a city? Is it to absorb countless powerful people? With the name of the city as the first, do you want to build countless cities? In the city, there are all kinds of thoughts. Look, Tianyao, in the first city, there are spies who sincerely want to join us, and there are also spies from other forces. Your Majesty knows about them, but as long as they don't cause trouble in the first city, your Majesty will not bother. Let them come, and let them come. Their hands let more people know about our first city. Tianzuan is the best at this kind of thing. Yes, these people came. Because of the existence of the first city, we have absorbed many strong people, and it has greatly supplemented it. Because this city stands tall, it has become a center of Eternal Road. There are some treasures that we don't need to find directly. There are people here to trade. The heavenly demon god wrote. There are many smart people, such as Ru Yuan. He can only bow his head in front of the powerful empire. Over the past tens of thousands of years, he has also sent many groups of people to take the initiative to deal with the empire and made the most sensible choice. Tianzuan said again. He knows it's no good fighting the empire. Tianyao, after a while, you and I will go to the Eternal Road, and I have already calculated the whereabouts of the beastly book. Tianzuan said. With Tianzuan here, it is not a problem to find the Book of the Beast Way, which will have a great effect on the development of the empire. Tianyao Shinshu and Tianzuan have worked in the same country for tens of thousands of years, and they also admire his calculations. The prosperity of the first city is just beginning to appear, and it has already stood majestically on the eternal road, but I want to appear once and erect majesty. Xuanhuan is in the Empire at the moment, and he has stopped his cultivation. The multiverse is his base camp, so he doesn't need to worry about the internal operation. He has retreated for tens of thousands of years, and it is time for people to know his strength. Everyone in the first city, whether they are citizens of the Empire or guests from the outside world. Xuanhuan suddenly transmitted his own voice, and when it resounded, no matter where he was, the voice seemed to sound from the depths of his soul. Just this one hand showed his super strength. It's Emperor Xuanhuan, he made his own voice. What does Emperor Xuanhuan want to do? Don't make any noise, let's listen carefully, maybe he is going to announce something important, but I don't know whether it is good or bad for us. They all looked up at the sky. Emperor Xuanhuan is like a god. They only saw a great being and couldn't look directly at his face, but this great being was filled with an eternal aura. It seems that Emperor Xuanhuan is the real eternal god. His strength, just the shock of his momentum, let many people know that his strength is stronger than that in the land of Xianming. The Eternal Master. He swallows eternity with anger and controls the wilderness, giving people the feeling that only he can live forever and break this eternal despair. Everyone in the first city who abides by the laws of the Empire will be protected by me, and all those who dare to destroy the Empire will be hunted down mercilessly by the Empire. We will never tolerate it. We welcome you to the first city of the Empire. Xuanhuan's voice was powerfully transmitted, and his will blessed everyone. Eternity, my pursuit is the same as yours. For eternity, I will open up a real eternal road and create an eternal era. When this sentence came out, it caused boundless waves. TXT download address. Phone reading. Hashtag C 1844 Imperial Project. Open up the eternal road and create an eternal era. This statement shocked the entire first city. Xuanhuan is not the first to make such a declaration. In countless eras, there will be strong people who will shout to create the only eternal era. After all, every strong man has his own beliefs. Eternal era. However, these words were uttered by the great Emperor Xuanhuan, and everyone could feel his terrifying will. The only true godlike emperor body and absolute confidence seemed to turn these words into reality. I seem to see an eternal road. At this moment, Xuanhuan's power has deduced his path, and the thousands of worlds and eternal hope are all within this path. Eternal Empire, eternal era. The luck of the Empire swelled, like a fire cooking oil, and exploded. At this moment, the powerhouses of the Empire also roared with cheers. Although it is still a slogan now, the Great Majesty will definitely lead them to realize it. On the eternal road, will you really protect us? A person had the courage to ask aloud. Naturally, on the eternal road of the Empire, no one is allowed to make trouble. Those who abide by the laws of the Empire will be given the most merciful protection by the Empire, and those who try to subvert the Emperor's road will be ruthlessly killed. Xuanhuan said in a benevolent and cold tone. And you can also maintain the eternal road of the Empire and become the guardians of the eternal road of the Empire. The Empire will convert and contribute to you with the most fair and strict calculations, and you can exchange for the resources you want within the Empire. He said again. His will is already very clear. The way of the Empire does not allow anyone to be disturbed by evil spirits and heretics. Moreover, everyone felt his purpose. He not only wants to be the emperor of an empire, but also the emperor of eternity, annexing eternity, and sweeping the entire power on the road of eternity with the strongest posture. We are willing to maintain the eternal road of the empire. At this moment, the hearts of the people in the first city were shocked, and everyone looked at the emperor who was as great as the eternal true God. Kneeling down, expressing their will. Although there are many spies from other forces in the first city, most of them are those who sincerely want to join the empire, hoping to have a safe place. In fact, the Eternal Road is very dangerous, and the Origin God barely has the ability to protect himself. There are killings everywhere, and if he is a little careless, he will not even have the strength to resist when he encounters a stronger person. But now, suddenly there is a safe place. How can they not be fascinated, and regard this place as the holy place of the universe? Some from the forces also secretly said, "This Emperor Xuanhuan has a good trick, he is using an ancient road to let others guard him. Can we also become citizens of the Empire?" The stalwart of Emperor Xuanhuan also made many people want to become subjects of the Empire. If you accumulate enough contributions, you can become a citizen of the Empire. Xuanhuan, the first city, is just the beginning of the Eternal Road of the Empire. After his appearance this time, many people left the first city quietly. They knew Xuanhuan well and didn't care about them, so they let them pass the news back to strengthen the power of the Empire. Your Majesty's move is to coerce the strong on the Eternal Road. They regard the Empire as the Eternal Empire, and they come here one after another to serve the Empire. It also expresses the hegemony of those who follow me to prosper and those who oppose me to perish. The opening of the Eternal Emperor's Road, this will inevitably encroach on the interests of many people, and will attract many enemies to the Empire. Tianzuan is such a wise person, how can he not guess the purpose of His Majesty? He issued a declaration, which was to tell the strong on the Eternal Road that the Empire had already reached the journey to conquer the Eternal Road, and next, the Empire would have a bigger plan. As predicted, in the first city, Xuanhuan summoned the strong men above the Origin. Not in the Empire, because some people have no way to get in. Your Majesty, the first city is already on the right track. With the Empire as its back, it is extremely safe. I believe it will attract countless people in the future. The Heavenly Demon God wrote, "Many forces on the Eternal Road of my first city should already know about it, but no matter how majestic a first city is built, they will not be too shocked. They will only think that I am using this method to gather resources and become powerful own." Xuanhuan knew that the first city was not enough to shake Eternal Road. Then what is your Majesty going to do next? Duan Qingshan couldn't help asking. Build a second city. Xuanhuan said slowly, every city must be built on a key node, which is the key to connecting the Eternal Emperor Road. I already have a goal for the location of the second city, so I put it here. Eternal Killing Array. When the strong people saw that Xuanhuan was going to build the second city in the Eternal Killing Array, they were also surprised. The Eternal Killing Formation is so famous, how could they not know that it was created by an ancient powerhouse called the Formation? That formation is best at building various formations, and the Eternal Killing Formation is his painstaking effort. It is his comprehension of formations. There are 4 temples: bronze, silver, gold, and eternity. The danger of the Eternal Killing Formation, the collection of infinite mysteries, and the strength beyond the builder, even the eternal level dare not underestimate it. I also tried to find the Eternal Temple, but failed. The Eternal Killing Array gathers the eternal breath, and the power is constantly getting stronger. Tianzuan said, the construction of the first city is nothing more than that, but if the second city appears in the Eternal Killing Array, this will inevitably cause strong reactions from many forces and block His Majesty's strongest road. Let the news spread for a while, so that they have enough time to react. I know that the strongest road is not so easy to walk, but if even the strongest road cannot be followed, how can we talk about breaking the eternal demon curse? Xuanhuan is fearless and ambitious. On the road to breaking through eternity, no one is allowed to hold back. And when my second city is completed, many people will jump out at that time. I really want to see who will jump out and block my way. Xuanhuan spoke cold words. Tianzuan nodded. His Majesty's strength is already comparable to the eternal level, and there is no worry of eternal robbery, which is a full-blown posture. Every Imperial road, every giant city must be built on key nodes. the origin gods of the empire understood better. This is simply a shocking thing, but it is also beneficial to do so. Countless resources can be gathered inside the empire, and each giant city can gather countless powerful people. In this way, the entire Eternal Road will be swept away. When the giant cities are completely connected together, the strong in each giant city will form a rolling torrent, crushing them with the most violent attitude, and killing all the enemies blocking the Emperor's road. Of course, the premise of doing this is that there must be a strong man who can overwhelm the ancients. And Xuanhuan is going to use this method to fight out from the multiverse, fight to the eternal killing formation, and after establishing a firm foothold in the city, continue to push out and build giant cities at every node. He wants to wind up stormy waves on the Eternal Road and plunder all possible resources. You still have some time to prepare, Tianzuan. You can go with the Heavenly Demon God Book to find the Beast Dao God Book. Seeing how nervous they looked, Xuanhuan let them relax. TXT download address. Phone reading. Hashtag C1845 Eternal Powerhouse. The development of the empire and the first city has been on the right track and is thriving. The prosperity here has attracted a large number of powerful people. The first city is dedicated to communicating with Eternal Road. Although Xuanhuan gave shelter to many living beings and did not charge them fees, the gathering of strong people brought prosperity to this place, and many supplies were circulated here. He showed up and issued a declaration to let people know his ambitions. This will arouse the vigilance of many people, but at the same time it will also attract more people to join. There are pros and cons, and nothing is perfect. But no matter how much those people think about it, it's useless. Now who dares to come to the first city to be presumptuous? Directly backed by the multiverse, and with the strength of Emperor Xuanwu, those who are not at the eternal level can only court death. Even if the first city is destroyed, its foundation cannot be destroyed, and no one can break into the multiverse. This is a war. The establishment of the first city is a battle of momentum, attracting countless people to join in the opening of the Emperor's Road, and the establishment of the second city of Eternal Killing Array will be a battle of standing and bloody war. Xuanhuan's plan for Emperor Road is very profound. If you want to become the strongest in eternity, coerce countless strong men, and attack the eternal curse, there must be an extremely bloody war. He is not in a hurry now. This era is still very long, calculated in billions of years. It's useless to sit in the empire. What I want to do is to sublimate again. Xuanhuan got up. He planned to go to Eternal Shenzhou. The Eternal Shenzhou is an ancient secret place on the Eternal Road. It was once countless epochs ago, a Shenzhou built by all the eternal levels to hit the other side of the Pure Land, and it contains a lot of secrets. He had long wanted to see it. Following the path of the predecessors and making up for the shortcomings of our own path, this is a kind of sublimation of mind. Xuanhuan stepped towards eternity again. Looking back at the starting point of the multiverse, looking at the vastness, it is difficult to know where the end is. As for the Eternal Shenzhou, although Xuanhuan has never been there, he is not completely ignorant of the interior. It is said that inside the Shenzhou, many eternal-level statues have connected their own to form a huge spacetime. Back then, when they attacked eternity, everyone died, but they left behind countless wealth. After a long time, another world has long been formed inside, and there are many forces. No matter how much you think about it, it's not as real as seeing it with your own eyes. Xuanhuan said. He traveled through the boundless eternity, his mind became more and more peaceful, and it seemed to become eternity in an instant. At this time, he actually forgot even the time. Because the Eternal Shenzhou is extremely deep on the Eternal Road, even Xuanhuan cannot reach it in a short time. Fortunately, he was not in a hurry. It is also a kind of practice to sharpen yourself while driving. A dreamy ocean. It was originally an empty time and space, but suddenly there was a bright light, and then a sea of dreams appeared, fluctuating with a strange aura, which was extremely weird. Walking through the eternal sea, you can reach the real eternal world. There is a strange magic sound, which is coming to your ears. You obviously don't want to go to this sea, but because of the power of that sound, it seems that you have to go, and you are attracted by the world on the other side of the ocean. Interesting. Xuanhuan smiled. He stepped onto the so-called eternal sea, as if he was walking towards the eternal world. The gate of eternity has been opened for him, and the projected colors are like hope, attracting people to go there. This has an inexplicable power. While walking, Xuanhuan could feel a power that would make people sink forever. The gate of eternity has passed. It was as if he had ascended from the feathers and entered a new world. Xuanhuan crossed the eternal sea and arrived at the world behind the gate. He saw countless cities and people at first glance, and the whole world was bright and dreamy. All of these people had smiles on their faces. They have no worries, as if this is a truly eternal world. As long as they arrive here, there will be no wars, no threats of death, and they can live happily. Xuanhuan walked. This world is very big and prosperous, and the creatures are also very friendly, and they all nodded to him when they saw him coming. A flawed place, Xuanhuan said. At this moment, he came to a divine city called Eternal City. Welcome to the eternal world. In this world, your life is eternal and you will not be in any danger. There is a voice coming, constructing a beautiful eternal world. He saw that the gate of the eternal city was open, with radiant hope, and he couldn't see what was inside, but as long as he walked in, he would be recognized by this world and become an eternal god. It is interesting. Xuanhuan didn't hesitate, and walked in directly. The moment he entered, a dream force was operating strongly, as if it wanted to strongly reshape his memory and make him forget everything before. Eternal dream, here is just a dream. This so-called eternal world is nothing but built by power, the master who built the eternal dream, am I right? Xuanhuan has already seen through the world. What he saw was all false, everything here was false. He seemed to have walked through an eternal sea, but this didn't exist at all. He was right where he was. This kind of method can no longer be described by illusion, it should be described by dream, the eternal dream in everyone's heart. He just came to a dream world. The brilliance in front of me disappeared, and it returned to the eternal emptiness again. It was empty, and the so-called eternal world also disappeared, as if a person woke up from a dream, and the things in the dream disappeared. But Xuanhuan also noticed that the master who built the dream didn't have any malice towards him, otherwise he wouldn't be so calm. As expected of being the master of Xuanhuan, your strength is indeed infinite. If I read correctly, your strength is already comparable to the eternal level. Only the eternal level strong can easily penetrate the dream. Even the 9th level can hardly distinguish the false from the real. A dreamy voice came. That sea is the eternal road to dreams. When you walk this road, you will fall into dreams unconsciously. I know that you are feeling my power and deliberately walked on the road to dreams, so when you walk on that road, it won't affect you. The master of the voice continued. Yes, I have not been influenced by you, but I am also curious about the world in your dream, an eternal powerhouse. If Xuanhuan hadn't ascended to the 8th realm, it might still have an influence on him, but now, it's impossible. He also knew that the one who constructed the dream was an eternal level powerhouse, otherwise it would not have such a powerful power. Xuanhuan had heard a lot about the eternal class. Even if the Emperor Jidao had an attack power comparable to the eternal class, he was not really the eternal class. Emperor Xuanhuan, we have met before, otherwise I would not have appeared in front of you. This eternal level powerhouse appeared in front of Xuanhuan with a smile. We've seen it before. Xuanhuan laughed when he saw this eternal strong man. TXT download address. Phone reading. #C1846 Dream. When this person came, it was like a dream, and it seemed to be true and false, as if he was not in the same latitude, in a dream realm. Her voice is ethereal and sweet, hitting the soul directly. It seems to be the most beautiful music. Listening to the voice makes people feel happy. Xuanhuan looked into her eyes. Her eyes shone with a dreamy luster, which could pull people into a boundless dreamland of sinking. Tuming. Xuanhuan looked at her. That's right, this eternal woman is exactly Tuming. Xuanhuan and her met for the first time in the hell heaven of the multiverse, and the two had some intersections, but since Xuanhuan swept the heavens, they have never seen Tuming again. Tuming had been very mysterious in hell heaven at that time, and no one had seen her true face. But what Xuanhuan sees now is her real body. Because Tuming knows that it is impolite to use a fake body to communicate with a strong person like Emperor Xuanhuan, and with her eternal strength, she is indeed not afraid of others. Emperor Xuanhuan, you can call me a dreamy dream. I control the power of dreams. She smiled, my deity can't enter the multiverse, and use my eternal law to reincarnate into the multiverse with a trace of will. You surprised me very much. I never thought that your strength is so strong that even now I can't force you to fall into a dream. Tuming looked at Xuanhuan. In her dream, she turned around and lived in the multiverse. Of course, she knew that the Emperor's rise was like a comet, extremely fast, and his cultivation and strength had reached an incomprehensible level. The vicissitudes of the world are unexpected. She could feel the will to swallow eternity from Xuanhuan. I never thought that you would be an eternal powerhouse. Xuanhuan Dao, although he had doubts about Tuming before, he would never have thought that she would be at the eternal level. I have existed for so long that I don't even want to count the time. I became enlightened through a dream and opened up an eternal road that belongs to me. In the dream, I can construct an eternal dream, and I maintain it with the power of my mind, and those creatures can even walk out of the dream and become real creatures. Tuming said slowly, the me in the dream is the strongest ruler. The years have lost their meaning to her, and one day, she will disappear like this dream. A dream is always a dream, a falsehood constructed, and when you wake up from the dream, everything becomes empty. Xuanhuan was talking with an eternal class. When the power reaches the extreme, dreams can become real, and there is nothing false. Why my dreams are false, it is because eternity itself restricts me, and cannot become a real eternal world. Tuming said. Her Tao does not seem to be overbearing, but it has a thrilling feeling. She wants to create a real eternal world in the form of dreams. You have a point. Xuanhuan did not deny it. Everyone's way is different. The dreams I create are extremely real, and I can construct an incomparably real world. With the power of dreams, I can allow an ordinary person to live in the dream I carefully constructed for him, simulating an incomparably real world, and even let him I have cultivated to the god of origin, and when I wake him up, his strength is still there. This is the reality of the dream. What he experienced is an alternative real world. Tuming's understanding of dreams has reached an unimaginable level. Think about it, dreams are unreal, but Tuming pulls you into the eternal dream realm with the power to make you dream. All creatures in the dream realm have their own thoughts, which seem to be no different from living ones. And that's fine. Xuanhuan's reincarnation of heaven and earth can also make people live in a world that he thinks is real, but is actually false. But once the power is dissipated, it is impossible to have the power in the false world. But Tuming can do it. This is her way. For her, there seems to be no big difference between what is a false dream and what is real. Her dream has merged with reality. My dream can make people live in the eternal Pure Land. Tuming's power distorts the false and the real. She launched her own power against Xuanhuan, but not to attack, but to make Xuanhuan feel it. In Xuanhuan's eyes, there was a peace like a pure land of bliss, and countless people lived happily, but in the next moment, they turned into countless demons, and disasters of destruction were everywhere. A dream arises, and a dream dies. Tuming has woven countless dreams for Xuanhuan. Even if it takes millions of years, it is only a moment for eternal road. The power of the mind, the power of the soul. Xuanhuan understands that Tuming's eternal dream power can already affect reality. When a dream arises, when a dream disappears, everything in the dream is like a mirror, not solid, and only reality is what we want to pursue. Tuming is very scary. Don't look at her smiling and treating Xuanhuan so friendly. It's because of Xuanhuan's strength. She launched a coercion, and the power of the dream enveloped it, and could forcibly pull all the strong people in a plane world into the dream realm, without knowing how they died. It is the eternal God of the same level. Also be careful about dreams. Because when fighting with her, it is difficult to tell which one is real and which one is fake. In some ancient eternal classes, Tuming is definitely a character that cannot be provoked. Yes, this is the power of the mind, and it is also a kind of use of the soul, but it is different from other soul methods, and Emperor Xuanhuan has a strong man on the eternal road, who can specifically manipulate the soul. Tuming said. You mean soul? Xuanhuan hadn't seen it, but had heard of it. I am mainly the power of the mind. People fall into dreams, and fall into the dream world I built. The soul is different, and he is even more different. He controls and manipulates your soul, kills and absorbs your soul, and he can turn you into a puppet. Tuming said, even I have never seen the real body of the soul, and no one knows what the soul looks like. Xuanhuan agreed. The soul is mysterious. The most frightening thing about him is taking away his home. Sometimes, you don't even know that the people around you have not been taken away by him. It is certain that the soul must have manipulated many souls, lurking in various forces, planning their own plans. And the power of my dreams can have such power. I have also realized the power of reincarnation. That is a woman. She has existed for too long. She existed in the first era of my existence. She has been reincarnated in each era. Tuming talked about reincarnation. Reincarnation, woman. Xuanhuan felt something in his heart and knew that it was Goddess Xuanhuan. Indeed, Goddess Xuanhuan is very mysterious. Whenever there is eternal road, there will be her. As for Tuming, the power of dreams is able to achieve today's achievements, and it is because of Goddess Xuanhuan. Emperor Xuanhuan, you opened up the first city. I have already felt your ambition to swallow eternity. You are going to embark on the road of being the strongest. Tuming said. This is the premise of breaking the eternal curse. Xuanhuan looked at her solemnly. I know that on this road, there will be those who follow me, and even more people who will block me, but Tuming, what is your choice? My choice is that I want to see the real eternity, and I don't care who is in charge. Tuming said, in this world, many of those eternal levels have fallen and decayed. TXT download address. Phone reading. Hashtag C1847 Eternal Shenzhou. Degenerate and decaying. Xuanhuan savored this sentence. No one is eternal above history. Many builders of the eternal Shenzhou, the mythical emperor of the nine heavens, the Panchen emperor, and the Heaven Zhutian emperor all failed without exception. Some people have lost their ambitions. For a long time, they hinder more eternal achievements, and will seize their Tao fruit at the moment of their achievements, and become stronger in their own eternal road. Tuming said calmly, doing this is depravity. No matter how long you live, if you open your eyes and look, it is still despair. As expected. Xuanhuan Dao. They are afraid that their own power will dissipate with time, and the eternal predicament makes people unable to see the future. For a long time, their ambitions have been wiped out. In order to survive, they will do anything. Cost. However, there are still people who are struggling to find a way forward. Tuming said, but what's the point of living like this? What I want is real eternity. Xuanhuan Dao. This is also what I am after. Emperor Xuanhuan, we will see you again. Tuming is gone, it's like a dream, and when the dream wakes up, she disappears, as if she never appeared. Any corruption will be wiped out by me. Xuanhuan said calmly, and continued on his journey. Time flies, 100 years have passed since Xuanhuan left the empire. The other side of Shenzhou has finally arrived. Xuanhuan stopped at this moment. In front of him was an extremely huge ship, made of indestructible eternal god iron, reflecting the eternal god's light, and the ancient cold breath exuded a terrible murderous aura. Too big, unimaginably big. Let alone a person standing in front of it, even a star is as insignificant as a mote in front of the eternal Shenzhou. Moving a star field is a very small part of the Shenzhou. Of course, Xuanhuan was not surprised either. This is the real ontological Shenzhou. The few ships that Xuanhuan got before were just for training in that era. And in order to build such an eternal Shenzhou, in that era, all the powerful were united, and it was all the Eternals who led all the gods of origin and so on. It took many epochs to build it successfully. The strength of the eternal Shenzhou cannot be destroyed by the eternal class. Eternal Shenzhou can only see half of it. Xuanhuan also saw a more shocking scene at this moment. The huge and boundless eternal Shenzhou can only see half of the hull, while the other half is stuck in a void of time and space, covered by a mysterious force, and it is impossible to see the whole. That mysterious void seems to have a magical power that makes people yearn for and fear. A road that cuts off failure. Xuanhuan dreamed back to the past. He seemed to see an eternal Shenzhou carrying everyone's hopes, and filled all the creatures in it. He hit forward indomitably, opened up the eternal road, and hoped to find the end. But they still failed in the end. The eternal rules killed everyone, and the eternal class couldn't hold it. And this eternal Shenzhou plunged headlong into a terrifying time and space, blocking it. The road of failure. If you want to enter the road of failure, you must move the eternal Shenzhou, but the eternal Shenzhou cannot even move the eternal grade. After all, when it was built, it gathered the essence of an era. Xuanhuan could feel the grandeur, life-or-die ambition. He even came up with the idea of building the eternal Shenzhou into a city of the empire. Who can compare to such a city? However, he also knew that, not to mention whether the eternal Shenzhou could be mobilized, even in the Shenzhou, the situation was very complicated. Xuanhuan didn't go in immediately, but looked at the whole Shenzhou for a long time, comprehending their methods. Enter. Although the eternal Shenzhou is extremely huge, there are also many hatches. Since the strong men who built it are all dead, it is possible to enter the interior of the Shenzhou through the hatches. Xuanhuan stepped forward, and suddenly a space-time formation was at work. Inside the Shenzhou. Swish. As soon as Xuanhuan entered, he looked around suddenly. It was slightly different from what was recorded. What he saw was a place like a god's world, with radiant divine light, divine mountains everywhere, and divine power flowing everywhere. Ocean. All kinds of magical medicines are everywhere, there are many mines, and many ancient ruins. The world inside Shenzhou is very complicated. Xuanhuan was not surprised. At that time, they gathered strong men from an entire era, and when they came in, they all brought in their own treasures, and left behind many inheritances, just wanting to form a pure land with Shenzhou. They are dead, but the resources are all left here. It can be said that there are resources everywhere in eternal Shenzhou, it depends on whether you can find them. This is just a small world inside Shenzhou. Xuanhuan took a light step, and he could reach the end of the world in one step. From the outside world, the eternal Shenzhou is enough, and the stars are as small as dust, but this is just an appearance, the inner space is actually bigger. It is the eternal time and space built by the joint efforts of powerful people. Think about it, if you want to put all the strong in it, it's not a big deal. And he can see through it even better. What he is going to enter this world at the beginning is called a cabin. Yes, it is a cabin. The great supernatural powers divided the interior of the eternal Shenzhou into individual cabins, and distributed them to many strong people to build the interior of their own cabins according to their own preferences. And on the way connecting these cabins, there is an extremely strong space force blocking them. Extremely strong eternal breath. Xuanhuan took a breath, and the surging eternal breath condensed. Of course, these eternal breaths were not produced out of thin air in the cabin, but the entire Shenzhou, which absorbed the energy from the outside world and was distributed in the world of the Shenzhou after being refined by a large formation. For example, the eternal killing array also has this function. However, it is worse than the eternal Shenzhou. After all, the two are not at the same level. The eternal Shenzhou was built by many eternal levels leading countless powerful people. It's said that there is an energy core in the eternal Shenzhou that can manipulate the Shenzhou. It's not a secret, but even if you know the core, it's useless. Even the eternal level can't activate it. Xuanhuan said. He left this cabin, operated his own space ability, and came to other cabins, presenting a different world. This world is like a volcano. Regardless of the existence of eternal Shenzhou for so many years, many strong people have entered it, and even many people have taken root in Shenzhou, but the degree of exploration here has not even reached half. The reason is that the time and space here is too complicated, and many places have strong space barriers, which are blocked by walls like crystal walls. Reckless bombardment will encounter the backlash of the entire Shenzhou. If you can't control the core, you can't control the entire Shenzhou. As for the core, even an eternal level statue wouldn't be able to move it. This also means that there are still a lot of resource treasures here. If anyone is lucky and finds a cabin dedicated to hiding treasures, it will be truly developed. The eternal Shenzhou exists on the eternal road, and it has its own independent time and space. TXT download address. Phone reading. Hashtag C1848 The World Inside Shenzhou. Inside the eternal Shenzhou, the environment is extremely complicated. The outside world looks like a Shenzhou, but in fact it is a universe of worlds, combined to form the world of the Shenzhou. Of course, this is also normal in such an environment. Although I don't know how many Eternals participated at that time, there must be dozens of Eternals, born in a whole era and a long era, to build this kind of environment. Swish. When Xuanhuan came to the end of a world, the power of space turned into a torrent of crystals, and he felt a strong barrier, like a thick wall, with divine light in his eyes, and what he saw was densely packed space crystals. Xuanhuan walked through the barrier with a random step. The next moment, he came to a vast universe. In this universe, there are stars, galaxies, and galaxy after galaxy. Cosmic time and space. The cabins that Xuanhuan saw included complete land, ocean environment, volcanic environment, thunder environment, and this cosmic environment. There are all kinds of them, and thousands of worlds are contained in them. It can be said that in Shenzhou, you can see any world. To build an eternal Shenzhou, to hit the eternal shore, the inside is really a small eternal world, but because it didn't succeed, it still belongs to the eternal road. Xuanhuan had a greater understanding. Those eternal levels back then were also confused. They didn't know what would happen if they hit the eternal road, so they built it into the world of the other side of the Pure Land. Although it was defeated, it also left precious relics here. This universe is very empty, the treasures still exist, and there are no living beings. Xuanhuan analyzed that this should be the place where a god of origin lives, and the level is considered high. He is not surprised. The cabins in the eternal Shenzhou are as numerous as the sands of the Ganges River, billions of them. Countless worlds. Xuanhuan understood more and more that it was no wonder that the eternal level couldn't be moved. He continued to shuttle. He also noticed that the space here is not eternal, but you can't feel it if you don't feel it carefully. In a few days. Strong pull. Xuanhuan looked forward, boom. A twisted void force formed a strong barrier, and the ripples spread out, shattering continuously, turning into the roar of the crystal ocean, forming a chaotic space channel. There is a space passage, I don't know which cabin world it leads to, but according to records, the more this kind of passage is likely to be connected to a powerful world, it may also be a Jedi. Xuanhuan seemed to want to see the world in the tunnel at a glance, and his eternal gaze made him see a wonderful scene. Enter. With his strength, of course he will not be afraid of anything. He was in this storm, the terrible pulling force, the origin of the 7 realms couldn't bear it, he would be torn apart, but he just stepped out indifferently, and came to a brand new world in the blink of an eye. Not the cosmic environment. What he saw was an extremely vast world, a slightly gray world, as if he had come to a prehistoric world in ancient legends. In this prehistoric world, even the vitality is extremely heavy, and it is rough and violent without the strength of the gods. What he saw in front of him were mountain ranges that stretched for hundreds of thousands of miles and were millions of feet high, shrouded in prehistoric winds. The towering ancient trees grow huge and wild. Xuanhuan also heard the roar of countless beasts. Big birds were flying in the sky, and ancient strange beasts were running on the ground. All kinds of prehistoric and strange beasts seem to have come to a different world. There is still a strong vitality in this world. Xuanhuan found it very interesting. If such a world can be left in the eternal Shenzhou, then even if the master's strength was not at the eternal level back then. Whoop. Xuanhuan saw a large lizard with a body length of 10,000 feet, which spewed out fire, but its strength was not bad, and it reached the realm of heaven. He waved, and the lizard disappeared. Where are you going to block? We block here, we have been chasing this giant beast for a month. Xuanhuan's perception is so keen, he heard a voice from an extremely far away place, it was an ancient language. But at Xuanhuan's level, he can't learn any language, he has learned it on the eternal road. Someone exists. Xuanhuan saw dozens of people. They were male and female, and each of them was tall, like a little giant. Among them, the leading man's vitality did not fluctuate strongly, but he was extremely strong, with an extremely strong physique, and he had boundless power with a single punch. A prehistoric behemoth like a giant mountain was besieged by them. Specialize in cultivating the physical body, the energy of the law is contained in the physical body, breaking the sky with one force. Xuanhuan was also surprised when he saw their fighting style. This group of people specialize in body training. It's not that they don't practice supernatural powers, but that they incorporate all the power into their bodies and activate them with their bodies. Instead of the splendor of spells, they have more physical violence. It is interesting. Xuanhuan looked at it again, and the leading man's strength to kill the giant beast in the wild, there were faint stripes on his arm, and his strength suddenly increased by 10 times. Eternal rules, even similar to the giant I saw in the cage back then. Could it be that they realized the mudstone slabs? Xuanhuan was a little surprised. He knows. After the failure of the eternal Shenzhou, all the creatures in it were extinct, and the ones surviving in it now are all latecomers, coming from various reasons. In the prehistoric ancient world, there are creatures who specialize in body training. Perhaps they have received the inheritance from this place. Xuanhuan came to the eternal Shenzhou just to see the eternal roads. He felt that this world is still very big, wider than the previous gods and heavens. The creatures here live in the form of tribes, hunting strange beasts, cultivating their bodies, and strengthening themselves. The strongest is just the peak of the 6th realm, and there is no origin god. Xuanhuan came to the largest city in the world, a giant city piled up with black stones, very wild and rough. And the people in this world gave him the feeling that no matter they were men, women, old or young, they were all very strong. Indeed, the huge world is rich in resources, and they have enough resources to refine their bodies. Specializing in cultivating the physical body is far more resource-intensive than comprehending the laws of supernatural powers, and it has also created stronger ones at the same level. It's just too resource-intensive, but it can be cultivated in large quantities, suitable for the Empire. Xuanhuan watched the cultivation of the creatures in this world and nodded. Indeed, the most important thing in cultivating the physical body is to keep up with the resources. It is not so particular about the Xinqing aspect, which is suitable for the powerful empires who have difficulty in comprehending the laws. After all, not everyone is suitable for the way of practicing the law. Although he came to the giant city, no one noticed him when he walked beside them. This is not only the eternal time and space, but also mixed with Tuming's dream way, so that he is not in the same dimension as them. Encountering Tuming and comprehending the power of dreams allowed him to gradually control this power. Eternal Sacred Mountain, this world's holy place, has countless lines engraved on it. Every person who cultivates his body will visualize it and temper his body with rules. Xuanhuan came directly to the Eternal Sacred Mountain. Looking at the lines on the mountain, he was sure that it was on the mudstone slab. Stealing fragrance. TXT download address. Phone reading. #C1849 Savior. Holy Mountain, the tallest mountain in this world, rises to the sky, and it is also a holy place in this world. Sure enough, it's the eternal class. As soon as Xuanhuan saw this majestic holy mountain, he felt the eternal magic power. On the mountain of the holy mountain, there are many messy lines, which are very irregular. They are not mudstone slabs, but they seem to be copied from mudstone slabs. Copying is not enough to draw a few strokes, but to comprehend its essence, at least it must contain energy and spirit before it can be used for comprehension. When Xuanhuan arrived at the holy mountain, there were many people in this world who were studying the divine patterns, and the closer you got to the holy mountain, the more pressure there would be, as if millions of giant hammers were constantly bombarding your body. The reason why the creatures in this world are so strong is because of the holy mountain. Everyone has to come here to exercise their bodies. Xuanhuan saw that many people squeezed their potential to the extreme, and they all wanted to get close, but what they brought about was physical collapse. After the tempering, they needed to use panacea to build a solid foundation. He saw an old man in plain sackcloth. The invisible pressure pounded on his body. He was burly, with every muscle like steel. He was also the strongest in this world, and his cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th realm. However, although he is only at the peak of the 6th realm, his physique is so strong that it is difficult to break through the ordinary origin of the 7th realm, such as the ancestor of Wanhai, and he is even strong enough to fight them. Xuanhuan could see through the essence of his physical body at a glance. There are various lines in his bones and flesh. Visualize the rules in the holy mountain, imprint the rules into his body, and make himself a rule-like existence. Although doing so made him very powerful in the 6th realm, it also restricted him from breaking through the 7th realm. Fortune and misfortune depend on each other. The old man was under the bombardment of the power of the holy mountain, unaware that a great existence had already seen through his essence and walked past him. Xuanhuan came directly to the holy mountain, floating in the air, and looked at each other head-on. It's the performance of the rules. Xuanhuan also knew that these rules were the lines on the mudstone board of the eternal level comprehension, expressed according to his own understanding, and seeing the many lines on it. It is likely that you will get more than yourself. His gaze didn't shift in the slightest. With a wave of his palm, the rules were entangled in his hands, and suddenly there was the power of water and fire. Different cultivation methods produce different changes. Xuanhuan felt that this was the most direct way to understand the eternal rules, see through the essence of the rules, make himself a rule, and replace it with a rule, but what he wanted in his heart was to control this rule. He has plenty of time and is not in a hurry. This understanding is several years later. It's very strange, he is clearly standing in the air, but no one can see through his existence. Come to respect the god of origin, when the divine sense sweeps over, it is also empty, the dream and the power of time and space are combined together. During these years of comprehension, Xuanhuan knew that he had benefited a lot. It seems that his realm has not improved, but he has the power of eternal rules in every gesture. Or not. At this moment, the old man shook his head and exited the range of the holy mountain. Patriarch, still can't break through the origin of the 7 realms? There are several 6 realms coming over. It seems to be very close, but it is still far behind. This step is like a moat. Stepping out will open up the sea and the sky, but it is too difficult. I comprehend the power of the holy mountain and want to condense the blood of origin and reach the origin, but I still can't step out. The old man smiled and said, "Don't worry, even if I can't originate, you may be able to achieve it. Even if the patriarch can't succeed, it will be even more difficult for us?" They all said bitterly. "Okay, it's another New Year's Eve. This time, I'll host it personally, and let all the children come to participate in the baptism, so as to cultivate the best fighters." New Year's Eve, baptism is their custom. Slay giant beasts, use their blood to baptize the younger generations, and those who persevere can be cultivated into the best fighters in the future. They breathe this prehistoric vitality, pass it on with their blood, and the offspring they cultivate will have great power. It's time to leave. And Xuanhuan stayed here for a few more months, and he had already engraved many Tao marks in his heart, and it would be useless to stay any longer. However, this world is about to encounter an extinct trouble. Xuanhuan looked out of the world, and saw a huge figure with a body size exceeding 1,000,000 feet. It was covered with extremely hard scales, its limbs were like pillars of heaven, and black lightning flashed all over its body. This is a ferocious and powerful beast, charging over. Faced with the barriers of many crystal walls, this strange beast went on a rampage, even eating the crystal walls, and its power attribute seemed to be extremely breathless in the eternal Shenzhou. A natural disaster is coming. This is a predator that keeps hunting in the Shenzhou. All the powerful warriors of the tribe, protect the old, the weak, women and children, follow me to stop it. When this strange beast rushed in, it brought fear to the prehistoric world. It was so powerful that it could destroy the boundless territory with a single breath. "Take your people and escape from here." The strongest old man was very anxious when he saw the strange beast coming. He knew that the strange beast was very cruel, and he would never leave unless he ate all the living beings. Patriarch. They also knew that the patriarch wanted to stay and stop the alien beasts, but with the strength of the patriarch, there was no way they could be opponents of the alien beasts, and the oppression passed down could explode their bodies. "How many can run? We have encountered a disaster of destruction this time. The old man has decided to die." This ferocious beast looked at these people with disdain in its eyes, as if a group of little ants were discussing how to get out. Its ferocious soul thoughts have already been transmitted, and its claws of the giant beast slapped, covering the sky and the sun, destroying the strongest in this world, and then slowly enjoying its feast. "Don't think about it." The old man was furious. Their family has also existed in the eternal Shenzhou for more than a dozen epochs. When they first came in, there were also stronger ones, and they had to mobilize the greatest foundation to resist. But what happened next made his eyes widen. Just when the giant beast's claw was about to fall, boom. An astonishing pressure swept over, no matter how hard it clawed, it couldn't get it off. Woohoo! The giant beast made a sound, which is a kind of animal language, and Xuanhuan is in the Book of the Demon. Leave. The holy mountain, an unrivaled powerhouse towering over the heaven and earth, he was so tall, he said a word directly to the giant beast. "Someone is in the holy mountain." The old man and the others were shocked and said that the strong man ignored the majesty of the holy mountain, and even the god of origin could not reach there. Woohoo! The giant beast looked at Xuanhuan. Its strength was comparable to the strongest, but looking at Xuanhuan, its thoughts were sucked into a black hole, and the opponent was an unfathomable abyss, which frightened it. It's not stupid. This world is still guarded by extremely strong people. It has a strong premonition that if it doesn't leave and fights to the end with this person, it must be the one who will die. So, because of a single word, it left this world directly and never came back. TXT download address. Phone reading. Hashtag C1850 gift. Xuanhuan frightened the giant beast away with a single word. In the eyes of the creatures in this world, this kind of majesty is like the invincible eternal God, leading the supreme authority, and is the greatest existence they have ever seen. Patriarch. These creatures are still terrified and have not come to their senses. Everything today is too dreamy. Don't talk. The strength of this great man is very strong, even comparable to the eternal existence left here. He shouted back the giant beast without any malice. I will go to meet him. The old man took a deep breath and walked towards Xuanhuan respectfully. I, Xuanhuan, pay homage to the great supreme. He didn't know the origin of Xuanhuan, so he replaced it with supreme. I am here to observe the holy mountain. Xuanhuan said. The supreme is interested in the holy mountain. The old man Xuanhuan's heart moved, and he knew instantly that the supreme might have been here to observe the Tao pattern of the holy mountain, but their strength could not be seen, which happened to save them. Perhaps this pair of supreme beings just had a simple drink, but it saved the lives of their entire clan. This is their good fortune. My lord, please wait a moment. The old man hurried back to the city, and after a while, 3 mudstone slabs appeared in his hands, and he offered them respectfully. My lord, these are a few stone slabs collected by my family. They should be left by the pioneers of this world. The stripes are similar, and I dedicate this to the Supreme One, to repay the grace of saving my life. They know that the mudstone slab is a very strange fetish, containing the mystery of the rules. But they couldn't figure it out. After all, the stripes on the holy mountain were engraved by the eternal level with their own experience, which has been simplified a lot. These mudstone slabs I took did work. Xuanhuan accepted it. My family came here by accident to avoid the war on the Eternal Road 26 epochs ago, and settled here, but the long years have passed. The origin god of our race either disappeared in the eternal Shenzhou, or sat down. Xuanhuan sighed. If Xuanhuan hadn't come here, his family would have disappeared forever. Xuanhuan is indifferent, changing dimensions one by one, not to mention them, even the eternal power will disappear. With a wave of his palm at this time, a mountain of crystals appeared with boundless energy. There is a striped road on the mountain that jumps and shuttles like lightning, condensing into an eternal portal, which is his perception of mudstone slabs. In this mountain, there is a power of mine, which may protect you once in times of danger. Xuanhuan could leave a powerful opportunity at hand, and then left this world. Supreme gift. Xuanhuan stared at the crystal mountain, and then at the holy mountain. 2 different senses of rules jumped and exploded in his mind, and he said excitedly, I feel that the shackles of my god of origin have been released, and there is an instant it feels like breaking through. These are 2 different rules that trigger him. In this eternal Shenzhou, there are not countless cabin worlds, nor are there hidden treasures. For me, the world I want to see the most is the core that controls the operation of the Shenzhou. Xuanhuan thought about it, and he immediately continued to shuttle in the Shenzhou. He locked a position. Shenzhou is too complicated. It is not difficult to enter the ordinary cabin world, but the more you want to go to the deeper places, the more difficult it will be. The space barrier was too strong. At this moment, what Xuanhuan saw in his eyes was extremely bright. At that time, the power of space formed a thick crystal wall, as thick as if in a swamp full of mud. If you want to enter some deeper places, you must pass through this kind of crystal wall barrier, and only in this kind of place can you encounter greater treasures. But Xuanhuan didn't take it seriously. He stepped in immediately, and immediately the storm of time and space rushed in. Every step forward was to walk hard in the quagmire, which was extremely exhausting. This situation is very dangerous, and it is very possible to be trapped here forever because of too much consumption. With his great devouring technique, there was a bang, and the roaring space-time power fell into a black hole, and a road ahead naturally parted. It is precisely because of this dangerous environment that Shenzhou has not been explored for a long time. Xuanhuan said. After flying for more than 10 hours, he was still in an environment blocked by numerous crystal walls. He would easily get lost in it, unable to find a way out, and now he could not enter other cabins. Only in the cabin world can one get rest. However, this environment is extremely suitable for time and space practitioners. People who were frozen and trapped in the Shenzhou. Xuanhuan came all the way and saw many people who were trapped to death. They were stuck on the spider web like little bugs. Inside the boundless violent and turbulent crystal wall, there will always be a terrifying roar like a torrent. If you can't find the cabin, you have to bear the bombardment of power all the time. The gate of time and space. Xuanhuan's time and space power was activated, and as soon as he pointed, the time and space in front of him suddenly separated to form a portal, and he walked in instantly. This is a cabin that has never been discovered before, and the energy inside is strong. He saw the mountains and the palace, and all kinds of magnificent scenes are still there, as if there were people practicing here just a moment ago. It is also because of the special environment inside that it is so well preserved. This is a relic of a sect, with the orthodoxy of the origin god. Xuanhuan differentiated, without sadness or joy. He was like a gust of wind, and he was not interested in distinguishing, so he took them all away in one go. These things are useless to him, and he will slowly distinguish them after bringing them back to the empire. Next, he continued to shuttle inside the Shenzhou, and found more than a dozen cabin worlds that had not been opened, but there were no eternal ones left, and the strongest was only the strongest. As long as you have strong strength, you can get a lot of treasures in Shenzhou. He also knew that there were so many treasures in the Shenzhou that they could not be counted. It was as if all the resources and treasures on the Eternal Road were concentrated in one eternal Shenzhou. This metaphor is not an exaggeration at all. It is said that there is still an extremely prosperous civilization in Shenzhou, but I have come all the way, and I have not seen other people except those in that prehistoric world. He knows that there are extremely powerful forces in the Shenzhou, and they live in it, and they don't go out to communicate with people outside. Indeed, there is not much difference between Shenzhou and Eternal Road. Anyway, they are all in a huge cage, and the interior has not been fully explored, so naturally they have no interest in the outside world. A strong space storm. Xuanhuan stopped suddenly when he was shuttled. He felt that the time and space of the eternal Shenzhou were vibrating far away from him, and the torrent of crystals produced a violent explosion. In its power, he keenly captured a familiar force. It's him, the breath of old man Tiao. Of course Xuanhuan didn't forget him. Once the leader of the Heavenly Alliance in the Heavenly Blood Mine area. Xuanhuan had obtained the resources he left behind, and had a friendly conversation with the soul imprint he produced. The old man Tiao once hoped to see Xuanhuan on the Eternal Road. But now he suddenly felt his breath. The old man Tiao is not very far away according to my location. He was originally on the other side of the Shenzhou, so we can see him. Xuanhuan smiled. TXT download address. Phone reading. #C1851, The Other Side of the Gods. Accidentally learned about the old man Tiao. Xuanhuan naturally couldn't ignore it, and wanted to meet him. But at this moment, in a part of Shenzhou, an old man in white shattered the infinite crystal wall violently, and the divine power in the operating space was rapidly shuttled, but behind him, there was another tyrannical aura chasing after him. This white-clothed old man is none other than Xiantian Old Man. However, his state is not very good at this time. It seems that someone is chasing him. Hateful. The old man, Xuantian's face was extremely serious. He was yelling and cursing. He had just arrived at a place, and he hadn't gained a firm foothold yet. The aura following him followed him like a shadow, and he couldn't get rid of him no matter what. He looked back for a while, and saw a huge shadow, with all-powerful means, striding forward with boundless momentum. The crystal wall was directly crushed by him. The shadow's big hand swept across the sky, smashing the infinite crystal, and directly destroyed it with the momentum. I can't get rid of him no matter what. He locked my breath. The old man Xuantian's face was gloomy, and his voice was trembling. Are the people from the other side of God Dynasty so overbearing? You have been chasing me for 100 years, and you can't catch me up to now, and I have no complaints with you. Tiao, there is no intersection. Do you want to kill them all? Can't catch up? You and I are just playing a game of cat and mouse. When the mouse is tired, it's time to enjoy the feast. The breath-filled existence smiled lightly and said, You run slowly, with the flick of a finger for 100 years, I will see how long you can run. As for killing everyone, you are my prey, and your head is my trophy. Treat me like a mouse. You people from the other side don't make sense at all. Hearing this, the old man Xiantian was furious. He has been hunted down for 100 years, and countless fires have accumulated in his heart. Okay, I'm in a hurry, and I will fight you, even though I'm not your opponent, but pushed me into a hurry. I don't believe it. You can feel better. In the eternal Shenzhou, I, the god of the other bank, covers the sky with one hand. This is our world. Fight with me? Come on, I am waiting for you to come and fight with me. It is meaningless without a little passion. This person's voice was light, as if he was in control of everything. If something like a mouse dares to snatch the treasures of my god dynasty from the other side in the eternal Shenzhou, you will definitely die. You. The old man Xiantian was extremely angry. This eternal Shenzhou does not belong to your god dynasty on the other side. You are also foreign invaders. This seat says it is. This heaven-reaching existence strode forward, and the distance was shortened by half in an instant. When he raised his palm, an infinite storm suddenly crossed time and space, and it hit the old man Xiantian and enveloped him in his giant palm. I'm definitely not his opponent. He has lived in the eternal Shenzhou for a long time, and he knows the situation here far better than me. Although the old man Xiantian yelled fiercely, but he really didn't want to go all out if he didn't reach the desperate situation, and he finally cultivated to the current level. Xiantian Sacred Law. The old man Xiantian howled angrily. He put his hands together, and suddenly a defensive sky appeared. But the moment the giant palm fell, the defensive sky only lasted for a few breaths before it shattered, and the strangling storm spread across his body in an instant. And he moved the palm of the sky-reaching man again, as if he had mobilized the power of the eternal Shenzhou, and immediately a stronger force hit him. If it wasn't in the eternal Shenzhou, although he is stronger than me, he would never force me into this predicament. The old man, Xiantian, was also aggrieved. His mana gathered in the long river, rumbled across it, and at the same time, created a chance for himself to escape. At this moment, the old man Xiantian broke away from the envelope of his power. Oh? Running again? But how long can you run? Tong Tian watched the old man Xiantian run away. He was not angry at all. He enjoyed the feeling of chasing and killing the prey. The huge aura always followed the old man Xiantian, so that he would not escape his surveillance. After chasing for a while, the distance between the two shortened. The existence of Tong Tian attacked again. He slapped his hands, and saw that the infinite crystals turned into chaos, and the berserk divine thunder turned into thunderballs hitting the past one after another. If I keep escaping like this, it won't take me many years before my strength will dry up. Elder Shantian has nothing to do. Old man Shantian, I saw you, but he is in a very bad situation at this time. He is being chased and killed, the peak of the 8th realm? This person's power seems to be able to mobilize the power of the eternal Shenzhou, but today I am here. With one step, Chuyuan came to the front of old man Shantian first. Another person, is it still a person from the God dynasty on the other side? Old man Shantian suddenly saw in front of him a majestic presence in the world, with wolves in front and tigers in back. It was as bitter as taking a bitter medicine. He is doomed today. Fight. Old man Shantian saw that there was no way ahead, so he wanted to do his best. Old man Shantian, don't you know me? Chuyuan smiled at him with a kind expression. You. The old man Shantian looked at Chuyuan carefully, unfamiliar yet familiar, and said in surprise, I see, it's you, the junior of Shi Jiyuan. You have obtained my map of heaven, why did you come here? He was surprised to see Chuyuan. Through the transmission of will, this person knew that this person was very ambitious, but he did not expect to come to Eternal Road so soon. You said that I will meet you on the Eternal Road. Chuyuan said. Yes, I did, but now is not a good time. The old man Shantian said, let's go, even if your current strength achieves the origin, you will not be his opponent. He is the peak of the 8 realms, and he comes from the other side of the gods. The eternal Shenzhou is his home field. It's too late to reminisce about the past, it's important to escape. He can't see through Chuyuan, but he doesn't think he can deal with the existence that reaches the sky. He didn't want to implicate Chuyuan because of himself. The God dynasty on the other side seems to be a powerful force in this eternal Shenzhou. Chuyuan didn't panic at all. That's right, the great emperor of the Bianan dynasty is a true eternal, suppressing eternal, they completely regard the eternal Shenzhou as their own. Mentioning this, the old man Shantian became even angrier. He said, I just obtained some treasures in the eternal Shenzhou, and that man persisted and chased me for 100 years. I can't say any more, he's coming. The old man Shantian pulled Chuyuan and was about to run away. Some things are waiting to be discussed until this trouble is resolved. Just in time, I am also very curious about the situation inside the eternal Shenzhou. The old man, Shantian, suddenly felt that Chuyuan couldn't move at all, and the stalwart stood here. Did I miss it? The old man Shantian didn't run away. The existence of Tong Tian had raised his strength, and when he arrived here, his eyes were also ruthless. It's a big deal, and it's really at the last moment. Who is afraid of whom? He thought he was a good-tempered person, but he also got angry during this brutal pursuit. And found a helper. This heaven-reaching existence descended. It was an unruly man, wearing a silver-white robe with gold threads running through it, portraying the appearance of a Shenzhou. He stared at Chuyuan. You are stronger than him. TXT download address. Phone reading. Hashtag C1852 kill. He is stronger than me. The old man Shantian didn't question it, but felt it was unbelievable. How many years have passed, and his strength is stronger than him? He has been in the eternal Shenzhou for a long time, and he doesn't know the outside situation, otherwise there would be no such surprises. The stronger the opponent is, the more powerful the opponent can inspire the fighting spirit in my heart. I will use you two to prove the Tiao, and use your blood to baptize my divine body, so that I can be sublimated to the utmost. In this eternal Shenzhou, it is my God of the other bank. In this world, others can't be presumptuous. Frenzied fighting intent flashed in that man's eyes, and he actually wanted to kill Chuyuan and old Shantian and sacrifice them both. With his strength at the peak of the 8 realms, there are not many people in this eternal Shenzhou that he can fear. Be careful, I don't know this person's name, but the people of the other Shore God dynasty have always been domineering, and they completely regarded the eternal Shenzhou as theirs. but in fact they are also latecomers, but they just occupied it in advance, and they are extremely repelling outsiders. When it arrives, it will be slashed madly. The old man Shantian reminded that even now, he is still not sure what Xuanhuan is up to. And his words also revealed a lot of news. There's no need to know his name, God of the other side. He's not chasing you. Today I want to see how the identities of hunter and prey change. Xuanba came to the world. Today I will let you die clearly, my name is. The man must declare his name. It is not necessary to know the name of a dead man. Xuan's words made the old man Shantian tremble. He was too domineering and confident. He didn't expect to kill this person, as long as he could leave safely. You are very arrogant, but the eternal Shenzhou is not a place where you can be arrogant. The man was suppressed by the divine power of the sky. He raised his hands and feet as if he had aroused the power of the Shenzhou. The mighty light from the other side suddenly came across the sky with a palm, and landed directly on top of Xuan's head. Xuan's expression moved slightly. The man's seemingly tyrannical blow, he directly smashed out of the hand of God. The violent impact shook countless crystal walls around him and violently destroyed them. It seems that not only his power, but also the laws of Shenzhou. You can easily shatter my strength with one blow. You are much better than this guy who can only run away. Fight. Only by fighting can you sublimate. The man was a little surprised to see Xuanhuan break his strength easily, but this made him even crazier. He actually wanted to use Xuanhuan as his whetstone to step on the 9th level. The man Gungun's strength gathered again. He really had to regard Xuanhuan as a formidable opponent. With a movement of his body, the immeasurable power of the gods pressed down on the sky, a tall shadow suppressed the sky, and the mighty power burst out from his hands, waving long rivers representing the other side. This person is like a god of war. He is omnipotent, and he strode directly to kill him. His fist blasted violently, rolling up a large number of holy light runes. Xuan's eyes swept away a little, and he punched directly. Majestic and majestic, the emperor's tripod suppressed the mountains and rivers, and contained the power to sweep across the world, 9 heavens and 10 places. The moment the punch came, the man also felt the oppression of suffocation, but there was no reason to take back the punch. At the moment of the collision, a pressure that he couldn't even bear was transmitted, and he himself seemed to have become a clown who wanted to provoke the Supreme Emperor beyond his control, and was suppressed by the general trend with his backhand. His strength immediately collapsed, and even his divine body was crackling and detonating. The whole person could not stand still and was swept away. His strength is so great. No, it's not just strength, but also momentum and will. He is like an invincible emperor. The man instantly felt Xuan's irresistible power, and his original divine power recovered wave after wave. Tides of heaven and earth. There is a comeback. Xuanhuan looked coldly, rumbled, he swept his eyes, and there was a thunderstorm bombarding the area around the man. In an instant, it became a sea of thunder, turned into a catastrophe, and slashed at him one after another. Although the man was in a predicament, he didn't panic. He faced it calmly, and with a palm strike, he was about to hit Lei Hai. But all of a sudden, a thunderous palm slapped over, like the emperor's wrath, and slapped the man hard. Thunderbolt is violent, and it contains the great rage technique. The man flew upside down, his whole body was scorched black. He completely suppressed the powerhouse of the God dynasty on the other side. The old man Shantian stared wide-eyed. The fact made him unable to question it. The man was not depressed. He gathered all his strength at one point, and once again a burst of divine power rushed towards him like a giant pillar. However, the man was completely enveloped by the worldwide supernatural power, and once again the emperor's wrath, the thunder raged. When he was in the 7th realm that day, he could fight for the extreme way, and even the emperor of the extreme way had to retreat. Now he has reached the 8th realm, and this man is in the same realm as him, and he is not far behind the Emperor of the Extreme Way. Today this person will definitely pay some price for his arrogance. There are people outside the human world, and there is a sky beyond the sky. In this eternal Shenzhou, he is still unable to fully rule the other side of the gods. Shenzhou method, the other shore method. Seeing that Chu Yuan's strength was difficult to break through, the man suddenly had an extremely bright divine light shooting out from his body, and a shocking vision appeared. Chu Yuan saw that in a mysterious and distant future, a long river representing the other side swept out, and there was a Shenzhou shuttle on the long river, which was also the eternal Shenzhou. When he used this secret technique, a stronger force came from the eternal Shenzhou, which was not his own. This is the Shenzhou law of the other shore gods. They use the Shenzhou time and space to establish their country. Although they can't completely control it, they have some control. They can mobilize the rules of the Shenzhou. Be careful. The old man Shantian quickly reminded that this is their most difficult method. The other side of the Shenzhou. At this moment, the man actually stepped directly on the Shenzhou, and his momentum at that moment, swaying horizontally and waving his finger at the sky, increased his strength several times, just like the lord of the other shore, launching a trial attack on Chu Yuan. Chu Yuan seems to have become a different kind. Shenzhou beyond the shore method? Interesting. Chu Yuan looked at his Shenzhou Bianfa, and his eyes did not regard him as an opponent, but interesting. It seems that the emperor of the Bianjing dynasty is also a remarkable figure. He regarded the emperor of the other shore god dynasty as his opponent, but he was not him. With his current strength, the target is the extremely powerful 9th realm of the Emperor Jidao, who has gone out of his own way, and even the real eternal existence. He drove the other side of the Shenzhou to charge over, and the power merged into it, and there was a deafening roar. When Chu Yuan's will swept across at the beginning, his imperial aura rumbled like mountains and seas, and he swept out in an instant. Looking at the impacting eternal Shenzhou, he only had one palm. Before the palm was released, his eyes shot with eternal divine fire, but the other shore sea evaporated in an instant. TXT download address. Phone reading. Hashtag C 1853, the reason for the fall of the great Emperor Congxing. Boom. After the sea on the other side was evaporated, Chu Yuan's great hands of the Emperor, the invincible will, the power of the gods, the mana spread out, directly covering the other side of the Shenzhou, and then pressed down like Wuxishan. Although this person used the power of the eternal Shenzhou to play a strength beyond his own, but seeing the giant palm fall, he still felt the fear of the end of the world. Not good. Just as he was startled, the giant hand fell down, destroying his strength, and the force of the explosion shook him violently. Chu Yuan took another step, and his momentum became stronger and stronger. The time and space around him shook violently, and the crystal wall collapsed. With his hands together, the time and space around him rolled and squeezed. The blockade of time and space, the beheading of the dimension, directly bombarded and killed the man, causing his body to explode directly. Countless substances were smashed to pieces, and the man consumed a lot of mana to reunite on the other side. His expression was unbelievably shocked, and his strength at the peak of the 8th realm had no power to resist. He knew that this person was very strong, but he didn't expect to be so strong. Although he is arrogant, many people are fearless in the eternal Shenzhou, but he is not stupid and boundless. He has a deep understanding of the gap with Chu Yuan, and he is definitely not his opponent. None of his strongest supernatural powers worked. You, a strong man, appeared in the eternal Shenzhou, and I, the god of the other side, remembered it. The man directly turned into a stream of matter, merged into the Shenzhou time and space, and was about to disappear. Their Bian Shenzhou established their country with the eternal Shenzhou, which is their territory, and they are not afraid of Chu Yuan's beheading at all. Heaven, earth, time and space. Chu Yuan had no expression on his face. The dimension of time and space, the three forces that control time and space, immediately blocked the man. How come? The man was really shocked at this moment. I can't escape his control, I can't integrate into the Shenzhou time and space, he is going to kill me. Xuanhuan didn't care about his feelings, grabbed the man with a big hand, the huge force of devouring, sucked the man in, the torrent of destruction. It completely bombarded him and wiped out all his life. The man only felt that his life had come to an end. You can't kill me. The man said with difficulty that his most powerful body was destroyed and killed by him, but he still left his own blood of origin in the God dynasty on the other side, which cost a huge price, so it is not considered dead. His most powerful deity was beheaded. The old man Xiantian was horrified. Fate kills. Xuanhuan swept out his own eternal road, which was like the real eternal world, which made the man see a more frightening scene. This eternal road controls the fate of life and death. Behind Xuanhuan appeared the wheel of life and death, which controls the reincarnation of life and death. Xuanhuan launched a blow of fate in his own way, and followed all the inductions of his soul power to kill all the descendants he left behind. When he died, Xuanhuan would kill him forever, exterminating all his souls. He is dead, completely dead, and the living matter is completely wiped out. Seeing Xuanhuan's method, the old man Xuantian's soul was shocked. Even though he lived for several epochs, he was still terrified. This strong man who had hunted him down for hundreds of years just died like this. If you provoke me, even if it comes from the gods from the other side, I will definitely kill you, old man Xiantian, your crisis is over. Xuanhuan said lightly, as if he had done something no big deal. The domineering arrogance of the ruler of the world. At this moment, the old man Xiantian has regained his gentle and calm appearance. You made me not unexpected. Your strength is too terrifying. You are my savior. The old man Xiantian took a deep breath, calmed himself a little, and said, this time you killed the 8-level powerhouse of the Bayan God dynasty, and this person is also an absolute high-level person in the Bayan God dynasty. There's a big earthquake. A peak of the 8 realms was beheaded, and it could not be ignored anywhere. He also felt a little bit emotional. He left the Tianming relics on a whim, and finally fell into Xuanhuan's hands. Because of this little cause and effect, his life was saved. He is absolutely applauded for beheading this person. Let them shake it. Xuanhuan didn't care about the thoughts of the God dynasty on the other side, and said, you have been in the eternal Shenzhou for many eras, and you know the situation here far better than I do. Yeah, since the end of my era and the disintegration of the Tianming, I have been on the eternal road and have been here. The old man Xiantian said, it's a pity that the great emperor Congxing, he might have achieved the eternal level, but, alas. He couldn't help sighing, thinking of that great emperor, he couldn't forget it for a long time. I also got all the relics of the common people's gods that exist in the multiverse. When I looked at the relics, I encountered a big battle. Xuanhuan asked the old man, Xiantian, who had personally experienced it. That's right, there was a tragic battle, and it was this battle that caused the demise of the Congxing God dynasty, the fall of the Congxing emperor, and the end of my era. The old man Xiantian suddenly became angry. Just at the end of the last era, what happened at the beginning of this era? The Congxing emperor's strength was at the peak of the 9th realm, and he realized his own path to the common people. He wants to achieve the eternal level, just when he wants to fight against it. When I learned the eternal rules and achieved it, I encountered many eternal level hunters. The old man, Xiantian, was burning with anger, and when he mentioned it, his whole body would explode with anger. He and Emperor Congxing came from the same era. What a powerful and stalwart emperor, he cared about the common people. In the era he ruled, he was the most peaceful, and everyone could live and work in peace. But he wanted to become the eternal level, and some people prevented him from achieving it and killed him. Dimensional Ancient Emperor, Great Emperor Tsongxing. Qu Yuan's expression was cold. He knew that if these two strong men hadn't encountered human robbery, they would both have the possibility of becoming eternal. It seems that on this eternal road, there are special hunts and kills for those who are about to reach the eternal level. Qu Yuan can be sure that hunting those who are about to achieve the eternal level and capturing their power can make them live longer, and the price is that it will be difficult to have new eternal level achievements on the road to eternity in the future. It is indeed a pity for the great Emperor Tsongxing. And Qu Yuan also knew why the Tianxue mining area appeared in the current century. It was precisely because of the fall of Tsongxing that he blasted the ruins into the multiverse, and finally left this legacy. I don't know who is killing Emperor Tsongxing, but I know that there are several people, otherwise Emperor Tsongxing would not fall. The old man Xiantian said, "These eternal grades are extremely hateful. If I can't break through the eternal road, I go to plunder other people's Dao fruits. It's not surprising, it can't be eternal, it can only be crazily introverted. You have condensed your own eternal road. When you break through the eternal level, you will be the strongest and at the same time the weakest. I think that group of eternal levels will also appear to hunt you down." Elder Xiantian looked at his savior solemnly, and said, "Be careful. I'd like to see which Eternals are hunting them down." Qu Yuan looked indifferent. TXT download address. Phone reading. Hashtag C1854C of origin. Those who broke through to the eternal level first, relying on their own strong strength, began to hunt and kill others to extend the era. They are blocking the way of others for their own benefit. These Qu Yuan can't control them, but if he dares to provoke him, he will definitely let these people know how powerful and terrifying he is. On weekdays, the eternal class will not be able to cultivate in their own way. In the heavens, there are few things that can attract them, but for their own benefit, they will also appear from their own way. Every time they hunt one eternal level, they will live longer. Qu Yuan understands this deeply. Hiding in their own way, in a completely closed time and space, it is extremely difficult to find them. And if you want them to appear, you need huge benefits to lure them. How many eternal levels are still alive on the eternal road is a secret, but there will definitely not be many. He also knew that if someone wasn't hunting, there would be more Eternals. You come from Dang Xiuan, and I estimate that the time of Dang Xiuan has only passed halfway. I don't know how the situation of Dang Xiuan is. The old man, Xiantian, asked. I am the emperor of the gods and martial arts. In the Yuan dynasty, the gods and martial arts were the only ones in the century. Now I open up the first city. Qu Yuan briefly described the situation in that century Yuan. I didn't expect Shiji Yuan to be so powerful. After hearing this, the old man Xiantian also took a deep breath. The great Emperor Tsongxing is also expected to exist forever, but they were far less powerful then than they are now. The divine martial emperor in front of him is stronger than the Tsongxing great. He secretly said in his heart, the emperor in front of me is very likely to become the eternal level, or even the strongest man who can sweep the invincible, and I left a chance. He also saved my life. I have to fight his relationship, it is good. He smiled all over his face, and said again, it's fine for the emperor to call me Xiantian. Strength is the only thing on the road to eternity. Xiantian. Qu Yuan nodded, he knew the changes in his mind clearly, and said, you have been in the eternal Shenzhou for many years. Tell me about the situation here. It is good. The old man Xiantian knew everything, and said, the emperor also knows that the eternal Shenzhou was built in an extremely ancient time. Many eternal level builds, and because of failures, all the strong people at that time perished, and so many years have passed. There are newcomers occupying the eternal Shenzhou. Here, there are two most powerful forces, one is the god dynasty of the other shore, and the other is the Pure Land God sect. I don't know how long they have existed, but I can be sure that they have existed for more than 100 epochs. The God Dynasty on the other shore, the eternal other shore, the Pure Land God sect, the eternal Pure Land. Xuanhuan gestured slightly. The strongest of the other shore gods and the Pure Land gods are all of the eternal level, and they control the eternal Shenzhou. When the old man Xiantian said this, he became angry. These two forces are hostile forces, but they will also cooperate. They both want to swallow each other, but due to various reasons, they can't do it. I understand. They are both at the eternal level, and it will be very difficult to destroy anyone, and if the two major forces fight to the death, it will be others who are cheap. They are too overbearing. They regard all the resources in the eternal Shenzhou as theirs. They are extremely repulsive to outsiders. If they are found by their people, they will send a team of experts to destroy them. Have they forgotten that they are also outsiders? It's just that they come earlier and are stronger, so they won't give others a way to survive here. And the eternal levels of the two major forces have realized some of the mysteries of the eternal Shenzhou. They have access to the moon first when they are close to the water. They have mastered some means of manipulating the Shenzhou and borrowing power. Therefore, they are stronger here. The emperor also saw it before. The means of that person. Yes, I saw it. Xuanhuan said. Actually, in this eternal Shenzhou, there is a third largest force. The old man Xiantian said in detail. The emperor also knows that the eternal Shenzhou is too complicated and there are so many spaces that even the two major forces cannot explore at all. Therefore, there are still many outsiders who do not belong to the two major forces. Facing their oppression, formed a Shenzhou alliance. I'm afraid the so-called Shenzhou alliance was formed out of necessity, and it has no real effect. Xuanhuan said. The emperor sees it, indeed. The old man Xiantian said, because the Shenzhou alliance comes from various forces, there is actually an eternal level leader behind it, but this eternal level is very mysterious, and I don't know his origin. The leader of the eternal level is also for his own benefit. He needs to unite with many powerful people to accomplish some of his goals. Xuanhuan is well aware of these tricks. Yes, even so, with the Shenzhou alliance, we people are relieved to face their oppression and besiege, but that's all. After all, we come from all sides, and we don't really have to contribute to anyone. We just hold together, it's just heating, we're at an absolute disadvantage. Old man Xiantian said. Xuanhuan understands. It's like he is a unified empire, working together. All the power can be fully used in one place to attack an alliance with different ideas, then it will definitely be him who wins. Emperor, there is an alliance city in the eternal Shenzhou, does the emperor want to go? Xiantian old man asked. Forget about alliance city for now, I'm not interested in it for the time being, and I don't want to go there ahead of time to startle the snake. Xuanhuan wrote down. Now is not the time to get in touch with alliance city. Just know that he exists. And he also has a general understanding of the power distribution of the eternal Shenzhou, but the center of gravity of the empire is not here for the time being, but to gather all its strength to deal with possible changes in the eternal killing array. There is also the Sea of Origin in the eternal Shenzhou. The old man, Xiantian, continued. Origin Sea. Xuanhuan said, it is said that it is the control center of eternal Shenzhou, where the energy core is located, but I have never been there. That's right, it is the control center. It is rumored that as long as you control the Sea of Origin, you can control the entire eternal Shenzhou, and start it again. That is where many eternal level wisdom crystallizations are located, but even the gods of the other side and the Pure Land sect cannot control it. The power contained in the Origin Sea, even the eternal level can shock and kill. If you control it rashly, the Shenzhou will self-destruct, and the damage will be too great. Unfortunately, I have only heard of it, but I have never been there. Now the Sea of Origin is controlled by two major forces. One person is on the other side. They are too barbaric and domineering. Whoever dares to pass by will be shot and killed. They will never let others get close to the Sea of Origin. If anyone tries to get close, they will definitely unite. Old Man Xiantian said. The most important part of Eternal Shenzhou is to crack the Sea of Origin, and all the barriers of time and space here are easily resolved. Qu Yuan said slowly. The Emperor of the other side, the Master of the Pure Land, their strength in the Eternal Shenzhou is too strong, the Pure Land of the Eternal Other Side. Old Man Xiantian said. Although I'm not interested in going to Alliance City, it's the Sea of Origin. Qu Yuan pondered for a moment. Come on, Xiantian, didn't you always want to see the Sea of Origin? I will grant your wish now. And the purpose of coming here is to see the so-called core of Shenzhou, where the control system is. TXT download address. Phone reading. Hashtag C1855 time wall. Of course Qu Yuan knew that even if he went now, he would not be able to control the Origin Sea, let alone activate the Shenzhou. Unless his realm breaks through to the eternal level, perhaps he can use his invincible control to make this Shenzhou cross the eternal road again. However, it is not easy to come here once. Now that he is here, Qu Yuan naturally wants to see Yuan Yuanhai, the biggest treasure in Shenzhou. You are going to the Sea of Origin. The old man Xiantian was startled at first, and then became very interested. I have also been curious about the Sea of Origin for a long time, but because of the blockade of the two major forces, I can't even look at it from a distance. It seems that I am blessed today. Follow me. Qu Yuan left in an instant. The Sea of Origin is the core of Shenzhou, and it has to pass through the extremely difficult barrier of time and space. When Qu Yuan went there, he also found that the time and space were not frozen like a swamp, but more like an iron wall. Every step forward is equivalent to blasting through an incomparably thick wall, which consumes a lot of mana. The engulfment of time and space. Qu Yuan looked calm. Every step he took, the wall of time and space seemed to melt automatically, as if the sea was divided into two halves, actively making way for him, and the rolling space-time power was instantly refined into crystals by him. This is a terrible devouring method. The old man Xiantian became more and more frightened, and he couldn't see through Qu Yuan at all. This emperor controls time and space and the power of devouring. The barrier here is difficult even for me to travel through, but there is no obstacle in front of him. Of course he will devour a technique. It is not difficult to get started with the great phagocytosis, but it is rare that it is really profound and brings out the essence. After swallowing it, how to transform energy into something that can be refined by oneself. This is something he cannot do. The strangeness in the Shenzhou space is all because of the Sea of Origin. Although Qu Yuan devoured the energy of boundless time and space, he gathered it up again in an instant. In the Sea of Origin, there was a terrifying power enough to kill the eternal level. This condensed crystal wall cannot stop the Emperor. The more you are in this condensed time and space, the greater the probability of finding an unknown world. There are still many in Shenzhou. The old man Xiantian laughed. You speak very well. Qu Yuan took a big stride, and he suddenly appeared in a gloomy world with the old man Xiantian. In this world, there are huge cities made of steel. I don't know what treasure is here. The old man Xiantian had just landed in a huge city. His face changed suddenly, and the city of steel actually made a rumbling sound. Then he saw it. What kind of giant city is this? It is clearly a huge puppet. I saw the giant steel city turned into a puppet, the size of a mountain. A punch blasted out, the sky and the earth collapsed, and the power was comparable to the blow of the Origin. Of course, the old man Xiantian could see that this puppet was not as mysterious as the Taoism of the Origin god. It was completely tyrannical, and its own defense was also extremely strong. He blasted a palm, the light penetrated through it, and it didn't leave any scars on the puppet. Terrible defense, he said in surprise. Rumble. The earth was shaken. At this moment, giant cities in the world stood up. There were puppets in the form of humans and puppets in the form of beasts. There were so many of them. This is made by a strong man who is good at refining puppets. The eternal god iron is hard to destroy. Old man Xiantian said. That's right, these puppets are driven by the eternal god crystal to form an army of puppets, rolling and sweeping like the sea. Xuanhuan stretched out his hand, and the power of the emperor was like a big fishing net. Along the edge of the world, all the puppets were caught by him in just a moment. Sharp. Old man Xiantian secretly said. Unfortunately, with the demise of each era, although there are relics left behind, most of the inheritance methods have been lost. Xuanhuan said. I've heard that there is an eternal god book that has existed for too long, and it has recorded many things. Old man Xiantian said. Xuanhuan Dao, I know that the eternal divine book, the ancestor of the book, is hard to find in my eternal road. Next, they move on. The closer to the sea of origin, the blockage of space increases exponentially. Another undiscovered cabin was opened. Xuanhuan saw it at this moment. The sea of light filled the sky, the mountains rose up, and the rare magic medicines existed here. He saw a divine beast of a steed, but it was not, it was a magical medicine similar to a divine beast. Different kinds. Some are like beasts, some are like humans, and some are extremely bright. A lot of magic medicine. Even the old man Xiantian was surprised when he saw this scene. These magical medicines have existed for countless years. After dying of old age, they merge into the world, sow seeds, absorb nutrients, and then regenerate. Xuanhuan nodded slightly. He saw a plant of magic medicine, which had a fruit like a night pearl, and eating one would allow a 5th level to break through the epic 6th level. Transplant it back to the Empire and hand it over to Linger for management. She will be very happy when she sees these things. Xuanhuan transplanted the magic medicine very carefully. Even if it took a little longer, it would not damage their medicinal properties. After taking away the magic medicine, Xuanhuan left. It's getting closer and closer to the Sea of Origin. Xuanhuan sensed the strongest force. Emperor, there is a man there. The old man Xiantian said suddenly. There was indeed a person in purple clothes with an ancient face. He is dead, and his cultivation base was in the 7th realm of origin. Xuanhuan took a casual look and analyzed his strength, but this person was not killed by someone, but fell into the space-time environment in the eternal Shenzhou. In his current condition, it was as if a person had been frozen in a layer of ice. Although eternal Shenzhou has attracted a lot of strong people, it has also ruined a lot. He explored here and encountered huge obstacles in time and space. When he wanted to leave, he found that he couldn't go back at all, just like a person. Swimming from shallow water to deep water, it's too late to regret. Old man Xiantian said. There was no disturbance in Xuanhuan's heart. Now the more we go towards the Sea of Origin, there are many people who are frozen in the space-time layer. There are many gods of origin, and many of them died inside without the help of the 2 major forces. Greed knows no bounds. That is. The old man Xiantian saw another colossal monster. It should be the mother nest of the Zerg race. It seems that the strength of the Queen Mother has also reached the origin, but she is still trapped and died here. Zerg Mother Queens in the 7th realm are extremely rare. Xuanhuan had only one empire. Xuanhuan went over and opened the worm's nest. There was no more worm sea inside, and he saw the Empress, who was so beautiful and soul-stirring, but she had already fallen. If you want to reach the Sea of Origin, the strength of the 8 realms is not safe, and the 9 realms can avoid many risks. Old man Xiantian said. Xuanhuan took away the insect nest and continued on his way. After traveling a long distance, the old man Xiantian suddenly asked in doubt, Emperor, Do you feel that the barrier of time and space is getting stronger and stronger? It seems that boundless power is gathering here. TXT download address. Phone reading. Hashtag C 1856 Yuan. Although it was Chu Yuan who cleared the way and the old man Shan Tian followed closely behind, he was also keenly aware of the changes in time and space. He sensed that the time and space around him showed an unusual enhancement. Especially when he looked back, he found that on the way back, the torrent of time and space was violently surging, as if the time and space in the eternal Shenzhou were changing. It's really a big change. Chu Yuan said slowly, it may be that the eternal Shenzhou is erupting, and the tide of time and space has emerged. The way back becomes even more difficult than the way forward. You follow me, and we continue to explore forward. He found that Chu Yuan's words seemed to hide other meanings, so he didn't say more. Chu Yuan walked forward, and his pace seemed to be getting slower and slower. The great phagocytosis was still devouring, but the speed of devouring became slower, as if it was also greatly consumed due to time and space. The Emperor, he has a plan. The old man, Shan Tian, lowered his head. Rumble. Suddenly, the roar of time and space erupted here, and the extremely turbulent impact came over, mighty and mighty, as if the most terrifying huge waves had occurred in the sea. When the huge wave hit, it was even more terrifying than the freezing of time and space before. This impact is solid crystal force as if smashed over. Time and space are solidified, and of course a strong force is required to defend, but the energy consumption caused by the roar and impact of time and space may be 10 times that of before. How could the space-time roar suddenly happen? Old man Shan Tian could feel the horror of the space-time roar. If it were him, mana would be consumed violently every moment, and he would have to use at least half of his strength to resist. He sensed it carefully, and said in shock, Emperor, the space-time roar is still growing, and its power is far from reaching its peak. In this kind of consumption, it is like a giant ship suffering a tsunami in the ocean. If you are not careful, it will capsize. Chu Yuan said calmly. Yeah, what's going on? Could it be the bitter sea environment simulated by eternal Shenzhou? Elder Shan Tian was startled. He also felt a wave of extinct power in the space-time storm, constantly coming through the air, as if there was an invisible giant hand manipulating it. He had a very strong feeling. If he faced it alone, he might have died here today. We're going to find a safe haven. Chu Yuan paced in the storm of time and space, and took a few steps forward. His eyes were suddenly extremely sharp, piercing the sky fiercely. Boom! Chu Yuan suddenly turned into a dimensional storm, piercing through the ancient barrier. His terrifying power shook, and his punch was like a giant mountain. His blow was all-powerful. He locked the source of power, and the moment he blasted in, a hidden time and space was opened. All this happened so suddenly. In that time and space, there was actually a figure sitting upright at this moment. He was manipulating the boundless wind and cloud with both hands, and he didn't realize that someone had found his location. You actually found me. This person is tall, but very thin, and before he can react, the time and space around him are exploding again and again. Chu Yuan's blow was like a thunderbolt, and it directly blasted the man out, causing him to shake violently and retreat back again and again. It's you. Chu Yuan strikes again, the thunder strikes, the palm is like chaos, with the rage of the great rage technique, destroying everything. Each blow has a fighting power that changes the world, and the time and space around are shattered. You. This person never expected that this person's attack was so violent and swift that he couldn't parry it for a while. His figure was repulsed again and again, and the explosions continued to act, and there was almost no room for counterattack. Chu Yuan was extremely cold. He knew that the source of the space-time storm just now came from this person. The power was superimposed to the limit, and it turned into the hand of the Emperor of the Sky. It covered it and exploded on the man's body. The mighty, incomparably turbulent divine power rushed over. The man froze, his body exploded, and in the next moment, he turned into elements of time and space and reunited again. I can actually find my location from infinite time and space, and I didn't even realize it. Good. The man recovered, a little weak. With such a small trick, you dare to use an axe in front of me. You were the one who manipulated the space-time storm just now. Xuanhuan fixed his eyes sharply. This man's cultivation is not weak, he is the strongest in the 9 realms. Yuan Shinkong, it turned out to be him. Xuanhuan did not recognize the origin of this person, but the old man Xiantian, who followed him, saw through him and said, "The emperor is called Yuan Shinkong. I met him a long time ago. At that time, that Songxing Great made friends with him." Hand over. Yuan Shinkong. Yeah, Yuan Shinkong is good at the way of time and space. I understand. He hides here and uses his space-time power to create storms. He doesn't know the strength of the emperor, so he regards the emperor as a prey. The natural power of time and space consumes the emperor wave after wave, and when the emperor's power drops to a freezing point, he will come out to kill, but if the emperor's strength exceeds his expectations, he will not come out, leaving himself invincible place. But he never expected that the emperor's strength is so terrifying that he found him directly. Old man Xiantian said. Good. When the time-space storm blew up just now, Xuanhuan was keenly aware of the time-space error, and a force was controlling it. He used all his tricks, locked on his location with endless origin, time and space dimension power, and immediately launched a thunderous blow. And it was just like the old man Xiantian said. The time and space here is the most natural battlefield for Yuan Shinkong. He takes advantage of the geographical advantage to hunt and kill the strong people who come here. Being targeted by him, if you don't have strong strength, even if you realize something is wrong, it will be too late. As long as he doesn't provoke eternal existence, few people can do anything to him. But alas, he doesn't open his eyes. He has been in the eternal Shenzhou for too long. Although Xuanhuan is well known, he has not known him for tens of thousands of years. Yuan Shinkong, you are very bold to deal with me. Xuanhuan looked down and said, "What does Yuan Wudi have to do with you? You still know Yuan is invincible." Yuan Shinkong proudly said, "That is the ancestor of my Yuan clan. Yuan Wudi, an eternal existence, became enlightened hundreds of epochs ago." Xuanhuan also heard that his surname was Yuan, so he suddenly thought of Yuan Wudi, a strong man. In fact, since Xuanhuan established the first city, he has been collecting information on the strong on the eternal road for tens of thousands of years, especially the eternal class, which is the most important thing. Through these collections, he knew some eternal level situations. Except for some that are too ancient and too long to appear, Xuanhuan still knows some eternal ones. And this Yuan Shinkong is the descendant of Yuan Wudi. TXT download address. Phone reading. Hashtag C 1857 freeze in time. Yuan Shinkong is very presumptuous. Relying on his proficiency in the way of time and space, manipulating space, he can run even if he can't beat it, and there is Yuan Wudi's intimidation behind him. He doesn't pay attention to many people, and many people have been plotted by him. Yuan Wudi dares to use the name of invincibility, he is very powerful in the eternal class. Haha, since you know the name of our ancestor, I won't tell you some things. Yuan Shinkong laughed and said, "Your strength is very strong, the green mountains will not change and the green water will flow forever, we come from farewell." He is a qualified hunter. Seeing that Xuanhuan is not easy to provoke, he doesn't intend to fight Xuanhuan, so he will leave immediately. So you want to leave? Xuanhuan's majestic, infinitely majestic and imposing aura enveloped Yuan Shinkong. If it wasn't for his great strength, it would have been the old man Xiantian, who might have escaped for his life today. If you want to leave, you have to pay a price. Oh? You still want to ask me for a price? Yuan Shinkong was not in a hurry, his eyes narrowed, ripples of time and space appeared, and his breath gradually became cold. He admitted that this person is very powerful, but he is not easy to mess with. The identities of hunter and prey are constantly changing. With just one stroke of his palm, he carried violent and incomparable power, and the clear sky was thunderous, and he fell down in a mighty manner. He didn't bother to talk to this person, he was about to kill Yuan Shinkong. Regardless of his background, Chu Yuan took a fancy to his strength. The power of time and space is extremely difficult to comprehend. It just so happened that in Chu Yuan's empire, there was a time and space god who was trapped at the peak of the 6th realm and could not break through to the 7th realm for a long time. If he kills Yuan Shinkong, then time and space god can directly attack the 8th realm of origin. You still want to kill me? Seeing Chu Yuan's killing in an instant, Yuan Shinkong also showed anger. His time and space magic, suddenly inside the eternal Shenzhou, the torrent of time and space swept over, condensed into a time and space magic weapon, and killed it. But Chu Yuan's eyes were fixed, and his will to dominate and invincible, suddenly time and space took the initiative to disperse. He gave orders. Stepping into the dimension, he struck Yuan Shinkong's chest with an unstoppable palm in an instant. What? With a scream, Yuan Shinkong still underestimated Chu Yuan's strength. He was blown out immediately, and his chest was scorched black and bloody. Time and space disorder. Yuan Shinkong endured the pain, and with a swipe of his hands, time and space became disordered. With his palm, the sky and the earth split open, spreading all the way to Chu Yuan. With a twist of Chu Yuan's palm, a spinning hole appeared, and the sky once again enveloped Yuan Shinkong. Yuan Shinkong retreated steadily. The emperor wants to kill Yuan Shinkong, he doesn't care about Yuan Invincible. The old man Shantian was terrified when he saw it. The emperor wanted to replicate the battle of beheading the powerhouse of the God dynasty on the other side, and beheading the 9th realm. Space cutting, time freezing. Yuan Shinkong paused time and space. He has been in the eternal Shenzhou for many eras, studying the time and space here, and he can integrate them into one, and with the help of the power of time and space, he can exert a power stronger than his realm. It can be said. Here, even the great Emperor Jidao doesn't have much to do with him. With a vertical palm, a space cut down in an instant, and a black line ran through it. Chu Yuan's eyes froze, and he clapped his hands together. He struck down with a mighty force. When the space cut fell, he was directly blasted by the thunder that filled the sky. He created a catastrophe and exploded around Yuan Shinkong. Yuan Shinkong also suffered a huge blow. I can't fight him head-on. This person is crushing my strength with absolute power. I can't control him. With a thought, Yuan Shin rolled his hands, and a gust of wind surged. The torrent of crystals formed a wall of time and space, and he himself turned into a flash of light. Although you have violent strength, it is absolutely impossible to kill me. Yuan Shinkong creates space-time barriers with absolute confidence. An infinite emperor's power. Chu Yuan watched Yuan Shinkong run away, the torrent, condensed into a god of time and space, engulfing all the power, wielding the power of time and space. Yuan Shinkong's expression froze with shock. Time and space are frozen, completely frozen. It was as if he had been cast with a body-holding technique, and he couldn't even move. He watched helplessly as the god of time and space punched him, unable to dodge, and pierced his body. You also have the power of time and space. What shocked Yuan Shinkong the most was that the opponent's manipulation of time and space was not weaker than him, and even stronger than him. Then the ordinary method of escape cannot be used. I'm not that weak yet. He was full of anger, sublimated to the utmost, and his injuries were repaired. His body changed in an instant. Instead of being a body of flesh and blood, he actually exuded pure and flawless crystal light. The transformation of his body essence, condensing his divine body into a time-space crystal, is also his strongest method. Xuanhuan knife. Swish. Yuan Xuanhuan forged a magic knife made of crystal. He has sublimated to the utmost, every part of his body has been completely baptized, and it has been tempered and tempered. However, although this state is powerful, it consumes his origin extremely. When he slashed with the Xuanhuan knife, big cracks appeared everywhere, causing severe damage. Good. Unexpectedly, seeing him like this, Xuanhuan still said it was good. He waved his hand, and the gate of dimension appeared, blowing out the storm of dimension, and then he slashed the ancient magic weapon in his hand. The Xuanhuan knife is just a divine weapon refined by himself. How can it compare with the dimensional ancient divine weapon of the dimensional ancient emperor? This slash was superior and inferior, and he retreated steadily, directly killing him on his flawless body. Bang bang bang. His space-time crystal is rapidly disappearing, and it is killing him. What? He yelled, dimensional ancient divine weapon, you actually got the dimensional ancient emperor's divine weapon. The dimensional ancient emperor used the means of attacking and killing the void to the extreme and took another path. Kill. Xuanhuan didn't give any answer, he continued to kill. His body was still mutilated. Even if he manipulated the time and space here, he couldn't resist this person's killing. Yuan Xuanhuan is running away, his scalp is numb, he has provoked someone today. Xuanhuan chased and killed him. The two quickly shuttled within the crystal wall. The power created by the battle continuously shattered layers of time and space, and the fluctuation of destruction was too great. Yuan Xuanhuan didn't dare to look back, there was a terrifying momentum chasing him behind him. Holding the dimensional ancient divine weapon in his hand, Xuanhuan once again displayed an incomprehensible offensive. With an invincible force, he controlled all the past, present and future, and turned it into his own time and space. This made Yuan Xuanhuan be locked in by his power, no matter how far he escaped. In the killing of the dimension of time and space, Xuanhuan struck him, surpassing Yuan Xuanhuan in his eternal time and space, and killed him with a single blow. What? The destructive power of infinite destruction caused Yuan Xuanhuan to let out a shrill scream. This blow split his whole body in half, and every crystal in his crystal body was crazily exploding. In the next moment, Xuanhuan had already appeared on top of his head, exerting the power to kill. TXT download address. Phone reading. #C1858 Ancestor. The moment Yuan Xuanhuan appeared above his head, he was completely terrified. That majestic figure is the eternal ruler. He didn't expect that the short confrontation would push him to the cliff of death, and he felt the approach of death. If he was given another choice, he would never choose to offend Xuanhuan. You can't kill me. Yuan Xuanhuan said in fear, although I disrespected you and offended you, I still deserve to die. Behind me is Yuan Wudi, an eternal level strong man. I am going to die. The ancestor will not let it go. Up to now, he can only threaten Yuan Wudi. Yuan Wudi is an arrogant person. Yuan is invincible? I will care. With a movement of Xuanhuan's palm, as if waving the pointer of death, the blow pierced through Yuan Xuanhuan's body, causing his crystal body to be continuously obliterated. But right now, a wave of invincibility emerged, and unexpectedly condensed into a tall and invincible figure. He has the power to control the sky and control the earth, and it is Yuan Invincible, a life-saving imprint left on Yuan Xuanhuan's body. This life-saving brand can save him if ordinary people, but it has no effect in front of Xuanhuan, it can only be a deterrent. His meaning is also very clear, let Yuan Xuanhuan go, otherwise Yuan Wudi won't let it go. Want to save him? Xuanhuan didn't waver at all. Choice 1. In order to avoid offending Yuan Wudi, release Yuan Xuanhuan, get 2 million vertex points, and random 7-level origin god puppet X1. Option 2, kill Yuan Shinkong, become invincible, gain 2 million vertex points, and randomly originate from the 7 realms of magical beast eggs. However, Chu Yuan didn't care when he saw Yuan Wudi. He wants to walk the path of the strongest, and Yuan Wudi will also be his opponent. He grabbed the palm of his hand suddenly, and with a suction force, the brand of Yuan Wudi was instantly shattered, and even Yuan Shinkong was directly caught in his hand. You don't even look down on your ancestors. I curse you, eternal life and eternal death, you will get a worse price than me. Yuan Shinkong already knew that he was doomed today, and roared and cursed. Curse? Curse is the last thing I fear. Boom. The galaxy cauldron appeared directly, burning with raging flames, and Yuan Shinkong was ablaze. Chu Yuan directly threw him into the Xinghe cauldron, directly refining him into the origin of time and space. He didn't die immediately, his body turned into crystals and was extremely strong, but also because of this, the hysterical screams made people tremble and his scalp went numb. The old man, Shantian, also trembled when he saw it. This emperor's methods are too cruel and ruthless, completely different from the benevolent Emperor Congxing. If you cut it, you will cut it. It's no big deal. Chu Yuan said indifferently. And after Yuan Shinkong was beheaded by him, the alien beast eggs rewarded by the system were also distributed. For the time being, it is unknown what alien beast will be hatched, and it will wait to return to the Empire to hatch. He also had an egg, which he suppressed forcibly, but did not let it be born. The main reason is that Chu Yuan wants to collect all kinds of divine blood to see what wonderful things can be bred, and he is not in a hurry now. Emperor, shall we go to the Sea of Origin next? The old man, Shantian, also asked in a low voice. It's going to the God of Origin, but before that, let's meet someone first. Chu Yuan regained his smiling and peaceful expression, which was completely different from the previous cold look. As soon as he stepped on it, he came to a spiritual time and space. Emperor Shenwu, you are here. There is a sound. It was a woman with a light and pleasant voice, a tall figure, a beautiful face, shrouded in a hazy aura, beautiful, sacred and inviolable. Especially her hands seemed to have the ability to turn stones into gold and open up spiritual wisdom. She is the Lingzhu. Although Lingzhu Chu Yuan saw her for the first time, he was also very fateful. The system once rewarded a portal that directly reached the spirit world, and his first heaven-punishing sword was also obtained in the spirit world. When Chu Yuan looked at Lingzhu, he knew that she was extremely strong, and she seemed to be able to break through the eternal level at any time. Lingzhu. Chu Yuan smiled. I didn't see anything just now. Lingzhu also laughed. And it was not a coincidence that Chu Yuan met Lingzhu. Such a fierce battle between him and Yuan Shinkong shook the boundless crystal time and space, making Lingzhu aware of the movement here. She didn't know that Chu Yuan had come to her spirit world. Her spirit world is open, allowing other creatures to come in, and sometimes it doesn't care if there are people from the outside world. It's nothing. Yuan Shinkong offended me, so I killed him. Even if Yuan is invincible, I won't care. Chu Yuan said calmly. Lingzhu is not an ordinary woman. Chu Yuan has been to her spirit world and knows that the spiritual power she controls is very mysterious. It can bring life to dead objects and wisdom to wild beasts. She is a goddess who unlocks spiritual wisdom. Looking at Lingzhu's appearance, there is no malice, and he intends to make friends with him. On the eternal road, not all strong people will be his enemies, and some will make friends with him, such as Hongming Continent and Immortal Holy Land. I've forgotten. Lingzhu still had a smiling expression. Emperor Shenwu, although you are a creature of this era, your strength shocked me. You broke into the Holy Land of Truth, seized the Tomb of the Gods, and repelled the Emperor Jidao. In the first city, this divine power can be said to spread all over the Eternal Road. She told about Qu Yuan's various achievements. Seeing is believing. Seeing Qu Yuan kill Yuan Shinkong, she saw the horror of his strength. I'm afraid his real combat power is already comparable to the eternal level. Oh? Even Lingzu knows some things about me. Qu Yuan smiled. It's hard for me not to know. Tens of thousands of years ago, I went to the Hongmeng continent, and that's where I knew it. The Hongmeng continent also expects the emperor to be a guest. Of course, my spirit world also welcomes the emperor. Lingzu said. It doesn't matter, I have already opened up the first city, which can receive powerful people from all walks of life. As for the spirit world, I will go there. Qu Yuan didn't say, he went to the spirit world whenever he wanted. Okay, I will go to the first city if I have the chance. Lingzu said, look at the emperor's route, do you want to go to the Sea of Origin? That's right, I am indeed going to the Sea of Origin this time, the control core of the eternal Shenzhou, and Lingzu, you are here, so you should also intend to go to the Sea of Origin. Qu Yuan said. Yeah, I'm looking for an opportunity. The gods of origin, the gods of the other shore and the gods of the Pure Land sect are deadly and prevent anyone from approaching. Lingzu is also helpless. In the eternal Shenzhou, but the world of these two major forces, the other side, the Pure Land is here, the strength has greatly increased, and one person can be compared to the combat power of many eternal ranks. Since the purpose is the same, Lingzu, why not go with me and go to the Sea of Origin together? Qu Yuan invited Lingzu. Of course he knew that Lingzu appeared and did not leave. In fact, he intended to go to Yuanyuan Sea with him. After all, he had seen his powerful strength, so he could face the threat of the two major forces. That's exactly what I mean. Lingzu did not refuse Qu Yuan's invitation, and was willing to make more friends with Emperor Xuanhuan and go to Yuanyuan Sea together. TXT download address. Phone reading. Hashtag C1859 natural disaster. Lingzu wanted to go to Yuanyuanhai, and it was the best choice to go with Qu Yuan at this time. There is still some way to the Origin Sea, and the two are also talking at this time. The gods of the other shore, the Pure Land gods, the reason why they are powerful is precisely because of the Sea of Origin, the origin of origin. This is a Sea of Origin of power, there are too many miracles, and too many strong men have been created for them. I will go to the origin. The sea is actually preparing for the eternal class. Lingzu said. I can probably predict the magnificence there. Qu Yuan said in a gentle tone, Lingzu, as far as I can see, you have become an eternal class, and there is no problem for you to be hindered by the rules. That's fine, that calamity can't destroy you. Natural disasters and man-made disasters, natural disasters are no problem for me, but I am most worried about man-made disasters. The true magic power of the Lingzu is stronger than that of the Jidao Great Emperor, which is equivalent to having entered the threshold of the eternal level, and there is only one final breakthrough. She looked at the old man Shintian, and said, natural disasters are not the most terrible, but man-made disasters. The ancient emperor of dimension, and the emperor of the common people in your era, they are not caused by natural disasters, but man-made disasters. That's right, it's a pity for the great emperor Congxing, said the old man Shintian. Someone is hunting. Lingzu's eyes narrowed, natural disasters are better than man-made disasters, so I need help from the outside world, and I can't never break through. After all, if I don't break through, I will die in eternal calamity. Qu Yuan understood what she meant. Make friends with him, hoping to help her when she hits the eternal level, but this requires absolute trust. And if she succeeds, she can also help Qu Yuan in turn. It's helping each other. With me here, this group of people will not succeed. Qu Yuan said, he doesn't mind if there is a chance. This level is too difficult. Lingzu was also feeling Qu Yuan's temperament. The style of Emperor Xuanhuan is overbearing and cruel. When he is fierce, everyone trembles, but when he is gentle, he is like a spring breeze. He has an aura of eternal dominance. Belief in him will bring eternity to all living beings. Once this kind of person makes friends with him and makes a promise to you, as long as you don't take the initiative to betray him, you will never tear up your promise. This is also a place where people can cooperate with confidence. I know that the Emperor wants to take the road of being the strongest in eternity, but this road is very difficult, especially at the eternal level. Everyone wants to be the strongest, but they don't want others to achieve it. Sometimes, it is the best era when the strongest suppresses eternal road. Lingzhu said. Now the demons are dancing and the gods are fighting. Eternals hunt those who are about to become enlightened to live longer. Once they have the strongest, they cannot hunt and kill with peace of mind. For the strongest, it is more likely that everyone will implement his order, and for the birth of other strong people, it is more that they don't care and believe in their own absolute strength. Enemies are everywhere on Eternal Road. Xuanhuan just said this. Lingzhu was startled. Emperor Xuanhuan already has the temperament to become the strongest. He suddenly thought again, Lingzhu, do you know that there is a strong man named Qingmu Chongqing Emperor on this Eternal Road? Emperor Aoki Eternal Life? Lingzhu thought for a while, and said, the Emperor should be referring to the great Emperor of Eternal Life, Eternal and Blue Sky, Eternal Life. This is a very ancient and strong man, and he lived an incomparably longer life than the Holy Emperor, Truth, and Immortality. It will take a long time, so long that no one knows what period he was in. How did the Emperor think of him? It's nothing, I'm just curious about the many ancient powerhouses. Xuanhuan knew that the great Emperor Qingmu Chongqing was the great enemy of longevity, eternal level. The Emperor Qingmu Chongqing, who appeared before, should also be the reincarnation of a certain wolf similar to Tuming. Emperor Chongqing, I know him a little bit, and I built a palace of Chongqing Emperor for him in my spiritual world. He is using his own method to make himself live for a long time. Lingzhu didn't think much about it. Next, they continued to shuttle in the Shenzhou time and space. The closer the place is to the Sea of Origin, the stricter the blockade of the two major forces, setting up infinite restrictions. As long as someone touches these restrictions, they will be noticed immediately, and then they will send strong men to surround and kill them. Spiritual thoughts are sweeping over. Lingzhu was keenly aware. The gods of the other bank and the gods of the Pure Land have created special artifacts, like brains that simulate eternal divine thoughts, sweeping them all the time, and eyeballs that penetrate the infinite crystal wall. There are almost no dead ends. It's okay, follow me. Xuanhuan said. A ray of divine thought swept across, and it was a bright light in his eyes, but to Lingzhu's surprise, the spiritual thoughts passed through directly, and he could not be found at all. Eternal time and space, mirror flowers and water moon, dream like phantoms, inside and outside the mirror, make yourself unreal. Lingzhu looked out, then smiled and said, okay, with the Emperor here, this time is much simpler, but in addition to divine thoughts, some places have also set up attack restrictions, and the long-term reinforcement can be called endless. No matter how many restrictions there are, as long as it is a defense, it cannot be perfect. They can't block this eternal Shenzhou. Xuanhuan's eyes see through all restrictions. Lingzhu, old man Xiantian, doesn't need to think about other things, just follow him. Sometimes, there are teams of law enforcement teams searching. In order not to alarm them, Xuanhuan didn't make a move either. It's too easy. Xiantian, old man, sighed. The Sea of Origin is coming. Xuanhuan stopped suddenly. Looking at the dense spacetime crystals in front of him, he vaguely saw a huge ocean with a special power. In other time and space, we can get out of the way, but we will definitely be known to them when we go to the Origin Sea plane. Xuanhuan said. Since we're here, we won't be afraid of them here. Lingzhu laughed. Come on, let's go in. As soon as Xuanhuan walked forward, time and space separated in front of him. After passing through this time and space, he saw an extremely magnificent scene. The Sea of Origin really looks like a sea, with an incomparably vast area, intertwined rays of light, rising mist, and a very dreamy water light. The shining light spots seem to have constructed a mysterious and dreamy land. This is the Sea of Origin. The seawater in the Sea of Origin is full of concentrated and pure energy, which contains the fluctuation of origin and can nurture all things. The time and space in the entire Shenzhou exist because of it. And don't look at the Sea of Origin is so calm. If someone tries to control it, there will be terrible killings. That era was really amazing. It was extremely powerful for everyone to unite, but they didn't find the right way. Xuanhuan couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Surrounding the Sea of Origin, soil was built by people with great mana. On those soils, there are many visions and colorful lights. If you look carefully, there are actually sacred trees and sacred medicines, all of which are absorbing the sea power of the origin of dreams. On the soil, cities were built one after another. In the city, there are a large number of creatures, day and night at the seaside of origin, watching the dreamy picture, absorbing its energy, and the magic medicine nourished by sea power. How could it not be powerful? Just by breathing the power of the sea, if you don't forcefully control it, you won't go berserk. TXT download address. Phone reading. Hashtag C1860 anger, extreme xenophobia. Origin Sea. Dreamy and magnificent, powerful and mysterious, it is the place where everyone wants to live. Xuanhuan looked at Yuanyuan Sea, and he saw that on the calm sea surface, with a kind of natural movement, there was a dream-like light spot flying out, like water mist and water vapor. These mist can be absorbed. The control core of Eternal Shenzhou, the source of power. The Eternal Shenzhou is so huge, there are countless worlds inside, and how much energy is needed to drive this Shenzhou? The origin of the sea is said to be the sea, but Xuanhuan knows better that it is the source of power. If you use one word to describe it, this Sea of Origin is the engine. What a beautiful place. It is also the first time for Lingzhu to come to the Sea of Origin, and there are too many mysteries here. This water is not an ordinary sea. As soon as I point it, it can be turned into a living life, the origin of all things, the origin of dreams. Cultivating in this kind of environment can get twice the result with half the effort, so there is no reason why it should not be powerful. But it's a pity that these powers have been plundered and occupied by the other side, the Pure Land. Old Shantian said. If he can breathe the origin power of several epochs, it will not be a problem to sublimate to the 9th level. Looking at it again, the Bian Shrine dynasty and the Pure Land sect were built around the Sea of Origin. The Emperor of the other shore is using the Sea of Origin to breed a flower of the other shore. Lingzhu said. Flowers from the other side. Xuanhuan felt something, and said, create a pure land in the eternal first other shore. The flower of the other shore is the cohesion of Tiao. The Pure Land and the other shore are not only competition, but also cooperation. Yes, if you really think that the other shore and the Pure Land are enemies, then you are really wrong. If I can get some origin water, it will be of great benefit to my spiritual world. Lingzhu said, however, even these light spots were taken away by them with the magic circle. Their conversation seemed to be long, but it was all in an instant. Yes? Xuanhuan suddenly stepped into the sky over Yuanhai Sea. The Great Devouring Technique, the emergence of the black hole, the domineering section, and the magic circle all failed in an instant, and in an instant, billowing dreamy light spots all centered on Xuanhuan and rushed towards him. In just a short moment, Xuanhuan felt that his cultivation base was increasing, and the light spots were like rain, which made him sublimate. Origin sublimation. Xuanhuan Dao. Every baptism is like sublimating him. Although it is impossible for him to directly break through to the 9th realm, it can also make his strength stronger. At this moment, he showed incredible power, shrouded in dreamy light spots, and became sacred and dreamy. Although these dreamy light spots are not even a drop in the ocean for the entire Sea of Origin, Xuanhuan also feels the vastness of power, and every moment he breathes is a great benefit. What he needs is this high level and pure energy. He is taking the power of the Sea of Origin, his devouring power. Lingzhu was in a daze at the moment, because Xuanhuan was too holy at this moment, dominating the world, and he quickly thought in his heart, ordinary people will be hunted down when they come to the edge of the Sea of Origin, but the Emperor Xuanwu absorbs so much, then how can he not? It is to arouse the greatest anger of the opponent. She reacted swiftly. The power of the Sea of Origin has disappeared. Why did it suddenly disappear? Could it be that something happened to Shenzhou suddenly? No, look there, how many people are there? Damn it, who broke through our many restrictions and made us come to the Sea of Origin without noticing? The Great Devouring Technique, that person is running the Great Devouring Technique, and their energy that belongs to us has been swallowed up. Seeing that Xuanhuan was devouring wantonly, the strong men of the other shore gods roared furiously, burning with anger. Every city had a divine light that reached the sky, and countless strong men circulated their power. Rumble. Almost for a moment, the mighty power of extinction seemed to condense into a god from the other side, killing Xuanhuan. As soon as Xuanhuan's eyes were fixed, his eyes were burning with eternal fire, and the god of the other side was evaporated directly. Who is it? Dare to act presumptuously in my Sea of Origin and pretend that I, the gods of the other side, do not exist? How dare you can absorb our energy? You are asking for your own death. No matter who you are, you will have to pay a huge price. A cruel voice rolled over. Those who can come here through the many crystals must be strong. Immediately, a divine radiance was overwhelming, and the ninth realm with all-powerful power appeared. It's me. Xuanhuan locked on him. He struck out directly with one palm, covering all directions, controlling infinite time and space. In an instant, destroying the divine light, tearing it into chaos, the place where the ninth realm is located will be completely destroyed. His power overwhelmed the heavens, and many people trembled. He hit the ninth level with one blow, and the two forces collided in an instant, sweeping out the power of destruction and ending in an instant, and the ninth level of power collapsed immediately. His tall body immediately backed up, and bloodstains were torn on his body. What a powerful force! This person could clearly feel that Xuanhuan's realm was not at the eternal level, but it completely suppressed him, and the two were not at the same level. Enemy attack, enemy attack. Because of Xuanhuan's arrival, the place became chaotic. Powerful figures appeared one after another, and after just a few breaths, 3 people even appeared in the ninth level. The other shore god dynasty has developed for hundreds of epochs, its strength is very strong, and there are many strong ones. The magic power of the 3 major ninth realms that appeared here is as high as the heavens, but they are far inferior to Lingzhu, let alone Jidao Great Emperor He Yuan. At the same time, there are more powerhouses waking up in retreat. Don't you all know that this is the territory of my god dynasty on the other side? This strong man was shouting and glaring at Xuanhuan, as if he had committed some serious crime by absorbing some light spots. With that look, I wish I could swallow him alive. Damn it, you're still devouring energy. They were even angrier when they saw that Xuanhuan was still absorbing. Haha, it's ridiculous, why is this place yours? You forgot, you are just outsiders. The old man, Shantian, replied for Xuanhuan, humph. The Bayan Shenzhou was built by the ancient powerhouses in order to transcend eternity. Your Bayan Shenzhou is too domineering and completely domineering. This is simply unreasonable. What are you talking about? You are looking for death, kill them. Anyone who provokes my god dynasty on the other side will suffer a terrible death. They come here and want to leave, wishful thinking, all of them will die here. Don't let anyone go. They all hated the outsiders who came to the Sea of Origin. This is extremely xenophobic. Emperor, just these people, I don't need you to take action, I can completely deal with them. Lingzhu's expression was also very indifferent. Although she had nothing to do with the world, it didn't mean she had no temper. The other party's arrogance also made her feel uncomfortable. The Lingzhu on the Eternal Road, and there is also a Xuanhuan Emperor who is the current century Yuan. TXT download address. Phone reading. Hashtag C 1861, the Great Emperor. This sound was like a sudden thunderbolt in the clear sky. An eternal figure stepped on the other shore, and immediately in front of everyone, a person appeared. He was not strong, but was enveloped by a mysterious vitality, sacred and majestic. He was dressed in a golden imperial robe with silver threads through it, and his eyes were deep and vast, as if just looking at each other would make people fall into the sea of bitterness he created, sinking into eternal life. And he also controls the supreme and magnificent situation. His arrival suddenly calmed the place down. The great emperor of the other bank, the eternal powerhouse, the pioneer of the God dynasty. Participate in the great emperor. Seeing the appearance of the emperor of the other bank, the strong men of the other bank God dynasty all had extremely fanatical beliefs and knelt down. In their memory, the great emperor has not appeared for several eras. As soon as he came, a majesty immediately enveloped Xuanhuan, trying to pull him into his path. Xuanhuan also looked at him at the same time. This was the second eternal level statue he had ever seen. Of course, it couldn't be as friendly as Tuming. He immediately swallowed up the eternal emperor's aura, and fought against his power from the other side. The confrontation between the two seemed very peaceful. But Lingzhu could keenly observe that there are two paths, and the two methods are fighting each other, entering into an independent time and space. The Emperor Xuanhuan can really fight against the eternal class. She secretly said. The other side. Xuanhuan looked at him, and his eyes turned into abyss, devouring the majesty of the opponent. Emperor Xuanhuan, you have also come to this emperor's eternal Shenzhou. This is not the place for you. The great emperor on the other side said. His face remained calm, but the imposing confrontation let him know that this person is much more tyrannical than in the legend, and that a remarkable existence has appeared in this era, which will stir up the situation on the Eternal Road. I didn't expect my name to be passed on to the eternal Shenzhou. Even your gods on the other side know about it. Xuanhuan's tone was light. You have made too many sensational things, and it is difficult for the emperor not to know. Although the God dynasty of the other shore is established in the eternal Shenzhou, it does not mean that they are ignorant of the things on the Eternal Road. Really? Xuanhuan said. But you are too presumptuous in the origin of this emperor. Do you know your crimes? The God Emperor of the other shore has a gentle voice, but there is a kind of magic power, which unknowingly makes people fall into his way of the other shore. He is named after the other shore, and it is easy to understand his way. His unique momentum creates a road to the other shore, leading all beings to transcend the other shore he thought and created, making the world think that only his road is the most correct. And for those who don't recognize it, it is a different kind, and it must be killed and eradicated. This forms a strong contrast and difference with Xuanhuan's path. Don't look at Xuanhuan's domineering behavior, but his way is very inclusive and open. What he wants is to create a truly eternal way. In this way, you can practice any method. Control is not only domineering, but it is also inclusive at the same time. Your eternal Shenzhou, the Sea of Origin. Xuanhuan smiled. This is not your Sea of Origin, but there is a saying that is true, whoever is powerful is the master here, and there are always only two truths in this world. If you judge it in one word, it is strength. But I have never been the only one who condemns others, and no one can convict me. His infinite domineering will surges here. Bold, you dare to speak like this in front of the emperor, you are courting death. No one has dared to be so presumptuous in my court of God on the other side. You have met the emperor and pleaded not honestly, but you still dare to be so presumptuous. We will suppress you into a cage and imprison you forever and ever. Great emperor, please order, suppress him. The gods of the other side were furious at the strong man. Bian, this is your subordinate. Xuanhuan glanced casually. You are not his opponent. The emperor of the other bank stared at Xuanhuan. However, this emperor can let you see the Sea of Origin every day. As soon as he finished speaking, he meant that he was ready to attack Xuanhuan. He knew that Emperor Xuanhuan was a miracle that could hardly be born in hundreds of epochs. In half an epoch, he was so powerful and developed so fast. He already has the determination to be the strongest, and even has eternal luck. If he can suppress Xuanhuan and get all his luck, his strength will also increase, become stronger, and even have some incredible benefits. If he is on the way of eternity, there is not much he can do against him. But he happened to come to the Sea of Origin. This is his base camp, his lair, where his strength is the strongest, and he can mobilize infinite power to suppress this emperor here, and he will not be reincarnated. He has his own way of the other side, and he wants to annex other people's way to achieve his own strength. Let's do it, eternal class. I haven't fought against this kind of powerhouse yet, let me see how powerful the eternal class is. Xuanhuan stood still, waved his hand, domineering and invincible. He thinks that he is strong enough to fight against the eternal class, but after all, he has never really fought against each other, and only after fighting can he understand the strength of the opponent. The emperor of the extreme Tao can only be counted as half. To be the strongest, one must be prepared that everyone on the road to the heavens may be his opponent. Xuanhuan's sublimation is to sublimate himself in battle after battle. He suddenly looked at the great emperor of the other bank, with a strong and domineering will, spurting out the terrifying divine light of the destruction of the heavens, and his power also completely exploded at this moment. He is also looking forward to playing against the eternal class. He's finished. He's not eternal level. He still wants to fight the great emperor. His arrogance is gone, and his myth will end here. Everyone in the God dynasty on the other side wanted to see the moment when this person was suppressed forever. You're confident. Seeing Xuanhuan's reaction, Emperor Bian was not afraid, but his fighting spirit became more and more intense. At this time, Emperor Xuanhuan was like a scorching sun shining brightly, and his majestic figure stepped out. He wants to see how strong this emperor is. With the power of the eternal level, he stepped over it in one step, bang. The divine light surged, and the boundless sea of bitterness from the other side flooded over. The emperor of the other side stood up, trying to obliterate a monster who was expected to become an eternal level. Great luck and great opportunities belonged to him. In the sea of bitterness on the other side, a giant hand emerged from the eternal level law, grabbing at Xuanhuan violently, intending to pull him into this boundless sea of bitterness and sink him. Here we go. Lingzu's eyes were also watching closely. The sea of bitterness sinks. The voice with magic power resounded, and the tsunami started. Xuanhuan was like a person in the center of the ocean. There were seas in all directions, and they were about to be smashed in by the waves. Stormy. An invincible and confident majesty. Faced with such a terrifying force, Xuanhuan didn't panic at all. He spread his 5 fingers, and he immediately threw out a palm, a force of shattering and ending, like the dusk of civilization. When this force hits the big hand on the other side, it has a force that makes people tremble. Emperor Xuanhuan actually ended the big hand with absolute power, and his will spread, and he calmed down the storm. TXT download address. Phone reading. #C1862 Take it easy. This duel can be regarded as the most peak duel on the Eternal Road. The dominance of Emperor Xuanhuan. The law of the great emperor on the other side. With a wave of both hands, the great emperor on the other side, huge waves shook the sky on the other side of the sea. The torrential power condensed into a terrifying roar, and waves fell towards Xuanhuan in a violent posture. This is not real water, but the bombardment of eternal law. Xuanhuan was unmoved, crashing, the huge waves hit him, but he could bear it completely. There was a wave of divine light on his body, and he even used the power of the other side to baptize himself. As expected of the eternal class, Xuanhuan immediately noticed the horror of their power. This is completely different from the Emperor Jidao. Jidao only barely reached this level of attack power, but the opponent can hit this power with a wave of his hand. That's not enough. Xuanhuan shouted. Power surged, and Xuanhuan's blow was like the sky collapsing, violent and fierce. The great source technique, his incomparably powerful source burns, standing like a giant god, with a monstrous aura, he is invincible with his hands. He raised his palm and slashed with all his strength. This slash came from fate, spanning the past, present and future. He is now like the god of fate, and the sea of suffering was divided into two halves. Splitting the sea of bitterness with strength is equivalent to breaking the opponent's law. He's crazy. Hearing Xuanhuan's words, the powerhouses of the Bian dynasty were naturally furious. This was because they believed that the emperor of the Bian was not powerful enough. In their hearts, the emperor was invincible. As you wish. The power of the great emperor on the other side skyrocketed again. At this time, he seemed to be fused with the eternal Shenzhou, and the spreading power made people think that he was the master of the Shenzhou, and he could manipulate the boundless power. Of course, he can at most borrow some strength from within. It is impossible to steer the Shenzhou forward, but this is also very scary. Xuanhuan felt that his surroundings were locked by him, all roads were cut off by the emperor of the other bank, and there was a huge force suppressing him from somewhere. This is clear, to suppress him. Golden Ge and Iron Horse, chaotic times. Xuanhuan's energy exploded, and at this moment, a battlefield of iron and blood appeared, and a vision was interpreted. The torrent of troubled times and the impact of gold and iron horses formed an overwhelming ferocity. Under this kind of control, the blocked time and space collapsed layer by layer. Your strength is indeed very strong, but... The emperor on the other side looked at Xuanhuan with a blank expression, Shenzhou on the other side. In the sea of bitterness, a mighty Shenzhou appeared, which could cross the most dangerous places. On the sea, the wind and thunder struck. This is the supernatural power simulated by the emperor of the other bank, based on the eternal Shenzhou, an extremely great supernatural power. He then pushed the Shenzhou, rumbled forward, and impacted the past. Run over. This is the eternal power, the eternal strength. Crush him to death. When the opponents saw this majestic scene, they all said viciously, the emperor's divine fist. However, in the face of the Shenzhou from the other side, Xuanhuan just punched. Without supernatural powers, it was all strength, the most ferocious power, and truly broke all laws with one force. This punch can be said to have struck Xuanhuan's most overbearing emperor's will, the huge power of the Shenwu Empire. He bombarded out at this moment, like a giant god soaring into the sky, punching through thousands of obstacles. The world turned into darkness, but a little light was born, and then filled the whole world. He exploded with enormous power, completely enveloping the Shenzhou. He mobilized the strongest power, turned it into the control of power, and directly smashed on it, and immediately saw that this infinitely powerful Shenzhou stopped in place. Crash! This Shenzhou actually collapsed and exploded, turning into energy and returning to the sea of bitterness. He actually blasted through the power of the great emperor. Xuanhuan is above the sky, like an eternal true god, with infinite majesty, and many people who are suppressed can't breathe. At this moment, he was covered with eternal fire, and any power that came to him would be evaporated. Pure power, your power really surprised this emperor, but this emperor said, you can't leave the sea of origin. The great emperor of the other bank stared at Xuanhuan with his eyes. His eternal road suddenly turned into an independent time and space, and he wanted to pull him into his domain, and let him rule life and death. He knew that Xuanhuan had strong supernatural powers and great power, but he bullied Xuanhuan for failing to reach the eternal level, and the road to eternity was not perfect. Xuanhuan looked stern, and he showed his eternal path. He had comprehended the dream power of Tuming before, and seemed to have the ability to turn all illusions into reality. See Xuanhuan's eternal road. The look in the eyes of the great emperor on the other side moved. He saw Xuanhuan's eternal road. The real and dreamy picture made him feel that this person must be suppressed and seize his eternal power. Rumble. Yet another Shenzhou appeared. This Shenzhou is not condensed by the previous supernatural powers and laws, but really exists. It looks exactly the same as the eternal Shenzhou, as if it was carved out of the same mold. This is the eternal divine weapon created by the eternal Shenzhou, which was learned by the great Emperor Bianan, and it consumed almost all of his life's resources. This real Shenzhou cannot be broken by force. Stimulated by the power of the great emperor on the other side, endless divine light erupted, and each ray of light turned into a silk thread, forming a rule to seal off the world and besieging Xuanhuan. Then, he formed the sky with the boundless power of the gods of the other side. The right time, place, and people are all on the side of the great emperor on the other side. Even if Lingzhu is calm, his face will change when he sees such a scene. It is almost difficult to escape from this terrible blockade. You can't go. The emperor on the other side has great confidence in blocking Xuanhuan. I come when I want, and leave when I want. Xuanhuan didn't panic, and his expression was extremely calm. His thunder and lightning halberd appeared, rumbling. The boundless thunder was exploding, and a long river of thunder was flowing, and the thunder that was bombarded by the explosive force was collapsing. The other side of Shenzhou, eternal suppression. The emperor of the other bank was suppressing fiercely with his eternal Shenzhou. When it came down, the void was solidified into an iron barrel, and he was going to be suppressed into the Shenzhou. There are indeed many eternal level methods, but they are not enough to suppress. Xuanhuan knew the opponent's will, and he also gained a lot of insight in this fight. Suddenly, his eternal road surged out, and the turbulent power pierced through the boundless time and space. In the past, present and future, the power of time and space has actually formed a gate of eternity. This gate of eternity seems to be able to penetrate into any time and space. After opening, it will be a different world. He's leaving. As soon as the great emperor of the other bank saw the gate of eternity, he violently broke out with a stronger will. Today is such a good opportunity, he must not let this person go. Lingzhu, come with me. At this moment, Xuanhuan pushed open the door of eternity, and a strange scene appeared behind the door. Then, he took a step and went directly through the blockade of the great emperor on the other side. Finally, the gate of eternity was closed, and Xuanhuan was gone. TXT download address. Phone reading. Hashtag C1863 Friendly Covenant. How did he manage to break through the blockade and leave? A mysterious door opened, and the Emperor Xuanhuan grandiosely broke through the blockade set by the great emperor of the other bank, and left easily, which many people never imagined. His understanding of time and space is beyond imagination, opening the eternal time and space and forming an eternal portal. After being silent for a long time, Emperor Bian could see the clues based on his strength, and then slowly said, "This time, I was careless. I didn't expect him to have such a powerful way of time and space. Let him leave, although he has not yet fully achieved eternity level, but his combat power is already comparable to the eternal level, and even more difficult than some eternal level. If you underestimate him, you will be calculated by him and pay the price." Great Emperor, what should we do? Is it just to see him leave like this? He opened the eternal time and space. Doesn't it mean that there will be no hindrance in coming to the Sea of Origin next time? This is a great threat to us. There is a strong way. Yeah, he's not yet at the eternal level, but he has this kind of strength. If he really reaches this level, wouldn't he want to sweep away the Invincible, and very likely to invade our Shenzhou? Judging from all kinds of information, Emperor Xuanhuan is not a soft-hearted person. He acts fiercely and domineeringly, and he is the only one who respects himself. When that day really comes, it is impossible not to be tempted by the eternal Shenzhou. This emperor wants to guard the Shenzhou, to prevent other eternal class. Besides, we don't need to worry too much. The great Emperor Bian said slowly, if we don't need us, someone will deal with him. He wants to become the eternal level, or the strongest, which will touch the interests of many people on the eternal road. Now no one will see him as the eternal level. Don't look at him as arrogant now, but as long as he is weak, the tigers will swallow him. Pure Land, you also saw it. He looked to one side. His strength surprised me too. In the light rain, the eternal Pure Land was transformed, and a holy woman appeared, sacred and inviolable. She was the suzerain of the Pure Land sect. If you and I attack together, can you keep him? The great emperor on the other side said. The relationship between him and the suzerain of Pure Land is not as bad as outsiders think, it is more of cooperation. You and I join hands. Of course it is possible to suppress him, but it is very difficult to kill him. I have also calculated the supernatural power he left just now millions of times. Controlling time and space and opening the gate of eternity, this method is sudden and difficult to stop. Yes? Emperor Bianan thought for a while, and then said, it seems that the eternal road will not be peaceful again, you and I must be prepared. Now. Outside the eternal Shenzhou. I am amazed at the emperor's methods. Lingzhu was also thinking about Chu Yuan's method just now, which inspired her a lot. It's just some small supernatural powers and tricks. Since I dare to go to Yuan, I have absolute confidence that I can leave calmly. Chu Yuan smiled lightly. The eternal Shenzhou is a good place. Lingzhu said. It is indeed a good place, and such a good place will be controlled by the Empire. Chu Yuan Dao, he also took a fancy to the eternal Shenzhou, and continued, Lingzhu, I will return to the Empire in the future. Do you want to return to the Empire with me? I will entertain you with the most solemn ceremony. I have other things to do, but if I have the opportunity, I will definitely visit. The spirit world is willing to conclude the strongest alliance of friendship with Xuanhuan. Lingzhu didn't go directly to the Empire. I accept this friendship covenant. Chu Yuan nodded, in that case, let's say goodbye here, but before we say goodbye, I have a message for you, don't attack the eternal level without authorization. I see. Lingzhu knew what Chu Yuan meant. This emperor is willing to help her, and she is also willing to help Xuanhuan, and will not block his way to become the strongest. Afterwards, he looked at the old man Shantian. Shantian, what about you? Do you want to leave alone or go back with me? I'm just a loner, the Heavenly Alliance has also disintegrated, and there is no other place to go. I just continue to wander on the eternal road alone. The Emperor has saved my life. I am willing to go back with the God Emperor. Xuanhuan is his savior, and he is also willing to contribute to Chu Yuan. Another thing, that Songqing Emperor was hunted down, and this incident has always left him with a thorn in his heart. Let's go. Chu Yuan left. He had plenty of time and was not in a hurry. He changed the road and sensed the whereabouts of the heaven-punishing sword. 99 heaven-punishing swords were scattered all over eternity. Since the fall of Emperor Punishing Heaven, no one has ever gathered. Chu Yuan retreated in the empire for 30,000 years, and with the help of the first city, he actually got some, bringing his total to 45, nearly half of it. The system released a task before, and it was carried out in multiple stages. He is also very curious what ultimate reward will be given to him after all 99 are complete. And if all the heaven-punishing swords are in hand, the power will be unimaginably great. It is an eternal-level divine weapon, and it will surpass many ordinary eternal-level weapons. In addition to mobilizing the powerful empire to collect for him, he also has to collect it himself. He walked all over the Eternal Road, and the old man Xiantian followed closely like a guard. Another heaven-punishing sword. Xuanhuan came to a hidden relic, and with a wave of his hand, the heaven-punishing sword naturally emerged, and this relic naturally fell into his hands. He was sitting on the spot right now, relying on the powerful induction and attraction of the heaven-punishing sword. Several swords came through the air. If it weren't for this sense of origin from the same source, it would be impossible to get them all together. Of course, Xuanhuan didn't hope that he could get everything this time. But at this time in a hidden force. Old ancestor, the 2 heaven-punishing swords stored in our clan's treasury are trembling. It seems that they have encountered a powerful induction, and they can't suppress it, so they leave through the air. At this time, a person hurriedly went to see an old man who was in retreat. This old man is dressed in white, has snow-white hair, and is also a strong man of the 9 realms. The heaven-punishing sword trembles. It's because someone is summoning it, and there are not a few of them. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so violent. Moreover, the summoner is not too far away from our clan. The old man said. Old ancestor, who is calling, and what should we do? Asked the teller. If we say who has the most Tianzhu Shenjian on the Eternal Road, and who is collecting it, only the Emperor Shenwu, I understand, he must be calling. You don't need to deal with this matter. I will do it myself. I can't do it, because if you offend him with these swords, I, the Bai clan, can't afford to offend him. The old man said, No, I can't watch it break through the void automatically. This is an opportunity. I was worried that I would not have the chance to get to know the Emperor of the Divine Martial Arts. Just in time, I will personally send it over to express the friendship of our clan. Facing such strong men, he only chose to be friendly. The old man grasped the heaven-punishing sword and quickly flew away. After traveling for a certain distance, he saw 2 people there. Looking at the majestic emperor, the old man raised his voice and said respectfully and politely, Bai Qing of the Bai clan, specially sent the heaven-puting sword for the emperor. TXT download address. Phone reading. #C 1864 years are long. Bai Qing, the patriarch of the Bai family, came to see Xuanhuan in person, which expressed his respect for Xuanhuan. A long time ago, he also became the master of an era, but compared with the current era, it was far behind. If he could use a few heaven-punishing swords in exchange for some friendship, it would be extremely worthwhile. Bai Qing. Xuanhuan nodded to him. I know the emperor needs the heaven-punishing sword, so I hereby send it here. When Bai Qing saw Xuanhuan, he felt his majesty in an instant. This emperor was like a pillar of heaven, completely stretching the sky, like an eternal ruler. Although he is the strongest, he is actually very small, compared to him. I really need these heaven-punishing swords. Xuanhuan signaled that the old man Xiantian immediately gave him the eternal god crystal. This. Bai Qingxin realized something, and said, I know that the emperor opened up a first city, but I wonder if people from my family can go to the first city? Of course, the first city is completely open, and you can become the guardian of the ancient road of the empire. Xuanhuan smiled. If there is an eternal road, I am willing to protect it. Bai Qing thought about it. There will be an eternal road. Xuanhuan took a step at this time. He opened the door of eternal time and space, and disappeared directly in front of Bai Qing. This kind of space-time method. When Bai Qing saw this method, his face was also shocked. Xuanhuan embarked on the return journey. He knew that some heaven-punishing swords were suppressed in eternal-level powers, and they were more difficult to obtain, but the interesting thing was that the more eternal-level powerhouses were, the less likely they would take the initiative to treasure the heaven-punishing swords, and would instead put them in their own forces. Inside. The problem appeared in the induction of the punishing sword. My own path is the most top-secret place for the Eternals, where their origins are stored indiscriminately. It is very likely that other holders will sense the location of their own way. As for destroying, the Eternal Sword was created by the strongest Emperor Zhu Tian, and must be destroyed with the Eternal Divine Weapon. But whoever dares to destroy the Heavenly Punishing Sword, if one destroys one, the will of the Heavenly Punishing Emperor and the other Heavenly Punishing Swords will completely explode, as if summoning the Heavenly Punishing Emperor to kill. This kind of killing cannot be resisted by the Eternal class. Hundreds of years have passed by, and Xuanhuan has returned to the multiverse. The Empire is being built, and the lack of resources has allowed the Empire to emerge many powerful people. He bestowed the origin of time and space of Yuan Shenkan to the god of time and space, which made him trapped in the realm for a long time, and immediately broke through and was promoted to the origin of the seventh realm. This power has not been completely consumed, and after a while, it will be sublimated to the eighth realm. His gaze once again looked at the space-time island. Still exists in the multiverse. It had become a forbidden place there, and Xuanhuan didn't move him, but he could tell that there should be an eternal existence who was good at space-time power buried in the space-time island. As long as it is in my empire, it belongs to me. Xuanhuan is very domineering. He took out the strange beast egg, waved his hand, and suddenly a force hatched it, and what he saw was a strange beast that looked like an ant. It is golden all over, several feet in size, indestructible, and can resist the origin of the gods. And on its head, there are two golden horns. Golden horned ants, the cultivation base strength of the god of origin. This further strengthened the power of the empire. Xuanhuan was very satisfied. Time flies, and it has been 5,000 years since he returned to the empire. Rumble, boom. It was the sound of heaven and earth shaking. Xuanhuan was practicing, and when he was simulating the eternal road, he suddenly saw a ferocious divine calamity of origin had condensed in the place of Jiuyou retreat. This violent force is very powerful. Then, a dark golden figure appeared, and Jiuyou was about to cross the catastrophe. It took her tens of thousands of years of retreat before she started to attack. Seeing the billowing calamity attacking her, she was also fearless, with a fearless spirit in her heart. Xuanhuan also nodded. Jiuyou has a solid foundation under his various resources. As his imperial concubine and closest pillow person, it is equivalent to getting a large part of his luck. One person attains the Tao and ascends to heaven. The more one follows the strong, the easier the breakthrough of strength will be. Jiuyou's breakthrough is not a problem. Sure enough, after a few days, the divine calamity of origin also dissipated, and she was full of energy, exuding the wave of the god of origin. Jiuyou, congratulations, you have finally become the god of origin. After Xuanhuan saw that the catastrophe had dissipated, he also went to congratulate her with a smile on his face. The origin is only the beginning. Jiuyou didn't get carried away. Strands of dark golden light spread all over her body, forming her domain. 9 Nether Realms. The way to achieve the eternal level is to first comprehend the domain. Xuanhuan was happy for her. Among his imperial concubines, Jiuyou's talent was undoubtedly the highest. Although she had his help, she was an amazing talent no matter which era she was placed in. Become the origin, walk with me in the first city. Xuanhuan took her hand and started walking around the first city with a smile. He condenses the power of reality and fantasy. Even if he walks in the city, no one can see him. Otherwise, if he appears in real body, there will be boundless commotion in the whole city. The first city, although it has been established for tens of thousands of years, it is also the first time for me to come here. Looking at the bustling first city, Joyo was also amazed. In the first city, in addition to the most majestic main city, the environment of the mountain and sea universe is also accommodated here. There are many creatures living, and there are many races that she has never seen before. Xuanhuan accompanied her this time to take her on a tour of the mountains and rivers, so that her eyes would open up. The existence of this first city is very important to the empire. Many of these countless creatures have regarded the first city as their new home and are willing to become vassals of the empire. Some of these countless creatures seem to be of average strength, but there will also be a lot of geniuses among them, and then they will be absorbed into the empire. She saw that in a huge square, many people gathered, and those who passed the Imperial examination and were absorbed into the empire cheered happily. My eternal road is very long. In my own road, gather all the strength, and then I will open up the second city in the eternal killing array. Xuanhuan and Joyo said with a smile. Eternal killing array, I have heard that if you occupy it, you will gain a terrifying array, and you can also find the eternal temple. Joyo was silent for a moment, and said, the establishment of the first city can be said to be a city of foothold, but the second city has stepped out of the multiverse. Let's do it. Some things have to be done, but I have plenty of time, and the initiative is still in my hands. Xuanhuan said. Next, Joyo continued to retreat. She has the cultivation of the god of origin, and she will definitely participate in the second city. The years don't stop, and another 10,000 years have passed. Tianzuan and Tianyao Shinshu are back, and they brought back the beast Dao Shinshu. TXT download address. Phone reading. Hashtag C 1865 ups and downs. In the first city. Xuanhuan is majestic and majestic forever, and meets Tianzuan and Tianyao Shinshu. Now, he is more in the first city. There is no other reason. Now the empire not only has a multiverse, but the first city is also the territory of the empire. In the empire, there are also many strong people from Eternal Road. If they can't get in, Xuanhuan can only sit in the first city. The first city is equivalent to the second imperial city of the empire. Your Majesty, this time Tianzuan and I have been on the Eternal Road for thousands of years, and our hard work was not in vain. Finally, we found the divine book of the Beast Way. The heavenly demon divine book respectfully dedicated a beastly divine book to Xuanhuan. He hadn't seen Xuanhuan for tens of thousands of years, and now he felt that the emperor's temperament was even more terrifying, like eternal invincibility. The book of the Beast Way. Xuanhuan took it, and immediately felt a wild and violent force. Thousands of beasts were galloping and roaring, savage and ferocious, and the condensed shadows of beasts were always baring their teeth and claws. Monster beast, although monsters and beasts are the same in many ways, but monsters are more intelligent, while beasts are much more brutal and cruel. The way of the beast. There is no powerful divine mansion in this beastly divine book. He continued, you and Tianzuan have done a good job, this is a great achievement. Don't dare to claim credit. This little credit is nothing. Everything is for the eternity of the empire. If we can find the eternal divine book, the vast history of civilization is recorded in the eternal divine book. Tianzuan said modestly, I read the book of the Beast Way, and found that the god's mansion in the book is the strongest and has reached the 9th level. It once followed an eternal level called the ancestor of all beasts. The ancestor of all beasts, understand the way of beasts. Xuanhuan nodded. From it, I got a piece of news that the ancestor of all beasts had a great battle with a former strongest man, called Jia. He controlled the number of disasters, and could even simulate the eternal robbery. Tianzuan said. Rob. As soon as Xuanhuan calculated the robbery. Immediately, there was a mighty catastrophe to suppress it, and a huge catastrophe came. He was a taboo strong man who could not be calculated. Jia, with great ambitions, He wanted to control eternity, but in the end he was backlashed and turned into a mysterious land of eternal calamity after his fall. Rumors of that land of eternal calamity seem to be able to avoid eternal calamity, and exist in a mysterious eternal different dimension. Tianzuan mentioned this place of eternal calamity. The land of eternal tribulation. Xuanhuan deduced for a while, and said, I know, but now I am not thinking about the land of eternal tribulation. Tianzuan, I can see that you are very mysterious, and you have a power called fate. Go to practice, to ascend to the 8th realm as soon as possible, and the heavenly demon divine book. You also have to ascend to the 8th realm as soon as possible, and the resources of the empire will be completely released for you. His empire needs more strong men. Yes. Tianzuan and Tianyao Shinshu retreated. Too depressing. At this time, the heavenly demon divine book took a deep breath. Although the emperor did not intentionally use his breath to suppress him, his aura made people feel majestic. Don't ask or say anything. Your Majesty will soon establish a second city in the eternal killing array. What we have to do is to improve our strength as much as possible. Tianzuan said calmly. He knew that even though he cultivated the power to comprehend the secrets of fate, in front of the emperor, even the mysterious fate would be controlled. Time flies. Another 30,000 years have passed. The luck of the empire is inflated all the time, and the empire absorbs the strong on the eternal road and makes them fully believe in themselves. The luck brought by this also makes Xuanhuan more powerful. Beast Way Divine Book, Magic Way Divine Book. During these tens of thousands of years, Xuanhuan spent a lot of resources, which also allowed them to give birth to a new divine mansion, which directly reached the strength of the 7th realm. This is the advantage of this kind of book existence practice. Demon, Beast. These 3 books also record a lot of knowledge about cultivation, and in the empire, there are also practitioners of the way of monsters and beasts, and they get the most benefits. Tianzuan is indeed very extraordinary. When he returned to the empire, he also sublimated to the 8th realm. The whole empire is on the bright side. Time continued to advance, and soon it had been 100,000 years since Xuanhuan returned from the eternal Shenzhou. In the past 100,000 years, Xuanhuan's strength has also been increasing. Although he has not fully sublimated to the 9th realm, his various Taoism and various powers are improving. One day, in the former Wandao Tian, a world-shattering catastrophe came, and someone actually attacked the god of origin again, and it was the old Dao Yuanyu. Yuanyu is also very old. At the beginning of the era, he followed the Taoist ancestor. Boom! He successfully broke through the obstacles caused by the catastrophe and became another origin god of the empire. Congratulations on your achievement. Tianzuan is friends with him and congratulates him. It's nothing for me to achieve a small origin. It's far behind you, Tianzuan. Tianzuan, since the unification of the era, you seem to have completely released your power and started to recover to a peak. Yuanyu said, Hey, I was able to become the origin. In fact, I was honored by His Majesty. Look at me, I don't need to go out to find resources, and the resources for cultivation will be passed on without shortage. How can I not achieve the origin? One person attains the Tao, and the chicken and dog ascend to heaven. In this era, under the leadership of Xuanhuan, they became extremely powerful, so they followed the strong, and the realms that were difficult to break through in the past became easier. Today's empire is like the eternal God realm. There is no shortage of resources for cultivation. As long as there is potential, they can get huge benefits. Your Majesty gave you benefits. What we have to do is to feed back the empire and serve the empire. Tianzuan said with a smile, You are ready, there will be a big battle soon. After Yuanyu achieved the origin, how many people envied him? Such as Duga God and Demon, Phoenix ancestors, and the others. Although they also live in the multiverse, Because of the demon ancestor and the demon ancestor, it has always been difficult for them to integrate into it, and with the current vision of the Emperor, he would not like them at all. There is no need to wait anymore. The second city should also be built. I shouted out the declaration of building the Eternal Era. It is not a joke, but I really have to put it into action. There is no point in waiting. During these 100,000 years, Xuanhuan has continuously strengthened himself and the empire. He knew that if he could break through the ninth realm and build the second city, he would be sure, but there is nothing perfect or foolproof in this world. If he used the usual method, without any surprises or dangers, and slowly cultivated, it would be very difficult for him to ascend to the ninth level after the end of an era. This speed was too slow for him to bear. Eternal level, the way of the strongest is to move forward bravely, there is no way out, you must have the determination to move forward. And he knew that if he directly built the second city in the eternal killing array now, it would cause a tsunami on the eternal road, and countless powerful people would stare at him and become the center of the storm. But Xuanhuan has no way out. To reach the ninth level, it is not so difficult if it is only the sublimation of resources, the sublimation of the soul. His road sublimation is the most difficult. There is no way out, he must make waves. Let me stir up this turmoil, turning my hands into clouds, and turning my hands into rain. Xuanhuan raised his palm, suddenly there was boundless turmoil. At this time, the system's choice appeared again. TXT download address. Phone reading. Hashtag C1866 City 2. Option 1. Build a second city in the eternal killing array, and stand for 100,000 years without being destroyed, get 2 million vertex points, God's Mansion Dark God X1, Mysterious Random Reward X1. Option 2. Do not build a second city. Divine Mansion, God of Darkness. Xuanhuan looked at the rewards given by the system, and his expression changed slightly. The rewards are very generous, and it will take 100,000 years to build the city. It doesn't mean that he can get rewards just by building it casually. And in these 100,000 years, it will inevitably face many threats. If you don't build, you don't get any rewards. Xuanhuan's choice is of course 1. To exchange good books, pay attention to the VX public account. Book Friends Basecamp. Pay attention now, you can receive cash red envelopes. The system is too mysterious, it is a more terrifying rule, he speculates, and even overrides the entire eternal road. For the sublimation of my 9 realms, and for the road of the strongest, we must build the road of the strongest, and now the primary goal is the second city. A sharp light flashed in Xuanhuan's eyes. The road of the strongest is about to start. Of course he knows why the first city is so peaceful and too close to the multiverse. Although many people know his ambition, it is difficult to attack him because of his strength. If Xuanhuan waited for a few more eras, the strength of the empire would inevitably be stronger. And doing it now has huge benefits, he has the multiverse as his biggest backer. However, he knew that once the second city was built, it would be a turmoil. The strong on the eternal road would not want to see the birth of the strongest, and would think of many ways to cut off his path. He is not afraid of any challenge. All origin gods, come to me. Xuanhuan issued a war order. All the powerful gathered together, knowing that the empire's war machine was about to start again. Xuanhuan looked at the gathering of strong men. Within his empire, the development is extremely powerful. After more than 100,000 years after the establishment of the first city, even the god of origin has several people who have taken refuge in him. For all the strong men in the empire, I want to open up an eternal road, raise soldiers for 1,000 days and use them for a while. Now is the time for you to go to war. Xuanhuan looked at the many strong men with majestic eyes. The second eternal city is about to be opened, and it is within the eternal killing formation. I know that once the second city stands, it will experience many fierce battles, and many people will come to stop us, but I have no fear. I can choose a path. It's an easy path, but I choose the hardest path, and it's also the path with the greatest achievement. Xuanhuan said. Everything is at His Majesty's command. The fighting spirit of the powerful empire is boiling. Good, very good. Xuanhuan Dao, I will lead you directly to the eternal killing formation. The center of gravity of the empire will be shifted there, and the second city will also become our biggest battlefield. There will be many snipers on the road to the empire. Your Majesty, if we all go to the second city and face a big battle, what should we do in the first city? Someone will definitely want to draw on the bottom line. Duan Qingshan Road. If the emperor leads a large number of strong men to the eternal killing array, the defense of the first city will inevitably be empty, and there is a high possibility that someone will sneak attack on the first city, which has to be considered. In the first city, I have built a great defense. I used the power of time and space to draw the gate of eternity for the first city, and it will hide and disappear at the critical moment. Xuanhuan said. What they care about is me. The place where I am will be the main battlefield. Those who want to stop me also understand that it is useless to destroy 10,000 of them without destroying me. The eternal class also has its own dignity. Xuanhu has been experiencing wars since its founding. In the unity and diversity, the preparations for war have not been stopped, but the training has become more stringent. When the order to cross to the eternal killing array was issued, the entire empire was boiling, and many people were gearing up, wanting to personally participate in the opening of the Eternal Road. But the war on Eternal Road is different from that in the multiverse. Due to the special environment, to survive in the outside world, one must have the realm of a primitive god, otherwise, one would be drowned alive like a person drowning in water. To participate, the heavenly Tao god must also have the fifth realm of the heavenly Tao, but they are also not allowed to be the main combatants, and can only participate in some auxiliary work in a specific time and space plane. Their task is to operate in the origin battleship, and wait until the city is opened up to manipulate the formations arranged in the city. After this news was released, the first city was also boiling. The Empire wants to go on an expedition and open up a second city, and we also want to join the army, join. For the eternal road of the Empire, we are also willing to give our strength to repay the Empire for protecting us. In the first city, due to the gathering of hundreds of thousands of years, many primitive gods also came and settled here. After some people heard the news, they volunteered and wanted to go out with the Empire. Part of it is really grateful to the Empire for their protection. And some people, for their own benefit, know that if the Empire really opens up the second city, they will be meritorious and will get huge benefits. However, they don't know where the Empire will open up a second city. And many people want to join the Empire, but the assessment of the Empire is too difficult. They also discovered that sometimes the weaker the cultivation, the easier it is, but many primitive gods like them are wandering on the eternal road, and it is really too difficult to join. This is exactly an opportunity. Xuanhuan was voluntary and did not refuse these people. It happened that he needed manpower to build the second city, so he let these people do the logistics work. Boom. After a few days of preparation, one after another of the powerful origin warships rushed out of the first city and rushed towards a distant place. This momentum is too huge, and there are also some forces on the way to the eternal killing formation. This kind of power is too great, and Xuanhuan has no intention of hiding it. The opening of an ancient road to eternity will cause all the waves. Why did Xuanhuan open up a road to the end of eternity? It is precisely to convey His Majesty to all directions. He wants to control all the power with his own strength. But this is not allowed by many strong people, and he is not allowed to do it. When Shiji Yuan, there were many warships of the Xuanhu Empire. What are they going to do? Oh my God, there are so many gods of origin. Is the Xuanhu Empire coming out in full force? They have such a huge power. This is an expedition, and where are they going to go? Quickly back away, don't block the way of the Xuanhuan Empire. The impact of the Imperial warships is indomitable and fierce. If the road ahead is blocked by the ruins, it will be smashed and smashed. The battleship of Origin is suitable for shuttling on the Eternal Road, and its speed is faster than that of the God of Origin. The Eternal Killing Array has arrived. At this moment, Xuanhuan had seen the Eternal Killing Formation, and directly ordered, expel all those who explore in the Eternal Killing Formation, those who refuse to accept, beheaded directly, occupy the Eternal Killing Formation, make the Killing Formation a restricted area of the Empire, and build the first 2 cities. Hashtag C1867-4 Feng Yundong. The opening of the Eternal Road of the Empire is unstoppable. The battleship rushed into the Eternal Killing Array with high spirits. In the Killing Formation, there are endless formations. When coming here, the God of Origin must be careful. How dare he be so direct and rude, rushing in like this, regardless of all dangers. But Xuanhuan rushed in with the strong men of the Empire and the incomparably vast torrent of national destiny. Under their impact, the independent bombardment of the Killing Array was completely dispersed. Although the Eternal Killing Formation is extremely powerful, even the Eternal level may be killed if it explodes completely, but Xuanhuan is not even afraid of the Eternal level, so how can he be afraid of the power of the formation? Rumble. Infinite shocks resounded in the Killing Formation, as if a monstrous earthquake had erupted, trying to shake everyone out. What happened? Why did the mountain suddenly shake? Good. Such strong fluctuations are the fierce impact of the power of the Eternal Killing Formation. My God, look there, what kind of momentum is that, the vast torrent, carrying the power that is invincible in the world? Could it be the Killing Formation? Inside, what shocking treasure is about to appear? There are not a few strong people in the Eternal Killing Array. The Xuanhuan Empire is here, the Eternal Killing Formation belongs to the Empire, and all irrelevant ones retreat quickly, otherwise the army of the Empire will crush you all. The strong man of the Empire shouted loudly, his voice overwhelming. What, there is an empire that wants to occupy the Eternal Killing Array? Seeing this wave of fluctuation sweeping through the entire Killing Formation, a strong man was also shocked. Which empire do you come from? Eternal Killing Formation. I have been practicing here for several epochs. You want to occupy it too? A ferocious and strong man was also rushed out by this force, and his cultivation base was not weak. The 9th level, very angry, appeared. However, the vast torrent rushed over, with the power to destroy Xian, and crushed it. This person shouted fiercely before, but in the next moment, his face changed, and he began to panic. He clearly knew that if he dared to stop this torrent, the end would be death. Not yet. The Xuanhuan Empire belonged to that century Yuan, my God, that emperor actually killed in the Eternal Killing Array. The prestige of the Xuanhuan Empire is incomparably great, except for those who were short-sighted at the beginning, then everyone retreated in panic. Eternal Killing Formation. Xuanhuan's sharp eyes were seeing through the entire Killing Formation. He seemed to have found a central point, the place where the power converged, like the core of the formation, and he stepped over it first. When he landed at the central point, he just stabbed the hornet's nest, and in an instant, the surrounding void was completely split, and black cracks appeared, and then a space was cut down. Xuanhuan raised his hand and died. Rumble. Countless divine lights are extremely dazzling, condensed into bright spears, each of which is comparable to a blow from the origin god of the 7 realms, but at this moment there are tens of thousands, like tens of thousands of origin gods launching an attack. Xuanhuan's power suppressed time and space, he ended with a big hand, and all the bright spears were broken by him. Next, infinite light and shadows condensed, like thousands of troops, charging forward mightily, just because the place where Xuanhuan was standing was absolutely taboo, and they wanted to kill him. The emperor's domain seems to have evolved into an eternal pure land. Xuanhuan forcibly broke the power of attacking him. In the sky, there was thunder and divine light constantly striking down, but around him, a dark vacuum field evolved, and he swallowed all the energy. At this moment, standing here, in the eyes of others, he is an invincible, unshakable, and strongest emperor. The second city, build here. Xuanhuan ordered. Immediately, the origin battleships surrounded the surroundings, and the origin gods appeared. They spread their strength, and then a large number of original gods appeared, and began to build a majestic second city with precious materials. It is different from the first city. Because this is an eternal battle, it has not yet stabilized, so the second city is built on the scale of a military fortress. Only after it stabilizes, will the universe be opened up to allow a large number of creatures to survive. Xuanhuan knew that to materialize his eternal road, he was building a city and connecting it with his own strength. After the baptism of war, it would be connected with the first city to form a space magic circle. They are all made of the strongest materials, and the strong men of the empire are still strengthening, and soon the periphery of the second city appears. Seen from a distance, this city is in the land of the killing array, and the power of the eternal killing array is bombarding it all the time, submerging it. And such a city exists here, and it is also a huge temper for oneself to withstand the bombardment of power. Now the warships of origin are also surrounding the giant city, and the power forms time and space, and the gods of heaven can appear. They set up the giant cannons on the city wall, full of murderous aura. Continue to strengthen the second city. Xuanhuan said. At this time, the heavenly demon divine book came to Xuanhuan and said, Your Majesty, the eternal killing formation was built by a very powerful man called Formation, and our location should be at the core of the formation. Look, will the eternal temple be here? The temple of eternity is the essence of the formation's life, a treasure and wealth that can kill the eternal level in the formation. The eternal temple is indeed inside the eternal killing formation, but its location is not as simple as you imagined. It exists in a mysterious void and different dimension. If you want to get it, you must destroy the eternal killing formation. Xuanhuan said. Although they have withstood the bombardment of the killing formation now, they are not considered to have controlled the eternal killing formation. Almost no one can control the eternal killing formation. Whoever dares to control it will cause the most extinction reaction. The entire killing formation collapses, and the power that erupts reaches one of the strongest. And with that kind of explosion, the eternal class is likely to be destroyed on its own way, or even fall. This is also the reason why those eternal level, knowing that the temple of eternity is in the killing array, did not take it. They don't make fun of their own lives. Now that Xuanhuan watched the formation of the killing formation, they could not hide their movements. He also believed that the things here had been passed on, and soon, many things would be known, and he would react quickly. This is a good place. Tiao Shinshu said, It is densely covered with patterns of formations, and you can comprehend the formations, and the power to kill the formations is like a divine robbery, and it can also be used as a heavenly robbery to sharpen yourself, and you can bear this kind of power. Yes, they will be the most powerful fighters, and the densely covered killing array is a natural defensive place, and there are also a large number of temples you can come to explore. Receive the red envelope. The cash or coin red envelope has been issued to your account. Follow the public.account, Book Friends Base Camp, on WeChat to get it. He knew His Majesty's purpose in choosing the location of the second city here. It's not a good place, and I won't come here to build a city. Xuanhuan said, Now I'm sitting here, waiting for the reactions of all parties. Should I face it in silence, or send a large army to conquer me? He suddenly saw that with the establishment of the second city, the time for his mission selection was already counting down. #C1868 reaction. The Xuanhuan Empire suddenly established a second city in the Eternal Killing Formation. This news will soon sweep across the Eternal Road like a storm. It was so sudden. Some people find it incredible when they find out. If it were someone else who built a city in the Eternal Killing Formation, it would cause fluctuations, but it would definitely not be so violent. The meanings of the two are different. This era is too powerful, so powerful that people are afraid. Emperor Xuanhuan seemed to be the stirrer of the situation, setting off boundless storms and causing the entire Eternal Road to be in chaos. Although the Eternal Road itself is also very chaotic, this kind of chaos is different. For example, the great Emperor Tiao repeatedly set off killings, but many Eternal levels don't care, they are fighting for themselves. But Xuanhuan is different. His ambition can be seen by everyone, and that is to become the strongest. The strongest one has not appeared in many eras. I dare not say all the Eternals, but at least the vast majority, 70 to 80% of the Eternals don't want to have the strongest. Because once there is the strongest, there will be an existence that suppresses the ages, and there will be one more person on top of their heads. In the future, they will not be able to hunt and kill those who are about to become enlightened, but will be controlled instead. Although the Eternal Shenzhou is magnificent, it actually had a very bad influence. That is, there are so many strong people in an era, and the infinite wisdom cannot break the eternity, which makes many Eternals think that even if they cooperate, it is impossible to break the curse. Those who don't want the strongest to appear will become your enemies. At this time, Xuanhuan sat quietly in the second city. He looked calm, he was waiting for news. This situation was provoked by him, and he was already prepared. He knew that the second city would inevitably cause a big backlash, and those people would not look down on him to grow bigger, and would suppress him in advance while he was still weak, otherwise, it would be even more out of control. But this is also a battle of standing. If he withstands this wave of attacks and establishes the majesty of iron and blood, then he will gather infinite momentum. Baptize and sublimate yourself with the power of the human heart. Moreover, in the future, it will be much easier for him to build the third and fourth cities. Why did he build the second city at this time? In fact, it was to baptize and sublimate himself. With one city after another, evolve your own eternal road, extending all the way to the end of eternity, and gather endless beliefs, turn it into a rolling national fortune, majestic scouring, and let yourself sublimate to the ninth realm. At his level, if you want to break through in strength, you can't just break through with some eternal breath. There is no way, he has to fight out by himself, and take advantage of his current century yuan. I'm waiting for you. There was a sharp light in Xuanhuan's eyes, piercing the sky. He knew that many people were thinking of dealing with him. However, this road is the enemy of the whole world. Xuanhuan built the second city in the Eternal Killing Formation, and now the outsiders in the Killing Formation have been driven away, and the second city has also stood upright. What? Xuanhuan actually built the second city in the Eternal Killing Array. What are they going to do? Could it be that they are no longer willing to be confined in the multiverse? Are they going to fight out? Xuanhuan's ambition to fight, didn't he have it long ago? This era is too powerful, so powerful that it is unimaginable. He is so crazy that he will usher in his own destruction. The news fermented in just a few months, and the hurricane swept away. They built the city to fight forever. This is to become the strongest. Aren't they afraid that their plan will fail and they will be flattened by many forces, and they will end up miserable in the end? If it were me, I would definitely not be so arrogant, but he will accumulate strength, and when he accumulates enough strength, he will expose his ambition. Some people also raised such doubts. So you are not a martial artist, and it is impossible for you to become the strongest. You have cultivated for so many epochs and have not improved. How could the great emperor of martial arts be like you? He relies on the multiverse, and with his strength, so what if the building of the city fails? Can you still fight into the multiverse? Many people gathered together to discuss these matters. Oh, I understand. I dare to be so presumptuous because of the multiverse, but this presumptuousness also has strength. Indeed, Emperor Xuanhuan, he is not afraid of failure, but instead wants to use his advantages to the limit. The storm is about to rise, and the days to come will not be so easy. However, although there were many discussions, in a short period of time, no one dared to act rashly. They needed a real leader to take the lead in attacking Xuanhuan's second city and crush his ambitions. There was also a lot of news coming out. Emperor Xuanhuan has retreated for hundreds of thousands of years, and his magic power has greatly improved, which is stronger than when he confronted the Emperor Jidao in the Xianming land. Although he has not yet achieved the eternal level, his real combat power is comparable to the eternal level. The awe-inspiring power of repelling the great Emperor Jidao before shocked the world, and I can't forget it. Their guess was not wrong, Xuanhuan did have eternal strength. However, the story of his battle in the eternal Shenzhou has not been spread. This is not a glorious thing for the emperor of the other bank, and he will not publicize things that are not good for him. But anyway, the combination of these kinds of things resulted in a result that no single force dared to attack Xuanhuan. Immortal Holy Land. Inside the brightly lit Immortal Temple. My lords, Xuanhuan has already built a second city in the Eternal Killing Array. Although we have a friendly relationship with Xuanhuan before, this matter is too big, and no one can come to make a decision. There are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. The Immortal Holy Land, where all the gods of origin gather together. Fangu looked at the crowd and said solemnly, I can't make up my mind, start the immortal formation, and ask immortal. A woman frowned. In this immortal temple, there is an empty immortal seat. Great Immortal, when Shijiyuan, the Xuanhuan Empire, had the ambition to become the strongest, and now it has built a second city in the Eternal Killing Array. If you want to open up an eternal ancient road, please issue a decree to guide us, tell us what to do. They call for immortality, and wait for the will of immortality. After a long time a will descended from a mysterious time and space, gradually condensing a holy shadow. Immortal Holy Land, wait and see what happens, don't do anything to Xuanhuan, but at the same time don't help. Immortal means very clear, neither fight nor help, as a spectator. If Xuanhuan wants to become the strongest, let him succeed. This is his way. Immortal Tiao is not so domineering, everything he has is for his own immortality. Obviously, Immortal also knows in his heart that the benefits he gets from fighting against the gods are far from being as huge as what he paid. Even if Xuanhuan becomes the strongest, as long as it can make him live longer, he is willing to help. Different ways and personality factors will result in different choices. Not only in the Holy Land of Truth, even in the Qianquan dynasty, the same will came down, neither to help nor to fight. While some choose to ignore it, there are also more radical ones. #C 1869, the Dragon Slayer will also become a dragon. Some stood on the sidelines and watched the development of the situation quietly, and some wanted to attack Xuanhuan to prevent him from becoming the strongest and threatening the eternal class. In the Holy Emperor continent, the holy kings of the gods of origin gathered together. The Holy Emperor used to be the strongest, and they have also become the strongest forces. Under these many auras, they have absolute arrogance. And the Holy Emperor did not attack eternity and die like Emperor Zhu Tian or Emperor Panchen. Instead, after ruling for a long time, he realized that the power of eternal calamity was too strong, so he gradually withdrew from the stage of history and closed himself in the eternal road. It is also because of his self-appointment that although he has not appeared for a long time, the era of the Holy Emperor is still extremely powerful, and the strong are like clouds. Emperor Xuanhuan has truly shown his ambition, his fangs, and opened up a second city. He is going to embark on the road of being the strongest. By then, will we still have a good life? A holy king shrouded in divine light. You have also forgotten one thing, that is, Emperor Xuanhuan is too young. Young people are frightening. If he really becomes the strongest, he will rule the eternal road for hundreds of epochs. In the Holy Emperor's road, at that time, we will die of old age and cannot appear on the eternal road, and my Holy Emperor's era will wither away, and it will be difficult to give birth to strong people. They can hide, escape from the world. But in the age of the strongest, they are the only ones, and they will die of old age. In the age of the Holy Emperor, they can't absorb fresh blood, and they wither away. Humph. So we can't let Emperor Xuanhuan dominate, we must plan in advance, and kill him before he becomes powerful. Now he is not strong enough to be alone and irresistible. If at this time, we don't deal with him, let's see how strong he is. This is a burly holy king, and the strength it exudes is stronger than that of the Storm Holy King. The Storm King smiled and said, King Wu Wu, don't be impatient, not only us, but also others will not allow the strongest to appear, this will damage the interests of many people, there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests, with absolute interests, even life and death enemies can cooperate. The Holy King of Storms is right. The other holy kings echoed. All holy kings. Not long after, a voice came from a mysterious time and space. See the Holy Emperor. It was the Holy Emperor who uttered his voice on his eternal road. At the beginning of the century, there was a big secret in the Xuanhuan Empire. I will not let him become the eternal level, and the strongest. All the holy kings obey orders and attack to destroy the second city. I already know that not only in the era of my Holy Emperor, but also there are other eternal level powers, and they won't make Xuanhuan bigger, so you have to use their power. The Holy Emperor's Imperial decree has been conveyed. Yes, it is to send troops to deal with Xuanhuan. It is no surprise that he made such a decision. First of all, as those sage kings said, if Xuanhuan is really allowed to rule for hundreds of epochs, then the era of sage emperors can be declared non-existent and can end. Another point. The Holy Emperor has existed for too long, even the Emperor Zhu Tian is after him, and for such a long time, he has reached a certain limit, even hunting those who are about to achieve the eternal level has his shot. If Chu Yuan was really allowed to suppress hundreds of epochs, it would be impossible for the Holy Emperor to prolong his life by hunting others. His end is death. It is also difficult for him to leave his eternal road now. Follow the Holy Emperor's order. The powerhouses of the Holy Emperor era were dispatched. The Holy Emperor's decree is delivered, and the Holy Emperor's order is obeyed. No one wants to be the first, so let us be the first to contact those who are willing to deal with Xuanhuan. This is an unavoidable battle. In short, they cannot be allowed to exist. The second city destroy. Great action in the era of the Holy Emperor. At the same time, in the Holy Land of Truth. In order to maintain our truth, all the creatures in the Holy Land of Truth go to destroy the second city of Xuanhuan. He will block the existence of our truth. Truth also speaks of its own will. He also doesn't want to let Xuanhuan be strong, and Xuanhuan is not good for him at all. As long as he is around, his way of truth will not be spread, and the power of the strongest can shatter all truth. But at this moment, in a mysterious ancient time and space, there is a tyrannical force rippling. There is a person sitting quietly in an ancient road. He doesn't look very tall, nor does he have the majestic aura, but this is an eternal road opened by the eternal level. In other words, this person is an eternal class. In this era, someone is going to fight for hegemony again. The man made a calm voice. He stood up, oppressed by no one, with an invincible force, his eyes were sharp and extremely arrogant, as if he could see through the pictures and scenes beyond the road, on the eternal road. His identity is amazing. Yuan is invincible. Hundreds of epochs ago, this person also set off troubled times. Just like his name, he has an invincible heart and wants to fight for the strongest. In fact, he was also hunted when he reached the eternal level, but unfortunately, he couldn't be killed. However, when he was fighting for the strongest, he failed in the end because of the obstruction of many powerful people. However, none of the ones who can compete for the strongest will be weak Eternals. Old Ancestor, there is a man called Xuanhuan, who belongs to the era of the current era. He has practiced for less than an era. According to the information I got, in the era of the Holy Emperor, the Holy Land of Truth has been dispatched. An old man in plain clothes came over, respectfully. Tiao, when I was fighting for the strongest hegemony, in the age of the Holy Emperor, and the truth also made a move, and the historical scene repeated itself, but this time the protagonist is not me, but a man called Xuanhuan. Yuan said invincibly. This old man is called Yuan Dao, and he is also a top-level powerhouse like the great Emperor Yuan. Yes, when the ancestor broke through to the eternal level, he also encountered many eternal-level hunters. If it weren't for their obstruction, our family would already be the strongest family. Yuan Avenue. The path of the strongest is not fair, anyone will be your opponent, and I lost this point. Yuan Wudi spoke calmly, knowing that his own strength was not enough. But it was unfair back then, and there was not only one person who dealt with the ancestor. Yuan Avenue was very angry. On the road to the strongest, there is no such thing as fairness. Yuan Wudi was unwavering. Shen Kong fell 100,000 years ago and died in the eternal Shenzhou. He controlled the power of time and space. It is very likely that the other shore gods or the Pure Land God sect killed him. Yuan Avenue. They didn't know that Yuan Shen Kong died at the hands of Chu Yuan, and it was also because the other side did not spread the news of the first battle. Shen Kong's death was also due to his lack of strength. This is his fate. Yuan Wudi didn't care. Tiao, go for a walk and meet people from the Holy Emperor's era, and see how they will deal with the Shenwu Empire. Yes, Dao understands. Yuan Avenue responded. The Dragon Slayer will also become a dragon. Receive cash red envelopes, read the book and get cash. Follow WeChat. Official account, Book Friends Base Camp, cash/coins are waiting for you. Yuan said invincibly. Others blocked him back then, and now he has turned into a dragon to stop others. Although he has been dormant for hundreds of epochs, his determination to become the strongest has never changed. #See 1870 Yuan statement. Today's eternal road is full of trends. Some forces that want to deal with Chu Yuan are all uniting, and they haven't really launched an attack yet. This is because they also know that Xuanhuan is very powerful, and if they don't gather the strongest strength, it is no different from sending them to death. At this moment, in a remote area on the Eternal Road. Kill, destroy them. A war is breaking out here. In front of him is a huge plain, with buildings clustered together. It is a powerful sect, but this sect has now encountered a catastrophe of destruction. Emperor Jidao, you want my life, I will fight with you. It turned out to be the Emperor Jidao who attacked this sect. And the strongest person in this sect is also a 9 realm, but he is just an ordinary 9 realm. How can he be the opponent of the great Emperor Jidao? Die. The great Emperor Jidao turned into the divine spear of the extreme Dao, attacking vertically and horizontally. Although this person is powerful, but in the face of the crazy attack of the great Emperor Jidao, his final fate is to destroy one. I hate you, you must die. The final fate of the ancestor of this sect was to be beheaded by the Emperor Jidao, and all the eternal substances in his body were refined. Another one was destroyed. The Emperor Jidao is extremely cruel. This sect thought that he would not be able to find him if he was hiding in an extremely remote area. In fact, he had been planning for a long time, and secretly recorded many forces, just waiting for this day. And although he made the Jidao dynasty disappear, it was equivalent to giving up a country's territory and the country's destiny. But this approach will undoubtedly make him more flexible, he can attack at will, and he is not afraid of someone attacking his lair. If he becomes the eternal class and can live for a long time, the Jidao dynasty can naturally be opened again. Great Emperor, Xuanhuan opened up a second city in the eternal killing array. This has harmed the interests of many eternal-level forces, and they are already preparing to attack and destroy him. Aurora Tianjun said from the side. Xuanhu. Emperor Jidao was silent for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Okay, this is a good thing. Yes, it's a good thing. He dares to be so arrogant. If he wants to destroy him, he must first make him crazy. Aurora Tianjun also said fiercely. Wrong, the emperor said this is a good thing, not only because of this, but because of another thing. Emperor Jidao was very happy. It's better to make the eternal road chaotic. The more chaotic it is, the less people will pay attention to this emperor. I don't want Xuanhu to be defeated, but I hope they can make this world more chaotic. The longer the fight, the better. The more eternal levels, the better, haha. Originally, I want to break through the eternal level, and I also need to guard against human robbery, but with Xuanhu attracting firepower for me, and focusing on him, the pressure on this emperor will be much less. He was also worried that he would be hunted and killed by others. So, the arrogance of martial arts is a good thing for us. Aurora Tianjun said. Good. Emperor Jidao thought for a while. No, I have to make this world a little more chaotic. It's not chaotic enough now. Let's go with this emperor to the Blood Ancestor God dynasty first, and there is also the 9-layer Abyss realm, a statue of the Blood Ancestor God dynasty. The Blood God was beheaded by Xuanhu, and Yuan also had a gap with Xuanhu, beating the dog in the water, in short, to make this world messy. The former Emperor Jidao didn't have so many conspiracies, and preferred a decisive battle in an upright manner. But now that he has reached the end of his life, and his life is almost gone, why would he care about this? Blood Ancestor God dynasty. Emperor Jidao, what's the matter with you coming to my Blood Ancestor God dynasty? The sea of blood filled the sky, and a sea of blood suddenly condensed into the Emperor of the Sea of Blood. He looked at the great Emperor Jidao and said coldly, Your great Emperor Jidao killed many forces on the Eternal Road, do you still want to attack me? He knew that Emperor Jidao was a crazy character. Of course not, your Blood Patriarch's strength is not comparable to those trash. Emperor Jidao also knew that Emperor Shiwazu was at the same level as him, and said, Emperor Blood Ancestor, now the martial arts are presumptuous, and I heard that he killed your blood god. Challenge him. Deal with Xuanhu? The Blood Patriarch is so wise, of course he knows his purpose, this emperor has his own considerations, so you don't need to worry about what to do. He immediately closed the Blood Ancestor God dynasty, and the great Emperor Jidao was not seen. The Emperor Jidao was shut out this time. Humph, this Emperor Jidao has no good intentions and wants to drag us into the water. He has reached the end of his life, so he doesn't care about revenge, but we can't. There is a blood god. Emperor Xuanhu beheaded one of our blood gods, but today is not what it used to be. We will not get any benefits in the end, but will be dragged into the water. Then Xuanhu will be dealt with by those eternal forces, which has nothing to do with us. The Blood Patriarch was very calm. If you can't bear it, you will make a big mess. This blood ancestor. The Emperor Jidao frantically flashed away. Next, he quickly went to the 9 layers Abyss realm. Deep. He stood outside Yuan's boundary and directly called Yuan's name. Oh? You are the great emperor. Yuan appeared and looked at him. Yes, it is the emperor. The great Emperor Jidao said, with your great supernatural powers, you must also know about Xuanhu, and this emperor heard that your Yuanjia once issued an order to kill Xuanhu. How about it? This is an excellent example. Opportunity, we are united, so chaotic, It is time for us to seize the greatest benefits. I know that the biggest difficulty for you to achieve the eternal level is not yourself but human robbery. You want me to deal with Xuanhuan with you? Abyss Road. Exactly, don't you have this idea? The way of the great emperor. He wanted to take this opportunity to win over Yuan for his benefit. I know that you have suffered a lot from Xuanhuan in the Xianming land. You want to take revenge on him. Do you think I want to take revenge on Xuanhuan so much? Yuan said coldly. What are those small losses? Compared with eternity, this emperor doesn't care at all. This is a perfect opportunity. It's not good to be too peaceful. The Emperor Jidao smiled. Emperor Jidao, you have made a mistake. I have no intention of dealing with Xuanhuan. You have found the wrong person for this. Yuan said. You really don't have one. Emperor Jidao originally wanted to unite Blood Patriarch Emperor and Yuan, but the two refused at the same time, which also made his face gloomy. Okay, since that's the case, forget it. It seems that you are afraid of him. I didn't expect it. There was sarcasm in his tone. You are right. I am indeed afraid of Xuanhuan and dare not fight him, but I am not afraid of you. Since you are here and you are a guest from afar, don't think about leaving, just stay. During Yuan's speech, it evolved into an endless abyss, and he shot directly at him. You're hitting me. The Emperor Jidao's thoughts flashed in an instant, and he sternly shouted, Yuan, you and Xuanhuan are in the same group. He actually looked away this time and didn't think of it. It doesn't matter if I'm a gang or not. It just so happens that my supernatural powers are lacking a tyrannical force to sharpen them. Good luck. Yuan took the initiative to attack. Although Xuanhuan didn't ask him to do anything, he took the initiative to attack for Xuanhuan, and he also wanted to gain the friendship of Emperor Xuanhuan. Eternal level can't be provoked, but this Jidao Emperor can still. #C 1871 See Blood. The Eternal Road is too big, and it is impossible to attack Xuanhuan, especially such a powerful force, immediately. It will take a long time to pass and then unite. During this period, Lingzhu also sent news to Chu Yuan, asking if he needed help from the spirit world, and she was willing to help. Chu Yuan did not let Lingzhu take action. There is no need for others to know the friendly relationship between him and Lingzhu. Moreover, this battle is not a purely defensive battle. Even if Lingzhu takes action, it will not be of critical importance. What he has to do is to make good use of his own strengths and seize the weaknesses of others. In the second city, Chu Yuan sits in the center. His Majesty. Yi Tianzuan came to Chu Yuan. Yi Tianzuan, what do you think about this battle? Chu Yuan said. This battle has had a huge impact. In order to block His Majesty's strongest path, the Empire will face a lot of opponents, and a group of tigers will attack. Now the Holy Emperor era and the Truth era have raised their banners and announced that they will fight us head-on. But it's not just them, there are also some eternal levels that are closed in their way, and they didn't know in time. There is no doubt that the longer the time, the more unfavorable it will be for the Empire. Yi Tianzuan is the military advisor and think tank of the Empire. With the strength of the Empire, if His Majesty sits in the second city, it will be useless for them to join forces. However, there are still more eternal level forces attacking now. Yuan Avenue has appeared. He is under the command of Yuan Wudi, and there are many eternal level forces. Power, I can sense it, but I can't figure it out yet. He made sense. The Empire faces so many opponents, the pressure is too great, not one or two, but many. How do you think I will respond? Chu Yuan said. I dare not make random guesses. Even if he knew what the Emperor was thinking, he didn't dare to say it casually. Accompanying a king is like accompanying a tiger. Many people think that I will fight them to the death in the second city, but I won't. It's meaningless. I'm not that stupid. The second city is a symbol, and I am the most important thing. Chu Yuan Dao, to defend to the death is to set a target and wait for others to hit it. Meaningless. To exchange good books, pay attention to the VX public account. Book Friends Base Camp. Pay attention now, you can receive cash red envelopes. Your Majesty announced the establishment of the second city to see how many people will come out to stop it, and now His Majesty's goal has obviously been achieved. If you stick to the second city, you can only fail. Only by taking the initiative to attack can we win with our advantages. Yi Tianzuan said. You said it very well. There is only failure if you stick to it. The multiverse is the rear of the empire. You are not afraid of others destroying the country. You can attack at will. War depends not only on strength, but also on wisdom. What do you think the next battle will be, Beat? Chu Yuan asked Yi Tianzuan again. Yi Tianzuan did not answer directly, but analyzed the situation. Now, everyone is thinking that it is impossible to protect the second city with so many powerful people gathering. All eternal level powers are fine, and now apart from the gathering of eternal level forces, there are also some large and small forces who want to take advantage of the fire. Although they are not as good as eternal level forces, they cannot be ignored when gathered together. They will confuse the battlefield and make the empire fall into a more difficult situation. In some battles, some irrelevant ones should not be involved. You will not be willing to retreat if you let them retreat. Only when you let them see death, will they be afraid and know what fear is. Chu Yuan Dao, Yi Tianzuan, let's make some calculations first, and see which 9th level powerhouses are there besides those powerhouses of eternal power. It's time for us to attack. The second city points to the military platform. Follow me to attack. Chu Yuan asked Yi Tianzuan to calculate a power. Shenwu Empire is invincible. The strong man of the empire roared, his blood boiling. Even though they knew that there were many people who would deal with them, they were led by the emperor, fearless, and had a kind of madness that made the enemy tremble. Go out. Chu Yuan ordered. The battleship lifted off and crossed the void, and the entire second city suddenly became empty. He left an empty city here, which is a symbol. Even if you destroy this city, Chu Yuan waved his hand, and he can let people build countless ones for you to destroy. Don't care about the gains and losses of a city, vitality is the most important thing. His attack will not be limited to one city, he will beat others to fear. And at this moment, in an extremely remote place away from the eternal killing formation. Covered by the formation, there are actually a large number of strong people here. We don't want to enter the eternal killing array, just wait here. A dark-haired old man with a beard smiled. This person is also a statue of the 9th realm, who is the suzerain of the Beiyuan sect, and said, the mountains and rain are about to come, and the wind is all over the building. Shenwu has set up the second city in the eternal killing array, and now there are many eternal forces marching towards them. How much of a commotion did it cause once the fight started? Sovereign, we have to be careful, this is taking chestnuts out of the fire. Of course this sect knows, but this sect has been able to reach the 9 realms, and has experienced countless life and death crises in these dozens of eras. If you don't pay the price, how can you get any benefits? If you have something to give, you will get something. This is the best opportunity. Suzerain Beiyuan said, let's not move. Let the eternal forces fight first. Once the fight starts, we will take advantage of it later. We are not the only ones who have this idea, but in short, the more chaos the better. The suzerain is wise. They are all thinking of taking advantage of the fire to rob and make trouble, and they will not do the work that really requires their lives. But while they were waiting quietly, it didn't take long, boom. The Origin battleship representing destruction suddenly rushed in, and the terrifying murderous aura shrouded them, and thousands of troops were charging. The army of Shenwu directly killed them. He thought he hid it well, but under Tianzuan's calculation, there was nothing to hide. What's going on, This is Xuanhuan's army, shouldn't he be in the second city, why did he suddenly kill him? The Beiyuan sect master was also stunned, with panic all over his face. He had the courage to take advantage of the fire, but he didn't have the courage to charge with Xuanhuan head-on. Seeing such a posture, how could he not know that the opponent was mobilizing in full force? Xuanhuan Emperor. Suzerain Beiyuan was terrified when he saw the appearance of a universal emperor, and quickly explained, misunderstanding, this is all a misunderstanding. What a big misunderstanding. Standing beside Xuanhuan, Su Shan said coldly. We know that the empire will encounter a war, so I, Beiyuan, have come here to help the emperor. You see, our people can listen to your orders. The Beiyuan sovereign's attitude changed extremely, and the situation was stronger than others, so he had to bow his head. Kill. Xuanhuan will not listen to his explanation. His attack this time is a battle of prestige. If he does not kill a group, how to deter others and want to take advantage of the fire to loot, he should not be too clear about this method. Xuanhuan just wanted to let them know that not everything can be involved. Seeing that Xuanhuan didn't want to let him go, the Beiyuan sect master became ruthless and wanted to rush out. Xuanhuan acted ruthlessly, sealed off time and space, and killed the Beiyuan suzerain himself. In addition, all the men and horses he brought were beheaded. Spread the news and tell the world that I am not in the second city for the battle here. Xuanhuan's methods were cruel, and said, Tianzuan, it's not enough to destroy this northern plains, you need to kill a few more models, and see the blood, so that some people will feel scared. #See 1872 Vicious Plan. Wherever the Xuanhuan army went, the enemy was wiped out. After the Beiyuan sect was destroyed, several other forces were wiped out. This shocked Xuqiang, and Xuanhuan's sudden attack made them a little confused, but the cruel truth was bloody in front of their eyes, and they had no choice but to believe it. Xuanhuan did not stick to the second city, but chose to take the initiative to attack, causing boundless killings as soon as he attacked. And Xuanhuan's initiative actually broke the deployment of others. For others, it is best for Xuanhuan to stay there honestly and wait for them to attack. But the situation on the battlefield is changing rapidly, and others will not do what you think. I can't go to the eternal killing formation anymore, and I can't even join in the fun. Xuanhuan took the killing formation as the center and swept it out. As long as they are in this area, they will be mercilessly killed by them. Go back, it's not something we can be a part of. Only the eternal class can contain the Xuanhuan Empire. The situation changed, and many people retreated. In Xuanhuan, there is a strong man who is good at calculating, and can calculate their whereabouts. And their attack was too ruthless, killing them all directly. This reversal was unexpected. It's just small fish, the real big battle hasn't come yet. Xuanhuan used great battles to sublimate himself, and the results of such battles could not frighten the eternal forces. The Holy Land of Truth. In Tiandi, the strong men from the Holy Emperor era met with the Holy Land of Truth. They all knew what had happened in the past few days. We should have known that Xuanhuan is not a good enemy. He will not foolishly wait for us to attack him, but will actively look for opportunities. The truth is said by the Holy One. Beside him, there is also a strange ninth realm. Good. This martial arts is extremely difficult to deal with. The Storm Saint King is also here, with sharp eyes. He used a strong attack to scare some people who wanted to take advantage and retreated. Originally, these people could be used to scare Xuanhuan, but they are useless. He will not stick to the second city, will turn to walk on the eternal road, looking for opportunities to defeat us one by one. Face up to the strength of the enemy is what they must do. Then it's meaningless for us to go to the second city? The impetuous mad martial saint is kingly. Why is there no meaning, but the meaning is great? At this time, there was another voice, and a large number of figures appeared, the leader of which was a middle-aged man. The divine light of thousands of worlds was spreading on his body, and the power of the most powerful people could not be seen directly. Great Thousand Heavenly Sect, Hongjie. What came here was an eternal level force, called Daiqiantianzong. The existence of this Daiqiantianzong is also ancient, and the pioneer is an eternal class, called Daiqiantianzhu. The Great Thousand Worlds, the Lord of the Great Thousand Worlds, can open up countless worlds with just one thought. Since he doesn't stick to the second city, then we will destroy his second city. Isn't he going to build a city to open up the eternal road? We will break his eternal road and prevent him from succeeding. Hongjie Road. And what if he doesn't care? Why don't you take the initiative to fight? Quangu Xingwang frowned. It's also very simple. We are not those people. We won't give him a chance to break down one by one. We will unite together and gather the strongest strength so that he can't do it when he wants to do it. Hongjie said a more vicious plan. This era is developing too fast, which makes people frightened. If he doesn't take action for a long time, we will gather the strongest force and directly press into the multiverse to force him fight us. We can't enter the multiverse. What if he doesn't really fight us? Quangwu Xingwang said. That's even easier, Quangwu, have you forgotten that the era will end? The Storm King smiled and said, block his multiverse so that they can't come out, and they can hide. Then wait until the end of the era. In this way, the development of his power can be curbed. Once the era is over, where can they hide? Vicious. Very vicious. This is equivalent to a dead-end plan. Don't let the era of Shenwu come out, and force them to the end of this era. Hello everyone, our official account will find gold and coin red envelopes every day. As long as you pay attention, you can receive them. The last benefit at the end of the year, please seize the opportunity. Public number, book friend base camp. They can afford to wait this time. Yuan Avenue, I know you're here too, show up. Hongjie said again. Yuan Avenue came, and he walked on the road, his eyes glanced coldly at everyone, he didn't have a good impression of these people. Whether it was the Holy Emperor's era, or the Holy Land of Truth and the Daiqiantianzong, they had all dealt with Yuan Wudi back then. But there is a good saying, only eternal interests, for the sake of martial arts, they joined forces in a very funny way. Although he is only one person, but his strength is also the top 9th level, and compared with the Storm King, the Mantra Lord is stronger. He said blankly, if you have any plans, I will not participate. Well, our purpose is the same. That Hongjie was also cold in his heart, and he was angry at them for dealing with Yuan Wudi back then, but now he has done the same thing. Although our many forces are united, everyone should not let down their vigilance in this war against Shenwu. This Shenwu Emperor is extremely difficult to deal with, but the eternal level you are loyal to has already been destined to deal with the Shenwu Empire. In the age of the Holy Emperor, at this moment, an extremely majestic man is speaking. He is the strongest in this battle in the era of the Holy Emperor. He has made his own way, but he has not fully achieved it. His name is Sikong, too. Shenwu Ruoqing is the strongest, suppressing the 100 epochs on the eternal road. No one can bear this. In the years he dominates, no one can even try to show up. Not to mention the interests of power, even we ourselves, I am afraid that there is no one. The hope and possibility of achieving the eternal level, so we have to fight, we have to fight. If there are no such factors, how can they play? That's right, to deal with Shenwu, we must use the strongest strength to destroy him without giving him any chance, and destroy it fiercely. Hongjie also said harshly. They all agreed on this. Our plan is also very simple. It is to use absolute power to make the other party have no resistance. The most upright and strongest power is not something that can be shattered by conspiracy and tricks. Therefore, When we make a move, no one will make the first move, and we will directly use all of our strength. Press it up. Sikong Tu said again. Very simple plan, but the most practical. Let's capture the second city first. Regardless of whether it is empty or not, we will gain a firm foothold there. There will also be eternal forces gathering. When the forces gather to a peak, push them to the multiverse and seal them. Time is running out, Emperor Xuanhuan changes the war deployment, and they have to make changes. Some eternal forces can't wait, they must attack first. Emperor Xuanhuan is very strong, but there are also Eternals who can fight. I don't believe it. He really has the power to fight head-on with Eternals. Hashtag C 1873 Poison Orchid. If he really becomes Eternal level, I will still be afraid, but now, he has not yet, at most I will be afraid. It is the most correct choice to crush him to death, while the enemy is weak. Hong Jia was murderous. Yuan Avenue said a word of warning at this time, don't underestimate him. This person is very mysterious and terrifying. He has many methods. He will be a terrifying opponent. If he cannot be destroyed, he will become stronger and stronger. Ha ha ha, of course we know. The Quangwu Sage King laughed loudly. Aren't you proud of being extraordinary? The four majestic eternal level forces have gathered together today to discuss how to deal with the Xuanhuan. Suddenly there was a chuckle sound. Who? Hong Jia shouted. There's no need to hide, Lan, show up. Yuan Avenue saw through her. As expected of Yuan Avenue, among these people, you are the most powerful. When this person appeared, she breathed like orchids, exuding a charming fragrance. She was dressed in clothes embroidered with orchids, and her face was delicate and beautiful, which made people feel very comfortable at first glance. Orchid. But her appearance made everyone feel as if they had seen the most terrifying demon. In the eyes of others, her beautiful face was even more terrifying than a demon, and they all kept away from her. Poison girl, what are you doing here? Sikong Tu frowned. He hoped that more people would join in the battle against Xuanhuan, but this Lan was something he didn't want to see. Lan, also known as Poison Girl Lan, is full of poison all over her body, with a vicious heart, and what's more frightening is that her master is a frightening poisonous ancestor. The poison ancestor is terrifying, many people know that even the eternal level has been poisoned to death by him. Of course, the Poison Girl Orchid is not as good as the poison ancestor, but she has also obtained some essence of the poison ancestor's poisonous way. When dealing with her, sometimes you don't know how you were poisoned to death. Don't you welcome me, I'm so terrible in front of you? Poison Girl Lan said with a smile, of course I came here to deal with Emperor Xuanhuan. I brought the terrible poison, the eternal poison, from the poison ancestor. You know how powerful the poison ancestor is, and I can also wish you a helping hand. Be careful with her. Since she's here, let her come. I know, this poisonous girl wants to use Xuanhuan to test her poison attack. Okay, although the Poison Girl Orchid is difficult to deal with and weird, but now we are joining forces, we are not afraid of her mischief, and she brought the eternal poison of the poison ancestor, which can be used to poison the Emperor Xuanhuan. Several divine thoughts are passed on to each other. It's not a bad thing for the Poison Maiden to come now. Okay, then let's go to Eternal Killing Formation first and take control of his second city. No matter where he is, we must first extinguish his arrogance so that he can no longer be arrogant. Sikong Tu said. They are not afraid of supernatural powers, and eternal level powerhouses will show up from their own ancient roads to deal with him. They are mainly forwards. Boom. In an instant, a majestic momentum burst out, the roar of thousands of troops, the rumble of war drums, and an iron-blooded emperor walked out of a time and space. With his arrival, the emperor's domain expanded, and his power turned this place into a battlefield of iron horses and golden swords. They didn't need to look for it, Chu Yuan came by himself. This group of people united and wanted to attack him first, but Xuanhuan would not give them a chance, and the place where they gathered was not a secret. Shenwu. When this group of people saw Xuanhuan leading the army, their faces were also startled. Especially when the King of Storms and the Lord of True Words saw Xuanhuan again, their faces changed even more. They had fought against Xuanhuan before, but after hundreds of thousands of years, they found that the aura of the gods made them look up to them. Standing here, he roared like a sea wave. Be careful, he is stronger than before. Storm King reminded. He's here, we don't have to be afraid of him. If we fight him, don't we want to find him? This is a good opportunity. Hong Jia also showed a monstrous fighting spirit. Shenwu is undoubtedly a legendary myth, but today they are going to destroy the myth. Just because you want to compete with me? The appearance of the eternal level behind you is almost the same. If you block my way, there is only one end. Xuanhuan's voice was extremely cold. There was a vision of iron and blood, and suddenly it seemed that there were countless bones, and they changed into the appearance of countless people. They were all the bones that had stepped under his feet since he fought for the hegemony on the Imperial road. Seeing this kind of vision, the shock of their souls actually made them feel extremely bad, as if they were about to become dry bones in the Emperor's road. What a domineering soul power, don't let him interfere. Sikong Tu said, if you want to deal with him, it is not enough to rely on one person's strength, you must gather the strength of all the 9 realms to deal a blow to him. He is at the height of the sun right now, we have to pour cold water on him like a bucket of cold water. Down. Although he was very reluctant to admit that none of them was Xuanhuan's opponent, but the cruel reality was in front of him, and it was not enough not to admit it. It is certainly unfair to fight the few with more, but in a life-and-death battle, there is no such thing as fairness. Your Majesty, we are going to deal with the strongest of the 9 realms, our task is to stop them. Yi Tianzuan said. This time not only came the 9 realms, but also some 7th realms, 8 realms, and a large number of primitive gods. Together, they are a powerful and terrifying force. With the expansion of the war field, this empty time and space has been internalized into a battlefield. The battleship of the origin of the empire attacked, and under the leadership of Yi Tianzuan, it seemed like a sharp spear at this moment, and it began to charge first, pushing the momentum of the empire to a peak. When we meet on a narrow road, the brave wins. The expedition of the empire is indomitable. At this moment, Xuanhuan's target also glanced at the world of nothingness, and seemed to see something, and became more and more indifferent. Boom! The battle started in an instant, with divine lights, the battleship sprayed out artillery fire, the giant cannon was set up, and the fierce bombardment, the gods of origin surrounded the battleship, exerting their power to the extreme. There are many gods about the origin of the empire. And Yi Tianzuan knows better that their attack is not really to deal with the top powerhouses, but to block obstacles for His Majesty. What kind of battleship is that? I didn't break it with a single blow, as if it hit a real artifact of origin. A god of origin gathered the strongest power and bombarded the battleship of origin with one blow. To his surprise, although the battleship shook violently, it was not destroyed. He could see that it was extremely troublesome to destroy a warship. Although these warships did not pose too much threat, relying on their own strength and defense, they messed up the battlefield and caused a lot of trouble. The real opponent is not these battleships, but the God Emperor of martial arts. Yuan Daoist's eyes shot out the Daoist light. Let's go together if you want to. Xuanxiong dominates the world and has a magnificent atmosphere. His aura of being an emperor makes him unimaginably sacred at the moment. If he waved his hands casually, he has the aura to turn the heavens upside down. He looked at the many strong men, he was the only one who respected himself, and he didn't regard them as opponents who could really threaten him. From the beginning to the end, only the eternal class will be the biggest opponent blocking his way. Hashtag C 1874, dominate the world. Xuanhuan's eyes were sharp, and his domineering majesty swept across the world. Of course he knew his current situation, and many people wanted him to die and share his secrets. He is making too much noise now, and he can only take the initiative to attack, knowing that if he does not make a move, after a while, these people will not be the only strong people gathered. He also guessed the sinister intentions of these people. I'm afraid he wants to destroy the second city first, and then gather the most advantageous forces to seal the sky in his Xuanhu era, and he will definitely not let him appear in such a result. You guys dare to deal with me? Xuanhuan's eyes scanned them one by one, with absolute majesty. When his voice fell, everyone's heart rumbled and trembled. He made a move. With a wave of his hand, the Heavenly Lord was enraged, and the heaven, earth, time and space were controlled by him, and the sky filled with thunder light descended and turned into a sea of thunder. Xuanhu Emperor. Yuan Dao was ready to fight, and he suddenly slapped a palm. In this palm, there are thousands of Dao. This is his Dao God palm, and he slapped directly at Xuanhuan. He has controlled many avenues, although it is impossible to be all, but there are very many. Let Yuan Dao take the lead first, and test how strong the magic power of Emperor Xuanhu is. Although the Emperor Xuanhu fought in the Xianming land, everyone felt his magic power and knew that he was much, much stronger than before, but they didn't know how much stronger. Underestimating him will pay a huge price. Yuan Avenue is extremely powerful, and it is not easy for the eternal level to kill him. This is your way? Xuanhuan swept across, and the moment Yuan Dao's power touched him, there was a crushing collapse, and then a black hole appeared in his palm, which immediately shocked Yuan Dao. This shock completely disintegrated his avenue power. Just a few strokes to fight. The strength of Emperor Xuanhu was fully revealed. Xuanhuan's 5 fingers grabbed again, rolling mana, covering Yuan Avenue, and this group of people would not let them pay a huge price. They don't know how to write the word fear. The sword of the great Dao. Yuan Dao's face was extremely solemn, his Dao sword gathered one kind of Dao after another, and it was also a supernatural power he had cultivated. As soon as the sword of the Dao stabbed, a very dazzling sword light appeared, as if all the Dao had been condensed into a seed of the Dao, which contained extremely powerful power. Xuanhuan just stared. Invincible divine power is sweeping. His 5 fingers rotated, and a huge black hole appeared. The sword of the Great Way pierced into the black hole, but it couldn't penetrate it no matter what. He is too strong, Yuan Dao is no match for him at all, let's fight together, to suppress him. Sikong too shouted. Although they knew that Yuan Dao could not be the opponent of Emperor Xuanhu, they were shocked that Yuan Dao was completely powerless, and wondered how this person cultivated. But they understood that Emperor Xuanhu couldn't be allowed to continue to be arrogant. If this wave can't suppress Emperor Xuanhu, it will pay an even greater price to deal with him next. The power of the Holy King. Immediately, all the most powerful people in the era of the Holy Emperor, the Holy King of Storms, the Holy King of Quangu, and Sikong too, when their power exploded, their mana immediately gathered, and when they launched their joint attack, a vast torrent swept over. The Holy Land of Truth and Daqianshanzong also made moves one after another. With so many Zeons attacking, even if the real Eternal appeared, it would be impossible to ignore them. In an instant, the world was plunged into a frenzy of energy, and various forces spread all over. Facing the bombardment of this kind of power, Xuanhuan remained motionless. With his strength gathered, his invincible divine power swept wildly, setting off a boundless turmoil. The many strong men seemed to be suppressed by his sweep. Boom, boom. The sound that shakes the soul. They suddenly felt that the world was spinning rapidly, and a huge vacuum black hole enveloped them in it. Great devouring technique. Yuan Dao practiced all kinds of avenues, and he is also very familiar with the great devouring technique. He is trying to break our attack with the Great Devouring technique. Reading benefits, follow the public account, book friends base camp, read books every day to draw cash/point coins. Don't even think about it. Sikong Tu shouted, we are all the strongest, and there are still those who understand our own way, so why are we still afraid of his suppression? Following the Holy Emperor, he also has his own arrogance. They bless their strength to the strongest. The supernatural power of the Great Devouring technique is not omnipotent, and it also has its own limit. Seeing that it is in the devouring black hole, it is the impact of all kinds of violent vitality. For someone else, the devouring black hole would have exploded long ago. This big devouring technique. Seeing the infinite expansion of the Great Devouring technique, their expressions also became extremely ugly. Unlimited. Yuan Avenue reacted instantly, and said, he is using devouring to interpret the infinite size of Eternal Road. Don't let him succeed. Facing such a powerful enemy, one person can suppress all of them, and no one can truly remain calm. Break his big devouring technique. Of course, they are very familiar with the Great Devouring technique, and it is not difficult to break the Great Devouring technique, that is, to use the most powerful and violent power to completely blow up his devouring power and eat him back. Strands of power turned into torrents, constantly sweeping and colliding in the devouring black hole. Gather your strength at one point. They strengthened their strength. Even at the expense of burning the eternal source, a burst of divine power that destroyed the world roared and impacted on the side of the devouring black hole. Visible to the outside world. The divine martial god emperor exists in the center of the black hole, and many of the most powerful people inside have exerted earth-shaking power, making the power rainbow in the black hole seem to burst at any time. But the control of the Great Devouring technique prevents the internal power from leaking out. There is one exception, that is Poison Girl Lan. She did not directly join the battlefield, but her eyes shone with an extremely sinister light. She is looking for an opportunity. But then there was a very strange scene. They continuously strengthened their power, so that the devouring black hole was completely filled with their power, but the Emperor Xuanhuan just stood there quietly, controlling everything. Something's wrong. The holy word of the mantra. It's not right. Yuan Avenue suddenly shouted, no, we can't continue to gather power, but to take back the power. The more we bombard with power now, it is equivalent to growing the power to swallow the black hole. It's terrible. It's terrible. Emperor Xuanhuan has actually comprehended the Great Devouring technique to such an unimaginable level. Hearing Yuan Avenue's warning, their strength will be withdrawn. But at this moment, Chu Yuan was indifferent, and the devouring black hole suddenly shrank. At this moment, it was as if a giant star was shrinking, suddenly turned into a point of origin, and then exploded inside the black hole. The power of this explosion immediately blasted back on the bodies of these powerful people. It is also on the road of eternity, the world is nothingness, everything is created by the eternal breath, otherwise the fluctuations are unimaginable.